Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Deku Became the Ultimate Demon with Harem. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
There was only the spark in the beginning, long before time had even figured out how to count itself, before stars first ignited, and before atoms came together to form. A being of unimaginable light forged a single intention that burned at the core of everything that would ever exist. Its ultimate goal was to destroy the world's oldest and most despised force. Nothing. It wasn't bad. It wasn't anarchy. It was just the silent enemy of creation, absence. The light ignited a cosmos to destroy it. Fire and hydrogen appeared first, extending like veins of molten glass across the emptiness. After that, galaxies and nebulae spiral outward in fractal bloom. Gravity shaped matter into planets over time, and life, raw, noisy, flawed life, erupted like wildfire in the dark inside those worlds. It had flaws. Aggressive, nevertheless, it persisted. That was sufficient. That fortitude in and of itself was perfection to the Creator. Something, however, started to fester from within that chaos, not in the stars, but in mortals' minds. A query. What if, at first, it was innocent? A murmur within the living's hearts. What if I had made a different decision? What if I had put up more of a fight? What if I had turned to leave? What would have happened if I had stayed? A question that stems from pain rather than curiosity, a soul's frantic attempt to grasp the specter of a better world. There are many things in life. Option. Repercussion. Suffering. Endurance. Hatred. Love. Apathy. I hope. Give up. Death. Above all, though, is choice. And regret can result from any decision. And soon after, regret became obsession. Over billions of years, billions of minds have yearned to slow down time, to be superior to the outcome of their decisions, which ultimately proved to be unworthy. Time then broke. Not immediately, but rather like a tiny fissure in heavenly glass. A line of fault just below eternity. The fracture caused something strange, even though the universe had always been layered. A multiverse of infinite design, where no world resembled another outside of human presence. The universes started to reflect each other. Duplicate. Echo. Turn. New worlds emerged from every broken moment of choice. Like weeds, new timelines emerged from the Garden of Order. Not just new worlds, but different identities, replicas created by uncertainty rather than destiny. Every one of them deviates from the original, following the paths that were not chosen. Purpose thus started to die. What purpose do our actions serve here if every choice we make, whether intentional or not, eventually becomes truth? If unsuccessful versions of ourselves cast a shadow over our victories? If successful versions undo our failures? The multiverse is that. It's not a miracle, not a present. However, madness is endless, cruel, and recursive. This question evolved into something more profound at the center of that storm, spanning 1,000 broken Earths in a single life that was repeatedly born. It turned into a burden. A child destined for greatness in every world, but never the same greatness twice. Rising at times. Falling occasionally. Dying young at times. Living long enough to turn into a monster is sometimes possible. Worshipped occasionally. Occasionally forgotten. Hated at times. So many lives. So many faces. They are all carrying the same burden. The knowledge that there is another version of you out there who did it better haunts us all. Or worse. And now something has started to stir across the blazing fabric of reality. The shattered echoes are beginning to communicate with one another. Additionally, the fire has begun to devour itself after being started to destroy nothingness. Not all of them will make it through the next phase. They shouldn't all. Deku, risen all Ochako Uraraka could hear was her own cries. Rising above the impending destruction of the unforeseen simulation joint, it filled the air like a siren. Panic overtook her voice, but she was unable to stop. She had her legs locked. She felt her chest heave. Like a war drum, her heart beat. If the term still had any meaning, she and 4 of her classmates had been fortunate. Some students were dispersed throughout the USJ into dangerous areas, including the flood zone, the landslide zone, the ruins zone, and the conflagration zone, when the villain Kurogiri unleashed his warp gate. However, she, Mina Ishido, Honta Siro, Rikido Sato, and Mezzo Shoji had initially remained unharmed at the entrance. That place felt like a death trap now. From farther inside the dome came screams. They could do nothing to stop the battle that was taking place all at once. Aizawa had rushed forward by herself. To locate reinforcements, Iida had been dispatched. All the others could do was wait and pray. Then a shape appeared in the distance, from the conflagration zone. Midoriya Izuku. Carrying Tsuyu Asui in his arms, he ran toward them in a desperate manner, avoiding all the villains in the central plaza after jumping over debris and flames. Her skin was burnt from the heat, and she was unconscious. That environment was too much for her amphibian biology to cope with. Midoriya had managed to pull her out alive. It was the fastest run Ochako had ever seen. Even though his body was shaking and his uniform was half burned, he wouldn't let her go. When it happened, they were almost at the stairs. There was a shot. When a villain with a gun-related quirk tried to shoot Aizawa, the bullet went straight and swiftly, but it missed its target and went straight for another. They struck Midoriya in the back of the head, and he was gone in an instant. A red cloud erupted from his skull. His headless body froze and stood for a moment longer, as though death itself was stunned, before falling forward. Still in his arms, Tsuyu escaped his hold and fell to the ground next to him. Like a curtain, silence descended. Then the yelling began. Ochako was unable to process what she was witnessing. Her mind would not make the connection. He simply existed. Someone was being saved by him. He was succeeding. And right now. Mina collapsed next to her, trembling wildly. Siro's knees gave way. Something muttered by Sato. A prayer? A curse? Shoji hurried in, quickly dragging Tsuyu away, checking her pulse, and using his enormous arms to protect her. He turned away after giving his classmate's headless body a single, resentful glance. Such horror was too much for him to look at. However, nobody was able to look away from the body. The boy who was never taken seriously was a headless corpse. The least popular student in Class 1A, Midoriya, was quirkless, the underdog, and incredibly determined. He had passed the entrance exam by what some considered a fluke. More controversy than joy had surrounded his presence at UA. They said he had no place in the hero course. There were rumors that some faculty members didn't think he would survive. Maybe they thought he would give up on his own. However, he didn't. Instead, he passed away. Tears clouded Ochako's vision. The boy she had come to respect, the one who put forth more effort than any of them, was no longer with her. Furthermore, his weakness did not cause him to die. There was no one to protect him, so he died. For the same reason that Ua failed the rest of the class, it failed him. Any of them could have been hit by that bullet. Then 8 villains turned toward the entrance, like sharks that smell blood. Before the enormous Nomu monster defeated Aizawa, they had been engaged in combat. Now, smiling and at ease, they strolled toward the stairs. One scoffed and looked at the girls. "Let's have some fun with the leftovers," he said. Nobody was certain that All Might would make it in time, or whether he could come at all. Iida had gotten away. He might find assistance. The seconds, however, passed like centuries. It was all in vain. And the temperature shifted just as that despair was starting to overwhelm them. It rose abruptly, strangely, but not because of any fire. It originated in the body. The body of Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya's headless body was surrounded by warped air. Somehow, the floor beneath him started to crackle and shimmer. Not only was the temperature high, but it was also incorrect. Dense. Alive. Light seeped through his flesh. Orange-red. Melted. Demonic. The surrounding villains stopped in the middle of their approach, perplexed and uneasy. "What the hell?" one of them muttered, reaching for a weapon out of instinct. There was a hum. Low. Mechanical. Similar to a dormant engine awakening. Ochako stopped talking. Her heart skipped a beat. The earth swayed under her feet. Tsuyu stirred in Shoji's arms next to her, her eyes fluttering open before closing tightly once more with a pained moan. The sweltering heat rose like a kiln. Without hesitation, Shoji retreated, protecting Tsuyu from the source. Then the unimaginable occurred. Midoriya twitched her fingers, his body twitched. Instinctively, Sato stepped back. Siro's gasp was choked. Half raising her hand to her mouth, Mina froze in the middle of her sob. He was moving despite not having a head. As if awakened from a profound, hellish slumber, the body started to rise from the ground. It swayed. It fought as if it were being puppeteered or fighting invisible chains, each movement twitchy and unstable. Then it was on fire. The headless body was transformed into a walking furnace as flames erupted from the ripped neck stump, erupting like volcanic gas. As though attempting to reject death by simple combustion, it stumbled, its limbs jerking violently and flames roaring from the neck cavity. The sight was incorrect, not natural, fearful. It appeared to the students to be a possession. It appeared to the villains as a warning. Once more, the heat increased explosively. Everyone gasped. Even the villains staggered back, covering their faces because the closeness had singed their skin. However, a sound, something worse, came next. Bones. They were breaking. No forming. As new vertebrae fused together, the ruined base of Midoriya's neck writhed, flesh bubbling. Fire and heat poured upward, creating something. In full view, skeletal structures came together, raw, wet, charred, and whole. As though molded by molten fingers, they observed his skull reforming from flame. Teeth, jaws, a face. After that, two bright eyes popped out of the sockets. For a brief moment, it appeared as though the body might collapse as the jaw of the skull unhinged. Until he let out a scream. Izuku Midoriya roared, but it was the blast of something released rather than a boy's cries. A pressure wave, a heat shock explosion that shattered glass and melted metal, erupted from the fire inside him. The USJ dome was blown through by a wall of thermal force. He vaporized the villains closest to him. Ochako and the others sensed its edge, just enough to burn, but they knew there would be another explosion. A third wouldn't be possible. Run! She yelled. Now, immediately after, there was a second wave, bigger, faster, and hotter. Like divine vengeance, it swept across the plaza. It ignited everything it came into contact with. Split pavement. Only scorched stone remained after the central fountain vanished in a matter of seconds. Kurogiri acted quickly, attempting to warp Tamura Shigaraki to safety, but time was of the essence. With his arms spread wide, the monstrous Nomu charged forward, protecting Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and even Eraserhead's shattered body from the explosion. The Nomu howled and burned, but it held. The central plaza of the USJ was a labyrinth of charred concrete and rising steam after the firestorm passed. The villains had either vanished or died. There were just 4 people left. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Aizawa, just barely awake, as well as the creature that had recently risen from the dead. Midoriya Izuku, alive. However, things change. With the exception of his pants, which were miraculously undamaged, his homemade costume was destroyed and reduced to ash. Radiant heat pulsed through his bare body. Like sun-hot iron, his irises burned molten red. His eyes were black, not because of corruption or lack of sleep, but rather because they seemed to have absorbed light. Pressure reliefs on a human reactor, steam hissed from circular vents along his arms and shoulders. His skin had turned a charred pallor, as if he was just a heartbeat away from being burned, rather than a sunburn or tan. Like coals refusing to die, the 4 freckles, 2 on each cheek, glowed dimly. His veins, which webbed from his sternum to his jaw and throat, pulsed beneath the skin in lines of liquid fire. His hair had changed, too. It's still disorganized. It's still his. However, the strands flickered like smoke as it gently floated, suspended in the updraft of his own heat. Around him, the air warped. The villains who were still alive sensed that this was no longer a boy. It was a human-shaped reactor. A divine error. His eyes were devoid of hatred. Not with malice. Just pain and confusion. This was not what he had requested. This was not his choice. He had no idea who he was. However, Izuku Midoriya moved forward despite being dazed and in this hideous form. He would also fight. Tamura gave the charred figure across the plaza a dagger-like glare. His voice cracked with anger as he spat. The hell kind of freak are you? Barging in and incinerating my men? Aren't they supposed to teach you brats not to use lethality? No response. Izuku remained motionless, didn't recoil, didn't even acknowledge him. However, it wasn't conceit. He was inaudible. His skull's interior was still being rebuilt. His eardrums, cochlea, and entire auditory system were still missing. For a moment, Izuku was deaf. Furthermore, he was in a daze. His head felt empty and far away. Around him, reality swayed like a haze of heat. It was a lucid nightmare, and the world had become unreal. His entire body was screaming that something was amiss. Heat exhaustion. Exhaustion from heat. Syncope caused by heat. Everything. Immediately. But none of it. Not only was his body not burning, but it was also not surviving. He was in the middle. Tamura misinterpreted the quiet. He observed disrespect rather than confusion. Kill him, Nomu. The words came out of his mouth poisonously. Arms drawn back, ready to strike. Nomu moved instantly, a dark blur of monstrous speed. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki all appeared at the same moment, each rising from the wreckage of their respective combat zones. They had run in the direction of the unexpected explosions, only to freeze at what they saw. A skin-cracked demon of fire. A Nomu is being charged, and Izuku Midoriya, empty but reborn. Nomu delivered the blow. A full-bodied blow. Titanic. End of the world. A blow designed to crush a skyscraper. It struck Izuku's face directly. And nothing. No blood. No retaliation. No impact. Midoriya remained motionless. The punch had escaped his notice. He hadn't responded. He didn't have to, though. The force just vanished, absorbed by a body that no longer adhered to the laws of human frailty. Shigaraki's expression turned to one of incredulity. What? Kurogiri's gaseous form faltered beside him. It may be, he possesses something akin to shock absorption, like Nomu. With a trembling finger, Shigaraki yelled, "That's not possible," at the figure across from them. "That's Izuku Midoriya, quirkless loser from Class 1A. Kurogiri uttered the words, clearly, "We've been misinformed and are now paying for it, with fear." Izuku moved with purpose rather than speed or explosiveness. Grabbing the arm of the Nomu who had punched him, he tore it off. The strength behind those burned hands was ridiculous and inhuman, despite the Nomu's best efforts to resist. Nomu faltered, steadied herself, and suddenly, thwack! Its chest received a clean Spartan kick. A kick that ought to have broken the steel. Just the sound made my ribs rattle. However, the monster remained motionless. This is shock absorption at work. Izuku was unconcerned. He extended both arms once more and grasped the Nomu's leg. And he lifted the monstrous thing overhead like a training dummy, slamming it into the concrete with a motion that defied weight and anatomy. It had a seismic effect. The square collapsed. The Nomu twitched, shock absorption or not. Its arms and legs tensed. Its mutated throat let out a gasp, but it did not carry any air. It was hurting. Tamura's self-assurance was destroyed. Kurogiri. Do something. With a start, the Misty Gatekeeper acted. Just before Izuku could deliver another blow, a black warp gate opened beneath the Nomu, yanking it out of his grasp. Nomu disappeared and then resurfaced next to Kurogiri and Shigaraki. But there was a price for that choice. Kurogiri was too closely warped. The heat was palpable to him. Like radiation, it tore into him. His mist twisted and screamed as a formless agony burned into his incorporeal body. His knees gave way. With a moan, his shoulders rose and fell wildly as he hit the ground. I can't maintain my form. Shigaraki's face twisted in terror rather than hatred. Actual, animal-like terror. The roles had been reversed, and the boy in front of them had changed. It was not the same thing. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima were frozen from the sidelines. They were paralyzed by the truth, not out of cowardice. Izuku was the one. The same height, same construction, the same disheveled hair. However, it was twisted, hardened, altered, skin that resembles volcanic ash, melted metal eyes, in updrafts, hair drifts. The vents hiss, flexing muscles with unnatural strength. Kirishima's lips shifted. As that, Midoriya? Todoroki remained silent. He was unable to. His throat tightened around his breath. In some way, the heat he's experiencing is stronger than Endeavor's. The majority of the newly formed water is turning gaseous, and the ice he made to cover the left side of his body is melting instantly. Bakugo had big eyes. The hands were clenched. His stomach knotted with anger, bewilderment, and disbelief. He was promised a different story. He was meant to get up. The world was meant to be surpassed by him. Now, however, Midoriya was the center of attention. He wasn't even conscious. Izuku charged forward, and in an instant, he was out of the villain's sight, only to resurface behind them, standing next to Shota Aizawa's mangled and bloody body. His face contorted, not in anger but in confusion, as 100 ideas collided simultaneously, none of them triumphing. He did not roar again, nor did he attack Tamura or retaliate. The man who, to him, stood for both the potential and the betrayal of a dream caught his molten gaze. Aizawa was barely conscious as she lay crumpled like a used tool. His limbs were twisted in an unnatural way, and his breathing was shallow. Long before entering the UA campus, Izuku had admired the man. Eraserhead had shown him something crucial. That a pro hero could succeed by honing all of their other skills to the highest standard rather than depending only on their quirk. Perhaps even a quirkless could follow that path. That someone with a strategic mind, sharp instincts, and a determination to fight from the shadows could still be called a hero. Reality, however, had been harsh. Like everyone else, Aizawa had passed judgment on Izuku. Not based on his grades. Not because of his work ethic. But by his peculiarity. He had treated him as dead weight and a ticking liability from the beginning, as if Midoriya's presence in UA's hallways were a slight to the university. That the hero was not the man, but the quirk. The only reason he wasn't immediately expelled was because Nezu had stood up for him. Although Aizawa never stated it out loud, his lack of belonging was evident in every glare, call, and pointed silence he received in class. Here the man was now. Broken. Defeated. Izuku saw him as a flawed, conceited, and incorrect man rather than as a teacher or a symbol. However, he prevented his death. Izuku refused to allow the resentment to rob him of who he had become, whatever demon or vessel had taken on his skin. He reached for the fallen Eraserhead with shaking hands, hoping to lift him out of harm's way. But he stopped for some reason. He felt pressure in his chest. There was a voice, inaudible but instinctive, telling him to do more. His fist clenched. Heat spiraled outward from the center of his spine, coiling inside his skin, lungs, and chest. His burned body released another wave of heat, but this one was more focused and surgical. It spread like warm fog across Aizawa's body. Not a hair on his head was singed, not a leaf burned. Rather, the healing process started. His ribs knitted themselves back together. His shoulder that had been dislocated clicked back into position. The ripped muscles healed. His elbows flayed flesh, which had been raw and decomposing, had come back to life as pink and healthy. His eyes' ruptured blood vessels disappeared as well. His vision became clear. His breathing became more even. Shota Aizawa felt complete. His newly restored eyes were clouded by confusion as he blinked. No known quirk could accomplish this, so it was impossible. It's definitely not Midoriya's. He flinched at the tremendous heat that was still radiating next to him as he turned his head. The boy he remembered was not the one crouching over him. It appeared to be something created in a furnace rather than in a womb, a creature of myth and war. Smoke like hair. Like coals in the eyes. Veins of glowing magma laced the skin. And yet, in spite of the hideous transformation, the way he held himself, his breathing, and his posture, it was him. Izuku was the one. His mind cried out for him to activate erasure first, however, he didn't. He paused. He had not been attacked by Midoriya, had not been malicious, he had rescued him. How? Why? He couldn't find the answers, and to be honest, they weren't important at the moment. The only thing that prevented the League of Villains from turning Ua into a slaughterhouse was this boy, the student he had despised and distrusted. Finally realizing how serious their situation was, Tamura clenched his teeth under the hand mask and collected himself. This was no longer your typical student. The League had not prepared for Midoriya, whatever he had become. However, Tamura was incredibly adaptable. His red eyes squinted as he scanned the battlefield for any opening to seize, and there it was. Todoroki. The Flame Hero's son. In contrast to his father's legacy, he was ironically endowed with an elemental power. Conveniently, it is the ideal weapon to combat a burning threat. Tamura hobbled over to Kurogiri, who was still flickering wildly from the searing wound he had received earlier. Use Todoroki's ice, he commanded, his teeth clenched. Open a gate behind him. Redirect the cold. Kurogiri nodded, struggling to stay lucid. I will, try. He groaned deeply as he summoned a warp gate behind Todoroki, concealing his intent behind a whirling cloud of black mist. Kirishima saw the danger, but Shoto was completely preoccupied with the destruction in front of him. Eijiro yelled, Todoroki, behind you. Move. Todoroki, however, did not run, he took action. He summoned a massive ridge of glacial ice and launched it backwards in a reflexive wave of defiance, hoping to freeze anything that dared approach from behind. At the wrong moment, it was the right thing to do. A second portal opened, behind Aizawa and Izuku. Like a tidal wave, the ice erupted from the second gateway and hit them both hard. When Todoroki realized he had been duped and controlled like a novice, his eyes grew wide with terror. The enemy had not been stopped by him. An ally had been attacked by him. The battlefield shook with the impact's horrible crack, followed by a low, guttural groan from their left. Aizawa was flung out of danger and lay on the ground. Izuku had moved quickly enough to save him, but had personally suffered the most from the assault. Only, it was insufficient. Almost immediately, the ice started to melt. Izuku's body was emitting too much heat. Steam and then vapor hissed from the frost. In a matter of seconds, he was back on his feet, his shirt ripped, his face darkened by smoke, his skin glowing like a volcano about to erupt. Tamura recognized his opportunity. Pushing past the waves of heat, he ran forward and took Izuku by the right arm. Behind his mask hand, the smirk reappeared. "Got you," he said in a whisper. Decomposition began. It happened quickly, terrifyingly quickly. Stone, ash, and nothingness replaced the flesh. Izuku's whole arm was a crumbling mess, from the fingertips to the shoulder. Like wildfire, the gray spread down his chest and up his neck. It felt for a second like this was it. That the fire had finally been put out. Then it stopped. Tamura's face fell into bewilderment, followed by a sudden look of fear. Like a fire striking a firewall, the deterioration had stopped. Izuku did not flinch as he stood there, staring down at what was left of his arm. He was painless. All his receptors were numbed by the heat inside him. Only one feeling remained. Anger. Not just rage. The embodiment of wrath. Beneath his skin, like magma beneath a crust, flames erupted from within. Seeing the danger, Kurogiri acted without waiting for orders. Just in time, he warped Tamura out of reach. The body of Izuku exploded in the firelight. In a hideous miracle of rebirth, his body knitted itself back together as new flesh grew over bone. A second skin of fire covered him as flames poured from his pores like molten oil. Izuku's ability to reason, think, and consider his options had vanished. He would not perish once more. He leapt forward with a scream of sheer rage. Newly awakened, Nomu moved to intercept in accordance with its programming, but it might as well have been composed of tissue. Its core was squarely connected by Izuku's punch. Nothing was done by the shock absorption. His fist exploded from its back, blowing out the creature's spine as it exploded through its chest. Kurogiri was sent hurtling across the field like a discarded doll as a second shockwave struck, the kinetic echo of the blow tearing through the air. Tamura was knocked flat by the force before he could even stand. The end then arrived. Izuku let out a breath and let hell loose. He exploded with pure heat, relentless and all-consuming, rather than force. The USJ was completely engulfed by the firestorm, which spread in all directions without mercy or control. The metal distorted. Stone broke. Glass turned into vapor. Every floor, every roof, every wall was dancing with flames. The training dome turned into a furnace. And nothing of the best of the League was left at the center of the bonfire. The Nomu and Tamura Shigaraki were reduced to ashes. For Ochako, time slowed. Every sense seemed far away from where she and her group were gathered in the downpour zone, obscured by noise, steam, and fatigue. Staying out of sight and caring for Suyu, whose amphibious nature would hopefully recover and hydrate under the artificial rain, was all they could do. But then it did. A cataclysm, not a flame, but a pillar of fire. Like divine vengeance, it tore through the plaza's walls and spilled into every area of the USJ through the dome. Pure and certain, it was death. The rain had no effect. Everything was subdued by the heat. They didn't have time to yell. Then, motion. Quicker than thought, quicker than thunder. A blur, a breeze. Before they knew it, they were outside, far from the collapsing training facility, safe from the searing wave, and the flaming terror was only a far-off burning ruin behind them. He was the one. All power. However, this was not the man who evoked wonder with a sun-bright smile. This was Toshinori Yagi without illusion and performance. There was no hope in his eyes. They had ghosts. The grief that weighed on his wide shoulders seemed to be older than time, and anger and guilt churned beneath the surface. He did what he could, though. Everybody was present. Every pupil. All educators. He collected them, examined them, and confirmed that they were complete. Aizawa was still living. 13 as well. Everybody had survived. Everyone, with one exception. All Might fell to his knees, his eyes burning from failure rather than the smoke. Whispering to them, "I'm sorry, I should have been there. I should have protected you. I failed all of you, especially." He was unable to complete. In his throat, the weight of young Midoriya's name was like ash. However, it was done for him by someone else. "Midoriya is alive," exclaimed Ochako, her voice breaking with an unavoidable sense of desperation. He was shocked. Learning that Izuku is somehow still alive amid all of that wicked flames. Ochako was more shocked that she didn't call Midoriya Deku. Although she made an effort to be kinder to him than the others, Ochako thought Bakugo's disparaging moniker for him was wholesome and insisted on using it in a more positive way, which Izuku reluctantly agreed to. In this terrible university, he could at least make one friend. Kirishima gave her support. "He saved us, man. He did this. All that fire, that was him." Barely conscious, Aizawa snarled, "He's alive. What is he now? That's our job to figure out," But go. Go get him, damn it. All Might made a snap decision. He turned into a comet. Like an archangel plunging into hell, he blasted back into the flames, tearing through walls of flame. Waves of fire were blown away with each step, releasing a burst of pressure. It was much hotter than anything Endeavor had ever imagined. He recalled making a joke about how Endeavor's prominence burn was like taking a warm bath. Enji had been humiliated by that remark. However, it feels like Toshinori leapt into the sun because of this heat. Toshinori pulled both arms together as he got closer to the center and yelled, "Carolina Smash!" The center of the fire was dispersed when his fists dropped in a cross chop, releasing a tremendous wind burst. The flames sputtered and dispersed. Over the crater that had been the center plaza of the USJ, a corridor of sky emerged. And he discovered him there, kneeling in the midst of everything, by myself. Midoriya Izuku. A creature of ash and fire, with embers seeping from his flesh and skin splintered like volcanic rock. He wasn't angry or proud, though. He was shattered. His head was lowered. He had loose arms. It was awareness, not weakness, that made his body tremble. At last, the truth had come to light. What he had done. How he had changed. This boy didn't cry when his dreams weren't fulfilled. Not the young man who clawed his way into the hero course by shouting down destiny. This was a novel situation. A tragic event. He was kneeling like a fire demon. A fallen angel burned by his own rage. A soul that sinned without intending to. What was left now? He remained silent. Failed to raise his head. However, his posture revealed everything to Toshinori Yagi. The dishonor. The fear. The intolerable shame of having seen the boundary and crossed it. All Might moved forward cautiously, not out of fear but out of grief and respect. There was a long period of silence. The fire gave a hiss. Only 2 words were spoken by the symbol of peace. Young Midoriya, the USJ incident was a complete mess. Expecting a battle, Tenya Iida returned to find a smoldering crater where a cutting-edge training facility once stood, with the entire weight of the UA faculty behind him. It was reduced to ash and scorched steel after a titan of fire had passed through it. With nothing more than his bare hands, All Might continued to try to put out the lingering hellfire, the remnants of his power containing it like a dam trying to contain a tsunami. They had been able to save the lives of 18 students who were emotionally and physically damaged. The 19th century was a different matter. The boy they knew as Izuku Midoriya had changed. What had once been a quirkless student was now something completely different. A heteromorphic-type quirk user whose body had undergone a horrifying metamorphosis. An elemental being covered in trauma and embers. Shortly after being discovered by All Might, he passed out, not from physical fatigue, but from a much more sinister cause. Psychological collapse. Hound Dog and Recovery Girl could only make educated guesses. However, one thing was evident. He had experienced something that no young adult or child should ever have to go through. The police and media quickly swooped down on the debris. Even the most experienced officers were astounded by the extent of the destruction. Nearly 100 people have been confirmed dead, and they are all villains. The whole assault force of the League had been burned, as had their enigmatic leader, Tamura Shigaraki. The sheer number of fatalities was unimaginable and unacceptable, even if they were criminals. And there was a source for the fire. A pupil. UA hurried to hide this fact by carefully controlling the press and leaving out important information from their reports. Panic, however, brewed within their ranks. It was a disastrous mistake to let the villains get past their defenses. For a student to defend themselves by detonating a nuclear bomb? Never before. And that pupil was still asleep. 2 days went by. Izuku was still unconscious. The heat radiating from his body was too great for normal monitoring. To get close to him, each test and examination required creativity and accuracy. Dean Nezu quickly objected to Aizawa's suggestion to temporarily erase the quirk so Recovery Girl could conduct a proper evaluation. They were unaware of this quirk's limitations, dangers, or the consequences of abruptly turning it off. What if he was surviving because of it? According to the students who saw Midoriya's reawakening, Recovery Girl thinks this is the case because of the horrifying circumstances of its activation. They had to find a way around it. New, heat-resistant techniques were developed by Powerloader to safely gather tiny biological samples. Recovery Girl called Nezu and Toshinori Yagi to her office after a few tense hours, her expression solemn. When he walked in, Toshinori was already pacing. "I need to know," he said. "Did he get a quirk from him?" Recovery Girl's glare was withering. "If you raise your voice again, I will smack you with my cane." Nezu lifted a paw softly. "Let's allow Chio to speak." With a nod, she started. I examined every strand of the boy's DNA, searching for any indication of external tampering. Quirks are connected to a person's biology deeply. When All for One steals a quirk, he takes part of the original bearer's DNA with it. That means anyone given such a stolen quirk will always have two genetic signatures, though this can be covered with modern technology, but not with my keen eyes. She hesitated. But Izuku Midoriya only has one, his own. The breath caught in Toshinori's throat. The quirk he has now, it was always inside him. It's his. It simply never manifested until now. A protracted silence ensued. At last, Toshinori inquired, how? Why now? Chiyo's arms were folded. Not all quirks obey the expected rules. Some activate only under extreme conditions. Chemical triggers, hormonal imbalances, certain exposures, or, she turned her head away, proximity to death. Toshinori remained silent. He was not required to. His quiet was sufficient. This wasn't a present. It wasn't a miracle. This initiation was the cruelest in history. A boy who had been told his helplessness all his life had changed completely, but only after dying to get there. Nezu steepled his paws and reclined in his chair. We have no choice now. We protect him. We learn everything we can. We guide him, or we lose him. Shame and guilt whirled behind Toshinori's eyes as he balled his fists. He couldn't be a hero, I told him. Nevertheless, he may be the strongest of them all now. The 2-day break that was planned grew into a week. The official explanation? Strengthened security measures and damage prevention measures for the entire campus. The reality? UA was frantically trying to repair the damage done to its safety protocols, reputation, and, above all, the mental health of its own students. The atmosphere was eerily eerie when classes eventually resumed. After returning to UA, 18 members of Class 1A walked the campus while carrying the burden of unspoken sorrow and persistent rumors. Word had already gotten out somehow. Not only of the League's downfall. Not only the harm. Midoriya, however. UA's black sheep. Someone from Class 1D had called him that, most likely some conceited bully from high school who was incapable of maturing. However, the moniker endured because many of them found it to be accurate. Quirkless had been Izuku Midoriya. It was true. And right now, he possessed a quirk that, in just a few minutes, had reduced an army of villains to ashes. The air in the corridors was oppressive. When they passed, conversations stopped. The side eyes persisted. Theories abound in the rumor mill. Some of them ludicrous, some unsettlingly realistic. Ochako Uraraka chose to ignore everything. She ignored the murmurs and rushed directly to her homeroom. Subdued and solemn, the others trailed behind. The classroom was utterly silent for once. No chit-chat. No joking in the morning. Not even Kaminari was humming a grating melody. Not only had the USJ incident followed them, but it permeated the air they breathed. And everyone was thinking about Izuku, sweet, awkward, relentless Izuku. They didn't have him with them. Not within the body. In spirit, no, but like ash on concrete, the picture of what he turned into was etched in their minds. They had observed him. They had also sensed his strength. And they had sensed something else. Fear. It was true, but it wasn't fair. It was impossible to understand what he became, what he unleashed. Because he was quirkless, some of them had mistreated him and even made fun of him. Others, such as Suyu and Iida, had attempted to shield him from disappointment by being reasonable and honest with him. However, being honest without empathy can be cruel in and of itself. Ochako was aware of that. Additionally, someone would be burned if Izuku could recall even half of what was said to him. Even though they struggled with words, Suyu and Iida had good hearts, so she didn't think it would be them. However, Kaminari? Even if you were to glue that boy's mouth shut, he would still say foolish things. Although he had no malicious intent, he had a unique ability to dig holes that he was unable to escape. Then there was Bakugo. Wrath and Pride's bastard lovechild. Ochako initially believed Katsuki Bakugo to be just another conceited jerk with a tragic past. Either he became brash to keep people away to protect himself, or he was trapped with classmates who only saw the negative implications of his quirk and treated him like a villain before they had a chance to get to know him. Oh, how mistaken she was. It was not long before that illusion broke. Bakugo was not only cruel, he took pleasure in it. He was fully aware of his strength and never passed up an opportunity to demonstrate it, whether it was through his voice or his quirk. His lifeblood is other people's attention, and he treats anyone who takes it away like the devil in human form. Deku is the primary target of his insecurities. It was unsettling how fixated he was on Deku. Unhealthy. Nearly intimate. Everyone was skeptical that a quirkless student would be enrolled in the hero course. However, Bakugo? He behaved as though Deku's very presence was a slight. He never gave up. Never give up. As if it were a sport, he tormented, made fun of, and chastised him. Bakugo continued to strike out even after the incident, when Midoriya was unconscious, his body scarred and radiating heat like a furnace. Had to be held in place. As if a savage dog were foaming at the mouth. Ochako was unable to ignore that moment. The venom in his voice was impossible to ignore. Bakugo was worse than Deku, whatever he had become. What about the irony? Aizawa's wounds had been healed by the flames of Midoriya. Their teacher's broken body had somehow been repaired by a fire that destroyed everything else. It was all illogical, not in Ochako, not to anybody. The door then slid open. As exhausted as ever, Shota Aizawa walked into the room, but there was no sign of any wounds. Not a bruise. Not a bandage. Just those sardonic eyes that looked around the room as if a soldier was tallying his remaining men. With his hands in his pockets, he moved to the front of the class. Good to see you all again. Nobody answered. Not to be disrespectful, simply exhaustion, numbness. He went on, no one's dropped out, that means something. It means you've all got potential. Ochako nearly grinned. That was practically a standing ovation coming from him. After a few more moments of silence, Aizawa got right to the point. I know what you want to ask. You want to know about Midoriya. Once more, the air became heavy. Bakugo tensed as well, his eyes low and his jaw tight. Well, you're going to get your answers. It was impossible to conceal the truth, no longer. Therefore, the Hero Public Safety Commission, Dean Nezu, and the top faculty decided that the students had to be informed. Each and every one. As a result, teachers spoke to each first-year homeroom at the same time throughout UA's expansive campus. Every classroom had the same atmosphere. Apprehension laced with uneasiness. Izuku Midoriya is not quirkless, Aizawa said in a calm, low voice. He never was. As of last week, it was made clear that there hasn't been a true quirkless for a very long time. Even Bakugo was silenced by that. When Aizawa tapped the screen behind him, a decades-old academic journal article appeared. It was yellowed and cracked, and it featured a black and white image of a stern-looking woman wearing a lab coat. Dr. Fujita Enma, a quirk geneticist, wrote The Devolved Salvation of Humanity 40 years ago. He clarified that she was ridiculed, dismissed as a pseudo-intellectual. The government at the time rejected her claims outright, but her theory has resurfaced. Ochako's hands shook beneath her desk. Dr. Enma claims that about a century after quirks first appeared, the truly quirkless humans went extinct. She called people who don't appear to have a quirk, sleepers. People whose quirks are just too strong or too conditional to show up in everyday situations. Kaminari asked in an unusually low voice, what's required to awaken these dormant quirks? They vary, Aizawa answered. Each case is unique. Some require an emotional trigger. Others, physical. But Midoriya's. He paused. Midoriya's quirk only activated after he died. Silently, the room cooled 10 degrees. Not near death. Not clinical flatlining. Actual death. Ochako shut her eyes. Behind her eyelids, the picture of Izuku's ruined body flashed. He has lost his head. He has limp arms. The smell of blood on fire. Beside her, Ashido whimpered softly. The fire then appeared. According to Aizawa, we've dubbed his quirk Heat Esper. It enables him to raise his internal temperature to extreme levels. High enough to rival Endeavor, maybe surpass him, and manipulate the heat psychically. Levitation, fire bursts, combustion shockwaves, even flight. He can also cause targets to experience one or more of the 5 known heat illnesses, heat syncope being the easiest to conjure. A tight voice said, "You're forgetting the craziest part," as Zero muttered. "No," Aizawa grimly replied. "I was getting to it. Heat Esper is not merely destructive. It recovers. Like a phoenix rising from its own ashes, Midoriya rebuilt his own shattered body, muscle, bone, tissue, and brain matter, in the USJ. Then he healed Aizawa with that same power. And he did it subconsciously. He stated he had no idea what he was doing, and just acted on pure instinct." With a voice as thin as tissue paper, Mina said, "So, slowly, is he in control now?" Aizawa gave a nod. Midoriya's mastery over Heat Esper is impressive, almost unnatural. He's still undergoing evaluation, but there hasn't been another incident. For now, he's under strict supervision, still on UA grounds. He did not specify where. Astute. A pause. Next, the unavoidable query. Bakugo yelled. Why didn't we know about this before? His voice broke with resentment and incredulity. Why didn't he know? Because no one knew. No one believed in the salvation, Aizawa stated bluntly. Not even Midoriya, who was led to believe for years what the masses believed to be true. Bakugo's hands on his desk clenched into fists. His eyes darted to the ground, shaking with a volatile emotion, perhaps fear or rage, or both. Aizawa inhaled deeply. We're telling you this so you understand what happened, but also because you need to be prepared. Midoriya will return to classes once evaluations are complete. He left that hanging. He is still a student, still one of you. There was more silence than before. When Ochako looked at her classmates, she saw a rift between those who could accept this and those who couldn't, not between good and bad. She couldn't decide whether she was more afraid of those who were envious of Izuku or those who were afraid of him. Vlad King, Class 1B. No, Monoma, this isn't a joke. Vlad King used more force than was necessary to slam the article onto the desk. Stop smirking. This is serious. Monoma's grin disappeared. Izuku Midoriya is living proof that Dr. Fujita was right. And for the record, the League of Villains, gone, burned away. Now nobody was laughing. Class 1C, Present Mike. Yo, kiddos, I know this is a lot to take in. The tone was less upbeat than usual. Present Mike did not yell. For once he was talking, really talking. You all remember the tremors, right? The burst of heat? That was Midoriya. His quirk activated. After death. I'm not exaggerating. With dark eyes, Shinso raised his head from his notebook. How did he die? Mike remained silent, not right away. Let's just say he made sure others didn't. Class 1D, at midnight. This world never stops surprising us, Midnight remarked quietly. A few pupils were clearly shaken. Not merely by the data, by the consequences. If Dr. Fujita was right, then all quirkless have a quirk lying in wait. But ask yourself. What would it take to awaken it? And would they survive the cost? Class 1A Mina asked the question no one wanted to ask aloud. Where is Midoriya now? Aizawa remained motionless. He's in containment. Being monitored, evaluated, and trained under faculty supervision. He hasn't left UA grounds. He's safe. Is he secure for us? Most of them wanted to ask that question, but none of them dared. They were unsure if Aizawa would provide them with a satisfactory response. Aizawa surveyed the area. I won't lie to you. This is honestly new territory for me. We never had a case of someone manifesting a quirk so old, and in my opinion, helping Midoriya overcome this change and not fully become a walking biohazard is to keep him confined for a longer period until he truly grasps his new abilities, but in hindsight that is actually immoral, so it was decided that he will be treated like any other student until anything else happens that warrants any drastic changes. Bakugo's fists were shaking and his breath was labored. I told you he was dangerous, he said in a low, guttural whisper. Ochako turned to face him, his jaw clenched. No, she thought. You didn't think he was dangerous. You feared that if he didn't have a quirk, he would outperform you. And he has now. Class 1A was surprised that they didn't have to wait very long. The very following day, Izuku Midoriya came back. No big announcement. Not a warning. Only the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps reverberated down the hall. All heads turned as the so-called quirkless boy who died at the USJ passed by them alive, transformed, and burning like something that was no longer fully human. The students had been buzzing since that morning, but now the halls were silent. It was oppressive to be around him, like being beside a walking industrial furnace. Yesterday's muttering Midoriya was no more. Heat emanated from this version in faint, mirage-like waves. His skin was not glowing, but it had a flush that was just below feverish, and his black and red eyes glowed like embers. He had a rigid, controlled gait, as if each stride had been precisely timed to avoid breaking the floor. To block out distractions, Izuku wore earbuds with noise cancellation. No matter what anyone said about him, he didn't want to hear it. And what if someone did try to talk to him? He wouldn't even recoil. His gaze would speak for itself. Even the more courageous students avoided him because of his new appearance, which made him appear like a living warning sign. Naturally, though, they continued to converse. That's Midoriya. Number way. He looks like he's about to explode. I heard he actually did. That's how his quirk activated. Did you see his file? They're calling it Heat Esper. The guy died and came back with a power that melted villains, and we laughed at him. Some uttered it in amazement. Envious people. Some are guilty. Others, in terror. The devolved salvation theory was now fully understood by the student body, and all of the world's quirkless children no longer seemed so innocent. Monoma, a member of Class 1B, crossed her arms and scowled from the corner of the hallway. TCH. Of course, it had to be him. The living punchline. Shinso from 1C remained silent, but his clenched jaw conveyed a lot. His eyes narrowed as he watched Midoriya go by, his face unreadable. But when the murmurs reached 1A's classroom, Minoru Mineta simply sank farther into his seat. He would never forget the embarrassment of being expelled on the first day in Midoriya's place. And right now, his replacement returned as Endeavor's second incarnation, minus the PR staff. However, the villains were the most repulsive thing on everyone's mind. They're all dead. All of the teachers had seen the video, but they would not formally confirm anything. There was nothing left of the unforeseen simulation joint. Charred to the ground. There was not even a skeleton left. The implication was obvious. They had all been killed by Midoriya, who had just been resurrected and was rushing with unbridled power. The unsettling aspect was that it might have been his quirk's idle mode. Compared to fire, fear spreads more quickly. Whispers that perhaps Midoriya wasn't so irascible. Perhaps he would recall the people who made fun of him, and harassed him. They might come next. The teachers had a difficult task ahead of them. The fact that UA had failed to keep villains off campus was bad enough. One of their own pupils had now turned into a living weapon. Izuku discovered someone there when he arrived at his homeroom door. Uraraka Ochako. Always aware of the point at which her quirk was activated, she stood with her back to the door, her arms folded tightly across her chest, and her fingers twitching but never touching. She appeared nervous. Pale. Still, she waited. Izuku came to a halt a short distance away from her. Her face brightened as soon as she saw him, though her smile faltered. Duh, she hesitated. Midoriya. Hey. Izuku took a while to respond. He simply gazed at her. Looked really good. She was still unable to focus her full attention on his. Her smile was not as big as it usually was. He didn't hold her accountable. Even his mother found it difficult to gaze at him. Inko appeared to be staring at a demon-possessed corpse when she first saw him after he had risen from the dead. Something in him broke as a result. Uraraka appeared to be managing it more effectively, which was noteworthy. He took his earbuds out slowly. The noise from the hallway crept back in. You didn't have to wait, Izuku remarked. Ochako gave a shrug. Didn't feel right going in without you. That response shouldn't have been so harsh, but it was. In his chest, something warm struggled to the top of the storm. He wanted her to know that she didn't have to act fake. That simply because they had spoken a few times, she didn't need to smile at him. However, the words refused to escape. Perhaps because he secretly wished not to tell her. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling of normalcy and kindness. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Uraraka felt like his first true friend. Not like Bakugo. Bakugo was never liked. Still, he had a sneaking suspicion that she would leave as well. Finally. Perhaps not right now, perhaps not tomorrow, but eventually. And he was more afraid of that thought than he was of dying. But he would cling to this moment until that day, if it ever came. Ochako pushed open the door. You ready? Izuku nodded slightly. Let's get this over with. He entered the space. Izuku had been hit all his life. Beaten down by society, fate, and those who ought to have kept him safe. He used to think it would be sufficient to just endure it all, to smile through it. Then he passed away, and at last, in death, he realized. Strength was not endurance, it was fighting back. And he was going to strike with greater force than before. Then again, evidently, Izuku had to confront his other nemesis before he could strike anything. Awkwardness. Don't be afraid, not rage, just utterly intolerable social awkwardness. No matter how much his body temperature increased, he was unable to defeat the demon of silence and sidelong glances. Izuku repeatedly reminded himself that his 1A classmates weren't horrible individuals. They had good intentions. Except for Bakugo, they didn't think he was a nasty or malevolent person. In a field of maybes, that one exception stood out like a red flag. However, the same dysfunctional society had shaped even those good people. In a world where being quirkless meant you were nothing and having power made you a hero. They certainly didn't question that belief, but they also didn't create it. They had written Izuku off from the first time they met him as a result, treated him as though he were a system error. It had only been 3 days since they had met him. It was barely enough time to establish a friendship, 3 days of courteous indifference, subtle dismissals, and the odd backhanded comment. Perhaps, though, there will be enough time to start over, to revise their initial assessment of him. The illusion vanished as soon as he entered the classroom. They went cold. The moment they got a good look at him, he could feel them all tensing up like a coiled spring. Not just the way he looks, but the atmosphere surrounding him. Like being too close to a volcano that hadn't erupted yet, they sensed the heat even though they couldn't feel it. Of course, Heat Esper had enough control to keep the room from being burned by his flames. Like a vented turbine, the heat was forced upward and outward while the internal pressure was controlled. However, it was impossible to ignore the immense potential energy radiating from him. Nezu had warned him clearly not to completely suppress the quirk. Now it was his lifeline. Similar to a nuclear reactor that requires continuous exhaust, one mistake and boom. Thus, the answer is yes. Everything was under control. However, they were unable to ignore it. Izuku also lacked the self-control to speak. Not because I'm afraid, not because of guilt. He didn't want to say anything to them, though. He went to his designated spot, directly behind Bakugo, and sat silently, eyes forward, fists relaxed. Izuku noticed the strain in Katsuki's shoulders even though he remained motionless. The fingers twitch, yearning for a spark. As usual. The door slid open just as the silence was about to break. Good, Aizawa said bluntly as he strode in. Everyone's here. Focus. Lessons start now. The Eraserhead saved him. Izuku didn't care to hear what Bakugo was muttering under his breath. It didn't matter for once. His priorities had shifted, and the next conflict had already been planned. Later, there was silence during lunch. Izuku sat by himself at the cafeteria's edge, away from the commotion. A long way from them. Nobody liked the corner seat next to one of the booths that resembled stables because the vent was broken and it was always a bit too warm. Ideal for him. Ochako had offered to have dinner with him once more. She did it every time. However, Izuku had politely declined. He didn't want to risk it, not because he didn't want her company. He was surrounded by too volatile air. He didn't want her in the blast radius in case something went wrong. She looked at him, feeling hurt, perplexed, yet sympathetic. In the end, she was seated alongside Momo, Mina, Jiro, Hagakure, and Asui, the other girls. Izuku could sense it from his seat. Eyes. Observing. Assessing. Whispering. He remained unflinching. He didn't raise his head. He was not required to. He could feel them now. Beyond fire, Heat Esper had unlocked more. He could now detect emotional frequencies in the air, perhaps because of the special interplay between thermal output and neurokinetic resonance. Not ideas, not recollections, simple, in-the-moment feeling. It would be similar to hearing every string suddenly out of tune while in an instrument room. Fear, condemnation, everything was anticipated. Envy was the last thing he anticipated. It wasn't dim, it was all over, a current in the emotional fog that was odd and bitter. It's not all antagonistic, a portion of it, annoyed. Some people are resentful, but it's all jealous. And he got it. Without a quirk, he had entered the hero course. Went farther than most people with them. Became more powerful than most people could have ever imagined. And right now, they would never be able to catch up to him now. They were jealous, of course. It didn't make swallowing any easier. Then, however, a single signal pierced the others like a bullet. Burning, rancid, destructive jealousy. Bakugo. Izuku glanced up just enough to see him eating as if he were tearing the food apart in his mouth while seated a few tables over, staring directly ahead. The hands were clenched. Unconsciously, quirk was sparking in his hands. Izuku had been attempting to comprehend him for years. Looked for the positive. Tried to persuade himself that that friendship might still be salvageable. Heat Esper, however, was telling him the truth, malice in its purest form. Envy was nothing new. The USJ did not give birth to it. Before it reached Ua, it had been festering in Katsuki for years, even prior to Izuku's quirk. Katsuki detested the fact that Izuku was still standing after everything. Continue trying. And now, with the ability to dominate him, he was worse than a volcano on the verge of erupting. Izuku swallowed calmly, feeling nothing. Don't be angry, just some clarity. The friendship with Katsuki Bakugo had ended. No longer a competitor. Izuku's entire life was in danger from him, and the future fire hero had no more tolerance for him. If luck would permit, They would finally engage in combat on a battlefield where no holds would be barred at the upcoming sports festival. No educators to stop them. No friends to step in. Just the facts, and a long overdue reckoning. Izuku had almost forgotten about the planned foundational training sessions with All Might because he had been so overcome by emotional turmoil. He was not optimistic. Their most recent encounter had been tense at best and awkward at worst. Even though he and Ochako had technically defeated Asui and Tokiyami in their battle trial match, it had felt meaningless, like eating dust and calling it a meal. Nevertheless, today's exercise might yield something beneficial. They had summoned Class 1A back to the PE combat drill grounds. Izuku showed up wearing a new costume. His mother had lovingly sewed him a jumpsuit for his first outfit, which was sentimental and symbolic but ridiculous to the support course, who refused to give him any official attire while he was quirkless. Right now, he designed the new costume himself. It was combat-focused, practical, and form-fitting. It was an upgraded version of his previous full-body jumpsuit. The light green had vanished, replaced by a sharp, vivid electric emerald hue. There were jagged crimson markings that suggested flame in place of the white outlines. His boots and red belt, which were recognizable markers of his identity, were still there, but his gloves were now black with twin red stripes, more somber and militant. At his neck hung a diamond-shaped respirator with 8 open holes for ventilation. The exposed circular vents on his shoulders and forearms, which were intended to safely expel steam from his overheating body, were the most striking feature. Technically, it wasn't the first costume that was presented to him. Eventually, the support course gave in and created one specifically for his altered form, but Izuku destroyed it, directly in front of them. Izuku's refusal to grant Power Loader what he hadn't specifically asked for had caused a rare outburst of resentment. It had been his first intentional act of rebellion against Yue's treatment of him. Nezu, the principal, ignored it. Izuku was still getting used to it, still in mourning. However, the present attire. It felt natural. Under the cloth, his own skin no longer writhed. It didn't resist the substance or burn. Not only was this suit functional, but it also had a homey feel. The lesson for today was simple. Close combat sparring. A move toward pure efficiency rather than rescue strategies. After the League's attack, Izuku felt the emotions of All Might pressing down on him. Uncertainty, regret, and a desire to make amends. Tactically, it made sense. However, it also meant that the greatest symbol of hope in the world was beginning to think like Bakugo, according to Izuku. And that was extremely risky. Nevertheless, he accepted it. A match was a match. He was pitted against Kirishima as well. The hardening student attempted to maintain a light-hearted tone by saying, "Hey, I'll treat you like a man, Midoriya. Let's go all out, yeah." Izuku remained silent. He did not give a nod. Didn't flinch. Simply waited for the signal while remaining emotionless and unreadable. The call came from All Might. Kirishima was the first to move, sprinting with impressive speed and aiming a strong right hook at Midoriya's cheek. It didn't succeed. With unbelievable accuracy, Izuku turned sideways, his feet moving across the field like mercury on glass. Izuku's gloved hands grabbed his opponent's outstretched arm, one on the wrist and the other just above the elbow, and pulled before Kirishima could recover. A controlled takedown that was hard but not damaging sent Kirishima crashing to the ground with a twist and a slight bend in the knees. The spectators fell silent. Suyu squinted at them. "That's the same move he used on me during the battle trials," she murmured. It was not a pleasant memory. Even worse was the reminder. More stunned by the shock than by the pain, Kirishima moaned. Izuku said softly, "Thought you wanted an equal fight," barely containing his boiling water voice. "Yet you attacked me without using your quirk." With a nervous laugh, Kirishima got up and brushed away the dirt. "All right then, let's make it fair." Kirishima let out a sharp breath and triggered his quirk. His muscles bulked and solidified, and his skin hardened, crackling into jagged rock. He changed his position, prepared for a serious battle. The banter had stopped. Midoriya's shoulders hissed with steam, and there were no more smiles. And a faint glimmer of heat encircling his body. With her fists clenched, Kirishima lunged once more, pushing forward with greater force. He was completely prepared for Midoriya to dodge. After all, that's what he did during the battle trials. Sharp and slippery, like human smoke. Izuku, however, did not move. He remained motionless. Kirishima's hardened fist struck Izuku's left cheek with full force and without hesitation before he could slow his momentum. Everyone was shocked by the outcome because Midoriya remained motionless. No reaction, no stagger, not even a blink. Kirishima felt as though he had just punched a wall of tempered steel that was wrapped in fire, even though the blow landed flush. He recoiled with a sharp gasp and clenched his knuckles as a heat pulse shot up his arm. He had a burning hand, deeply scorched beneath the hardened skin, but not obviously damaged. The rest of the class was silent and wide-eyed as they stared. Was that it? Though not as powerful as Todoroki or as explosive as Bakugo, Kirishima had been one of 1A's more physically striking members. When the USJ attacked, he held his own. He wasn't frail. However, his blow had been ineffective. Not even a hand had been raised by Izuku. He can't be harmed. Kaminari questioned. All Might watched silently from the sidelines, his usual thunderous presence gone. Instead, he provided the class with a brief summary of what they had just seen in a rare moment of composure and clarity. Heat Esper is more than just heat and telekinesis. Young Midoriya's quirk also allows him to absorb and manipulate kinetic energy. From physical strikes or from the excess heat he naturally emits, he stores it like a capacitor, then converts it to strength, speed, and durability. It's incredibly adaptable. Then came whispers, shouts of amazement and incredulity. Before they could ask any more questions, Izuku was behind Kirishima without warning. He did this in a split second, faster than any of them could follow. No flash was present, not a flare, just motion, a single slash to the back. The force was tremendous even though the strike was not meant to cause harm. Kirishima's feet lifted an inch off the ground before plummeting back down as his body jerked forward. Upon impact, his hardened skin broke into spiderweb patterns and dissolved into sweat, deactivating his quirk. Dazed but conscious, he fell to his knees. No major wounds, no blood. However, the game was over. In that exact manner, reliable and tough, Kirishima was decisively lost. All Might let out a soft breath, clearly relieved that things didn't get worse. He intervened to assist Kirishima in standing up and led him to a bench for rest. The redhead, attempting to maintain his dignity, gave Midoriya a shaky thumbs up. Izuku did not reciprocate the gesture. Everyone else in the class couldn't take their eyes off it. They had witnessed the destructive power of Heat Esper in its wildest form. However, they now perceived it as cold and restrained, lead. And that frightened them even more. He hadn't even perspired. Was he in complete control already? Was this only the beginning of a worse situation? Bakugo was most troubled by that thought. Teeth clenched, arms crossed. Observing Deku, stand quietly with that frightful silence. Excitement was lacking, no arrogance, just a silent computation. Something in Bakugo's stomach burst at the sight. To be angry would be an understatement. He was not given the opportunity to fight him. How could Deku display such strength without even looking at him? Sensing that tension was building in the class, All Might called the next match. Asui, Zero, you're up. Training started up again. Momentum came back. The shock subsided a little. Midoriya later faced off against Sato. A test of unadulterated power against whatever Midoriya had evolved into. It ended before it began. Even with sugar added, Sato was unable to achieve success. After dodging one blow, Izuku grabbed Sato's arm, lifted him off the ground, and threw him 10 meters across the field with a flick of his hips. It wasn't even difficult. He appeared exhausted, not even irate. In a similar vein, repeatedly taking the same test wears one out. Sato groaned as he fell hard to the ground, more mortified than hurt. For the remainder of the class, it was just another minor, unmemorable phase in their training. Regarding Midoriya, an interminable waste of time. What about Bakugo? A slight. It was intolerable to see Deku pitted against people who weren't him, as if they were deserving of opposing what he ought to be personally crushing. Todoroki appeared unimpressed as well. The lost chance, not Izuku's strength. With shot certain that his right side would win, he had hoped to test his ice against another fire wielder and determine which was better. At Ua University, classes had ended for the day, and it was time to head home. Iida took charge as usual, reminding the class of the things they should and shouldn't do before they returned the following day. Though Yaoyorozu technically held that title, he did it with all the vigor of a true class representative. It didn't deter him, not that anyone was paying much attention. Despite his best efforts to persuade himself that his bossiness was valued, the glazed expressions of the other members of 1A told him otherwise. Perhaps Uraraka still made fun of him. However, that was most likely just a result of her being courteous to everyone. However, given what had transpired, Perhaps she had finally developed a backbone. After the incident, everyone was required to attend therapy, particularly for those who witnessed Midoriya's ordeal, witnessed him lose his head. Literally, 3 of them took the same ride home as they began to filter out of UA's tall halls. Despite not living in the same neighborhood, Ochako and Izuku boarded the same train because it was a convenient route for them both. Tsuyu also joined them. Iida had accompanied them on their first train ride together, but that didn't work out. He had begun traveling in a different direction after voicing his strong opinions about Izuku's former self, which clashed with Midoriya's astute new resolve. Since the incident, Izuku wasn't sure if that had changed. He hadn't looked. It was just him, Asui, and Uraraka today. Tsuyu had previously stated that she had a driver's license and that her parents had given her a car as a gift for enrolling in UA, but she had never explained why she continued to take the train. Izuku was too indifferent to inquire. The girls avoided discussing heroics and instead engaged in light conversation. The trauma was still being processed by them. Knowing that Ochako lived alone, Tsuyu kindly offered her a room, saying it would be just her and her siblings. Ochako smiled politely and declined. Izuku was aware of the reality, despite her insistence that she was doing well on her own. He sensed her feelings, not only the superficial kind, but the essence of them as well. Uraraka's long-standing fears of poverty penetrated her like a cold iron. It wasn't corrosive, though. She didn't become desperate or cunning like a gold digger or worse because of it. Rather, it motivated her to keep going and pursue her goals of success on her own terms. No shortcuts, not charity. At least he won't tell lies to himself. That type of fire. It was hot. Ochako was the first to leave when the train reached her stop. Ochako waved to her friends and said, "See you guys tomorrow," before leaving. Izuku said, "Ah, Uraraka, please don't forget the anti-nausea supplements I recommended for you. Ginger, peppermint, banana, crackers, and anything with electrolytes can help you handle the side effects of zero gravity like your costume can," with a hint of sternness in his voice. She thumbed him up appreciatively. That small gesture had sparked their relationship. He felt as though perhaps someone had noticed him for the first time after showing her, and only her, his quirk analysis notebook. That there was value in his knowledge. That he had some value. And even better, the cost of his nausea treatment was extremely low. Just the way she preferred it. There are now only 2 passengers remaining. On one side, Izuku sat by himself. Conversely, Tsuyu. It felt heavier than it should have to be between them. Not that he didn't like her. She wasn't a nasty individual. However, it was difficult to forget what she said during the battle trials. More difficult to forgive. As the train hummed along and he watched the shadows dance past the windows, he made an effort to ignore her. Tsuyu initially appeared to be content to remain silent. But she wasn't like that. She was too accepting, too truthful. After a while, she spoke carefully and softly, attempting to see the bright side of everything that had transpired between them. Since Izuku interrupted her, she shouldn't have. His voice was loud enough and sharp enough to stop the car, but it wasn't a shout. "Don't." Startled, Tsuyu blinked. It was more raw than she had anticipated. That chilly. Nevertheless, she gave it another go. Another effort to close the gap, perhaps to make her ideas more clear. However, he prevented her. The nickname, her nickname, dripped with disappointment, almost contempt. "We are not friends, Tsu. Nothing is altered by this quirk. I am aware that I never required one to be a hero. And now that I have one, it will take more than a few clumsy excuses to win my favor. I'm cutting off our connections, if they ever existed, but I don't hate you or most of our classmates. If we run into each other again in the future, it will only be out of professional courtesy." That permanently silenced her. Tsuyu stared straight ahead, hands in her lap, clearly shaken, not from fear of an attack, but from the implication, as the train continued to move silently but tensely. She was aware that sometimes her tendency to express her thoughts out loud can backfire, so perhaps she should have been more tactful in her attempt to persuade Midoriya that quirks were necessary for heroics. She doesn't regret what she said, but in retrospect, perhaps she ought to have let the teachers decide who should and shouldn't be in charge of that. After all, the dean himself stated that Midoriya alone had the authority to decide whether to stay or go. Tsuyu is unsure of the future of the class dynamic, but she has a feeling that Midoriya will do more than turn down any goodwill gesture from someone who isn't Uraraka. She only hopes he doesn't go nuclear again, at least not on them. Shota Aizawa was not enjoying life, or even having a good time. For as long as he has been a teacher at UA, he has adhered to a strict personal code on how to mold the next generation of heroes. In spite of the public's perception that he is a heartless, uncaring teacher, the truth is more nuanced. Aizawa does feel regret for many of the students he has expelled over the years, but he also holds fast to his conviction that a harsh wake-up call at an early age can prevent them from making bigger mistakes later. Hero work requires more than talent, it demands resolve. However, this current batch, Class 1A, was different. Of the 19 students under his supervision, 18 had already demonstrated their potential. Even that shameless little pervert, Minoru Mineta, showed surprising creativity with his otherwise unimpressive quirk. At first, Aizawa wanted to keep Mineta around in the hopes that he would undergo psychological castration and be given some decency, and that the girls in the class would, in turn, develop the kind of iron will required to stand their ground in a world full of creeps. He would never punish any of them for delivering some well-deserved justice. Of course, that is not how things turned out. And then there was the boy who defied reason, Izuku Midoriya. However, quirks are a part of a hero's toolkit, always available, unlike a piece of support gear that can be lost or broken. Midoriya trained his body, true, and his physique wasn't just for show, he could jump, throw, and hold his own in short bursts. But without a quirk, Aizawa saw him as dead weight in a profession that left no room for idealism. That's why he has always been skeptical of people who rely too much on their quirks. Nezu disagreed, preferring to let Midoriya make his own decisions. The reasoning was that if the boy couldn't keep up with heroic training, he would eventually break under the weight of failure and walk away, but that never happened. Instead, Izuku died, and was reborn into something new. It should have been the right decision to deny him entry into the hero course despite his strong performance in that ridiculous entrance exam. The boy without a quirk now possessed one strong enough to compete with All Mights. The villain hadn't even aimed at the students. It could have hit Uraraka, Ashido, Shoji, Sato, or Asui, who was in Izuku's arms at the time, and none of them had the skin-hardening quirks that might have saved them. The truth was harsh. Any of them could have died, not because they weren't prepared, but because Ua wasn't. Aizawa wanted to say that the only reason Midoriya survived was because this dormant quirk had finally awakened. And now, Midoriya now possesses a quirk, which he is learning at an alarmingly rapid pace. He trains harder than anyone else, performs better, and rarely holds back, but something in him has changed. Aizawa can see it. He's a good kid, still decent at heart, but disappointed. Disillusioned. Midoriya built his entire identity on becoming a hero without a quirk. Now that he has one, that foundation feels like a joke. There are no longer any grounds to kick him out, and every reason to keep him in. Aizawa usually laughs at the notion that pro-heroes need therapy, but in Midoriya's case, it might be too late. The boy is a ticking time bomb, especially since his relationship with his classmates hasn't really improved since the incident. Fortunately, there hasn't been any real animosity, apart from Bakugo, whose actions remain dangerously out of control, but his only regular contact seems to be with Uraraka, and even that feels more like quiet understanding than true friendship. Aizawa doesn't think he would intentionally harm his classmates, but yes, Midoriya burned the League of Villains alive, but that was an accident, and he was obviously shaken when told what had happened. Still, something feels off. He worries that he's not prepared for what's ahead, and this year could be the worst of his career. When Katsuki Bakugo said, "No, no, no," he was in hell. The eagerly awaited UA Sports Festival had begun. He had been looking forward to this moment since he was a young boy, his chance to shine in front of the world. It was a fantastic chance to demonstrate his dominance and convince everyone that he was destined to surpass All Might himself and become the next #1 hero. He was even selected to deliver the student pledge, and in front of all the cameras and viewers, he declared, "I'm going to win." Naturally, the extras were upset, but they didn't care, they never had. He and his unending run of successes were all that mattered. However, that was not the case. Rather, the first round of the festival, the obstacle course, was won by Deku, that freak, that quirkless nerd-turned-monster. By the time anyone realized what was going on, he had already crossed the finish line. He didn't just win, he flew through it, destroying every villain bot and trap set up to stop them. It couldn't be happening. It was too fast, too far too fast, faster than any pro-hero Katsuki could think of. The next round, the cavalry battle, would be his salvation. Only 16 students would make it through this phase. Deku would undoubtedly be branded as the 10 million point target. No one would want to team with him. The field would devour him. He felt himself slipping into a daze, his mind fraying at the edges, but he persevered. Once more, incorrect. Even though every team in the stadium was watching them, Round Cheeks, that foolish brunette, stayed by his side without hesitation or fear. Katsuki laughed, certain that she would regret it because it was just her and Deku, and they would fall apart in a matter of minutes. But destiny had other ideas, and Deku prevailed once more. Deku, the horse that carries Round Cheeks, and her team surrounded themselves in a barrier of scalding air as soon as things got heated, literally. Katsuki and anyone else who dared approach were flung away by an unseen force, such as telekinesis, but it made no difference, the outcome was the same, untouchable. Thanks to the cunning of that arrogant jerk, Nito Monoma from Class 1B, Bakugo and his worthless teammates barely managed to place fourth. The fact that Todoroki also lost was the only solace in this whole mess. Shoto's refusal to embrace his fire always disgusted Katsuki, but look where it got him, brought low by a nobody. Ashamed to himself, to his class, to Endeavor. He attempted to defeat Deku with his weak-ass ice, but was sniped at the last second by a nobody from 1C with a brainwashing quirk. However, that was insufficient to quench the raging fire within Bakugo. Once more, he had lost to Deku. And it was killing him. To make matters worse, the audience was applauding him and them. Deku and his fucking girlfriend celebrated as if they were heroes, as if they had earned the privilege, as if this was all real, and as if they were superior to him. It was a dream, a falsehood. This shouldn't be taking place. However, it was. Katsuki sat in a boiling storm of humiliation as the students scattered for lunch, getting ready for the festival's last round, the real one, the one-on-one competition. Deku then approached, not charging, not boasting, just walking, almost past him. He paused and said, "Smile for the cameras." Startled, Katsuki blinked. "What?" he asked in a bewildered rather than angry manner. Deku's expression was unreadable, calm, cold, and focused. "You heard what I said. The final round is a tournament," he said, grinning and nodding toward the arena. "A place where prodigies can show off their skills. Because nobody will forget it, make sure you present your best self." Katsuki was left speechless, his breath caught halfway up his throat, as he abruptly left. He had not even been given time to react, but had been left to think about what Deku had said without being able to come up with a response. Kyudai Garaki was in hell, and he had voluntarily chosen to be there. Ostracization, scorn, and silence were the price of genius. After all, a world that disregarded his genius, disregarded his cautions about the real threat posed by quirks, and dismissed him like a lunatic almost 2 centuries ago. The truth had only been seen by one man, the king of demons. Garaki had given him everything, including his loyalty, his soul, and his original quirk. In exchange, he received not only longevity but also a unique purpose and a position alongside the only being deserving of transforming the world into a realm of reason and power. Together, they would bring order to the chaos. Garaki had established himself as a man the great all-for-one could always rely on, and his genius had never once brought his master down. Every plan, experiment, and calculation he made was flawless. So far, Garaki felt the weight of the judgment on him, even though it wasn't his hand that destroyed their most important operation, the one intended to finally reclaim One for All. Shigaraki Tamura had passed away. Tamura had been sent to kill All Might along with that group of misfit recruits from the stupidly named League of Villains. The mission was meant to be symbolic, personal, and poetic, and Garaki had given them every advantage. One of his finer creations, a high-tier Nomu, a creature created especially to match the number 1 hero's waning power. A student, a quirkless boy, who had awakened and killed Zen's chosen heir, Tamura himself, and decimated his men in the process, defeated it. It should have worked, should have ended there. Garaki had witnessed his master's rage before, but this time was different. Had it not been for his own physical decline, Zen Shigaraki would have burned a city to the ground as payback, and in all honesty, Garaki thought he would have left no survivors. Garaki was relieved that Tamura was dead, even though it would have been terrifying. Tamura had never been worthy of inheriting the Demon King's will, much less acting as the conduit for their ultimate goal, the union of all for one and one for all. For symbolic reasons, however, Zen had insisted that he twist the knife in All Might's heart and desecrate Nana Shimura's legacy by making her grandson the greatest monster in the world. A small waste. Garaki was confident that his master would regain his composure, as he always did, and that there would be other contenders who were stronger, more adaptable, and better. And despite this catastrophe, there were two minor triumphs. First, one of Garaki's best creations, Kurogiri, had escaped before the fire consumed him. He was still faithful and intact, and although he had failed to protect Tamura, neither Zen nor Garaki would punish him because they both understood the meaning of loss for creations like him. Second, it had been established that humanity had been saved by devolution. Dr. Fujita Enma, Garaki's brilliant great-grandniece, wrote the grand thesis. Another voice was silenced for attempting to warn the world, and another mind was mocked by the blind and ignorant. The quirk singularity, the unavoidable collapse, was something she had anticipated. Inspired by Garaki's own discoveries, her work aimed to prevent the impending apocalypse. More specifically, she attempted to safeguard the quirkless by referring to them as sleepers, and treating them as equals. His warnings about the singularity must also have been validated if her salvation had been. Nevertheless, the world continued to refuse to pay attention, repeatedly selecting the cozy lie over the intolerable reality. Well, whatever. When the world adopted meta-abilities, it turned into hell, and only one man was capable of ruling over that hell and restoring order to it. God or Satan, Garaki would ensure that vision materialized before it was too late in the Demon King, all for one. For he knew in his heart that time was running out. Garaki went into the room, where Zen Shigaraki, the Demon King, sat in the faint half-light, sleeping but alert. Despite the fact that he lacked eyes, the variety of quirks he possessed made up for these shortcomings, allowing him to see the world with frightening clarity through a precise and intentional combination of sensory abilities. That vision was now focused on the UA Sports Festival, which was illuminated by multiple monitors in front of him. Kyudai Garaki was already aware of what and, more crucially, who his master was observing. Tamura was killed by an Izuku boy, who also revealed the devolved salvation. Neither Zen nor Garaki had ever been fond of this absurd display of commercialized quirk worship and youthful bluster, but this year. Heat Esper, Midoriya's quirk, was a marvel of potential and deceit. To the naive, who sadly comprised the majority of humanity, it seemed as though he possessed several abilities, but in reality, it was just one: telekinesis, shaped by heat, refined with creativity, and used with devastating finesse. It was broad, versatile, and dangerous. It was also clear that he would prevail. There was no question that he would rule the sports festival. Sensing the inevitable, Garaki dared to inquire, should we start organizing his recovery? As long as the momentum is still new. No, let UA have their turn. Zen answered icily and definitively. The league was in ruins, a hollow shell before it could even leave its mark, and it would take time and new blood to rebuild from the ashes. There was no rush in his voice, just ice. Garaki understood and made no more objections. Garaki sensed the darkness stirring inside Zen as he slowly turned his head, disfigured and unreadable, toward his right-hand man. Bring me my mask. Garaki moved without hesitation across the room to a huge metallic case that was tucked away in the corner. He pressed a button, and the case unfolded into 4 smooth segments, revealing the monstrosity inside. A respirator mask in the shape of a skull, navy blue, with angular tubes that branch out from the top like horns and connect to a broad, collar-like life support system that fits around the wearer's neck. It was his master's lifeline, grotesque, beautiful, and functional. Zen Shigaraki was unable to survive without mechanical assistance due to the devastating injuries All Might had inflicted upon him years prior, but this piece, this mask, gave him restricted freedom, mobility, and presence when he himself needed to act. But it was a painful process to put it on. Garaki repositioned, tightened, and sealed the apparatus for almost 3 minutes, and Zen finally emerged, if only briefly, from the brittle prison of hospital tubes and machines. The question then arose, did they discover it? Yes, my lord, our agents found the compound of Shihasaikai. It's where Kai Chisaki lives. Garaki nodded. Good. Then Garaki, always the cautious voice of reason, took another chance. Are you certain that you have to go? It would be foolish to underestimate someone like Chisaki, even though he might be weaker than you. I know what I'm doing, Zen said, turning to face him, his face hidden behind the mask. I should have taken his quirk when I had the chance, but I made a mistake long ago. Do you recall the reason we didn't? The boy was too erratic. Overhaul, his quirk, was too complicated to master, much less steal safely. Garaki scowled, and the attempts I made to replicate it could have been better, if only I had more time and the stupid former Yakuza leader hadn't torn him away. Boy, must he regret doing that? Garaki asked. That could be. However, we are no longer able to exercise patience. You'll make something that can use overhaul if I can't. Zen nodded slowly. Garaki said, I'll take the week off from the Jaku hospital to make sure the next high-end is ready for overhaul, without protest. All right. In any case, Zen went on, his voice a hollow echo behind the mask, every power that matters will be claimed by all for one. As it ought to be at all times. Hell was where Katsuki Bakugo was stranded. As the eighth man in the lineup, he faced Deku's lapdog, Round Cheeks herself, in the opening match of the tournament round of the UA Sports Festival. Weak, in his opinion, a second-rate quirk wrapped in schoolgirl optimism, but Katsuki opted for caution because, despite her frailty, there was a genuine spark in her eyes that he couldn't quite shake. But to the audience, it was savagery. They booed him, disgusted by the display of brutality, as if they had never touched him in their lives. He fought her the only way he knew how, decisively. He was fortunate to have a hobo teacher named Aizawa who told it like it was, a fair fight. However, the screens glitched at that point, so the reprimand didn't stop the tide. There were no longer any replays of tournament matches, and the stadium's jumbotrons, which broadcast to the entire world, flickered violently and changed. Rather, something darker took center stage. Recordings of Katsuki Bakugo abusing quirk regulation laws and terrorizing classmates started to play one by one. The clips were from middle school and high school, and each one is a damning testimony. A kick to a girl's back knocked her off a bench. An explosion slammed a heteromorph against a hallway wall. A locker slammed shut with a shaking child pinned inside. An explosion, so close, ringing in ears, drawing screams, a punch to the gut of a begging student. Izuku Midoriya was always the silent victim and the primary target, and everything was done with sadistic joy and without any regret. Throughout the stadium and the entire world, gasps were heard. The golden boy of UA was a monster. The public howled, commentators stumbled, and the answer was obvious: talent, power, and potential. How could this bully, this villain in waiting, have been accepted into the world's most prestigious hero university? And now that bare excuse was as flimsy and corrupt as the system it supported. Katsuki Bakugo was not supposed to live in this world, he was supposed to be idolized and destined to be number one, not tarnished like a criminal all over the world. Then it occurred to me. Deku. Bakugo's rage flared, and he shot his gaze toward the stadium's Class 1A section, there. Deku sat, watching it all play out. He had done this, he must have. Who else? Deku. Reason was swallowed by rage, and he shot into the air, hurtling toward his adversary. He didn't make it, though. Izuku moved like a ghost. No, faster than he had anticipated, and was already behind Bakugo when a hand grabbed the back of his neck, causing Bakugo's body temperature to drop quickly as the cold penetrated his skin and sank into his bones. The first signs of hypothermia, he recalled now. Deku had mentioned it once, that he could absorb heat from the outside, that Bakugo had laughed it off, that it was something he could easily get over, just like everything else. Right now, Izuku, dropped him like a discarded toy, causing his body to slam into the seats next to their classmates. For a brief moment, everything was silent, but then anger battled through the cold, and Bakugo stood, trembling and blazing with hatred, trying to explode. Nothing took place. Izuku looked down, still floating above them all, calm, focused, and icy. You forgot something, Kachan, he said calmly, because those explosions require sweat. However, you're not perspiring at the moment, are you? A smirk. Another gasp from the audience. I suggest you simmer down, and smile for the cameras. Izuku descended, leaving Bakugo shivering and humiliated as he moved to assist the unconscious Ochako. The implication was brutal. The truth was obvious, and Katsuki only made himself look worse by attacking his favorite victim once more, this time in front of a crowd. Yes, everything was planned. Yes, Izuku Midoriya had faced his old classmates, brought the truth to light, and transformed the sports festival stage into a trial by fire and ice. Bakugo Katsuki's fate was set, and a monster like him would never be accepted again in this world that was so keen to produce heroes. I'm the guy who always has a smile on his face, right? I am the peace symbol. Everyone must believe that I'm fearless. To be honest, though, I smile to hide my fear. I just put on a brave front when things get tough. It's not an easy job. Pro-heroes must constantly put their lives in danger. I genuinely don't think you can be a hero without a quirk because some villains can't be defeated without abilities. Izuku Midoriya walked aimlessly through the streets, his feet dragging as if burdened by the truth he had just been forced to accept, the words echoing in his head like a relentless drumbeat, each repetition hammering his spirit lower. I can't be a hero without a quirk, Izuku muttered to himself, echoing what All Might had said. Every now and then, a different voice that had plagued him for years crept into his thoughts as the world seemed to close in around him, the busy city appearing far away, hazy, and unreal. You know, there is another way if you truly want to be a hero that much. Simply hope that in your next life you'll be born with a peculiarity and do a swan dive from the building's roof. He had always been hurt by Bakugo's harsh remarks, but now that his idol had expressed a nearly identical sentiment, the weight of them was overwhelming him. What was he to do now? Had he spent his entire life pursuing a dream that had just been destroyed beyond redemption? Did he even have a purpose anymore? Izuku had seen all his life that police officers were nothing more than cleanup crews for pro-heroes, unable to act without them. All Might had suggested that he try joining the police force, but the way he said it had been so dismissive, like a consolation prize for those not good enough to be heroes, and the idea didn't appeal to him at all, made more tragic by the reality that they are, by all accounts, just as important as heroes. The issue was that a quirkless person could become a police officer. There must be at least one academy that would take him on, but it would be far from any actual action, stuck doing paperwork while actual officers engaged in combat. All Might's words weren't advice, but rather a vacuous, careless attempt to soften the blow, and worst of all, Izuku could see that the hero genuinely believed what he was saying. His thoughts raced to other professions. Firefighter. It was no different from the police. There were too few worthwhile options, and each one felt like settling. Doctor. No, treating the injured is very important, but he would prefer to prevent them from ever being wounded. His hands gripped his notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future number 13, which Bakugo had ripped apart and thrown away like trash. The pages held a lot of what he had, years of study and analysis that had once served as the basis for his dream, but would these abilities ever be useful? If Izuku had continued, pushing through the crowd, he would have seen Bakugo struggling against the sludge villain, drowning in filth, and he would have acted without hesitation, hurrying in to save him, impressing All Might, and rekindling the hero's faith in heroic potential beyond quirks. Izuku began walking toward the source of the explosions he had heard from the rooftop earlier without realizing it. However, destiny had other ideas. Before turning around and heading home, Izuku paused and turned his head away. The world had long since determined that he wasn't destined to be a hero, so why should he care? For once, he disregarded a villain attack, the cries of onlookers, the devastation, and the chaos. His mother's voice jolted him out of his reverie as soon as he entered his apartment. Izuku, you arrived home sooner than I anticipated. My shift changed for the weekend, so, she said with a warm smile as she set the table, dinner will be ready soon. With a tight throat and a hoarse voice, he said, Mom. We need to talk. Of course, sweetheart. With a worried expression on her face, Inko Midoriya quickly sat down at the dining table. What's wrong? Izuku paused and looked down at his hands, his knuckles white from holding his notebook too tightly. I want to drop out of Aldera High. His mom tensed up. What? His voice was rough and worn out as he stated, nobody likes me there, not even the students. Not the instructors. No one. My good grades and the teachers' refusal to let their prejudice affect them are the only reasons I've stayed this long. However, that is no longer sufficient. Inko's eyes filled with tears. Izuku, and I know you wanted me to have a normal life, but Aldera isn't normal, he added, turning to face her. I've been miserable for so long. I'm treated as though I don't belong there. Izuku felt her trembling as Inko's chair scuffed the floor and she sprang to her feet, encircling him in a fierce embrace before he could react. Her voice broke as she sobbed, I'm so sorry. I should have done more. Years ago, I ought to have taken you out of that terrible place. I ought to have kept you safe. Izuku's breath caught. He wanted to tell her that it wasn't her fault and that she had tried her hardest, but the words would not come. Instead, his vision became blurry and he sobbed, burying his face in her shoulder and trembling as all the agony and annoyance spilled out of him. I will always be there for you, Izuku, Inko said, holding him closer and caressing his hair as she had done when he was a little boy. We'll locate an improved school. An improved future. You are no longer required to remain in that terrible location. Izuku Midoriya felt a glimmer of hope in what seemed like an eternity. People are pattern seekers. In a chaotic, uncertain world, they will do whatever it takes to make sense of what they don't know. They will look for patterns where none exist or make them up in order to gain some control over a world that frequently spins out of control. Some people will desperately hold on to their beliefs, refusing to accept a reality that deviates from their worldview, while others will take whatever action is necessary to survive. They'll adjust. Izuku Midoriya was well aware of this reality, but it wasn't until recently that he made the decision to change and adapt. Izuku did not go to school. He had never missed a day, not even a sick day. Despite being beaten, mocked, or humiliated, he always showed up in the hopes that his tenacity would somehow change things. But he was finished today. His mother took care of the process of removing him from Aldera while he looked for online courses, and when she returned to the table, her face was tight with suppressed emotion, and Izuku didn't need to inquire how the conversation had gone. He knew all he needed to know when he saw her sneaking something extra into her morning coffee and downing it in one gulp. "That awful?" Softly, he inquired. With a tired sigh, she rubbed her temples and said, "Let's just say, I should have done this years ago." Over the course of the next few hours, they looked into academic options, and to Izuku's surprise, he was given an opportunity because Musudafu Private High School offered online courses for students who performed well academically. The tuition was high, but it was affordable thanks to scholarships and his mother's support. "It really does pay to have a smart son," Inko said, her smile barely making it to her eyes. In contrast to Aldera, who he had purposefully underperformed in order to avoid incurring Bakugo's wrath, his former tormentor had never tolerated anyone excelling beyond him, and the teachers had done nothing to intervene. Izuku settled into a new routine. Online classes, assignments, and studying. Academically, it was no challenge for him. In fact, he was progressing faster than ever. Izuku, however, was now free to push himself as far as he wished, to seek knowledge without fear of punishment. However, something was lacking. His life felt meaningless without the hope of becoming a hero. He needed something more, something concrete, something that would give him a sense of progress beyond his studies. He happened to be watching a bodybuilding video on YouTube. A slap in the face was what it was. He was thin as a twig, and after years of ignoring his physical well-being in favor of researching and evaluating heroes, he was in a pathetic state. If he was to change, genuinely change, his body had to catch up with his thoughts. He started small, learning the basics of strength training, nutrition, and conditioning. He set goals for himself and meticulously monitored his progress. Every morning, he pushed himself further, adding more weight, more repetitions, and more endurance. His body screamed in protest, but he refused to give up. He would build himself up, one step at a time. Being a hero was no longer the goal. This was about improving oneself. As the months went by, Izuku not only became stronger but also accepted the fact that he would no longer be attending a hero academy as part of the hero course. Instead, he was aiming for the general course, where he would continue to learn and grow without holding on to the dream that had once defined him. But when he informed his mother that he had no plans to enroll at UA, that was the true shock. When he informed her of his choice, Inko's face fell, and her hands began to shake a little. Inko had assumed he would still attend the institute of his dreams, even if only in the general course. "You won't be attending UA?" Her question was hardly audible above a whisper. "No, Mom," Izuku said, shaking his head. "I am unable to. Leaving everything behind, including Kachan, is necessary if I want to move forward. I refuse to accompany him to the same location. Thus, I intend to attend Shiketsu University." "Shiketsu? But that's all the way in Okayama," Inko remarked, her eyes flashing with worry. Izuku said, "I know, but it's the only university that can compete with UA in terms of education. You won't have to worry about my living expenses because it has a dorm system." And he paused, then smiled a little, comfortingly, and said, "Straight A students get into Shiketsu's general course for free." A win-win. It wasn't that easy for Inko, though, even though she knew it was for the best, the thought of her son leaving home and going out into the world by himself was painful. The realization that her son was actually leaving hit her harder than she had anticipated. Her eyes filled with tears, and she drew Izuku into a tight hug before he could respond. "You've matured so much," she said in a heartfelt whisper. "I just wish I had supported you more. I ought to have done more." "You did more than you know, Mom," Izuku said, putting his chin on her shoulder as he returned the embrace. "And I'm appreciative of it." Even though Inko was still not ready to see her son go, she knew deep down that this was the right path for him. The Midoriyas clung to each other for a long time, allowing their feelings to run their course. She would be there for him at every turn, no matter how many tears she shed. The next 10 months were the longest in Izuku's life, but they were worth it. He spent most of his time bodybuilding, and even though he hadn't gained a six-pack or grown taller, he couldn't be considered skinny anymore. His body had filled out with lean muscle, and although he still had some baby fat on his face, he discovered that he wasn't as ashamed of his reflection as he had previously believed. After some introspection, he admitted that, although he still admired All Might as a hero, he no longer envied or wanted to imitate the bulkiness of his hero form. When the day finally came, Izuku packed his bags and boarded the train headed for Okayama. The trip was lengthy but necessary, and once he got off, it was only a short walk to the imposing Shiketsu University. The campus radiated prestige. The main administrative building was a grand, stately building with a facade reminiscent of old fortresses or government buildings. It was made of concrete and reinforced stone, with subtle blue and orange accents adorning its decorative trims, window frames, and the university's insignia. The interior was equally impressive, with a central hall showcasing plaques, medals, and statues honoring Shiketsu's legacy of excellence and discipline. As the dean of Shiketsu took the stage, the tension in the air was evident as all of the examinees, students from all over the nation who wanted to enroll in one of Japan's most prestigious institutions, gathered inside a large auditorium. With his crimson eyes gleaming with an intensity that demanded respect, Dean Sekino Matsu was a towering figure, as tall as All Might himself. He was a symbol of discipline and diligence, and his very presence made it clear that Shiketsu was different from other academies. "Welcome," he said in a deep, authoritative voice that reverberated throughout the hallway. "You have all decided to apply to Shiketsu University, whether it be for the hero course, general, or support programs. You are seeking greatness, which is why you are here. I have high expectations for those who possess the necessary skills to enroll in this school. However, I want to be clear that complacency and haughtiness will not be accepted. The entrance exam you are about to take will be unlike anything you have ever experienced. If you don't succeed, you might try again next year or somewhere else. After you pass, you'll set out on a journey where we'll help you along the way, but only for a limited time. You have to earn your spot here every single day." The exam was unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced. It was more than just a test of knowledge or logical reasoning. It was mental warfare, with questions that twisted logic, played with perception, and tested examinees' psychological limits. By the end of the exam, Izuku's head throbbed like never before, and he had no idea that a written test could cause such agony. Some students passed out as soon as the allotted time ran out, and before Izuku knew it, he had also lost consciousness. He woke up to find himself in Shiketsu's military-style infirmary with other weary examinees. An apologetic nurse smiled and explained that the dean was a bit too eager to push students to their limits. She said, "He wants you to grow, but his methods can be a little creative." I saw my life flash before my eyes," mumbled one trembling examinee. Still shaken, Izuku understood exactly how they felt. He was all too reminded of the sludge villain incident by the experience. It wasn't a test, it was torture of the mind. He didn't give a damn about being hungry or tired as soon as he was given the all-clear to leave Okayama because he had to get out. He knew that if he stayed any longer, the experience might drive him insane, so he boarded the next train back to Musudafu in search of the comforts of home. Luckily, his mother wasn't home when he got there, so he had time to deal with everything without her witnessing the chaos he was experiencing. Even though the memories of that day persisted and tore at his nerves, he forced himself to eat and unwind. A week went by. Izuku had no choice but to wait for the results, which were anticipated shortly. His mother rushed into his room one afternoon, crawling on the floor with a shaky hand gripping a letter with Shiketsu's insignia on it. Izuku gasped for air. It was this. He opened the envelope carefully and found a small metallic disc inside. The disc projected a holographic image in front of him as soon as he lifted it, emitting a gentle flash of light. Izuku recognized the man as a pro-hero. Trickster, a Shiketsu faculty member. His true name was Wakuni Taiken, and although his quirk was playful, he spoke to Izuku directly with a serious expression. He said, "Izuku Midoriya, first. Congratulations. You have achieved the highest score in the general course entrance exam and have been accepted into Shiketsu University." Izuku's breath left him. He had received the highest score. Trickster went on. Additionally, We are aware that you are quirkless. However, Shiketsu does not concern itself with such matters. Our general course students are expected to excel academically, and since intelligence-enhancing quirks are rare, the majority of our student body studies at what we consider the quirkless level. Any act of quirk discrimination will not be tolerated within these halls. Here, Midoriya, you are free to pursue any prosperous career. Shiketsu will ensure that your lack of a quirk is never a roadblock. Izuku felt a sudden relief from the burden he had been bearing for years, his fear of social rejection and his anguish at being abandoned. His mother threw her arms around him and held him tightly before he could even react. They could both breathe easily for once. There was hope for once. Izuku spent the next month rushing through the process of getting ready to move to Shiketsu. The hardest part, though, was having to say goodbye to his mother despite the fast-paced environment. He would now be living apart from her, entering a new phase that required him to be self-sufficient. He had always depended on his parents' love to get by, but now that he was a legal adult, he had to fend for himself. Although it was frightening, it was essential. Izuku entered Shiketsu once more, this time as a formal student. He looked the part now that he was wearing the university's student uniform, which included a dark jacket with the Shiketsu logo, a clean white-collared shirt, dark pants, and the iconic blue and orange hat. He found his way to his homeroom, Class 1C, with ease because he had previously committed the campus layout to memory. He was pleasantly surprised by the classroom. Shiketsu's emphasis on discipline and order was reflected in the barracks-like efficiency of its design. It had a stark yet commanding appearance due to its simple lines and minimalistic furnishings. Orderly rows or a semicircular arrangement of seats encouraged participation and self-control. The front was lined with high-tech boards that seamlessly blended with interactive screens, and the walls were adorned with metal insignias and engraved wood panels that evoked military garb. They were constantly reminded of the standards they were expected to maintain by the prominent display of historical accomplishments, wise quotes, and the academy's guiding principles. There were only 5 seats left when Izuku arrived, with 15 students already seated. Before long, Trickster, their homeroom teacher, arrived, followed by the rest of the class. Wakuni Taiken didn't waste any time making small talk. He gave a brief introduction before getting right to the point. He admitted that a large number of them had applied for the hero course but were unsuccessful, so they were placed in the general course. However, he encouraged them to view this setback as a teaching opportunity rather than allowing it to define them. He stressed that failure was a necessary component of their development. Hero academies were created specifically to allow students to fail in a controlled setting as opposed to the real world, where the repercussions would be much more severe. He reassured them that they could move into the hero course if they put in the necessary effort and proved themselves. Their positions at Shiketsu were not final. His words were silently taken in by the class, and one by one, their faces hardened with newfound resolve. Izuku was surprisingly inspired as well. He had anticipated that Trickster would make them make introductions, so it was a relief that that specific exercise had been skipped. He wasn't quite ready to tell his classmates that he was quirkless. The Shiketsu employees were aware, but they had expressed their acceptance of him. The other pupils, that was another matter. All first-year students assembled in the auditorium for orientation prior to the start of their classes. Dean Sekino Matsu took the stage once more and gave a stirring speech. His remarks highlighted the fundamentally militaristic nature of Shiketsu's beliefs. The cornerstones of their education were duty, strength, and discipline. Those who were unable to uphold them would not survive in this academy. They would have to establish their worth if they wished to stay at Shiketsu. The remainder of the day passed quickly. Meeting the different hero course instructors and fighting the urge to get their autographs as a fanboy, Izuku mostly kept to himself. Additionally, he chose to eat lunch by himself, spending the time watching rather than participating. After classes ended, Trickster gathered the 1C students and led them to the sanctum, their dorm. The sanctum was a marvel of efficient discipline. Every student had their own space while maintaining tight organizational standards thanks to uniform rooms with built-in storage and study areas. Structured seating arrangements in communal areas subtly reinforced routine and order. Even the hallways reverberated with the military barracks accuracy. The dorm was tidy, well kept, and tastefully decorated with Shiketsu's colors and emblems, but despite its regimentation, it felt like home. Izuku quickly became comfortable in his new room. He began by unpacking his All Might items, transforming his room into a tiny shrine honoring the symbol of peace. The transition was facilitated by the familiar memorabilia, which made the new setting seem less alien. But after the initial thrill subsided, he began to consider something more profound. Now that he was in Shiketsu, he had more opportunities than he had imagined. However, since he had made the decision to abandon heroics, only one viable choice had come to mind. He should try his luck now. He was determined to find his homeroom teacher, so he left his room. To make sure everything was in order and to answer any questions the students might have, Trickster had stayed in the dorms to supervise the move-in procedure. 11 students had already come to him for advice by the time Izuku located him. Izuku wasted no time in getting right to the point. He opened up about his worries about the future, acknowledging that he still felt lost in spite of all the opportunities that were in front of him. But he did know that he was good at one thing: quirk analysis. He had been using this ability for years, despite the fact that many had written it off as weird or unnerving. But Trickster was neither repulsed nor disapproved. Rather, he appeared curious. If you're as good at it as you say, he thought, then your future might be far more certain than you think. Izuku had a quiet first few days at Shiketsu. Though none of his classmates ever inquired about his quirk, he gradually became acquainted with them. Rather, they appeared more interested in bragging about their own skills, which brought him moments of peace. It was okay that he had not yet made any friends. Quirks didn't really matter in the general course because students were forced to pursue other academic endeavors until they demonstrated their worthiness of moving up to the hero course. The teachers pushed their students to the limit during the demanding lessons, but the workload became manageable after passing the difficult entrance exam. The fact that he was treated with more respect than he had ever experienced elsewhere was sufficient for the time being. Izuku didn't become interested in events outside of Shiketsu, especially those involving UA University, until the 4th day. When he saw the most recent news articles, he felt obliged to read them even though he hadn't anticipated caring much about the university he had once dreamed of attending. To begin with, the rumors had been accurate. All Might had accepted a teaching position at UA to instruct the first-year hero course students. All of Shiketsu's students were envious after learning this. Izuku used to feel the same envy, but now his feelings for the symbol of peace were nuanced. Even from the sidelines, seeing him in person once more would leave a sour taste in his mouth. But when he read the next article, horror swiftly overcame any mixed feelings he may have had. There had been an attack on UA. Class 1A, one of the hero course classes, was attacked by a criminal group that went by the name League of Villains after breaking through campus security. Even worse, the attack had claimed the lives of 3 students. Izuku's heart froze. How could this have occurred? Although villain attacks were common in the early days of hero academies' establishment, such an atrocity ought to have been unthinkable given the advancements in security measures. It was never intended for any student to be in real danger. The whole nation was in disarray. An attack on UA was an assault on the core of hero society, not merely on an organization. The Chimera of UA, Dean Nezu, was surrounded by a throng of reporters during a press conference held at the university's gates the following day. Nezu handled the situation while flanked by notable employees present: Mike, Midnight, Vlad King, Power Loader, and Ectoplasm. He gave a summary of all the information currently available about the League. All Might had been the target of the group, which was led by a menacing young man named Tamura Shigaraki. The 1A members claimed that Shigaraki had a monster that could defeat All Might by matching his physical strength. Shigaraki's plan was to attack the number 1 hero while he had no backup from other pro heroes, so he and the League fled after killing at least 3 students. However, when he learned that one of the students had escaped from his grasp to seek assistance from the entire UA staff, Shigaraki decided to challenge All Might another day. The country was rocked. The purpose of All Might's presence at UA was to motivate and equip the upcoming generation of heroes. Rather, it had given villains the confidence to attack hero society in previously unheard of ways. The foundation of heroism had been carved with a wound that might never fully heal. Many of Izuku's classmates' perspectives changed as a result of the tragedy. While some were relieved that All Might was not a member of Shiketsu's faculty, others fiercely stood up for him and refused to allow villains' deeds to ruin his reputation. But Izuku was at a loss for words. If this wasn't a sign of things to come, he didn't know what was, but he didn't believe in omens. When did it all go so wrong? Life at Shiketsu returned to its normal rhythm a few days after the initial shock of UA's tragedy had subsided into a far-off hum of conversation. Izuku discovered that he was gradually adjusting to his new surroundings. His classmates' tolerance and patience inspired him to keep trying even though he still stammered when speaking and struggled in social situations. He only had acquaintances and no friends yet, but that was sufficient for the time being. Izuku's greatest surprise to date came after lunch when Taiken-sensei unexpectedly summoned him. He stated plainly, "You're wanted in the dean's office, the werewolf of Shiketsu would like to have a word with you." Izuku stopped. Dean Matsu never called anyone without a valid reason. He also knew that the werewolf of Shiketsu didn't waste time making small talk. Izuku couldn't get rid of the anxious energy that was building up in his stomach, despite Trickster's reassurance that nobody had done anything to provoke the dean's anger, yet. Nevertheless, he braced himself and headed for the dean's office, mentally bracing himself for whatever was coming. Like the man himself, Sekino Matsu had an intimidating office that was both simple and commanding. The walls featured Shiketsu's deep navy and silver hues, interspersed with military-style emblems and artifacts from previous valiant acts. In the middle was a single, spacious desk that was perfectly set up. No wasted space, no clutter. It was a setting of quiet power, efficiency, and discipline. With a sharp nod, the werewolf of Shiketsu greeted him. "Midoriya, take a seat." Like a judge evaluating his value, Izuku obeyed, feeling the weight of the dean's penetrating gaze fall upon him. Not a single word was wasted. "Trickster tells me you have a talent for quirk analysis," Matsu said as she moved a battered notebook across the desk. "I read through one of your notebooks. I'll admit, I'm impressed." Izuku blinked. That was unexpected. His chest erupted with excitement, but he quickly suppressed it. That said, Matsu continued in a measured and cool tone, "You're a first-year general course student. While I have high expectations for all who step foot in this institution, I don't set the bar impossibly high, especially not for those who failed to make it into the hero course. More importantly, while your analysis is certainly detailed, I question its validity. Do you truly understand what you've written? Or are you simply making educated guesses?" It was expected that people would be skeptical. Izuku would constantly be doubted, even here at a hero academy. It didn't stop him, though. It ignited something inside him, if anything. He met the dean's gaze with renewed determination and spoke, his voice more steady than he had anticipated. "I understand your doubts, sir. Quirk science is a complex field, and with each new generation, the powers we see become more unpredictable and harder to define. It's easy to misinterpret a quirk's potential, to confuse reality with fantasy. But I don't make those mistakes." He leaned forward a little. "I grew up without a quirk of my own. That made me obsessed with understanding those of others. And yes, I know that made me seem weird. But quirks dominate every aspect of our society, and no one can ignore them. I don't claim to know more than professionals, but I do know one thing for certain: I can separate fact from fiction. Everything in those notebooks is based on reality, not wild speculation." He inhaled, regained his composure, and went on. "To truly understand something, you have to dismantle it, to break it down into pieces and learn how to rebuild it from the ground up. That's how I analyze quirks. First, I assess their current capabilities. Then, I uncover their weaknesses, both existing and potential. From there, I determine solutions, ways to mitigate drawbacks, and possibilities for enhancement, whether organic or through support gear." Izuku swallowed to regain his strength for the last thrust. "I'm not asking for much. Just, give me a chance. Let me analyze one or two quirks from the hero course under supervision. You don't have to approve my findings, just," he exhaled deeply, "just let me cook." There was silence in the office. At first, Matsu did not respond. Then his golden eyes flickered with something, maybe amusement. Izuku's attempt at arrogance was crude and unpolished. However, there was also another factor. There was a fire beneath all that reluctance, beneath the layers of uncertainty and insecurity. The boy was so courageous that he was unaware of it. Matsu finally said, "Interesting," steepling her fingers. "Your confidence is still lacking, but your resolve is not. That much is clear." A long pause. The dean then gave one nod. "Very well, I'll humor you." Izuku took a deep breath. "You will be given access to information on the first-year hero course students," Matsu went on. "Under the supervision of their homeroom teachers, we will evaluate the accuracy and usefulness of your analysis. If your work proves valuable, we may consider letting your findings be implemented for their improvement." Izuku's shoulders relaxed. It was only now that he realized he had been holding his breath. It was this. His first move was this. For Izuku, the weeks that had passed had been nothing short of surreal, as though he had been abandoned in a chocolate factory, with complete and unfettered access to the establishment. He had been compelled to observe from the sidelines for so long, studying quirks covertly in the hopes that no one would see him, lest he become their next victim. However, things had changed. Each homeroom teacher in charge of their own class was now providing him with video recordings of the hero course students' training. He was given permission to examine them under close supervision. But sometimes he felt totally alone, able to do what he did best. Each quirk he had studied thus far was amazing in its own right. Because their bearers had developed them to the best of their abilities, even those without any dramatic flair had earned a spot in Shiketsu's hero course. Izuku was a great admirer of that alone. He worked himself to exhaustion, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of each quirk until he was left with just 3. Among them was Satoshi Ryuan, whose quirk, Relay, was an emitter-type ability that enabled him to use touch to transfer his kinetic force, physical momentum, or even a tiny portion of his quirk's power to another individual or object. The effect faded after just a few seconds. Relay had a wide range of uses in combat. By relaying stored energy multiple times, Satoshi could amplify attacks, improve the movements of his teammates, or even reroute falling debris in midair. He was a superb support fighter because of the quirk, which was extremely useful in team-based combat. Its shortcomings, however, were obvious. Unless Satoshi could figure out how to bounce energy between objects, it was pretty much useless in solo battles. Since it necessitated direct physical contact, restraints or combat at a distance could easily counter it. Worst of all, there was a considerable chance of a backfire. If he made a mistake, he might actually strengthen an enemy's attack instead of his own. For this reason, Satoshi mainly relied on his strengthened metallic bat and his martial arts expertise. He was the perfect sidekick, a helper to a stronger hero, thanks to his quirk, but his stubbornness would not allow it. He wouldn't play a supporting role in someone else's tale. He aspired to be a self-made pro-hero, to fight on the front lines. That Izuku could accept. He had a few suggestions for how to accomplish that. Remote transfer pulse. Satoshi would be able to influence his environment without using physical contact if Relay could be altered to transmit a brief burst of kinetic energy over a constrained distance. It wouldn't be overpowered if this was balanced with a cooldown period. Modulated output. Satoshi's ability to control the amount of energy he transfers is currently limited. He could make delicate movements more effective or unleash devastating power when needed if he could learn to precisely control the output, adjusting the amount of force. It was kinetic absorption that truly changed the game. Satoshi's quirk would become an offensive and defensive powerhouse if he could figure out a way to absorb incoming kinetic energy and store it before passing it on. He wouldn't need to rely on teammates nearly as much if he could reduce damage by rerouting attacks into stored power. He was a real frontline fighter who could hold his own. Izuku still didn't know if Relay could be applied to Satoshi directly. Satoshi's combat abilities would be greatly enhanced if there was even a remote chance that he could use his power for himself, even though everything about the quirk suggested it was meant to help others. That response would arrive on schedule. Izuku could only wait to see how the teachers would react to his notes for the time being. They had appeared impressed so far, but it was unclear if they would really implement his recommendations. Izuku was extremely fulfilled regardless of their choice. It was only now that he realized how much he wanted to examine quirks honestly, without shame or fear. He was about to start examining the last 2 pupils when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Midoriya, called a voice that was familiar. One of his friendlier classmates, Toshiyuku, was standing just outside his room when he turned around. Hey, the UA Sports Festival is about to start. Everyone's gathering in the common area to watch. You coming? Izuku paused. If you were to watch the sports festival, you would have to watch Katsuki Bakugo. That wasn't something he was looking forward to. He was certain that Kachan had entered UA, and he would undoubtedly be thrilled to have the chance to unleash his explosive rage on the opposition. Izuku hadn't seen him since leaving Aldera. Even when their mothers got together, they didn't. Izuku could now acknowledge that it was a good thing that Katsuki had been removed from his everyday existence. Nevertheless, one of the most significant occasions of the year was the sports festival. All by itself, it had made the Olympic Games outdated. As long as he focused on the other incredible hero trainees and their amazing quirks, there was no harm in watching. Izuku finally said, "Yeah," putting his notes down. "I'll come to watch." Toshiyuku smiled. "Great, let's go. You've been holed up in here too long anyway." Izuku decided to keep an open mind as he followed his classmate to the common area. He had the opportunity to witness directly what the best students at UA were capable of. If nothing else, it might inspire him to write down some fresh concepts in his notebook. When midnight, the chief referee announced that Katsuki would be giving the customary student pledge, Izuku immediately regretted his choice to watch the UA Sports Festival with his classmates. Having known Bakugo the longest, he was already able to predict the public's outrage and could predict Katsuki's every move as if it were his own. "I just want to say that I'm going to win," Bakugo said bluntly as he took the microphone. Boos and jeers erupted throughout the stadium. Izuku was being made fun of by his classmates, who also criticized UA for permitting someone so conceited to make the pledge. When UA announced that the festival would go on despite the deaths of 3 students only a few weeks prior, they came under even more mockery. Canceling the festival would be giving villains, especially the League, exactly what they wanted. Proof that their actions had shaken Hero Society, the Hero Public Safety Commission argued in support of the decision. Although some people agreed with the decision, the general public viewed it as heartless, and the backlash was so strong that even UA employees were openly hostile. All first-year students were free to use their quirks during the festival's opening obstacle race, which was a strenuous 4-kilometer course around the stadium. The next round would be reached by the top 42 finishers. Despite his earlier arrogance, Bakugo finished in second place, much to the delight of the crowd. Izuku was the only student in his class who refrained from joining in the roasting. Instead, he focused on Shoto Todoroki, the winner. The Endeavor's son. Todoroki, in contrast to his father, used ice rather than fire. Although Todoroki's quirk was undeniably strong, Izuku could see a clear weakness even from the TV. Todoroki could only produce ice from his right side. Was it a personal decision or a restriction? Why wouldn't he use his left side if he could? Izuku started to formulate theories, but he didn't have the information to support any of them. Teams of students competed for headbands worth points in the second event, the cavalry battle. Todoroki, the obstacle course's top finisher, had the most valuable headband, and he now carried a huge target on his back. Even though he was the center of attention, Todoroki put together a formidable team and won again. Bakugo, who placed second once more, grew more and more agitated, his wild violence frightening the spectators. Izuku found it darkly ironic that the crowd muttered that they were like a rabid dog. Nobody is trying to curry favor with Katsuki or licking his feet like they did at their former schools, such as Aldera. To them, he is merely an animal that has succeeded in passing for a man. The overall winner would be decided in the final event, a one-on-one competition. The primary focus remained on Todoroki, even though matchups were decided by lottery. He dominated his opponents with powerful ice attacks in his first 2 games, freezing whole sections of the stadium. He faced Tetsu of Class 1B in the semifinals, though, whose quirk enabled him to change his body into metal, and things took a significant turn for the worse. Todoroki began to strain. Tetsu's metallic form, which could withstand high temperatures, was impervious to his ice attacks.
Todoroki himself, however, was more worrisome. Izuku saw the faint indications of frostbite and hypothermia. Shoto had pushed himself too far by abusing his quirk. He had fought hard in the obstacle race, depended on ice bursts in the cavalry battle, and recklessly displayed his strength in his opening 2 bouts. For some reason, he persisted in pushing himself even though his body's natural resistance had reached its limit. It got to the point where Todoroki appeared to be about to pass out in the middle of the battle. Endeavor, his father, stepped in before that could occur, stopping the match while he heated Shoto's body with his flames to keep him from suffering irreversible harm. Todoroki was immediately disqualified as a result of the intervention, which automatically promoted a disgruntled Tetsu. All Might himself gave Bakugo the gold medal after Bakugo emerged victorious in the competition. But instead of celebrating his triumph, Bakugo was furious. In order to establish himself as UA's strongest, he had desired to battle Todoroki. Refused that opportunity, he became completely uncontrollable, howling and flailing like a furious dog. Bakugo had to be physically restrained, muzzled, and chained to the champion's podium in order to stop his outbursts, making the closing ceremony an embarrassing spectacle. Izuku would be in complete shock if UA was able to prevent additional criticism following this catastrophe. He hoped to ignore everything else that might make him unhappy. Izuku returned to examining the quirks of more hero students, at least after it was tragically revealed that the hero killer, Stain, had attacked and crippled the turbo hero, Ingenium. Kana Hoshigaki uses a mutant quirk called True Sight. She can see through illusions, pick up on lies through subtle changes in body language, and even identify weaknesses in people or things, such as deteriorating stamina or stress fractures in armor. Incredibly adaptable. Ideal for questioning, reconnaissance, and combating opponents who use illusions or are cunning. Enables extremely accurate attacks by taking advantage of the weaknesses of the enemy. Able to read combatants' movements to predict attacks. The disadvantage of True Sight is that Hoshigaki is unable to switch it off, which means she is always aware of lies, which can be mentally taxing. Because of her limited field of vision, she loses her advantage if she is blind or in the dark. Finally, just because she knows her weaknesses doesn't mean she can always take advantage of them. Suggested enhancements. Sensory filtering. Develop the capacity to mute infrequently unimportant emotional and visual cues. In high-stress situations, Kana would be better able to concentrate on the most important details and avoid sensory overload. Adaptive illumination. Create a method that can increase her field of vision even in the dark, thereby increasing her line of sight capability. This method could involve a concentrated burst of natural or bioluminescent light. Enhanced analysis mode. Develop a sophisticated state in which her brain more effectively interprets the unprocessed data. This could help her bridge the gap between tactical decision-making and observation by allowing her to not only identify weak points but also anticipate an opponent's next move based on subtle physiological cues. Additional recommendations are required for unanticipated events. Next is Renji Wataru's emitter quirk, Vortex Step, which enables him to produce tiny, localized whirlwinds around his feet, enabling them to skate through the air for brief bursts, turn sharply in mid-dash, and kick harder. Incredibly nimble in battle, enabling erratic movement, can obscure vision during a fight by kicking up dust or debris. They are hard to pin down because of their brief bursts of flight-like movement. Limitations include the inability to remain in the air for longer than a few seconds at a time. Wataru must carefully control their momentum because a bad move could send them crashing into obstacles. Ice, water, or uneven terrain can interfere with its effectiveness because it needs a stable footing to activate correctly. Suggested enhancements. Extended duration technique. Renji may be able to stabilize the vortex for a little while longer with improved control and training, allowing for short hovering or prolonged bursts of flight-like movement. Directional wind control. Learn to control the direction of the vortex's output. This could add a defensive layer to his mobility by enabling him to make a temporary, small shield that could deflect projectiles or even reroute incoming attacks. Burst mode. Adjust the method so that the vortex briefly intensifies to produce a strong gust. Although it would require exact timing and quickly deplete his energy reserves, this controlled burst could be used offensively to knock opponents off balance or clear a path through obstacles. Izuku finished his assignment and brought his new notebooks to Trickster Sensei so that the staff could decide whether or not his abilities were truly valuable. As he waited, Izuku learned that UA first-year students were starting hero agency internships because the pro heroes were willing to give them a chance on the front lines despite the humiliation Bakugo caused. Despite UA's recent mistakes, many students felt overshadowed, which caused a great deal of frustration in Shiketsu. All complaints were silenced by the staff because Shiketsu students will adhere to tradition, which states that only second and third-year students will participate in internships. Izuku made an effort to focus more on his studies and ignore anything related to UA. He is grateful that, in spite of the migraines, he was still able to receive As on every test that was administered thus far. Unfortunately, since the attack on Hosu City has drawn all of Japan's attention, Izuku would have to learn about the mayhem occurring outside of Shiketsu's protection. According to reports, the hero killer was still in Hosu a week after crippling Ingenium, and deformed monsters with exposed brains have been tearing through the city, indicating that the League of Villains is back at it. Fortunately, Endeavor intervened to halt the insanity and capture Stain, but in the process, the villain suffered terrible burns. When it comes to apprehending criminals, Endeavor is typically very accurate and somewhat forgiving, so why did he go so far? The villain had taken 2 more lives before Endeavor located Stain. Tenya Iida, Ingenium's younger brother, was a hero in training who was also killed by Stain and a lesser-known pro-hero named Native. Such an atrocity did not sit well with Endeavor. When 2 memorials were held in the same month, there was a serious problem. 4 UA students have now been lost to villains. Even worse, there was a way to prevent Iida's death. The day following the Hosu attack, it was discovered that Tenya Iida had left his mentor behind in order to pursue Stain, who ultimately killed him. Since Iida had acted independently and without the teacher's supervision, Izuku believed that his death wouldn't have had as much of an impact on UA as the USJ attack. However, the media and conversations Izuku had been hearing told a different tale. Given how clear Ida's plans were, Ua had come under heavy fire for permitting him to intern in Hosu in the first place, and Ingenium's attack had been widely publicized. It's official. Izuku made the right decision by choosing not to attend Ua. Life continued at Shiketsu, and Izuku grew more comfortable every day. His stutter became less frequent, he could move around without worrying about being ambushed or made fun of, and even though he was still far from a social butterfly, he no longer felt the oppressive weight of loneliness. He was eventually called back to the dean's office, but this time he came forward unfrightened. In sharp contrast to their first encounter, Sekino Matsu welcomed him with warmth. To Izuku's surprise, Matsu told him that his analysis had helped the hero course students become more proficient overall. Even those who were considered challenging had improved their performance by at least 20%. Matsu wanted Izuku to share his analytical skills with the upperclassmen because he had shown himself to be so valuable. Izuku jumped at the chance to further establish his value and establish himself as someone deserving of respect. But an inevitable revelation accompanied his rising fame. It was now clear to the student body that Izuku Midoriya was quirkless. Actually, many of the students in the general and support course were quirkless, so it was never really a secret. It was quite another to discover that he was the anonymous analyst in charge of the hero course's extraordinary advancements. Izuku was relieved that there was no overt animosity in response to the revelation, despite some mild surprise. If anything, his contributions had brought him a degree of recognition he had never known. Peace at last prevailed. Students were permitted to go home as summer approached, but some stayed in the dorms because of personal situations. Izuku came back to Musudafu after being away for several months, excited to see his mother again. Inko started crying as soon as they embraced. Through their phone conversations, she had been aware of her son's changes, but it was a completely different experience to see the happiness in his eyes. He was so happy that he didn't need to tell her how much his life had changed. Instead of shedding sad tears, Inko shed happy ones. Even though he was at home, there were still some reminders of his past. He saw All Might leaping toward Ua while he was out in the city, but he automatically turned his head away. A reluctance to be near the symbol of peace overshadowed the admiration, which was still present. Katsuki Bakugo was yet another, more unwanted reminder. Katsuki's parents, actually. That evening, Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo paid a visit to the Midoriya home. Izuku had no animosity toward them, unlike their son, but he did wish they had raised Katsuki more strictly. Nevertheless, he gave them a cordial welcome. With Masaru and Mitsuki genuinely celebrating Izuku's success, the evening was a wholesome affair. "We knew you went to Shiketsu, but we didn't know you were doing this well," Mitsuki said, looking at Inko. "You must be proud." Inko's eyes glistened with emotion as she nodded enthusiastically. "I am, more than anything." But the Bakugos were unable to partake in their happiness. Since joining Ua, Katsuki had only become more disagreeable, and his terrible performance at the sports festival had been a complete embarrassment. It had been embarrassing to watch him muzzled and restrained on national TV, but neither parent was shocked. They felt that the school had not done enough to control him, and they regretted sending him to Ua. Mitsuki even wondered if attending military school would have been a better option. Izuku said nothing about it. He secretly questioned whether anything could alter Katsuki, but he didn't see the use in saying so. Rather, the topic of Ua as a whole came up. The university's standing was deteriorating. The school was under close scrutiny after 4 students died in such a short period of time. There were rumors that Shoto Todoroki's careless actions at the sports festival had resulted in his expulsion from the hero course. Ua had replenished their enrollment by bringing in new students from the general course, but 1A was obviously losing ground. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Masaru laughed. "Honestly, Ua needs your analysis more than Shiketsu does." Izuku waved his hands as he flushed in shame. That's overstepping. I'm just. No, he's right, Mitsuki said, crossing his arms. With everything UA's been through, they could use someone with an actual brain. Inko disagreed with Mitsuki's statement, but he somewhat agreed with it. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened if Izuku had gone there. When the Bakugos left, Izuku experienced a peculiar mix of relief and discomfort. Even Katsuki's own parents obviously didn't trust him, and Izuku's choice to go to Shiketsu was all the more justified in light of UA's decline. Later that evening, Inko reminded him that their yearly trip to America to see Hisashi was almost here. As usual, Izuku looked forward to the journey. He was always excited about the possibility of seeing American heroes in action, in addition to getting to see his father again. The world's most famous symbol of peace, Toshinori Yagi, felt as though he was plunging into an abyss. He was unable to claw his way out of it, despite his immense strength, which led billions of people around the world to mistake him for a god. Once more, he was there, tall and muscular, at another funeral for a talented student whose life had been tragically taken. He stood with the other educators as they honored Tenya Iida in front of numerous students. In contrast to the 3 students who perished in the USJ attack, Minoru Mineta, Keikane Eika, and Yamashiro Sanjiro, Toshinori was aware that he was not directly accountable for this catastrophe. The rest of the nation, however, had a different opinion. The public outcry was ruthless. Iida's rash scheme had been painfully clear. The UA employees ought to have anticipated it. Following the attack on his brother Tensai, they ought to have assessed his mental health. They ought to have reconsidered whether allowing him to intern was a good idea. Until Stain was resolved, they ought to have completely prohibited student travel to Hosu. That was the case for all the other major hero schools, including Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, Isamu, Sei, Seijin, and Aishu. But not UA. Even the departure of 3 pupils had failed to jolt them out of their slumber. They were blinded by their conceit and persuaded that they wouldn't make any more mistakes. And yet more continued to occur. Numerous heroes had come to honor the Iida family, especially those who were close to the now retired Ingenium. Endeavor, who had personally delivered Stain's judgment, was one of them. Yagi couldn't bear to see the utter destruction in Tensai's eyes, and Toshinori couldn't bring himself to look at him because Iida's older brother had already suffered so much. For the first time in decades, All Might felt a true resentment toward the world, which had always been cruel. Then there was Class 1A. Toshinori experienced their sorrow as though it were his own. This shouldn't have occurred. Many people stayed to offer their condolences to the Iida family after the funeral was over. All Might, however, was not one of them. He didn't feel worthy. Rather, he quietly entered Nezu's limousine, which was waiting for him. The car was ridiculously opulent, something the Chimera rarely did, but the scene seemed almost appropriate on a day this gloomy. At last, Toshinori let himself deflate into his actual, frail form inside. Nezu, his former sidekick Sir Night-Eye, his old mentor Gran Torino, and his successor Mirio Tagata, the 9th bearer of One for All, were seated with him. With every day that went by, his trademark smile grew less noticeable, and they all watched him with concern. With a hint of hesitation, Mirio said, "Yagi, sir. Are you okay?" Toshinori couldn't resist criticizing himself. "I didn't spend enough time with Class 1A or Class 1B. They had needed me, not just as their foundational heroics teacher, but as a mentor, as a guiding hand. If I had paid them more attention, if I had truly been there for them, maybe, just maybe, things would have turned out differently. But why would they have sought me out? I had been too distant, too distracted. They must have been so disappointed in their symbol of peace from the very beginning." He was startled out of his reverie by a firm but surprisingly gentle slap on the shoulder. Ever the stern mentor, Gran Torino gave him a gentle reprimand. "Quit your damn whining, Toshi. Beating yourself up over it won't bring the kid back." Night-Eye adjusted his spectacles. "We still have a duty to protect those who remain. Iida's death is a tragedy, but wallowing in self-recrimination will only ensure more tragedies follow." Perceptive as ever, Nezu gave a solemn nod. "We all bear responsibility in some way, but assigning blame solves nothing. What matters now is ensuring we are prepared for what's coming." Torino crossed his arms and let out a sharp exhale. "If you're looking for something to hit, maybe you should focus on the real threat, the ripple effect Stain has left behind. That lunatic was more than just a murderer, he was a movement. A whole generation of people shared his twisted ideology. They think heroes should be self-sacrificing martyrs, suffering without complaint for the sake of the people. And now that he's locked up, half dead, there will be those who take up his cause." Toshinori balled his fists. "Copycats. More than that," added Torino. "Word is spreading that Stain had ties to the League of Villains. If that's true, then those who idolize him won't just act alone, they'll be drawn to the League's banner. That means we're not just dealing with scattered criminals. We're looking at recruitment, expansion, a coordinated movement, and if one villain is cunning enough to predict all of this." Toshinori growled, "All for one," his voice brimming with poison. The car was chilled just by the name. It could no longer be avoided. The evil symbol was back. He was the mastermind behind the attack on the USJ, the one who killed 3 pupils. And now his power was increasing again. There would be war. Tagata straightened his posture, still getting used to one for all's weight. He stated, "Then we have to be ready," with his customary optimism but with a dash of resolve. "When the time comes, I'll be prepared." However, Mirio's body twitched almost imperceptibly as he spoke, a twitch he found difficult to conceal. There was a problem. A part of Izuku wanted to move when he decided to give up on his dream, but the larger part of him wanted to give his homeland a chance despite everything, and to the delight of both of his parents, everything worked out for him. The vacation in America was always a wholesome event for Izuku, with the fleeting temptation of leaving Japan behind and starting over with his father in the United States. He can't give up on it just yet because he now has something that other people value. It was always difficult to say goodbye to his father, but Izuku and Inko eventually had to leave for Japan. After they got back to the archipelago, Izuku spent the remainder of the summer in Musudafu. He went about his daily business, being careful to stay near his mother in case there was another violent incident. So far, the League has remained silent. The most recent article about All Might, which describes how he prevented a villain attack on Ai Island, is the only noteworthy thing. But what was noteworthy in this case was that All Might teamed up with Mirio Tagata, the third-year sports festival winner, to defeat the villain. Izuku was particularly intrigued by how Tagata's quirk seemed to have changed over the previous year, adding strength that made it possible for him to engage in combat with All Might. Curious, and All Might's former sidekick is mentoring Tagata. Izuku's decision to sell his limited edition All Might and Endeavor team-up clock to raise some quick cash to purchase a birthday gift for one of his classmates the day before summer started essentially confirmed that he is no longer concerned with whatever scandals the number one hero is involved in. If he were still a devoted All Might zealot, he would be determined to discover the connections. Finding the ideal buyer for his extremely rare Bronze Age All Might poster, which he kept securely hidden beneath his bed, is his top priority. That item is worth more than his father's annual salary as a spacecraft welder. Izuku once heard his mother's terrified voice on the phone when he woke up one night. "Mitsuki, it's going to be all right, the heroes will find him." Izuku entered the living room where his mother was pacing while speaking with a worried expression on her face. After hanging up, Inko shuddered and saw Izuku observing her. "Mitsuki, I'm coming over there, all right. I'll be there in a few minutes." "Mom?" he asked, noticing her fear. Inko placed her hands on Izuku's shoulders and said, "Izuku, there was another villain attack at the summer camp that the hero students were training at, and Katsuki's been kidnapped. I'll get dressed." One of the most unsettling things Izuku had ever seen was Mitsuki Bakugo, who was as tough as her son, if not more so, looking so pale and trembling while holding one of her son's old All Might onesies. Inko was attempting to console Mitsuki as she broke down for the only time in his life that he could recall. Izuku started preparing tea for Mitsuki as soon as they got there because his mother and the police were too busy trying to comfort their friend. Over the next few days, nothing changed for the better. When Izuku checked the news the following morning to learn more about the attack, he came to the conclusion that it might be worse than the USJ incident. By then, reports were still coming in, but it was established that over half of the students had been hurt, some severely, and were still in the hospital. 1B's homeroom teacher, Vlad King, was in critical condition. All of the wild pussycats who were assisting in the training of the hero students at the summer camp suffered serious injuries, and Ragdoll, one of their members, was also abducted. In an attempt to assist the Bakugos, Izuku and his mother spent the night at their home. Izuku still cared for and worried about his honorary aunt and uncle, even though he was aware that Bakugo was no longer his friend or someone to look up to. Although he assisted Masaru with meal preparation and other household duties, Mitsuki was unable to separate herself from Inko due to her concern for her son's welfare. In the previous year, 1A had claimed the lives of 4 hero students. Was Bakugo going to wind up like that, as awful as he had been to Izuku? Izuku felt neither hope nor confidence after the press conference. Inquiring about the school's safety in light of the numerous student deaths and UA's shortcomings in defending them against villains, the reporters barged into Dean Nezu and Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher for the 1A hero course, who appeared to have suffered a good deal of hell, as evidenced by the eye patch covering his right eye, which he most likely lost at the USJ. With Mitsuki and Masaru present, the reporters' criticism of Bakugo was especially awkward. They cited his violent actions during the sports festival and his internship, raising doubts about whether the League had abducted him with the intention of persuading him to support them. For his part, Izuku was certain that Bakugo would never join the League, if only because he would never associate with a group of people he considered to be losers. Izuku, however, was not inspired by Aizawa's attempts to defend Bakugo and his methods of instruction. Izuku took offense at Aizawa's assertion that Bakugo put in more effort than any other student in his class to earn the title of number 1 hero. Katsuki has been fed the same nonsense for years in an attempt to boost his ego to subhuman proportions. And perhaps Stain had the correct attitude after all if even Ua is prepared to allow his terrible behavior to worsen simply because he is powerful. However, the news quickly changed to a live report in Kamino, where the heroes were attacking the League of Villains base, leaving Izuku with little time to consider this. While Bakugo was attempting to repel attacks by a group of villains, whom Izuku believed to be the League, the Bakugos and Midoriyas were appalled to see that an entire warehouse district had been destroyed in a battle between All Might and an unidentified villain. However, what frightened the onlookers was that All Might actually appeared to be having difficulty battling this masked villain, especially when he was attempting to reach Bakugo and rescue him. After launching a massive shockwave attack on All Might and the surrounding area, this villain grew spear-like protrusions and began walking on air. Izuku asked aloud, as that villain, using multiple quirks, he started to reflect on his encounter with All Might, when the hero revealed to Izuku both his weakened form and the injury that led to it. Izuku questioned whether this villain was the one causing such harm because of the strength he displayed and the vicious ferocity he and All Might were displaying toward one another. Izuku was then faced with a particularly terrifying possibility. Could this be a losing situation for everyone? Bakugo was not doing any better as he kept trying to avoid the various villains' attacks. However, a familiar blonde-haired student in a hero costume appeared out of nowhere and knocked out the villain with a single punch just as it appeared that a masked villain in a top hat was about to touch Bakugo. The student then proceeded to blitz through the League multiple times and knock them away. Mitsuki and Masaru let out a cry of relief as they witnessed Bakugo turn and yell at Tagata, but the student grabbed Bakugo by the waist and leapt out of danger. Now that Bakugo was safe, All Might could use all of his strength against the enigmatic villain. For decades to come, people would remember this battle. Sadly, it would not be remembered in All Might's final triumph because just as the hero was about to strike the villain with a powerful blow, one of those creatures with exposed brains appeared and took the punch that was supposed to end the battle. The creature was able to absorb the majority of the shock, so there was no recoil from the impact. By the end of it, All Might was so exhausted that the world saw his slender form from a year ago, which Izuku had seen. Until more heroes like Endeavor arrived to save the symbol of peace, it appeared to be over, but the villain chose to take his monster and run away. Since All Might was no longer a threat to any villain, the villain wanted him to live long enough to witness Hero Society's demise, which is why the world learned about it later. Everyone was in disbelief at this unimaginable result, but Mitsuki quickly recovered and she and Masaru hurried out with the police to reach their son. Surprisingly, though, Inko decided to take Izuku home instead of insisting that she accompany them. Izuku told his mother, "I'm surprised you didn't want to go and see Katsuki as well," as they were driving. Although she tightened her grip on the steering wheel, she explained, "I came here to help my friend, Izuku. Now that we know that Katsuki is going to be alright, I don't think she needs my help anymore. Also, I wouldn't want to make you be around Katsuki if you didn't want to." After that omission, Izuku sighed. "No, I don't want to see him. It's taken me a long time to accept that having him in my life is not good for me," Izuku at last admitted. "Even still, I don't want the wedge between Katsuki and me to come between you and Aunt Mitsuki." Inko's answer began with a feeble laugh that was tinged with grief. "It's funny, I never realized how much I wanted you to stop calling him Kachan, until now," Inko uttered in a barely audible voice. "Some things are better off buried and forgotten." "Yeah," Izuku said quietly, incredulously. The remainder of the journey home was silent for the Midoriyas. However, Izuku's thoughts turned back to what had transpired that evening as they made their way home. Although the League had lost, the majority had managed to escape, and All Might would shortly declare his retirement. Izuku found it more difficult to join the others in celebrating All Might's victory, possibly because he was already aware of All Might's limited time. He couldn't help but think, now what will happen? Waves of fear swept through Japan following All Might's last conflict with All for One, the leader of the League of Villains. Even though the symbol of peace had given everything he had, it was insufficient because All Might's adversary had managed to get away and spared him at random. Although it was supposed to be a victory, the rescue of Katsuki Bakugo and the now quirkless ragdoll felt incredibly hollow. The disturbing reality that crime would increase, villains would become more daring, and faith in heroes was eroding was evident even to those who had never been fans of All Might. Although he had inherited the title on a technicality, Endeavor, Japan's new #1 hero, was not particularly thrilled with his reign. A long shadow had been cast by his scandal after the sports festival. Shoto Todoroki's refusal to use the left side of his quirk, which gives him control over both fire and ice, even at the expense of his own health, had painted a negative picture of Endeavor as a father. The public's mistrust was only heightened when Shoto was expelled from the hero course for putting himself in danger. However, the commission was forced to grant the flame hero a leeway, at least until stability was restored, because the nation was in crisis. As usual, Izuku made an effort to ignore the bad news. He stayed in the secure environment of Shiketsu University, where he continued to examine quirks and offer advice to hero students, aside from worrying about his mother's welfare. Even his fellow general course students started approaching him, pleading for guidance on enhancing their quirks in order to have a chance at becoming heroes themselves, because his work had grown so valuable. The teachers saw no reason to stop Izuku since he could never turn them away. They would shape every student into future heroes if they could. The final test of his contributions was the provisional license exam. He hoped that his advice would be sufficient to get all of his classmates through. However, he unexpectedly received an invitation. He was approached with an offer by Muto Motoshige, a nervous second-year hero course teacher who was infamous for being stuck with the most problematic students, which eventually hurt his self-esteem. He said, "You've done a lot for Shiketsu, Midoriya," in a voice tinged with years of fatigue and stress. Dean Matsu got special permission for you to attend the exam firsthand. Think of it as a reward. Izuku was determined to take advantage of this chance. He was ecstatic until he realized he ought to have picked a different bus. He was forced to sit next to Kami Utsushimi, Shiketsu's most attractive girl and the biggest airhead Izuku had ever encountered, for the duration of the ride. She was vivacious, easygoing, and very direct, and she instantly knocked him off his feet. "Yo, dude, you ain't, like, handsome or whatever," she exclaimed, laughing wildly. The majority of Izuku's recently elevated self-esteem vanished in an instant. She continued after that. Izuku stammered and blushed as Kami shamelessly flirted with him the entire ride. "Though you do have your own charm. Kinda weird, right?" At least twice, he passed out. Except for Seiji Shishikura, none of the other students on the bus had the strength to stop Kami, despite their sympathy for him. "Utsushimi," Seiji yelled, his expression twisted with barely contained rage. "Cease your disgraceful behavior at once. You are an embarrassment to Shiketsu." Kami's face was expressionless as she just blinked at him. "Huh, what's with the bad vibes, bro?" Never in his life had Izuku been happier to get off a bus. A portion of the students taking the test were housed at Takoba National Stadium, which towered over them. When Izuku noticed Inasa Yoarashi, one of the first-year hero students he had worked so hard to help, heading straight for the UA students, his mood almost soured. They were obviously unnerved by his excessive, hyperactive enthusiasm until Seiji stepped in and pulled Inasa back in with his typical air of superiority. When Izuku noticed Katsuki Bakugo among the UA students, he stayed away. Fortunately, the familiar mop of green hair went unnoticed by his old friend. Strange. Bullies of the Aldera used to make fun of Bakugo's Deku Tingle for constantly alerting him to Izuku's presence. However, Bakugo wasn't the only one who appeared exhausted. Class 1A as a whole appeared exhausted and hollowed out by their experiences. They were not to blame. Since the start of their tenure, they had been plagued by hardship and had sustained the greatest number of casualties. After everything they had been through, Izuku questioned whether UA had even offered them therapy. Based on their eerie looks, he was seriously skeptical. A thought, a disturbing, unrelenting doubt, began to creep into his mind as he watched them. Did they truly possess the necessary skills to pass this test? The stadium seats were surprisingly empty, even though a huge number of students attended the provisional license exam. In addition to a few pro-heroes on standby in case of emergencies, Izuku had anticipated seeing more employees from each academy. Izuku could only hope that heroes were at least stationed in hiding because UA's recent tragedies made it impossible to be complacent about villains. Even so, he couldn't help but wonder if their presence would work better as a deterrent in public than as a covert security measure. Izuku ignored his thoughts about hero society's flaws because they were never fruitful. Rather, he trailed Motoshi's-sensei as they looked for the best location to watch the competition. They saw two familiar faces as they made their way through the stands, M's Joke from Ketsubutsu Academy and Eraserhead from UA. Izuku should have been thrilled to meet Eraserhead in person. Since Aizawa was an underground hero with a quirk that successfully neutralized other people's quirks, it was evident that cunning and tactical skill were just as important as, if not more so than, physical strength. His fighting style was among the best examples of how a quirkless person could become a hero with the correct training and mentality. The only other pro Izuku who had studied in a similar manner was Sir Night-Eye, who relied less on direct combat due to his emphasis on law enforcement and investigative work. But Izuku no longer thought highly of UA or its employees. Furthermore, because Aizawa was Bakugo's homeroom teacher, Izuku could only assume that he was like every other teacher he had known prior to Shiketsu, ignoring misbehavior as long as the student had a powerful quirk. Nevertheless, he maintained a neutral expression to conceal his disappointment. Ms. Joke recognized Motoshi's right away, if only because of his regrettable reputation for drawing unruly students. As she greeted him, she laughed. "Long time no see, Motoshi. I see bad luck hasn't made you quit yet." Motoshi let out a moan. "You have no idea." Following a few quick introductions, he pointed to Izuku. "This is Izuku Midoriya, one of our general course students. He's become something of a prodigy in quirk analysis and has helped our hero course students improve ahead of schedule." Unaccustomed to such acknowledgement, Izuku recoiled a little at the compliment. Ms. Joke's eyebrows shot up in curiosity. A general course kid making hero students stronger. Now that is interesting. Maybe I should borrow you for a while, huh? She laughed. Aizawa just stared at the student in front of him with his typical weary, unreadable expression while Izuku stammered, unsure of how to react. The exam then started. As soon as the starting signal was given, the UA class was overrun by a large number of students. This was obviously no accident. This was tradition. Izuku had read about it in previous reports. The UA crushing. Because UA broadcast its sports festival publicly, all of the schools that competed in the provisional exam had access to the students' combat patterns, strengths, and weaknesses. They took advantage of this information every year by banding together to target UA students in the first stage. Class 1A was ready, though. Bakugo launched an explosive counterattack, blasting away a group of students before their opponents could fully overpower them. The remainder of 1A took advantage of the situation. Some hid, others struck back, but nobody was unprepared. Ms. Joke whistled softly. "Not bad. I half expected you to keep them in the dark and let them figure it out the hard way, Eraser." With a slow exhale, Aizawa's one eye was unreadable. "I don't have that luxury anymore." There was no denying the weight of those words. It was obvious that losing 4 students had altered him, but he didn't have to state it explicitly. His voice had a sharp edge, a subdued sadness beneath his typical monotone. He was resolved not to make the same mistakes twice after learning his lesson in the most difficult way imaginable. Izuku observed Bakugo's approach while standing back. Typical, he reflected. The fact that so many opponents had united to defeat him must have been flattering to the blonde. In an attempt to eliminate them all with a single, devastating counterattack, he had left himself vulnerable. One unforeseen obstacle, though, was a Ketsubutsu student who strikingly resembled Izuku. This older student tried to disrupt the UA students' coordination by sending tremors through the battlefield with his quirk, Vibration. But before Bakugo could carry out his plan successfully, his extreme aggression compelled him to back off. It appeared that Class 1A had a good chance of passing the first round as long as they remained united. In the meantime, the competition was completely dominated by the Shiketsu students. Shiketsu's students moved with discipline and accuracy, in contrast to the disorderly chaos that surrounded UA. They easily defeated their opponents, particularly Inasa Yoarashi, whose strong wind quirk created a tremendous storm on the virtual urban battlefield. He swept away dozens of rivals with a single typhoon, giving Shiketsu a clear advantage. It was an amazing show of strength. Motoshi swallowed a little, but otherwise seemed content. "Looks like Shiketsu is going to steamroll this exam." Izuku nodded, his eyes tracing the enormity of the devastation Inasa had caused. "Yeah, no surprise there. Happy to see I was useful after all in ensuring the guys worked as a unit. It's going to take a lot to break their momentum. And none of the other universities had what it took to accomplish that, as far as Izuku could tell. All of the students from Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, CI, and UA passed the first section of the test. The numbers of the other pupils, however, varied widely. The second and last section of the licensing exam was about to begin. As the students watched from the anteroom, numerous areas of the stadium exploded and turned into disaster areas. Now, using professional stuntmen from the Help Us Company, or HUC, the students had to rescue civilians who had been caught up in the devastation and transport them to the designated medical area. With the help of public safety personnel watching the test from the stands, the HUC staff evaluated the students' rescue strategies and choices in real time. It was a real challenge, and most of them failed because they treated the civilians like points to be collected in a video game instead of taking into account their health and how their actions could worsen the situation. Bakugo was, of course, the worst offender. Like many children, Katsuki was an ardent fan of All Might, but she mistakenly believed that heroics equated to victory and strength. He thought that a hero's ability to defeat a villain was the only thing that truly defined them. He believed that since citizens were their fault for not being able to defend themselves, it shouldn't be his concern what happened to them. Katsuki was obviously going to fail to obtain his provisional license. Fortunately, the remaining UA students exercised greater caution, even collaborating with other academies such as CI to make every rescue effort as near flawless as possible. The HUC stuntman and Midoriya could easily see the mistakes, but Izuku was more aware than most that perfection was only a pipe dream that would never be realized. He should also be aware of unmet expectations. Nevertheless, he already knew who would do well on this test. Nevertheless, Izuku also foresaw that there would be a significant barrier that would put everything in danger. The Aqua Hero, Gang Orca and his horde of sidekicks played the part of the simulation's antagonists. They started intimidating both the civilians they were defending and the hero trainees. Izuku had to question whether Gang Orca volunteered for this voluntarily or if he had been forced to do so because of his appearance, which, despite being one of Japan's most noble heroes, made people fear him. In any case, the Aqua Hero was selling his act almost too convincingly. The sheer intimidation he radiated caused at least 2 trainees to pass out. In any case, even if the HPSC asked a heteromorph to play a villain for the sake of the student's development, it was extremely offensive. Bakugo and Yoshindo were easily defeated, so almost all attempts to stop Gang Orca and protect the wounded were in vain. Ultimately, Inasa had to confront the seasoned hero in order to give everyone time to flee. Whatever the prodigy threw at him, Gang Orca was able to overcome it, no matter how strong the wind. Experience easily surpasses natural talent. Yoarashi, however, refused to be defeated. He chose to employ his trump card after confirming that everyone had been evacuated. Midoriya, Inasa yelled, causing everyone in the stadium to turn to face him. Watch closely, see the fruits of our labor. At one point, Inasa focused the winds of his quirk, causing lightning to crackle through the air to everyone's amazement. Gang Orca was momentarily stunned by a bolt of pure electricity that arced toward him. He was reeling after the first 2 bolts, but he retaliated by neutralizing several more with hypersonic waves acting as temporary barriers. There was a standoff between the 2 fighters, a struggle between raw strength and sophisticated skill. Motoshige-sensei whistled softly. Incredible. You were onto something with that thesis, Midoriya. With interest in their eyes, Eraserhead and Ms. Joke both turned to face Izuku. Before he started to explain, Midoriya cleared his throat. Lightning is created through wind during atmospheric friction. The movement of air generates static electricity, and with enough buildup, it discharges as lightning. With a more precise control of his whirlwind, Yoarashi can grant himself a new power beyond the element of his quirk. What we're seeing here is his new super move. Aizawa was puzzled, but he didn't say so. Was it really possible to wield one elemental quirk with another? If one thing was evident from Inasa's exaggerated screaming, it was that Midoriya was the one who made this discovery. Shota was now really thinking about the extent of this young man's abilities. Only 100 students were able to obtain their provisional licenses after the Provisional Hero License exam was completed. They included every member of CI, Ketsubutsu, Shiketsu, and all but one of UA. Nobody was surprised by Katsuki Bakugo's inevitable failure. Since All Might had saved him from the League, his vile behavior had only gotten worse. As the university persisted in its efforts to persuade the public that Bakugo possessed the qualities of a great hero, this setback would only serve to further harm UA's standing. This most recent error would only highlight their ignorance. Izuku was sitting across from Dean Matsu, still in shock over the shocking revelation. Unable to conceal his surprise, he blurted out, "Go to UA." Dean Matsu gave a nod. Yes, Nezu has sent an official proposal for what is being called a temporary exchange program. Izuku squinted. And the real reason? Matsu grinned, his wolf-like eyes sparkling with amusement at Izuku's insight. Nezu's charades are among the best, but I see through this one. The UA teacher you met was impressed by the dramatic improvements of my students during the provisional license exam. When he found out that one student was largely responsible for these improvements, they decided UA needed you more. He raised his hands in the air. They hope you can do the same for their struggling students. Izuku took a swallow. More than he wanted to acknowledge, he was flattered, but his fear persisted. And you're considering this? Why would Shiketsu entertain this request? UA should clean up its own mess. If it were up to me, I'd show them exactly why I'm compared to the werewolf of legend. But I owe Nezu a debt. He saved my life once, and that's not something I take lightly. Matsu said with a smile. Besides, as much as I dislike their handling of recent events, UA is still the #1 hero academy in the country. Their fall from grace reflects poorly on all of us. If we let them crumble, the impact will be felt across hero society for generations. Like it or not, academies like ours must ensure that none of us fall. Even though he didn't like it, Izuku understood the reasoning and sighed. I get that, but why do I have to physically be there? Wouldn't it be easier to just send my analysis, maybe video recordings? I don't need to be on site to assess their quirks. Matsu gave a nod. That would be better for you, yes. But sending you in person sends a stronger message. It tells UA that they still have people who trust them, at least enough to believe they won't let another student die. Izuku tensed up at the suggestion. He was aware that Shiketsu was quietly testing whether UA had actually learned from its mistakes, and that the deaths there were a stain they couldn't erase. Matsu relaxed, his piercing eyes softening a bit. Besides, All Might may be retired, but word has it he has an apprentice whose power exceeds even his own. And while All for One is still at large, no villain would be foolish enough to attack during the UA Cultural Festival. Izuku's stomach churned. He had no desire to attend UA at all. He didn't enjoy the idea of being close to Bakugo or All Might again, nor did he want to take the chance of becoming entangled in whatever mess they would unavoidably end up in next. However, Matsu was correct. He had a moral duty to help other academies if they needed it. Additionally, it was an opportunity that might broaden his perspectives, fortify his future, and, at last, bring him the respect he so richly earned. And he was curious, if he was telling the truth. The student who had turned the tide against the Shihasaikai, Mirio Tagata, was the person he wished to see. Izuku was curious as to why Mirio had apparently disappeared from the public eye following his victory over Overhaul. So he made his choice. He packed his bags, left for UA, and entered the campus that had once been his dream without telling his classmates. He was both nostalgic and unfamiliar as the UA gates loomed before him. Izuku, wearing his Shiketsu uniform, felt strangely detached. His younger self, the boy who had dreamed of entering these gates as a student and who had repeatedly watched All Might's debut video, would never have thought that his first visit would be in such a situation. A small but powerful figure was waiting for him as he got closer to the main building. Nezu said, Mr. Midoriya, his beady eyes sparkling. It's a pleasure to have you here at UA University. Izuku gave a small bow. The honor is mine, Dean Nezu. I'm flattered that my quirk analysis has garnered so much attention. Nezu laughed. You can thank Eraserhead for that. He's always been skeptical of quirk analysts, but your work has proven to be top tier. The impact you've had on Shiketsu students is undeniable, especially when we saw Inasa Yoarashi hold his own against Gang Orca. It made Izuku shift uneasily. He wasn't looking for compliments. I'll do my best to assist your students in any way I can. Nezu gave a nod of approval. That's all I ask. But first, let's ensure you enjoy your stay. The UA Cultural Festival is about to begin, and you must spectate. Nezu led him into the building, but neither of them saw the two sets of eyes staring at Izuku from opposite directions. Katsuki's jaw was clenched so tightly that his teeth were on the verge of cracking, and one pair burned with barely controlled rage. Deku, how dare he? The other, Toshinori Yagi, was frozen in place, staring at the quirkless young man he had met more than a year ago and had not heard of since. His expression was one of shock and something dangerously close to sadness. Him again? Does this mean there's a chance after all? Every year, UA University hosts the Cultural Festival, where students from all academic programs and grades create fun activities for all to enjoy. Food stands, spectacles, performances, exhibits, and even a well-known beauty pageant are all present. Izuku might not be able to make it back in time for Shiketsu's similar event, which is set for next week. His Class 1C intends to use their upgraded quirks to wow the staff. The hero course shines during the sports festival, while the general, support, and business courses establish their value to the public and visitors during the cultural festival. Unfortunately, this was not supposed to be. Izuku was caught in the midst of yet another villain attack as UA's misfortune reared its head once more. There was widespread panic after a low-profile villain going by the name Gentle Criminal and his partner La Brava broke into UA. Even though their actions appeared more theatrical than malevolent, their objective was obvious, to further degrade UA while appearing good to the public. Izuku sought refuge in a food stand to escape the resulting mayhem and was compelled to observe in horror as swarming crowds trampled on each other, tourists were hurt, and teachers tried to restrain the evil duo. Gentle's peculiar quirk made everything elastic, including the air itself, and even Aizawa, one of the faculty's most skilled fighters, was unable to completely neutralize it. He was frustratingly hard to catch because of his increased mobility. Izuku could not handle the complete chaos, but there was nothing he could do. Or so he believed. Among the throng, Izuku noticed a girl with brown hair and a constant blush. She was fleeing to safety when a piece of another food stand fell on top of her, causing her to fall to the ground. She was unharmed except for a loud grunt. "Not again," she cried, her anxiety overpowering her fear. At least it was easy enough to get the debris off of her. The worst was about to happen as she was taking the stand off of her. A big speaker that Gentle Criminal had thrown into the air was headed straight for her. Before he could think, Izuku moved. He rushed out of the food stand, pushing past escaping customers, driven by instinct. He came to her in one smooth motion, caught her by the hand, and rolled them both away. The speaker broke into pieces as she collided with the pavement where she had just been lying. However, there was no time for relaxation. Izuku quickly picked her up in a bridal carry and ran toward the main building, dodging falling debris and terrified students. Gentle and La Brava were getting ready to leave when they got there. Before leaving, the pair, who were unharmed, jokingly thanked UA for its hospitality, claiming that their performance had been a success. They were pursued by the police and any available pro-heroes in Musutafu, but it was ultimately ineffective. When La Brava posted a well-rehearsed, edited version of their stunt online, the two disappeared without a trace and their fame soared. Izuku later escorted the girl to Recovery Girl for treatment in the infirmary. She barely noticed the open bleeding from a gash on her arm. As Recovery Girl got ready to clean her wound, she remained composed. Standing next to her, Izuku sensed the anguish she was attempting to conceal. It was more than just the near-death experience. There was a deeper, festering aspect to it. She softly said, "Thanks for the help," to him. Izuku said, humbly, "No gratitude needed." It was more an impulsive decision than an actual plan. Anything bad could have happened in that scenario, unsure of how to feel about saving someone from a dire situation. "Better than turning tail and leaving me to rot. One thing during my time here that I've taken to heart is that regret is always worse than inaction," Ochako remarked, negating any attempt to minimize her assistance. Izuku said uneasily, "That sounds very wise," unsure of what to do other than rub his head. Fortunately, she changed the topic and said, "I've never seen you before. Are you one of the visitors?" He said, "Yeah, I'm a student from Shiketsu's general course. Izuku Midoriya." "A pleasure, Midoriya. I'm Ochako Uraraka," Izuku realized. "Uraraka? As in Uravati? One of the new hero students Ryukyu took for work studies?" Ochako sheepishly replied, "Yeah, that's me," feeling ashamed that someone recognized her. Izuku expressed a covert sense of excitement about this encounter by saying, "Wow, anyone who earns the Dragoon Hero's notice must mean you're something special." With even more sadness, Ochako responded, "Kind of you to say, but everything I went through to make it into 1A was stressful, lacking any of the happiness Izuku might have experienced in a different life." After that, neither of them said much, choosing to remain silent and peaceful. Izuku stays by her side until she recovers, and he asks himself in private, to what extent has UA declined? Toshinori Yagi, a few feet away, looked on silently, regret hazing his face. The situation was worse than the former symbol of peace had anticipated when he had come to the infirmary to see how the wounded were doing. Recovery Girl was already overburdened, and in order to meet the demand for treatment, some students would have to be moved to a hospital. On yet another occasion, Toshinori had been powerless to stop UA from taking another hit.
He had been reduced to the status of an observer with no ability to break the cycle. But he experienced a painful yet reassuring feeling as he saw Midoriya, no longer a shy boy but a determined young man, come forward to assist. Deep down, I have always known, he should have been the ninth, not poor Mirio, Toshinori subtly muttered. A voice behind him said, "Is that so?" When he turned, Sir Night-Eye was in the doorway. The Foresight hero's normally immaculate suit was a little rumpled, as if he had just slept. He carried himself like a man who had just fought a personal battle, even though he had not been present during the attack. Toshinori scowled. Mirai, the former sidekick, folded his arms. Then quit stalking like a creep. If you truly believe that, let's make the most of this mess and see if you did indeed find number 10. Not every man is created equal. Once uttered by a wise man, these words have reverberated throughout space and time, echoing in realms other than our own. I once found it difficult to accept the bitter truth that they are the most accurate words I have ever heard. I once believed that we could overcome this inequality, surpass our limitations, and become heroes if we had enough heart and willpower. I firmly believed in the strength of the human spirit, the power of good, and the notion that we could always find a way to bring light into the world, no matter how dark it got. But even the strongest convictions can be shattered by the world. The most perilous temptation of all is power. Every life I've touched, wherever I go, seems to crave it, pursue it with unbridled ambition, and tear itself apart in the process. We overextend ourselves and give up everything for power, including our happiness, humanity, and even our souls. For what purpose? What ultimate objective makes up for everything we lose in the process? Is a victory really worth the cost we incur? I once believed that there was. I once believed that it was worth every effort to become a hero and a symbol of peace. However, I'm not so sure now. The road to power is a perilous one that only leads to darkness. I have witnessed it transform even the most noble souls into monsters, eating away at everything that made them human. What's the worst? Regardless of one's purity, kindness, or good intentions, anyone could meet this fate. If you don't have an anchor, someone or something to keep you balanced, to serve as a reminder of your identity and your priorities, the distinction between hero and villain becomes hazy without that anchor, and no amount of strength can save you from yourself. Perhaps the best example of the corruption of power is the society in which I was born. Heroes and villains engage in never-ending combat in a destructive cycle, with each conflict becoming more devastating than the one before it. It's simple to pass judgment and claim that we ought to have recognized the warning signs. In actuality, though, we were all too oblivious and engrossed in the glories of heroism to recognize that we were internally destroying ourselves. But can I really judge? I, who have been given a fresh start, a second opportunity in a world so dissimilar from the one I was familiar with? Power is both a gift and a curse in this world, which is still on the verge of extinction. I regret many of the decisions I made in the past, and the consequences of those choices continue to haunt me. This new world is more than just a brave new world. It's dying, and some people still think I'm the only one who can keep it intact. I doubt I will ever be able to. I don't believe I ever will. All I can do is try my hardest to keep this place safe and the people I've grown to love safe. Even if I'm not the hero they deserve, I want to be the one they need. Because I won't let the power that was bestowed upon me blind me this time. This power is genuinely mine and mine alone this time. And I'm going to use it to finally break through the darkness. I'll continue to be good. I will continue to remember who I was and who I aspire to be. Because I now understand that the will to persevere and keep going is the only real strength, regardless of the barriers that stand in our way, for the world that we all wish to inhabit. The day began smoothly and amicably for the people of a city as the parents left for work and the kids were dropped off at school. Everything appeared to be fine until a huge explosion occurred in the center of the city, destroying buildings and instantly killing thousands of people. The explosion's shockwave shattered windows and shook surrounding buildings, causing people miles away to stumble or fall. What had been a residential area in a city was reduced to a huge crater after the explosion subsided. The explosion was caused by an aberrant, a large, purple, hairless humanoid with a muscular body and two rounded antennae on its head, standing in the middle of the crater. With a great burst of speed, the aberrant flew up into the air after surveying his surroundings with disgust. When the aberrant was high in the air, he summoned 4 orbs of pure energy and launched them all over the city, killing everyone inside and destroying more buildings. While everyone was attempting to contain the situation inside the Hero Association headquarters control room, the building began to tremble due to a nearby explosion caused by the aberrant. "It's closing in," exclaimed a console operator. In search of answers, another operator looked away from his loud console. "Damn,
So who's available? A female console operator cried out, we have confirmation that Lightning Max and Smile Man are on their way, secretly hoping the two A-class heroes would be able to defeat the Aberrant. The Aberrant had easily defeated Lightning Max and Smile Man, two of the 31 heroes lying among the debris, and they were still causing havoc throughout City A. Standing alone in the middle of the ruins that once comprised a portion of City A young girl cried out, Mommy, Daddy. She was so overcome with grief over losing both of her parents that she failed to notice the Aberrant approaching from behind. After examining the weeping child for a moment, the Aberrant extended his quickly protruding arm in an attempt to squash her like a grape. The Aberrant clenched his giant hand around the little girl with a malevolent chuckle, but was confused when he failed to see the human girl's blood squirt out or feel her bones snap. When the Aberrant opens his hand, he is shocked to see that there is no sign of the young girl, dead or alive. Sensing something, the Aberrant looked to his right and saw the little girl, still alive, with another human who, in the instant it took him to clench his fist, had somehow managed to grab the girl and take her away. The Aberrant said, You're a fast one, knowing that the human was moving so quickly that he missed them. Who are you? The young girl stopped crying and fixed her tearful gaze on the hero, her eyes wide with amazement. It's you. As he gently lowered the young girl to the ground, the hero grinned down at her with a genuine, contrite smile. I apologize for not arriving on time. The hero, who was 6 feet 4 inches tall, turned to the Aberrant and displayed his costume. A black outlined, full body, dark green jumpsuit with padded shoulders, elbows, knees, and shins for added protection. Light-colored shoulder pads that give the suit a reinforced and armored appearance. A white cape draped over his shoulders that nearly reaches his feet. A black utility belt around his waist that is useful for holding various tools. Black arm braces that come with the suit, along with wrist straps and extending white stripes around his biceps. And finally, black boots that are sturdy and reinforced all the way to his knees. But now, I will rectify this mistake. Ultima, the young girl called the name of the most famous hero in the world. The Aberrant merely gave the hero a frustrated glance. Ultima? So you think you're better than everyone else? He questioned doubtfully, what conceit? Since I am Vaccine Man, mine has much greater significance. The Aberrant slapped his chest passionately and declared, the Earth is a single living organism. With confident passion, the Vaccine Man exclaimed, you filthy humans are nothing but a disease-causing bacteria, eating away at her precious life force. At the same time, the Aberrant started to change, his muscles bulging, spikes growing all over his body, and 2 long but sharp tusks extending from his jaw. Ultima wondered who was watching as Vaccine Man rapidly grew taller until he reached the point where the Aberrant was now a towering monster of muscle, spikes, and razor-sharp claws. Why do they always feel the need to tell me all about their backstory? She asked. The Earth, in her infinite wisdom, has created me in order to eradicate humanity and the wicked civilization that has been established on her surface. And I shall begin my purge of humanity by killing, roared the transformed Aberrant, who lunged at Ultima with the intention of tearing him to pieces. This was declared by Vaccine Man, who had finally changed into his true form. Unfortunately for Vaccine Man, he was unable to realize that he was up against the world's greatest hero, not any hero like the ones he had already vanquished. Ultima moved faster than the Aberrant could catch up, and in the 10th of a second, he gives Vaccine Man an uppercut that has more than enough force to tear the Aberrant's head off. To the young girl who witnessed the number 1 hero easily defeat the Aberrant, it appeared as though Ultima had just used a real punch composed of green lightning to kill the monster. I wish I could empathize with eco-terrorists, but terrorism will never be a righteous cause, no matter what's at stake. More spectacular was the fact that Ultima's punch not only killed the powerful monster but also dispersed the rising smoke and clouds that filled the sky, leaving nothing but clear blue skies for all of his city to enjoy. Vaccine Man's large, monstrous head was launched up into the air faster than a speeding bullet and vanished from view, having flown higher than the human eye could naturally see. The young girl's eyes glistened with wonder as she saw Ultima, the number 1 hero, turn to face her with the same tender smile for which he was well known. The sunlight that fell upon the hero only served to accentuate his angelic appearance. Ultima, we are so grateful for your assistance. Even after defeating the dragon-level monster, Ultima made a special effort to bring back the 31 injured heroes and any civilians who were hurt during Vaccine Man's rampage. Thank you, Busho, he said, bowing his head in respect for the number 1 hero. After defeating the Aberrant, most of the other S-class heroes would have simply left, but they were all swiftly moved to the infirmary to receive treatment from the best doctors available. Izuku Midoriya,
who is officially regarded as the strongest hero and is 24 years old, could still become a little shy when he received praise. "It was nothing," he said. "Just doing my duty, that's all," Midoriya replied, dismissing Busho's compliment with a humiliated laugh. Busho lifted his head, beaming, delighted that they had someone like Ultima to defend them against threats from around the world. "Still, you have our gratitude." His co-workers all nodded joyfully or complimented Ultima verbally, demonstrating their agreement. "I guess I have no choice but to say you are all welcome," Izuku said, laughing and blushing in embarrassment. "If that's all, I'd better get out of here." The hero waved as he left the control room to resume his patrol after saying, "The cities won't patrol themselves." Izuku felt like thinking back on the life he had created for himself as he walked down the hallway and courteously greeted the Hero Association staff, who all expressed their gratitude to him. "All right, what's next on the agenda?" Ultima's cape billowed behind him as he flew back to his city after leaving the Hero Association, where static electricity began to discharge from his body and onto the ground, propelling him upward. The city below was bathed in a warm, golden light by the sun, a stark contrast to the devastation that had occurred just hours earlier, and as he approached the center of the city, he surveyed the damage left in the wake of Vaccine Man's rampage. Reconstruction was already well underway, with scores of construction workers, wearing neon vests and hard hats, moving like a well-oiled machine, cranes lifting heavy beams, trucks thundering across the streets littered with debris, and scaffolding rising where buildings had once stood. The faces of the workers were a mix of exhaustion and determination, with some moving with the practiced efficiency of those all too familiar with this kind of devastation, while others showed signs of weariness, the weight of their task evident in their heavy steps and slumped shoulders. Ultima observed them from above with admiration and a hint of sadness in his eyes. Monster attacks were so common in this world that construction workers had become nearly as famous as the heroes themselves. The cycle of devastation and reconstruction was a grim routine, but it was these people's tenacity that kept society going. His thoughts drifted to a certain brunette with perpetually pink cheeks, a face that always made him feel nostalgic and yearning, as he hovered silently in the air. Ochako. His heart ached, a reminder of the sacrifices he had made and the distance that now separated him from the life he once knew. The name echoed in his mind, bringing back memories of simpler times, of shared dreams and quiet moments that seemed like a lifetime ago. How long had it been since he last saw her? Since he last felt the comfort of home? He was startled out of his reverie by a shout from below. "Hey, it's the Hero King." One of the construction workers had noticed him, waving enthusiastically. The title, the Hero King, caused Izuku to feel a familiar twinge of annoyance. It was a name that had been thrust upon him, a title he had never desired, and it carried a condescending weight to him, as if he were something more, or less, than the hero he aspired to be. However, after years of trying to shake it off, he had come to accept that, like his previous name, Deku, it was now a part of him, inseparable from his identity. Grinning, he lowered himself to the floor and said to the workers who had gathered, "How are things going, my friends?" "We're managing," one of the employees said, dabbing at his perspiration. "Thanks for dealing with that monster. Without you, we would have had a lot more to clean up." The shyness from before reappeared as Ultima laughed modestly, "Just doing my duty. Do you need my assistance with anything? Perhaps lifting some heavy objects?" "We appreciate the offer, but we've got it covered," another worker grinned, adding, "You're doing enough by keeping the big threats off our backs." The workers looked at each other, obviously grateful but equally determined not to bother the hero anymore. Ultima acknowledged their sentiment with a nod. "All right, then. But don't be afraid to call if you need anything. Be careful out here." The world needed him to remain focused, and there would be time later, possibly much later, to think about what he had left behind. Ultima took to the skies again after a few more words of encouragement, his thoughts still clinging to the brief conversation, the informal exchange having grounded him and drawn him away from the burdensome thoughts that had threatened to overwhelm him. Or maybe not. Ultima stopped in midair when an explosion suddenly and unexpectedly erupted a few miles toward D-City. At the center of the explosion stood one of the largest aberrants Ultima had ever seen. It was so tall that it stood well above the clouds and blocked out the sun for millions of people in D-City. Izuku quickly calculated the aberrant's height, estimating it to be close to 300 meters. The aberrant resembled a man without skin and had bone-like armor covering parts of his body. Ultima's form was engulfed in emerald lightning before he vanished in a sudden rush of speed. Laughing, Fukagao stood on his transformed brother's shoulder and watched Marugori crush hundreds of unfortunate people who had been in the giant's path. "Yes. This is amazing, my younger brother. I had no idea it would be so successful," the insane scientist laughed.
He had been working on his biceps brachii king steroid for years, and after giving it to his younger brother Marugori, who yearned for strength in order to overtake Ultima as the world's strongest man, Marugori became a mutated giant who was stronger than any hero and taller than any building or mountain. The two of us will conquer the earth and rule together as kings thanks to my intelligence and your strength, combining the best bodies and minds this world has to offer. We can't be stopped, the scientist laughed hysterically. A blur of green struck Marugori's elbow, stopping him from moving his arm, and Marugori displayed obvious strain as he pulled his enormous right arm back to blow away the neighboring city. Marugori, what's wrong? Fukugao inquired bewilderedly. My elbow has something on it. I am unable to move my arm, moaned Marugori, trying futilely to free it but failing. Until the person who was holding him released his arm. Incredulous, Ultima flew to the front of the brothers so they could give him a close look. Good to know I have your attention, he said. Ultima? Fukugao yelled at the number one hero in front of them in disbelief. I am that. Ultima gave them one chance to give up, saying, and I suggest you come quietly, otherwise things won't go over well for either of you. Marugori lay there, stunned to see the man, the king he had long desired to usurp, standing atop the hero world. His astonished face changed to one of serene reflection before he said, Ultima, for so long I had only one desire. To be the most powerful man. The only actual currency that counts in this world is strength. The powerful rule over the weak and set the rules. Since the monsters first appeared and turned us mere humans into cattle, things have been like that, and I wanted to use all of my strength to survive. And I knew I was headed in the right direction as soon as I saw you. He was transported back to a period of time when there were no recognized heroes in the world as a wave of memories swept over him. 8 years ago, before the Hero Association was even conceived, the world had been a much darker place, with monsters and criminals roaming freely, terrorizing cities, and no one to defend the people but the police, the military, and the few brave individuals who took the law into their own hands. Vigilantes. Back when chaos reigned and the strong dominated the weak. He was a ghost, a whisper among the saved, a shadow that frightened criminals, and a figure that stood out among those vigilantes like a beacon in the night. Initially, he was known as Deku, a young man dressed in green who appeared to be everywhere at once, diving into the most dangerous situations without hesitation, solving the problem, ensuring the safety of the wounded, and then disappearing before anyone could question him. However, the world would never forget the day Marugori actually saw Deku's strength for the first time. On a day that started out like any other, a strong earthquake rocked W City, sending buildings swaying, roads cracking, and fear coursing through the populace. The damage was severe but not catastrophic, and fortunately, no one was killed right away, but there was one incident that could have made the disaster into a tragedy. One of the city's main thoroughfares was severely damaged by the earthquake. Hundreds of people were still stranded on a large bridge that was in danger of collapsing into the river below due to cracked support beams. As the bridge groaned under its own weight and the lives of those trapped hung in the balance, panic broke out. A blur of green rushed through the air just as everything appeared hopeless, and Deku, his eyes keen and focused, rushed into action without hesitation. He first noticed a man and his daughter perched on the bridge's edge, just inches from plunging into the raging waters below. Deku was there in a flash, effortlessly lifting the limo and putting it back on the road after swooping down and catching them both, gently placing them on solid ground, but there was no time to rest. His eyes spied a limousine carrying an old man and his grandson, the vehicle tilting dangerously towards the edge. Even so, it wasn't the end. A loose suspension cable snapped as the bridge shook, slicing through the air like a deadly serpent, poised to crush anyone in its path. Deku used his bare hands to stop the cable, which was only inches away from a woman who was frozen in fear. After securing the cable, he finally focused on the bridge's collapsing section. Deku strained every muscle in his body to prevent the bridge and the people on it from falling into the river as he flew beneath it with a roar of effort and caught the entire section with his hands. The sight of a lone figure defying the laws of physics by holding up a huge chunk of steel and concrete was nothing short of miraculous. He started to carefully and slowly lift the broken section, carrying it and the people away from the dangerous edge. The people around Deku finally got a good look at their savior as he put down the bridge piece, making sure that no one was in danger. His eyes were blazing with a fierce resolve, and his face was young but hardened by determination. He was no longer just a shadow or a rumor. He was real and powerful beyond belief. Marugori's obsession really started on that day, when the world first saw the strength of the man who would go on to become the #1 hero and be renamed Ultima by the populace. But like so many others, Marugori only saw what Izuku was capable of.
He was envious of Ultima's power, his unadulterated strength that could overcome all obstacles, and in his jealousy, he overlooked the most crucial aspect. What Ultima did with that power. The way he put other people's safety first, acting not out of a desire to be the strongest but rather to protect and save. Ambition blazed in Marujori's eyes as he glared at the floating figure in front of him. Ultima, the Hero King, the man who had stood in his way for nearly 10 years as a symbol of strength and hope, now stood calm and unimpressed. In an effort to get the hero's attention and the attention of everyone around him, he raised his arms, being careful not to knock his big brother down. His voice boomed like thunder as he spoke. Ultra, do you see me now? Now I'm really strong, I'll demonstrate that I'm on par with you right now. With his enormous muscles protruding as he readied himself to unleash his power, he declared. Marugori had turned into a monster, voluntarily changing his body into a massive beast in order to gain power, and his admiration was now genuinely twisted into a fierce desire to outdo the man in front of him. Perched on his shoulder, his brother Fukugao grinned wickedly, sharing his conceit. You heroes had better give up now, or you'll perish just like everyone else. Confident in their newfound power, Fukugao boasted. Ultima remained silent, his gaze unwavering and steady, floating in midair with an unreadable expression, but the icy resolve in his eyes sent a chill down Marujori's spine. The Hero King didn't need words to make his point, his silence was sufficient. Marugori became irritated. How could Ultima ignore him so readily? How could he deny his strength? Marugori roared in frustration and drew back his huge fist, prepared to throw the strongest blow he could muster, one that would establish his value and put him on a level playing field with the man he had long admired. With all his strength, he swung his fist, causing the ground beneath them to crack and the air around him to tremble from the force of the blow, the shockwave of the looming impact threatening to destroy everything in its path. However, the moment Ultima's hands met Marujori's fist, the world seemed to freeze. The immense kinetic energy behind Marujori's punch disappeared in an instant, absorbed into Ultima's palm without even a gust of wind being triggered, rendering the sheer force that should have destroyed mountains helpless in the Hero King's grasp. Fukugao, Marujori's brother, stared in shock, his confidence crumbling as the reality of their situation set in. The strength they had so haughtily boasted about was nothing compared to the true power that stood before them. Marujori's eyes widened in disbelief as his mighty fist was held in place, unable to move an inch. Ultima's voice was calm, but it had a finality that chilled the two brothers' blood. I gave you a chance to come quietly, she said. You ought to have accepted it. Ultima's aura intensified as he activated full cowling 100%, and his body started to glow. His hair stood on end, spiking up with a brilliant green hue, and blue electricity crackled around him, swirling like a storm. His presence became intimidating, and the air itself hummed with power as his body changed into a conduit of limitless energy. The giant struggled, but it was in vain. Ultima's power was absolute, and Marugori was nothing more than a leaf caught in a hurricane. Marugori could only watch in horror as Ultima's aura grew, the blue electricity engulfing his massive form, lifting him off the ground with effortless strength. Ultima's thoughts were racing, but he had to choose between throwing Marugori into the ocean, which would cause a tsunami that could destroy entire cities, and letting him fall back to Earth, which would cause unimaginable destruction. Ultima's face was determined as he tightened his hold on Marugori and, in an instant, shot into the air, pulling the massive giant along with him. The air became thinner as they rose higher and higher, the ground quickly contracting beneath them, and Marugori's struggles became less intense as the oxygen in the atmosphere decreased, but Ultima persisted, his determination unwavering. In the exosphere, the edge of space where the Earth was a far-off sphere below them, they broke through the clouds and beyond the stratosphere. Ultima's expression remained stoic, his duty clear, while Marujori's body went limp as the realization of his imminent fate hit him, his eyes wide with fear. Ultima's final, powerful throw sent Marugori hurtling into space, banishing him from the planet, and his body vanished into the night, his ambition and lust for power now meaningless in the empty, frigid depths of space. The thin air took its toll on Fukugao, who had been clinging desperately to his brother, knocking him unconscious, but Ultima made sure he would survive by carrying the insane scientist back to Earth. The trip back to Earth was quick, with Ultima descending gracefully while holding the unconscious Fukugao. The crowd that had been watching in wonder from below erupted in cheers and applause as he landed in D-City, reminded of Ultima's status as the #1 hero, the Hero King, after witnessing a demonstration of strength and control. As he turned away from the crowd, Ultima felt a twinge of sadness, but he ignored the praise, his thoughts fixed on his next mission: to take Fukugao to prison, where he would be held responsible for his deeds. The memory of Vaccine Man's final moments followed the image of Marugori being thrown into the vast, empty emptiness of space. Both were aberrants, monsters who had chosen the path of destruction, but at the end of the day, they were still living beings, beings who had once had dreams, desires, and fears. Izuku had ended their lives, snuffed out their potential, and that knowledge gnawed at him relentlessly. Even though I clung to the idea that heroes should be the guardians of life, not just for the defenseless, but for all living things, reality had forced me to face the harsh reality that sometimes lives had to be sacrificed in order to save others. I repeatedly looked for an alternative. The infighting between humans and monsters was unrelenting, and it seemed that every step toward peace was met with twice as many back into chaos. Nevertheless, it was necessary to reach out to the aberrant, to create peace treaties, and to end the never-ending cycle of bloodshed. Over the years, I had learned to harden my heart because I had to, because the world I live in now demands a steely resolve that cannot afford to falter when faced with tough decisions. However, I felt a tiny but significant part of the boy who once aspired to be a hero without ever taking a life slipping away each time I took a life. I used to wonder what my mentors and friends would think if they could see me now. All Might, who had been my inspiration and had taught me that a hero's role was to save people with a smile, would he be ashamed that One for All has been reduced to this? Would he understand the threat posed by the aberrant? Would he understand the necessity of my actions? I'm not sure, and I was plagued by uncertainty. My old friends Uraraka, Iida, and Todoroki's faces flashed through my mind, and the warmth they used to give me was replaced by a cold, hollow ache. They are no longer with me, the ties of our youth eroding under the weight of our personal burdens and whatever fate this is. Would they recognize me now? This world needed me to be strong, decisive, and to do what others couldn't or wouldn't do, but that didn't make the burden any lighter. I have too many regrets because of the lives I took and the lives I couldn't save, but all I could do was keep going forward, one step at a time. He longed for a peaceful solution, one that did not involve bloodshed. He longed for the day when he would no longer have to look into the eyes of an aberrant and see the spark of life extinguished by his hand. Perhaps, if that day ever came, he would find it in himself to forgive his own sins. Perhaps then, he could finally rest. Izuku sighed, the sound lost in the wind that swept through the city. Even though he occasionally found it difficult to believe in himself, all he could do until that day came was keep going for the benefit of people who relied on him and the world that still believed in heroes. Because that was what it meant to be the symbol of peace, Izuku clenched his fists and made a silent vow in his heart to keep fighting, protecting, and searching for that elusive peace. Maybe, just maybe, one day he would show himself that the sacrifices he made were worthwhile. As Izuku Midoriya returned to Z City, the city that had come to be associated with chaos and danger. A place where most people were afraid to walk, a magnet for aberrants and all kinds of otherworldly threats. The moon hung high in the sky. However, for Izuku, Z City was home. His presence here, though known, was shrouded in mystery, and the public conjectured endlessly about where the Hero King lived, with most assuming he resided at the Hero Association compound, just like some of the other S-class heroes. They had no idea that their greatest protector had chosen the most unassuming, uninviting place to lay his head. The neon lights and expansive urban landscape stretched out beneath him as he flew over the city. Z City was vast, teeming with life, but always on the verge of disaster. Izuku went down into the eastern side of Z City, the section of town that had long since been abandoned and left to deteriorate. This area, called the Ghost Town, was a haunting reminder of the city's turbulent past, with its crumbling buildings, broken windows, and weed-filled streets. It was a place where no one lived and the only sounds were the creak of rusted metal and the whispering wind. He landed silently in front of what looked like an abandoned building, its facade worn and cracked from years of neglect, an ordinary sight, a building that blended in perfectly with the deserted surroundings, but Izuku knew better. His sanctuary was hidden behind this false facade. He entered and made his way through the dimly lit hallways with practiced ease. To an outsider, the interior would appear as barren as the exterior, empty rooms full of trash, walls covered in graffiti, floors strewn with dust and shattered glass. But Izuku had deliberately picked this spot because it was the ideal cover, a place where no one would think to search for the Hero King. Reaching the third floor, he made his way through the maze-like hallways until he came to an unremarkable door, which he gently pushed open to reveal a striking contrast to the state of disrepair outside. The room beyond was large, a testament to the extensive reconstruction that had taken place. It was carefully hidden from the rest of the building and exuded an air of understated luxury. The Hero Association had furnished the walls with tasteful artwork, elegant decor, and plush furniture. The furnishings were a far cry from the modest accommodations Izuku had once preferred, but over time, He had come to appreciate the necessity of such material comforts. Heroes like Sweet Mask had shown him that appearances mattered, even for someone as powerful as he was. Here, in the silence of his secret haven, Izuku could be himself, not Ultima, not the #1 hero, but just a man. A man weighed down by the weight of the world and the memories of those he had lost. However, the most valuable thing about this place was not its luxury, but its seclusion, which allowed him to escape the constant scrutiny of the public. With a sigh, Izuku moved to the middle of the room, shrugging off his hero costume and letting go of its familiar weight. He folded it neatly and set it on a chair before sinking into the soft sofa and briefly closing his eyes. Tomorrow would undoubtedly bring new challenges and threats, but tonight he was just Izuku, alone in the ghost town, hidden away from the world. This place, this sanctuary, was one of the few places where he could find peace. The unrelenting pursuit of justice, the constant demands of heroism, all faded away within these walls. He'd come a long way from the days when he would have felt guilty about such luxury, and now he realized that the privacy this place offered was more valuable than anything else, allowing him to think, to reflect, to get ready for what lay ahead. He opened his eyes and looked around the room, enjoying the warmth and comfort it offered. Ultima is not alone among professional heroes who are busy working to improve the world. For better or worse, they are eager to prove themselves and face any challenges that come their way. The building was a crumbling relic of a long-gone era, its windows shattered, its walls streaked with grime, a place that whispered of secrets and darkness, the ideal hiding place for a monster like Bolo. A woman of unmatched beauty stood before the ramshackle warehouse in B City, her breath steady and focused. Her main outfit consists of a long white fur coat, a dark green form-fitting V-neck dress with a high collar, thigh-high black boots, and multiple white pearl necklaces. She has a curvaceous figure, chin length, dark green hair with a fringe styled into a bob, and light green eyes. This was Fubuki, also known as Hellish Blizzard, an S-Class rank 18 hero. The Hero Association had put her on this mission because they thought the threat was too serious for anyone below A class, the killings were too horrific, and the sightings were getting too regular. Witnesses described a dark-clad figure with ice-like eyes and a corresponding power. The killer, known only as Bolo, was said to have used cryokinesis with lethal accuracy, leaving a trail of frozen corpses in his wake. Fubuki's reputation as a formidable hero preceded her, and she knew she was more than capable of handling whatever lay inside, but she wasn't one to take chances, so she had volunteered for this mission without hesitation. For now, though, this was her battle. She had brought members of her Blizzard group as backup, placing them strategically outside in case things got out of hand. Fubuki inhaled deeply before entering the warehouse, which was too quiet, unnaturally so, with the only sound coming from her own footsteps resonating off the concrete floor and the air heavy with the stench of decay that clung to the walls and seeped into the floor. The interior was just as run down as the outside, with rusted machinery standing like silent sentinels and piles of debris scattered across the floor. The room was enormous, the darkness engulfing the corners where the light from the broken windows could not reach, and Fubuki moved forward warily, her senses sharpened. Then she smelled it. Blood. Warm, fresh blood. The smell was subtle but distinct, and it made her uneasy because the person or thing that had caused this destruction was still present, hiding in the shadows. Fubuki's eyes narrowed. She was not dealing with a man. The weight of the death that had taken place here, the sheer malevolence that pervaded the air, all suggested something much worse, an aberrant, maybe, or a monster that was impossible to describe. Fubuki's eyes glowed with power as she summoned her psychokinesis, causing the air around her to ripple with invisible energy. She didn't intend to wait to find out, and with a single thought, she sent a wave of force through the warehouse, causing the walls to groan in protest as the force shook them to their foundations and the ground beneath her feet to tremble. "Come out," she said in a stern, cold voice. "I know you're here. I'll destroy this place around you if you don't show up." A tall, gaunt man with pale, almost translucent skin stepped into the dim light, his eyes glinting like shards of ice, his breath misting in the frigid air, and then, from the deepest shadows, something stirred, causing the temperature in the room to drop and frost to creep up the walls and along the floor. For a moment, there was only the sound of the building creaking under the strain of her power. Bolo's voice was as cold as the air around him. "So, they've sent Hellish Blizzard after me," he rasped. "I was hoping for a challenge." As she assessed her opponent, Fubuki's face stayed neutral. He appeared human, but the aura of death that clung to him was anything but. His eyes had a savage intensity, a hunger for violence that only a real monster could have. "I've seen your handiwork," Fubuki remarked in a steady voice. "You've taken too many lives. This is where it ends. You think you can stop me, little girl?" The air around him instantly crystallized, forming razor-sharp icicles that hovered menacingly in the air, Bolo said, his lips curling into a twisted smile as he abruptly raised his hand. I'll shatter you into 1,000 pieces and freeze you solid. Instead of recoiling, Fubuki let her power soar, the psychic energy surrounding her growing, the air humming with unadulterated force as she readied herself to strike. Let's see if your ice can stand against the storm, she countered in a determined tone. With a simple wave of her hand, Fubuki deflected Bolo's icicles, which sped forward but never reached her, and the deadly shards crashed into the walls as the warehouse erupted in a storm of telekinetic energy, debris flying as the force of her attack tore through the air. The ground exploded beneath Bolo's feet, and he hit the ground hard, but before he could recover, Fubuki was upon him. Bolo snarled, his eyes narrowing as he summoned more ice, but Fubuki was already on the move. Bolo struggled, his icy power flaring as he tried to break free, but Fubuki's grip was unforgiving. She pinned him to the floor with a powerful burst of psychokinesis, the pressure so great that the concrete cracked beneath him. You underestimated me, she said icily, her eyes blazing with resolve, and now you'll pay the price. Bolo let out a strangled cry as her psychokinesis crushed down on him, shattering the ice around him as her power overwhelmed him. For an instant, it appeared as though he might escape, but Fubuki persisted, and with one last burst of energy, she slammed him into the ground with enough force to leave a crater. Bolo lay unconscious, his body broken and battered, Fubuki standing over him, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. The fight short, but it had taken every ounce of her strength and focus, and the warehouse fell silent again, the air still crackling with residual energy. Fubuki allowed herself a tiny, contented smile as she surveyed the warehouse, taking in the devastation she had caused. It was a mess, but the threat had been eliminated. Hellish Blizzard had won. Fubuki took a moment to gather herself, and with Bolo incapacitated, she signaled her Blizzard group to enter, reaching for her communicator, the cold air still clinging to the warehouse but no longer oppressive, her victory definitive but not yet complete. Move in, she said firmly, look around and see if there's anything worth seeing, and look for the corpses. Bolo's victims had been citizens, parents, and they deserved a proper burial, a chance for their loved ones to grieve, and more than to be forgotten in this deteriorating ruin. Her words hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the grim task ahead. The Blizzard group members swiftly dispersed, their faces solemn as they started their search, while Fubuki stayed put, thinking for a moment about the perverted psychology of Bolo's actions. Targeting parents. There had to be something seriously wrong with him, maybe unresolved trauma, a hatred that festered until it became something monstrous. Either way, it didn't justify his behavior, but it did explain the depths of his depravity. Fubuki was thinking about this when she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Lily, one of her most reliable subordinates, running toward her with a cautious but excited expression on her face. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to say something. With a respectful but apprehensive tone, Lily said, Lady Fubuki, we've found something. Or rather, I found something. It's the data you've been looking for. The last thing Fubuki needed was another slip-up that could put her standing in the Hero Association in jeopardy, but she responded calmly, her eyes narrowing a little. Lily was a reliable member of her group, but this wasn't the first time someone had approached her with supposedly important information, only to have it lead to dead ends or, worse, public embarrassment. Fubuki said, Be specific, Lily, in a tone that was both inquisitive and cautionary. You know, there are a lot of things that intrigue me. Specifically, what have you discovered? It's about him, Lady Fubuki, Lily said, swallowing, obviously conscious of the gravity of what she was about to say. The place you've been looking for. I have at last obtained it. Fubuki's heart skipped a beat for a moment. Lily didn't need to say anything more because she knew exactly who she was talking about. Anxiety tightened in her chest, but so did a flare of determination. She had been looking for this information for what seemed like an eternity, and the thought of it being incorrect, again, made her blood run cold. Fubuki took a step toward Lily and looked at her intently. Lily, you'd better be sure this time. I might be demoted or even kicked out of the Hero Association if you're mistaken, in addition to being embarrassed. Are you aware of the stakes? Under Fubuki's intense scrutiny, Lily paled a little, but she nodded determinedly. I understand, Lady Fubuki, she said. It's true this time, I swear. He can be found there. For a long moment, Fubuki examined Lily's eyes, looking for any sign of doubt. There was none, just a quiet conviction that eased Fubuki's tension, if only a little. Finally, with a softer but firmer voice, Fubuki said, All right, I'll trust you. However, this must be correct.
Lily sighed, relieved but obviously uneasy. Yes, Lady Fubuki, it is. You'll see. If Lily was right, this might be the breakthrough she had been waiting for, but Fubuki couldn't let herself get too excited, not yet. There was still a lot to do here, and she had to be cautious until she confirmed the information for herself. Fubuki nodded, her mind already buzzing with the possibilities that this newfound information could bring. We'll talk about this in detail once we're done, Fubuki said, turning away to hide the tumultuous emotions she was experiencing. Finish up here and report back to me. Lily said, yes, Lady Fubuki, and hurried to join the others. Izuku Midoriya had long since mastered the art of navigating the complexities of his multiple lives. As the #1 hero, he was well known and respected worldwide, his name being synonymous with justice and strength. However, this fame came with its own set of difficulties. It was now nearly impossible to move through the streets unnoticed, and any attempt to walk among regular people as himself was certain to result in chaos. Every time Izuku went out for routine tasks, he wore a simple yet effective disguise to preserve some semblance of privacy. Today was no exception. He left his haven in the ghost town wearing a simple black hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face, dark jeans, and a pair of well-worn sneakers. A pair of glasses with non-prescription lenses added a finishing touch, hiding his unique features just enough to blend in with the crowd. He put his hands in his hoodie pockets and continued walking through the empty streets of the ghost town, toward the more populated parts of Z City. The change from the deserted neighborhood to the busy city was a sharp contrast, the eerie silence of his home base giving way to the vibrant noise of the city, where people went about their daily lives, blissfully oblivious to the presence of the strongest hero in the world. Izuku's first stop was a small, independent video game store tucked away in one of the less crowded areas. Despite his hectic life, he had recently grown fond of video games, a passion that provided him with a momentary reprieve from the stresses of his new reality and was one of the few pastimes that served as a reminder that he was still human and capable of appreciating basic pleasures. He couldn't help but smile a little as he walked into the store and was greeted by the familiar smell of cardboard and plastic. The shopkeeper, an older man with a thick mustache and a friendly manner, looked up from behind the counter and nodded in greeting, not realizing that Izuku was hiding behind his disguise. Are you trying to find a specific item today? With a friendly and welcoming tone, the shopkeeper inquired. With the hood a little muffled, Izuku said, yes, I heard you have a new release. A well-liked RPG. I want to go get a copy. Ah, you mean War of Legends, the shopkeeper said, his eyes brightening with comprehension. Arrived last night. Only a few copies remain. They were sold out this morning. Izuku nodded, a little excited in spite of himself. He didn't have much time to play, but when he did, he threw himself into it, and the escape from the chaos of life that games offered was a welcome relief. Izuku quietly thanked the shopkeeper and slipped the game into his bag after paying for it with a brief cash exchange. The familiar sights and sounds of Z City surrounded him once more as he stepped out onto the street, but even with the anonymity his disguise provided, Izuku remained watchful, his keen instincts constantly alert for possible threats. Even in quiet moments, he could never completely unwind because he was constantly aware that danger could strike at any time. He was going to the local grocery store next, where he would get the ingredients for dinner. His favorite dish was katsudon, which made him smile a little at the thought. It was a comfort food that was special to him, reminding him of his mother and the warmth of home, and he clung to those memories as a reminder of the good things in his life, among the few things from his past that didn't hurt him. The routine activity of shopping was almost therapeutic, a moment where he could forget the weight of his title and just be a person buying groceries, and he allowed himself to relax a little as he picked up rice, pork cutlets, eggs, and the other ingredients he needed. His mother's smile, her fussing over him, the love that had always been so clear in her every action. Those were the memories he treasured, the ones that kept him grounded and reminded him of the life he fought to protect, played softly, like a reassuring lullaby, in the back of his mind. After finishing his shopping, Izuku headed back to his haven, the video game and groceries securely in his bag. The trip back was uneventful, with Z City's streets humming with activity but without any immediate dangers, and as he got closer to the ghost town, the usual silence returned, the city's noise vanishing. Izuku let out a tiny sigh of relief as he returned to his well-furnished, hidden room. The outside world was constantly putting pressure on him with expectations and difficulties, but here, in this secret location, he could lower his guard, even if only momentarily. He set the game on the little table next to his TV and put the groceries on the counter. Tonight, he would eat a comforting meal and possibly lose himself in the fantasy world of his new game for a few hours. It wasn't much, but it was enough to remind him that even heroes are permitted to have ordinary moments of happiness. Izuku felt a twinge of longing as he began to prepare the katsudon, the familiar smell filling the room, but he knew that as long as he kept fighting, protecting, and surviving, he was doing the best he could to honor his mother's memory. Unfortunately, there was no compassion for such bonds in this new world. Izuku's much-needed meal was interrupted by a loud explosion outside his apartment, which prompted him to drop everything and take action. The earth beneath the street rumbled violently as the asphalt cracked, and a huge hole appeared in the center of the street, and out of it came a horde of aberrants, who were rather humanoid in appearance, with only 2 toes on each foot and 3 fingers on each hand, and who wear armor over their right shoulder, as well as golden or metallic ornaments, wristbands, and necklaces, and who all wear various metal helmets that only reveal their round eyes. The subterranean people have risen from the earth's depths under the leadership of their tall king, who is the most menacing of them all. He is twice as big as the typical human, covered in black pieces that resemble armor, with blue lava flowing between them. He has 4 arms, each with 3 fingers, 3 narrow eyes, and a red magma blade in each hand. With a loud voice, the subterranean king advanced and declared, "Surface dwellers, we're here to take ownership of this land. The time has come for us to take what we need as the number of our people grows beneath the earth." Without his costume, Ultima hovered over them, his aura crackling with electric energy and surrounding him with an emerald glow. However, there was no immediate attack, and his expression remained composed despite a hint of annoyance. With a gentle landing, he held up a hand before the subterranean king and said, "Oh, you guys are known to me. To the best of my knowledge, none of you have caused human problems in centuries, so there's no reason to start now." Izuku sincerely hopes he can escape the monotony of killing monsters and avoid fighting today. "If all you want is a new place to stay, I can help you find a new home on the surface, somewhere you people can live without causing harm or be harmed." The subterranean king appeared momentarily surprised by the lack of animosity, but then his face twisted into a sneer. "Lie. We are fully aware of your identity. The one that the people on the surface shamelessly refer to as King of Heroes. Your tyranny and killing of all aberrant species is well known throughout this vast planet. And now you believe that you can treat us like cattle and force us to bow just as easily as the others. No, you live on the surface, we battle, and we'll take control of the surface world." As the throng of subterranean people roared behind him, getting ready for battle, he roared and raised one of his swords. With the fatigue of years of fighting pulling at him, Ultima sighed and said, "I tried." Ultima moved too quickly for the subterranean king to comprehend, and his hand delivered a swift, deliberate karate chop to the king's neck, causing the powerful leader to fall to the ground, unconscious before his body hit the pavement. The subterranean people's war cries instantly became terrified murmurs, and their once fiery resolve melted into trembling submission as they looked from Ultima to their fallen leader, exposing their cowardice. "We surrender," said one of the subterranean people, trembling as he stepped forward. "Don't harm us, please." "Good," Ultima said, his aura's glow fading as he crossed his arms. "I'll tell you where you and your people can go if you're ready to listen. You won't have to live in cramped tunnels, and there are uninhabited places on the surface where people won't bother you." The subterranean people gave frantic nods, swiftly submitting to Ultima's demands. The formerly proud warriors now looked like frightened beasts, ready to serve the superior predator. Ultima gave them directions, ensuring they knew that any further fighting would not be allowed. Ultima looked up at the silent sky as the subterranean people started to retreat into the enormous hole from which they had come. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He muttered, "Another crisis averted," and then he took off for his next destination. He hovered high in the sky, overlooking the new settlement, a remote stretch of land long forgotten by the world, and a few days had gone by since the confrontation in Z City, and the world had not heard of another subterranean uprising, and they would not hear of it at all. Ultima made sure of that. The last thing humanity needed was another needless panic over something that could be handled peacefully. It was large enough to house a whole community, years uninhabited, and far from any human population centers. Below him, the subterranean people moved in silence, their fear of the surface gradually giving way to relief, the tension that had occupied their ranks a few days before seemingly gone, and Ultima watched silently from above, happy to watch rather than to meddle. Large earthen homes had already been constructed, their architecture blending with the natural landscape. His people worked together, and although their numbers could not all be accommodated on the surface, Ultima had shown them other places like this one, spread across the world. The great majority still remained underground, but their conditions were improving, no longer forced into the narrow, dark tunnels they had once called home. The king, now awake and humbled, had taken his place as leader of this settlement, though he was far more subdued than when Ultima had first met him. Ultima's eyes softened as he observed them. He was aware that the path he was attempting to pave wasn't simple. Coexistence between humans and aberrants was a dream too far off for most people to accept, but times like these demonstrated to him that it wasn't completely impossible. He moved a little, his emerald aura fluttering about him as he remained out of sight, and he couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction at seeing elders, children, and families acclimating to their new lives, bloodlessly. The fragile peace was a glimpse of what might be. Ultima knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reconcile humans and monsters. Their history was rife with violence, miscommunication, and terror. However, if enough intelligent aberrants, like the subterranean people, could be reasoned with, perhaps the world wouldn't have to live on the verge of catastrophe all the time. One step at a time. Since he was young, when he was still known by the name Deku, he had approached every challenge in that manner. He had long since abandoned that name because he believed it did not accurately represent the man he had become. Now, as Ultima, he stood as a symbol of strength and peace for both humanity and those who aspired to a life free from violence. From where he stood, the settlement seemed peaceful. The subterranean people had started to plan their lives, assign tasks to each other, and make sure they were keeping their end of the bargain, which Ultima had given them. Don't go into the human cities, don't hurt anyone, and you'll be allowed to live on the surface in peace. They had agreed, knowing full well what he could do if they did not. Naturally, it was still a risk because not all aberrants could be reasoned with. He had encountered too many monsters whose desire for chaos overrode their sense of reason, but for the time being, this was a win. Ultima's eyes turned to the horizon. There were still a lot of obstacles to overcome, including more powerful aberrants who were unwilling to live in harmony, but for the time being, the subterranean people had shown that his vision of a peaceful world was not unattainable, despite its distance. He inhaled deeply and turned to go. The subterranean people had been given a chance, and now it was their responsibility to keep their end of the bargain. They didn't need him watching them every step of the way. Ultima's mind raced with the possibilities as he drifted away from the settlement. This was just one group, one of many aberrant species dispersed throughout the world, each with its own temperament and history with humans. Some would fight, while others, like the subterranean people, could be reasoned with. He took one final look back and saw the subterranean families start their new, peaceful lives. Small victories. The battlefield was a place of complete destruction, with skyscrapers in ruins, the earth itself ripped apart, and the sky above roiling with dark, ominous clouds. In this post-apocalyptic scene, two figures, Izuku Midoriya, the symbol of hope, and Tamura Shigaraki, the symbol of fear, came into conflict with an unfathomable force. Izuku had long since pushed past the limits of his endurance, his body battered and broken, but his resolve remained unshaken. This was the final confrontation, the one that would decide the fate of the world, and he could not afford to falter, not now, not ever. Their battle had raged on for what seemed like an eternity, each blow sending shockwaves across the desolate cityscape. Tamura Shigaraki, who had once been a man but was now something much more terrifying, stood in front of him, radiating power and malice. His cold, lifeless eyes pierced Izuku's soul, a reminder of the innumerable lives lost to his rampage. Shigaraki's body was a hideous combination of quirks, twisted and reshaped into a living nightmare by All for One. Every blow he delivered carried the weight of innumerable stolen abilities, each one charmed to a lethal edge. Izuku fought with all of his might, using every tactic he had acquired over the years. His bones cracked under the strain, his muscles screamed in pain with each movement, but he persisted in pushing forward because he was prepared to give up his body 1,000 times over in order to stop this monster. Izuku's mind was a blur of pain and determination, his vision narrowing to a tunnel focused only on his opponent. There was no room for doubt or fear, only the will to protect, to save, to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. Their battle was titanic, the ground beneath them shattered under the force of their blows, and the very air seemed to tremble with the intensity of their battle. Izuku's body, already pushed to its breaking point, started to falter as the battle went on, but it was soon evident that Shigaraki had the upper hand. He could feel the darkness encroaching, threatening to swallow him whole, but he refused to give in. Every punch, kick, and movement was met with a counter so devastating that it felt like his very soul was being torn apart. Then, in a moment of extreme despair, Izuku saw an opening. It was small, barely noticeable, but it existed, and he summoned all his remaining strength to deliver his final blow, a fist with enough force to dispel a hurricane that could cover half the world, a blow so devastating that it broke the very fabric of reality around them. Shigaraki's real puppet master, All for One, felt the blow as though it were ripping through his very being, and the ensuing shockwave was blinding, a tornado of energy that tore through the battlefield, destroying everything in its path. The world seemed to hold its breath for a moment before All for One was defeated with a deafening roar, Shigaraki's body crumbling and the darkness that had consumed him vanishing like smoke in the wind. The world had been saved, but at a terrible cost. A bizarre phenomenon started to take place as Izuku stood amid the ruins, his body barely hanging together. Cracks appeared in the air around him, shimmering with a rainbow light. It was as though reality itself was breaking apart, fragments of it falling away to reveal a swirling vortex of colors beneath. A wormhole appeared to tug at the very fabric of Izuku's being, and before he could react, the cracks widened and the air shattered like glass, causing the colors to swirl around him, blinding him, and then, as swiftly as it had started, everything turned dark. The world was different when Izuku woke up. Every muscle and bone in his body was screaming in agony, but there was also a numbness, a deep, overwhelming sense of exhaustion that dulled the edges of his suffering. He could feel the phantom pain of his arms being destroyed, the memory of the battle still fresh in his mind. He knew that they had been restored, thanks to the rewind quirk of Sweet Airy and his sensei Eraserhead, but the pain persisted as a reminder of the sacrifice he had made. He tried to move, to speak, but his body would not obey, too exhausted, too damaged. His senses gradually returned, and he found himself lying in a bed, his body fully bandaged, the room dimly lit, the walls made of wood, the air heavy with the smell of herbs and ointments. At that moment, the room's door creaked open, and a gentle elderly woman walked in, her face beaming with joy at seeing him awake. "Ah, you're finally awake," she said in a kind and comforting voice. "I was starting to worry. Don't you think you've been through a lot?" Izuku made an attempt to reply, but nothing came out. The elderly woman laughed quietly, recognizing his difficulty, and said, "Don't worry, dear. There are some adverse effects from the sedative I gave you to dull the pain. You should concentrate on resting because you won't be able to speak for some time. The future will require your strength." Izuku's mind raced with questions, but his body, worn out and broken, refused to cooperate. All he could do was lie there, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and pain. Her words carried an ominous undertone, but there was no malice in her voice. "You have much to do, young one," the elderly woman whispered, her voice tinged with both hope and sadness. "But for now, rest," she said, placing a gentle hand on his forehead in a surprisingly consoling manner. "You deserve it." The questions gnawed at Izuku as she left the room, but the darkness of sleep soon overtook his thoughts, drawing him back into the depths of unconsciousness. Izuku's thoughts strayed back to the battle, to the moment when everything had gone wrong. He had saved his world, but at what cost? And where was he now? The days since his arrival in the cabin had blurred together, a haze of discomfort and exhaustion, and Izuku lay in the modest bed, his body still aching from the lingering pain of his wounds. The only constants in his life were the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat and the gentle presence of the elderly woman, Shibabawa, who had nursed him back from the brink. Izuku's voice had finally returned, but he was oddly hesitant to speak because of the weight of the unanswered questions that had stuck in his head, and he wasn't sure he was ready to face them, rather than just the physical strain. One for all was the question that stood out above the others. Izuku had experienced the unimaginable during the last battle, when Tamura, with the terrifying power of All for One, had ripped through his defenses and taken away the quirks that had once been inside him. Gearshift, Fa Jin, Danger Sense, Black Whip, Smokescreen, and Float had all been taken away, leaving Izuku defenseless and deprived of the gifts his predecessors had given him. Then, in a moment of terrifying realization, One for All itself had been taken, but it had been part of a last-ditch, desperate plan by the second bearer of One for All, wherein he had hoped that the former wielders would be able to fight him from within the void of One for All if Tamura was allowed to absorb the quirk and take it within himself. Izuku was willing to lose everything in order to stop Tamura, but when he woke up in the cabin with his body covered in bandages, he felt something inside of him that he had never anticipated. It had been a gamble, and he had agreed to it fully aware of the risks. There was still One for All. It was One for All in its fullness, pulsing silently within him as powerful as ever, not merely a faint afterglow of a quirk that had burned itself out, or a lingering ember of the power he had wielded. How? Why? The only explanation that made sense to him was that, in the last moments of their fight, Izuku had somehow connected with the boy Tamura had once been, Tenko Shimura, the grandson of Nana Shimura. Perhaps, in a last act of selflessness, Tenko had returned One for All to him, rejecting the darkness that had consumed him for so long. Though the transfer should have caused the quirk to self-destruct, Tenko had seemed so far gone, so firmly rooted in his hatred and despair, that it was difficult to imagine him making such a decision. Nevertheless, here he was, with one for all flowing through him once more, and Izuku resisted this idea. However, the other quirks were gone, the vestiges, the spirits of those who had come before, had vanished, and Izuku felt empty and alone in a way he had never felt before. The vestiges, the reassuring voices and guiding hands that had been with him since the day he inherited One for All, were silent. He felt as though he had genuinely lost everyone, as if he had lost a piece of himself, a link to the past that had kept him grounded during his darkest hours. More than the agony of his wounds, the weight of this loss weighed down on him, and despite his best efforts to ignore it and concentrate on getting better, it continued to gnaw at him, a continual reminder of the hole it had left in his soul. Shibabawa, who sensed his inner turmoil, would frequently sit with him during quiet times, her presence a steady and peaceful force. She never pressed or demanded more information from him than he was willing to give, but she was there, a quiet solace in the storm of his mind. As the light outside the cabin faded into twilight one evening, Shibabawa came in with a tray containing a bowl of warm soup, set it on the small table next to his bed, and sat down in the chair beside him, her gentle gaze examining his face. She murmured softly in the low light, "You've been through more than anyone should ever have to bear, and it's clear to me that the burden you carry is not just in your body, but in your heart as well." With the weight of her words bearing down on him, Izuku turned to face her. He wanted to say something, to explain the jumble of emotions inside of him, but the words would not come. "It's okay to feel lost, to grieve for what you've lost," Shibabawa said, putting a warm, comforting hand on his arm. "However, try not to let that sadness control you. Izuku, don't hide your suffering. When you're ready, confront it, accept it, and figure out how to walk tall despite it." He had always been a person who carried his suffering in silence and who pushed forward at all costs, but here, in this strange new world, with no fights to fight and no enemies to defeat, he was left alone with his thoughts, his fears, and his regrets. Her words resonated deeply within him, resonating with a truth he had been trying to avoid. "You don't have to do it alone," Shibabawa went on, her voice as comforting as a lullaby. "You're strong, but even the strongest among us need someone to lean on occasionally. Izuku, allow yourself to feel and heal." Shibabawa's words gave Izuku something to cling to, a reminder that he didn't have to bear the loss alone, but the grief was still there, a raw wound in his heart, and he nodded, a small gesture that felt monumental. Izuku swallowed, his throat tight with emotion. Izuku gave himself permission to hope for the first time since his arrival that perhaps, just possibly, he could find a way to go on. Not by forgetting what he had lost, but by honoring it and by fighting for the future even in a world that wasn't his own. When Izuku finally managed to get out of bed, he started to investigate the first. It started out as a simple attempt to push against the sluggishness that had taken hold of his muscles and stretch his legs, but it quickly developed into a growing need to know where he was, why no one from UA had discovered him yet, and what had transpired following his battle with Tamura and All for One. Izuku ventured outside in search of a familiar landmark, a road, or any indication of civilization, but all he saw were trees, miles and miles of them, stretching out like an impenetrable wall of green. The cabin was small, even cozy, nestled within a dense forest that stretched out endlessly in every direction. The air was crisp and clean, the kind that should have been invigorating, but to him it felt stifling, almost suffocating. Izuku became increasingly restless and nervous as the days went by, searching the cabin for hints, anything that would help him figure out where he was and why he was there. Shibabawa, who was always on guard, gave him little information. Her responses to his inquiries were always evasive, as though she were trying to protect him from something. The real horror of his predicament didn't start to sink in until he discovered the maps. Carefully folded in a drawer, the maps showed a world that was both familiar and strange, and at first he assumed it was a typo, a misprint, or maybe an old map from some remote time, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt sick to his stomach. The continents he was so acutely aware of, North America, Asia, Europe, and Africa, were nowhere to be found on the map. Instead, it depicted a huge, single landmass, a supercontinent that covered almost the whole planet. There was no UA, high school, no Japan, no America, no pro-heroes, no All Might. Although its shape was incorrect and unlike anything he had ever seen, it was so accurately drawn that he could be certain that this was the world he was now living in. His studies had taught him about Pangaea, Rodinia, Gondwana, and Laurasia, the ancient supercontinents that existed millions of years ago before the world broke up into the continents he was familiar with, but this wasn't a thing of the past. The Earth he knew was nothing like this living, breathing world. Izuku's breath came in short, shallow gasps as his heart raced. He dropped the map and staggered back, his head spinning as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. There had to be another explanation, this had to be an error. He turned desperately to Shibabawa, who was standing in the doorway with an unreadable expression on her face. His eyes begged her, silently, to tell him that this was all some sort of elaborate practical joke, that he was mistaken, and that his friends and family were out there looking for him. "I'm sorry," Shibabawa said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "but what you see is the truth." Shibabawa simply shook her head, her eyes full of a profound, sorrowful understanding. "No," Izuku choked out, his voice shaking, "no, that can't be, this can't be real," as his breath caught and the room spun around him. With her hands clenched in front of her, Shibabawa hesitantly stepped forward and said, "The rainbow light you saw, it was a dimensional rift." For a brief moment, the conflict between one for all and all for one shattered the barriers of reality. "You were pulled through at that precise moment. Izuku, this world isn't your world. Beyond the universe in which you were born, there are other universes. You've been imprisoned in the Earth I call home after visiting other ones." The tenuous hope he had held onto was dashed by her words, a dimensional rift. Another Earth, trapped, which struck him like a sledgehammer. No, the word tore from his throat, a raw, guttural cry of denial. He couldn't accept it, he wouldn't. This had to be some sort of nightmare, a cruel trick his mind was playing on him. A villain had used a dream quirk on him. He had to find them, his classmates, teachers, Mom, All Might, Ochako, Eri, Kachan, someone, anyone who could rescue him from this fever dream. The pain in his body begged him to stop, but he ignored it, pushing himself harder, faster, desperate to outrun the truth that was closing in on him from all sides. Without thinking, he turned and ran out of the cabin, his legs carrying him into the thick forest. He needed to find them, he needed to find someone, something familiar, something to let him know that he wasn't alone, that he wasn't stuck in this strange, alien world with no way back. He ran and ran, his breath burning in his lungs, his vision blurring with uncontrollable tears. The cities and the people are all foreign to him. Nothing is as he remembers it because none of it was ever here. UA never existed here. There are no heroes in this world, but there was nothing to cling to in his memories. It was all real. At last, he lost his strength and fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, pounding the ground with his fists, the anguish of his wounds overshadowed by the pain in his heart, and for the first time in his life, he was completely alone. And the realization weighed him down, engulfing him in a sea of hopelessness from which he feared he would never emerge. A monstrous aberrant shaped like a red king cobra coils its enormous body around 6 buildings, and the residents of East City are running in terror as smoke billows into the sky and the sound of buildings collapsing reverberates through the streets. Fallen heroes lie strewn across the battlefield, their bodies immobile, overtaken by the deadly gas. The serpent's scales gleam crimson, and it breathes a toxic mixture of gas and fire that devours everything in its path. The flames combine with the poisonous fumes to create a death trap. As soon as the threat materialized, the Hero Association was informed, but it quickly became apparent that they would need to use one of their 3 trump cards to defeat the aberrant known as Burning Venom. As he made contact with one of these trump cards, Busho spoke frantically into the communicator. "This is Busho, Ultima. An aberrant of a higher threat level, a dragon class, is attacking E-City. Child Emperor is the only survivor as the creature's poison overwhelms the city's heroes. He needs backup right away, but he's trying his hardest to keep it at bay with his robots." Despite the urgency in Busho's voice, Ultima remained composed and concentrated. He is grateful for the peaceful moment he was given, but naps are no longer an option. "Tell Child Emperor I'm on my way." Wearing his hero costume, Ultima leaps from Z-City, his body encircled by a bright green aura as he activates full cowling at 70%. The wind howls as he speeds through the sky, leaving a trail of green lightning in his wake. His eyes glow with the intensity of his power, and his expression is determined. Surrounded by his robotic creations, Child Emperor, the youngest of all the heroes and one of the most intelligent members of the S-Class, maintains his composure as he works to create an anti-venom to counter the poisonous gas. Sweat beads on his forehead as he tries to focus, the pressure of the situation weighing heavily on him. The robots are frantically trying to restrain the massive serpent, their mechanical limbs grappling with the aberrant scales. "I always end up with the more complicated freaks, why is that?" Child Emperor, irritated and remarkably calm and brave, said, making antidotes for every unique toxin stock being fun the fourth time around. He won't be able to contain the Cobra for long because most of his robots are busy evacuating the wounded heroes and civilians, and almost everyone in the burning venom-dominated section of the city has been poisoned except for him. Child Emperor's robots struggle to hold the giant Cobra in place, but it's obvious they're losing the battle as it hisses, its fiery breath scorching the ground as it tightens its grip on the buildings, causing the structure to groan under the pressure and crack spiderweb through the concrete. The citizens still in the vicinity look up in wonder and relief as Ultima stands tall, his aura blazing brighter than ever, but then a shockwave hits the ground as he lands in the center of the chaos, sending debris flying with the force of his arrival. Ultima jokingly remarked, "Stuck with another complex villain, I see," to the youngest hero. "Never a dull moment," the cheeky Child Emperor said. "I own him completely." With his gaze fixed on the imposing aberrant, Ultima stepped forward and said, "You get that antivenom ready. It makes my day easier." Child Emperor thought, "I have a field trip to attend back in school soon," moving on to his most recent assignment with less pressure. A poisonous gas-breathing serpent. I have to stop them before they can do any more harm. As he evaluated the situation, Ultima muttered to himself, hyperbreath should work. Izuku uses the tremendous power of One for All to focus on his lungs and respiratory system, triggering his ability, hyperbreath. As he takes a deep breath, his chest expands, and the air swirls around him as it is drawn into his body. The force of his breath draws in the smoke and toxic gas, clearing the area and briefly bringing about calm amidst the chaos. Because of another ability he created with his upgraded quirk, Metabocharge, which improves his metabolism and digestive system and gives him immunity to viruses and poisons, the poison cannot harm him. Sensing the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, burning venom turns its enormous head in Ultima's direction, its eyes blazing with a primordial fury as it gets ready to unleash another torrent of flaming breath, but Ultima is quicker, his reflexes perfected by innumerable battles. "Not this time," Izuku remarked in a composed but firm manner. Izuku exhales forcefully, releasing the air he has stored, and a gale force wind rips through the battlefield, driving out the flames and scattering the poisonous gas, sending burning venom reeling as the serpent hisses in rage, its enormous coils writhing as it tries to hold the city. Ultima, on the other hand, is unrelenting. He directs more of One for All's energy into his breath, which causes the wind to cool to freezing temperatures. Snow starts to fall and swirl around burning venom, and the serpent's fiery breath is unable to withstand the cold and soon finds itself covered in an increasing layer of ice. As its survival instincts take over, burning venom tries to slither away, its enormous body coiling and uncoiling in a last-ditch effort to escape, but Ultima is already moving, his speed unmatched, as he pursues the serpent, leaping into the air, putting himself above the aberrant, and letting out another blast of icy wind. The cold grows stronger, the ice surrounding burning venom thickens, trapping the serpent in a block of ice that keeps getting bigger every second. Burning venom lets out a final weak hiss before it is entirely covered in ice, its great body frozen solid, and the serpent's movements slow as the cold seeps into its body, its fiery breath reduced to a weak flicker. Ultima sighs with relief that the threat has been eliminated and turns his focus to Child Emperor, who has just finished making the antivenom. He lands gracefully on the ground, his breath visible in the cold air as he surveys the battlefield, burning venom neutralized, the city safe, the fire and poison contained. When Child Emperor sees the defeated aberrant after finishing his antivenom, he exhales with relief that the threat has been eliminated and says, "Glad that's over with." Hours after the battle, Child Emperor and Ultima stayed in E-City to help remove burning venom from the city so that it could be rebuilt and to ensure that all injured people received the care they needed. The good news is that E-City will quickly become brand new. Child Emperor, also known as Isamu, sighed in frustration as he tasted his favorite lollipop. "The bad news is that my mom will throw a riot when I get home for missing my field trip. Would you like me to talk to her on your behalf?" As the 2S class sat together atop a big dog-like robot that Isamu had built to aid in evacuations, Izuku insisted. "The last thing I want is to have you near my insufferable mother, let alone my deadest sister," Isamu screamed. "Oh, hurry up," Izuku chuckled softly, "the last dinner I was invited to didn't go nearly as badly as the first time." "Oh, shove it, the association can be so petty and desperate at times." Izuku was saddened to see someone so young become a hero, but he was outvoted when he made him an S-class hero. Isamu cursed. Isamu has matured far too quickly for a 10-year-old. They are constantly petty and desperate, so screw that. "So, have you also observed the actual issue that has been occurring?" Isamu wanted to get right to the point, so he asked. It's difficult not to, particularly on Z City. Izuku scowled. It used to be that we would only encounter them once or twice every few weeks, months if we were lucky, but now we can't go a week without almost a dozen popping up. The dumb adults in the association are convinced that an exceptionally strong monster is gathering an army of them, preparing for a war against us, Isamu said. They lack subtlety if that is the case. The ones that are purely animal are simply being territorial and looking for new homes, while many of them were once humans who spontaneously changed their genetic makeup as a result of bad habits or disgusting experiments. Whatever the cause, it's causing the idiots to become even more agitated. Isamu mockingly remarked, you'd think they've gotten used to the attack while they were sitting safely in their ivory tower. I gave up on trying to comprehend the board. Izuku scowled. I'll let them be as long as they do their part by alerting us to the danger and refraining from further gambling. Isamu smiled as he recalled hearing about a dispute between the Hero King and the Hero Association's board of directors to clarify who was actually in charge and that any unheroic act would not be accepted. Metal Knight told me about the purge. I wish I was there to see it, he said. No, you do not, Izuku said with a defeated sigh. Anyway, we need a better way to determine the disaster level of aberrance, he said, hoping he won't have to do it again because it wasn't his proudest moment. It was scarcely a dragon, that cobra. Certainly more appropriate for a demon. You only battled it because you were overworked and had to evacuate everyone in a short amount of time. Obviously, Isamu replied with contempt. It's what we get for letting the losers who've never been in a fight judge the strength of a threat. Izuku thought, I'll try having a chat with Bofoy to make time away from his more violent toys in favor of a good judge of character, as he leapt from the robot dog. You'd had better luck convincing Metal Bat not to throw a fuse every 10 seconds, Isamu chuckled. Bat is not easily irritated. Izuku joked to himself, he's a quick reaction to utter nonsense, before launching himself into the air, waving briefly to those who had been observing the two S-class heroes' conversation before returning to Z City. As he returned to Z City's ghost town, he flew through the skies more slowly, his green aura leaving a trail of light, the empty streets welcoming him with their eerie silence, the ideal haven for a hero seeking solitude and peace. Izuku took a deep breath as he landed gently in front of his modest house, prepared to relax until he had to respond to another call to action. His hand reached for the doorknob, but all of a sudden, his senses flared up, his full scent detecting something strange, an alluring scent wafting through the air. Katsudon, from my kitchen, perhaps. Izuku scowled. Though the idea was ridiculous, the smell was unmistakable. He could smell Katsudon from a kilometer away, and only a few members of the Hero Association knew where he lived, and they were all sworn to secrecy. As he turned on his ultra ears and listened to the sounds inside his house, his brow furrowed in worry. His mind raced through the possibilities. Homeless people, maybe. They would have to be desperate to break into his house, but that would be better than a more sinister motive, and it would be easier to brush this under the rug and make accommodations for them in exchange for not telling anyone where he lives. There were voices, 7 different heartbeats. The conversation was informal, almost too informal for a group of villains, but these were definitely not Hero Association members. Then he heard it, the 7th intruder's distinct voice. Izuku's shoulders drooped, and he let out a deep moan upon realizing who had broken into his haven. Izuku muttered in frustration, of course, it had to be her. Izuku pushed the door open, and as soon as he entered, he saw Fubuki, the overconfident and self-assured heroine, standing in his kitchen with her usual air of authority, surrounded by 6 members of her group, the Blizzard Bunch, all of whom appeared to be nervously preparing dinner, as though they were the place's legitimate owners.
Fubuki turned to face him as soon as he arrived, her tone sweet but tinged with the assumption that she belonged here. Her smile could melt ice.
You're back, Izuku. Greetings from home. We had just finished dinner. I hope you enjoy Katsudon, Fubuki said with a radiant smile. The Blizzard group, sensing the tension, froze in place, their eyes darting nervously between their leader and the Hero King, obviously aware of the tightrope they were walking on. Izuku stood there, stunned, watching as she behaved like a wife welcoming her husband home after a long day of work. What are you doing in my house, Fubuki? Struggling to keep his cool, he asked. With unwavering confidence, Fubuki's smile grew. Oh, did you not hear from Lily? She discovered some crucial information, where your house is. And, well, I couldn't help but stop by. After all, a lot of people have been attempting to locate your residence. In a casual manner, she explained, I just got lucky first.
Izuku squeezed the bridge of his nose and inhaled deeply to soothe the escalating annoyance. He had deliberately picked this remote spot to avoid just such a scenario, and yet here he was, Fubuki, treating his personal haven like a hangout. Izuku, however, felt a peculiar sense of resignation creeping in even as his temper flared. Fubuki, with all her bluster, had a way of getting under his skin, but she wasn't malevolent, she was just very persistent. Izuku grimaced and rubbed his temples. Fubuki, you can't just break into someone's home because you found out where they live, he said. Fubuki dismissed his worries with a wave of his hand. Come on, Izuku, I'm not here to stir things up. Our sole purpose is to ensure that you are taking care of yourself. After a long day of saving the world, who can resist a home-cooked meal? Fubuki gave a mild reprimand. He looked past her to the 6 members of the Blizzard Bunch, who were practically holding their breath, obviously expecting to be thrown out, or worse, but instead of exploding, Izuku just sighed again, the fight ebbing from him. Izuku stared at her, utterly at a loss for words. All right, just this once. Izuku let out a defeated sigh. But don't make this a habit. Fubuki herself appeared positively delighted, as if she had just won a major victory, and she clapped her hands, signaling to her group to continue preparing dinner. The collective sigh of relief from Fubuki's subordinates was almost comical. Obviously, only this once. Now, Izuku, take a seat. You must be hungry, Fubuki exclaimed with joy. As he sat down, Izuku wondered what other surprises awaited him in this newfound, albeit temporary, domesticity. Izuku shook his head, trying not to smile, but it was difficult to remain angry when confronted with Fubuki's unrelenting charm, even if it was entirely unexpected. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, one thing was certain, his life would never be normal. 8 years have passed since that pivotal battle that altered my life and put an end to everything I have learned. I have been trapped on Earth 2 for 8 years with no way to return to my home planet. I have looked everywhere, but there doesn't seem to be a way to open another rift without causing so much destruction that the entire world would feel it and kill Lord knows how many people. I wouldn't say I've completely moved on, but I've been managing, enough that I can wake up every day without crying or feeling horrible about myself all the time, by doing what I do best, which is to be a hero, a vigilante, to be exact. The Hero Association, which monitors heroes' actions and turns heroism into a career, is only 5 years old. For the first 3 years, I was just a good Samaritan, responding to people's cries for assistance wherever I went, and boy, was in need. The world has been plagued by dangerous creatures known as aberrants since before I came here. They are a different breed of animal and are all predators, and unlike the heteromorphs of my world, who had quirks that drastically altered their bodies, these aberrants have no humanity left in them. Most of them were never human in the first place. I'm not proud to have killed them. A hero should never serve as a judge, jury, and executioner. I looked for an alternative, but an animal's instincts cannot be restrained. Not indefinitely. Ultimately, it came down to either humans or monsters. Nevertheless, I was a green blur that was invisible for the first 3 years of my vigilante career because I didn't want to deal with the fallout from enforcing the law on my own. I was a ghost that no one ever knew was keeping an eye on them and only intervened when someone or something threatened to harm them. After the earthquake, I had to exert myself to catch a portion of the bridge, which made it difficult for me to hide. I wasn't the only one with superpowers. There are people on this earth who have quirks, or meta-abilities in general, but they're not very common. I haven't been given a precise estimate of how long they've been around, but it's not long enough for them to make up 80% or more of the population, like in my world, which is essentially still in its infancy, and the metas weren't really known until I made my official debut. After I saved a multibillionaire and his grandson from that bridge collapse, he decided that the world needed heroes to protect itself, so he spent twice as much money to make heroism a legal profession. I decided to be the first to join the Hero Association. I couldn't bring myself to completely trust governments, so joining made me sleep with one eye open for a while. I was afraid I would fall into the same bottomless hole as Lady Nagant after learning about the Hero Public Safety Commission, but I've decided I've done enough hiding and it's time to live up to my mantle as All Might's successor. I became the first superhero because this world needed heroes. I always wanted to be a symbol of peace like All Might, but this is so much more than I ever could have dreamed of. It's funny. Every official hero on Earth 2 is united under one banner, with me at the top of the pyramid, so in a way, I've become something greater than All Might. As magnificent as he is, there's no denying that he was severely limited in how he could help people, given international laws restricting how heroes affect other countries.
However, on Earth too, because the landmass is primarily a single continent, I stood on top of all other heroes in the world, which is why people began referring to me by that awful kingly title. I am also superior to All Might because, after nearly 10 years of self-improvement, I found something All Might and I were unaware of about One for All. Its stockpiled energy does more than simply make its bearer's body superhuman. If properly focused on certain areas of my body, such as my nervous system, skeletal system, and internal systems, I can give myself new superpowers. In other words, I shaped One for All into a better version of All for One that generates power rather than stealing it from others. I did my best to protect my new home from those who would harm her people with this new One for All, and that gave me the satisfaction I needed to get through each day and feel like I was making progress. Despite all of this, I can't help but criticize myself for how I initially handled One for All when I was in UA. I wasted a lot of time breaking my bones and was never quick enough to learn all the better ways to use the quirk, like full cowling or shoot style, which should have been learned on the first day, but I wasted every chance to advance quickly because I was so self-conscious and wanted to be like All Might. One could argue that I had bad mentors, and it's true that Toshinori and Aizawa weren't the best people to help someone with low self-esteem, like how I used to be. One was too gentle with me, while the other was so strict that he expected all of his students to learn on their own. To his credit, most of my former classmates did as he expected, even without the internships with other pro heroes. However, I needed a lot more help, and Aizawa was too fixated on his beliefs to admit that his methods weren't working. I'm satisfied with the result, convinced that I did the best I could for my original world, and I ultimately blame my weak understanding of One for All entirely on myself. My friends can rebuild and create a better world now that All for One is gone, and they've moved on pretty quickly anyhow, but I wish I had found this sooner, because I might have saved more lives. I can no longer feel sorry for myself. No matter how many times I push my new body to the limit, all I can do is try to move on and make up for all my mistakes by defending my new home. However, since Deku has been dead for 8 years and I have been attempting to keep a ghost around when he was no longer needed, I will not defend this world as Deku. This world needed someone more powerful and assertive to defend it. Thus, Ultima is the only one left. Tension and the overpowering smell of alcohol filled the air inside Ground Beta's secret bar. This location was typically used as a haven, a place where UA faculty members could relax, let go of their public personas, express their frustrations, and get away from their growing stress, especially when it came to hiding all the alcohol from the students. Even though they are legal adults, the teachers still need to establish limits. Romantic partnerships. Naturally, intercourse, only in the event that you desire extra responsibilities. But tonight it felt more like a funeral wake than a haven. Midnight slammed both fists against the bar counter, rattling the empty glasses around her, and screamed, "God fucking damn it!" into the uncomfortable silence. Despite her suggestive manner, the R-rated hero, who is usually so calm, appeared furious. She grabbed a brand new bottle of potent alcohol without thinking and drank it down like water, not even flinching at the burn. They had called off the cultural festival. UA's already deteriorating reputation takes yet another hit. Another factor contributing to the students' sense of imprisonment rather than safety in their residence halls. Though most of them were too tired to express it so forcefully, the faculty members shared her frustration. In silent defeat, they drank away their sorrows while hunching over tables and bar stools. As the worst year in UA's history and their worst year as pro-heroes, the decline didn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. It would have been tragic to lose even one student. Are you losing more than one? Inexcusable. Even before the League of Villains launched their ceaseless attacks, the fall had begun. Despite the obvious and unmistakable warning signs, UA did nothing. They were now suffering as a result of their disregard for the growing problems. The entrance exam was the first significant weakness in their defenses, as it prevented what would have been the year's first catastrophe. It was inevitable that the faulty system they had obstinately maintained, which depended on combat-oriented robots, would fail, and Ochako Uraraka was just a few seconds away from being crushed under the Executor, a huge training bot. Before it could crush her, the enormous robot was stopped, but it was a close call because the staff nearly ignored her predicament. Fortunately, Ms. Uraraka only suffered a scare and the debris that fell on her leg only sprayed her ankle, which Recovery Girl was able to treat with ease. The USJ incident, which claimed the lives of 3 students, was the first real catastrophe. Tenya Iida had foolishly confronted the hero killer stain on his own, motivated by grief and retaliation, even though that blood was on the League's hands. His body was discovered with a slit in his throat in a back alley. On Ua, that is. They allowed him to fall between the cracks despite knowing he was having difficulties dealing with what had happened to Tensai and having seen the warning signs. The summer camp attack followed. More wounds, more trauma, more mistakes. After a near-fatal encounter with the lethal Himiko Toga during summer camp, one of the 3 general course students who impressed enough to be transferred to the hero course through the 3 available spots in Class 1A left Ua completely. At that point, Uraraka returned to the scene and joined 1A as its newest, and ideally last, member. However, the actual circumstance of the camp disaster was the kidnapping of Katsuki Bakugo, which pushed All Might into a fight against All for One that was all or nothing, resulting in a pointless loss for the heroes. Japan lost its sense of security when All Might was compelled to retire. Like a slow poison, fear was seeping into the public's consciousness. And now this. Without resorting to physical force, Gentle Criminal and La Brava were the only ones responsible for the cultural festival's demise. To gain more influence on social media, they had broken into Ua, interrupted the event, and started a riot. It was enraging how ironic it was. Once again, a glorified online celebrity and his tech-savvy sidekick had infiltrated Japan's greatest hero academy, not some grand criminal mastermind. There was an all-time low in morale. The pupils were tense, the teachers, defeated. Their greatest line of defense against the impending threat of All for One had vanished with the departure of All Might. Indeed, there were rumors that one of the big 3, Mio Tagata, would emerge as Japan's next great hero. After learning that he was an abusive family man, the hero teachers of UA had to concur with those who claimed he was a better option than Endeavor. However, there was something strange about Mirio. He had been hanging out with Sir Night-Eye and Toshinori Yagi far too much. Too much time. It was impossible to overlook the similarities between Mirio's behavior and that of the symbol of peace. He seemed to be being shaped into a second All Might by Night-Eye. And now that he was in the hospital following his terrible fight with Overhaul, Mirio was only accessible by Nezu and Recovery Girl. Snipes, who teaches Class 3B homeroom, was especially incensed about that choice. Midnight grimaced as he took another swig of alcohol. As he nursed his own drink, Present Mike rubbed his temples and moaned, seriously, what the fuck else could go wrong? The whole bar fell silent. No one wanted to respond. No one had the courage to. They had sufficiently tempted fate. Nezu's phone rang then. Before he even looked at the caller ID, the diminutive but commanding headmaster sighed in exhaustion, knowing what was about to happen. Matsu Sekino, the dean of Shikatsu, and it could only mean one thing if he was calling. Midoriya. Gritting his teeth, Nezu cursed the universe in private for its perverse sense of humor. He indicated ectoplasm. He muttered, "Save me a bottle of strong zero," to himself. "I'm going to need it." He answered the call with a grudging sigh, already preparing for the impending storm. Izuku was unsure of how he got to be sitting across the room from Toshinori Yagi in the retired All Might's office. Sitting on opposite couches, they were separated by an uncomfortable silence that neither of them knew how to bridge. It had been more than a year since they had been by themselves like this, standing on a rooftop, but this time the situation was at least better. Both of them had sound minds. It was something. Neither, however, said anything. The air was heavy with words that had been kept unsaid for far too long, and the tension was oppressive. The silence needed to be broken, but neither of them had the courage. But Toshinori still harbored glimmers of his old self. Now, those embers cried out to him, demanding that he complete the task that had been left undone. He cleared his throat and spoke at last. He said, "You seem to be doing well for yourself," in a kind but wary tone. "Getting into Shikatsu is no small feat, it's even harder than UA." Izuku gave a feeble, indifferent, "yeah," in response. Determined to keep the conversation going, Yagi persisted. "Dean Nezu mentioned that you've made quite a name for yourself as a quirk analyst. If I remember correctly, the first time I saw you, you carried around a notebook full of detailed information about heroes and their abilities. I'm glad you took that talent to heart." One more quiet, "yeah." It would have been foolish of Toshinori to ignore Izuku's uneasiness, but he refused to give up and only hesitated briefly before posing the query that had been on everyone's mind ever since they found out that Midoriya had been raised in the same city as Ua. "So, why Shikatsu? You are the most well-known alumnus of UA, the university you attended." "I desired room, much of it, away from you," was Izuku's quick, emotionless reply. Nezu had gone so far as to almost beg the werewolf of Shiketsu to let Ui use Midoriya's analytical skills in the hopes that they could help strengthen their struggling students. The first years showed promise. The majority had earned their provisional hero licenses, but they were still lacking, especially with the frequent villain attacks that made them more jittery than diligent. Toshinori flinched, even though he had no right to be surprised by that response. Was it his fault that this brilliant mind wasn't on Yue's side? Toshinori pushed those ideas away and returned his attention to why he had called Izuku here. He took a deep breath, collected himself, and then bowed his head slightly before saying, "I wanted to apologize." Izuku blinked and waited without saying anything. "For how our first meeting went," Yagi went on. "I'll be honest with you, I won't make any excuses. I had a difficult day that day. Not even hero work was expected of me. I couldn't ignore it, though, when the sludge villain robbed a store directly in front of me. For a while, I lost him in the sewers, and when I eventually found him, well, you know what happened next." Izuku remembered all too well, and his fingers curled slightly. "I felt irritated. Worn out. Then, out of nowhere, a determined but unyielding fan grabbed hold of my leg, and before I knew it, he had seen my actual shape. You weren't the first quirkless person to ask me if they could become a hero," Toshinori sighed, glancing down at his hands. "I took my frustrations out on you, and that was wrong. And I reacted to her in a different way, more optimistic, and as a result of her merits, her life eventually became nearly ideal. But I didn't know what to say to you. That day, I let you down." "Yeah," Izuku said, flashing a bitter smile. "You did. The only thing I can be thankful for is that you still found a way forward, as Melissa Shield did," Toshinori said, nodding in acknowledgement despite his lips forming a thin line. "Creating a future with your intelligence. And I'm appreciative that you decided to support UA's students in spite of everything." Sneered Izuku, "And what? Do you really think I would allow society to burn in order to exact revenge on one elderly man? I'm a lot of things, All Might, but petty isn't one of them," he said, leaning back and crossing his arms. Softly, Toshinori laughed and said, "I'm glad to hear that." Once more, silence descended, but it wasn't quite as oppressive. "Is it true?" Izuku asked, cocking his head slightly. "That Mirio Tagata is your apprentice?" he finally inquired. "Young Tagata is the brightest star UA has had in decades," Toshinori said, pausing only the shortest of seconds before responding. "He would have been his generation's greatest hero even if I hadn't been his mentor." Izuku's eyes narrowed a little. "All right, and that has nothing to do with the fact that, aside from his ability to phase through solid matter like a ghost, he is essentially an exact replica of you." Toshinori scowled, but Izuku was not the target of his annoyance. "Sir Night-Eye overstepped in many ways," he acknowledged, "but Mirio Tagata is his own person." It didn't matter. Izuku wasn't here for All Might or whoever was fortunate enough to carry on his legacy, so he hummed, unconvinced but unwilling to press the issue. Shiketsu suing Nezu and his staff would be the least of Midoriya's concerns if they were involved in another UA incident, but whatever punishment the werewolf of Shiketsu had in mind would be far worse. Dean Matsu had made the decision to be lenient, to give them one last chance. In light of this, Izuku was provided with recordings of classes 1A and 1B in their foundational heroic lessons, and he had to confess that these hero trainees possessed impressive quirks, perhaps even more so than the majority of Shiketsu's students, but their use of them was far from inventive, with the majority relying on direct confrontation and brute force instead of thinking creatively. Momo Yaoyorozu was a prime example. Her quirk, creation, was perhaps the most versatile ability he had ever seen, transforming her fat cells into any inanimate object as long as she knew its molecular structure. Theoretically, she could adapt to any situation by creating the ideal tool at the last minute, and her intelligence backed that up, as evidenced by the fact that she scored the highest on her class's tests. She was cautious, slow to respond in situations of need. And Izuku could only surmise that the loss of so many classmates had shaken her confidence and left her with self-doubt, but she had demonstrated her value innumerable times, including when she helped the heroes figure out the location of the League of Villains' original hideout in order to save Bakugo from them, when she demonstrated exceptional command during the provisional license exam, demonstrating that she had the strategic mind of a true hero. She didn't require a new plan. She needed confidence, the right kind, not teetering into arrogance. Izuku had suggested to Nezu that watching these recordings would help him better understand how the students functioned, and the principal had enthusiastically agreed. After going over hours of footage, Izuku started assembling his analysis. He was disappointed, but not surprised, by what he saw during Class 1A's early training sessions. All Might's first battle trial had gone exactly as he had anticipated. Bakugo was violent, careless, and insane, playing the villain role almost too well, hurting the hero team and getting away with it. All Might had scolded him, yes, but that was it. Izuku had once hoped that Ua would be different from Aldera, that morality and merit would triumph over favoritism and physical force. However, nothing had changed in the end, and flashy quirks continued to take precedence over moral behavior. However, based on what he had heard while he was here, Bakugo's misdeeds were starting to catch up with him, and expulsion was starting to sound less like a far-fetched possibility and more like an inevitable outcome, so Ua might not be able to overlook his behavior for much longer. However, the attitude of the rest of the student body worried Izuku even more than Bakugo's actions, with most Ua students blaming Class 1A directly rather than the villains who had attacked their university. They believed that they were the source of all their problems. This was a classic mob mentality, where people looked for someone to hold accountable for their pain, even if they were equally victims as everyone else. If they hadn't committed the ultimate sin of blaming the victims rather than the aggressors, Izuku might have felt some sympathy for them. He was happy he selected Shiketsu for yet another reason. Izuku was aware that Bakugo would never accept his assistance, but he would also not be providing his analysis directly. Nevertheless, he was here to assist, and he would carry out his duties. Long since he had given up his old practice of writing notes by hand, he had compiled everything into a digital document so that, even if Bakugo did agree to help, he would have no way of knowing it was from him. Another factor to take into account regarding 1A is the frequency of student arrivals and departures due to recent losses. 4 deaths occurred in the first month, 3 new students joined during the sports festival, one of the new 3 later left after summer camp, and Uraraka eventually took his place after a great deal of trial and error. Amazingly, Ochako attracted Yukyu's attention despite being so late to everything. However, from what Izuku has heard, Uraraka has been going above and beyond to fulfill her dream, whatever it may be other than becoming a pro-hero, and Izuku is incredibly impressed and feels obligated to assist her above all else. The targets lose their gravitational pull the instant Ochako touches them, making them effectively weightless. Her quirk, Zero Gravity, enables her to eliminate the effects of gravity from solid objects when she touches them with the pads on her fingertips. With zero gravity, Ochako can make anything solid float in midair as long as it weighs less than her quirk's weight limit of about 3 tons, and she can close her fingers together to activate or cancel the effects of her quirk. The more objects Ochako has under the influence of her quirk, the harder it will be for her to keep them afloat. Prolonged strain and self-floating causes her to feel sick and nauseous, sometimes to the point of vomiting. This can also happen if she uses the quirk on herself to float for an extended period of time. Ochako's quirk is activated by touch, making her vulnerable to opponents with ranged quirks who can keep their distance, and she can only use her quirk by floating objects from her hands alone, which is also her quirk factor. If she loses the limbs, she will not be able to use her quirk. Ochako's hero costume is appropriately designed with the express intent of assisting her in reducing the negative consequences of her quirk. Now that everything is clear, Izuku can think of several ways to help Uraraka, not just a specific lineup of devices that she desperately needs, but also the appropriate martial arts that she should learn to gain a greater advantage in CQC and an anti-nausea diet to lessen the negative effects of not wearing her costume. Izuku finds it difficult to comprehend the true complexity of gravity. Controlling gravity, or, in Ochako's case, eliminating it, is unethical. Gravity is a natural phenomenon, one of the 4 fundamental forces, according to which everything with mass or energy attracts everything else, making power meaningless or irrelevant without them. Energy is ubiquitous and has many uses, but mass raises additional concerns. If Ochako's zero gravity were to save someone from falling by slapping them with one of her hands, for example, she would not be able to completely nullify Earth's gravitational field on the person she was saving. He would have continued to descend at the same speed. She could only have stopped his motion if she were actually removing the target's mass and changing momentum, which would explain why she could stop someone from falling. If the target's mass was less than the air surrounding them, they would have been suspended or decelerated by the air. Gravity is dependent on the mass of the object and the Earth's mass, so removing the mass of an object would make the Earth's force of gravity on that object zero. Then there is her nausea. The more things or people she uses her quirk on, the more motion sickness-like symptoms she experiences. Uraraka never explained why this occurs, so Izuku came to one conclusion. Although she doesn't gain weight when she absorbs the weight of her targets, her body must function as a capacitor to store the weight, which in turn influences what causes nausea in the body. When she removes the mass of an object, she is actually transferring it into herself. Could it be possible to shift the weight Uraraka absorbs into another victim in order to avoid experiencing nausea and transitioning from zero gravity to high gravity, given that she has been changing mass and momentum while absorbing it into herself for all this time? Izuku came to an important realization before grinning for the first time. I guess I'm going to end up liking it here after all, he thought to himself. He spent 2 days doing the analysis for both hero course classes, staying in the guest quarters in Class 1C's dorm, more like a visitor than a friend, but the students treated him with the same warmth as his own 1C. Izuku brought his work to Nezu's office when he was finally done, and the dean was a quick reader, taking in everything in 20 minutes, and by the time he put the document down, a broad, cheeky smile had appeared on his face. Matsu's reluctance to let me borrow you is finally clear to me, Mr. Midoriya, and Aizawa was correct about you. Every suggestion you made is not only feasible, but putting them into practice would significantly enhance my students' potential before they even started their second year, Nezu thought. It is really unfortunate that you are beyond my reach. Izuku was so taken aback by the compliment that he quickly covered up his shame by dismissing it. I'm just glad to be of service, he stated in a formal manner. But above all, he was thankful that Nezu had kept his word. Bakugo had not been in his immediate vicinity during his short-term stay, and the principal assured him that this would not change, and Nezu appeared certain that Bakugo would not be an issue going forward. Despite his doubts, Izuku was left alone for the time being. Nezu asked if he could do the same for UA's second and third years now that Izuku had completed his analysis of the first-year students. Being the quirk geek that he was, Midoriya readily agreed. Everything was going well and peacefully, but naturally, something would happen to upset that tranquility, and All Might was the one who was most troubled by it. Every student in UA was drawn to every phone and television as the news erupted with chaos, and what they saw was terrible. Although he was strong and unquestionably skilled, he had even solved more cases than All Might ever had. Endeavor's ascent to the #1 hero position was not as easy as he would have liked. Because he lacked the symbol of peace, his presence did not make people feel safe, and although some had been uncomfortable about his killing of Stain, it was simple enough to defend. After all, Stain had killed plenty of heroes himself. Nevertheless, Hosu had done nothing to enhance his reputation, particularly in the wake of his son's crushing loss at the sports festival. After the League of Villains was spotted during the Shihasaikai raid, but had been eerily silent since Kamino, the public had been waiting, watching, and wondering how the new #1 hero would deal with the threat of the League. Then they abruptly ended that silence. They issued a challenge, not merely a statement, and they did it in the most ruthless, public manner imaginable. The news reported that Endeavor was engaged in a vicious battle with a Nomu, one named Hood, and that despite the help of the #2 hero, Hawks, he was only able to hold his ground until he blasted Hood into the air and used his final move, Prominence Burn. Students throughout UA held their breath as they watched the footage unfold. Hood's body was reduced to nothing by a massive explosion of flame, and Endeavor's body lay sprawled in a crater as he crashed into the ground below. The reporter on the scene was trying her hardest to convey every detail, even though the camera footage was shaky. Endeavor, he's not moving, but he's alive, his chest still rising and falling. The new #1 hero appeared broken, blood streaming down his face from the severe beating he had received. Then, motion. The camera zoomed in, and the reporter's voice trembled as two figures stepped toward the fallen hero from the wreckage, a demon and a burnt man wearing a black trench coat. It was a nightmare that Japan had once dismissed as a fairy tale. The reporter uttered the words in a horrified whisper. Oh my god, the League of Villains is it. Dabi, the flame villain, and everything for one. The city erupted into chaos the moment the name of the symbol of evil was uttered. Panic, screams, and riots broke out in real time as the moment's sheer terror overcame all reason, and UA fell dead silent. They saw Endeavor snarling weakly at All for One and Dabi on the screen, and Dabi just laughed before kicking him in the head. Then All for One moved forward and grabbed Endeavor by the face, causing even more chaos as Dabi burst out laughing from sheer joy and insanity and Endeavor was left screaming. Then they were gone, leaving behind a broken, shattered #1 hero as a warp gate appeared behind them and vanished in a matter of seconds. News outlets, hero officials, and analysts were all attempting to make sense of what had just transpired when the broadcast was cut hours later. The last confirmation followed. Endeavor's Hellflame had been taken by All for One, and the Flame Hero had lost his quirk. In less than a year, Japan had lost another great hero to the same villain. It broke the illusion of peace. Fear spread like wildfire, making people feel unsafe in the absence of All Might. Crime rates skyrocketed, hero patrols increased, but villains gained confidence as they perceived weaknesses in the system. Even Izuku wasn't concerned for himself, even though he was behind Shiketsu and Yue's fortified walls. His mother was a concern for him. Izuku pleaded with Inko to spend more time with the Bakugos despite her insistence that she would be alright living alone. The air in the Yue teacher's quarters, command center was heavy, and for a long time after the broadcast ended, no one spoke. The screen continued to display the crater where Endeavor had fallen, his broken and battered body being hauled onto a stretcher, but the damage had already been done to Japan as well as to him. Without doing a single thing, All for One had won this battle. He had failed. Again. Kamino was supposed to be the last battle, and he had used up all of his remaining strength, pushed himself to the limit, and yet All for One walked away. Toshinori clutched at the wound the Demon King had left him 6 years ago, feeling the phantom pain return with cruel precision. His breathing was uneven, a mixture of old wounds and fresh failure tightening around his chest. And now he had started taking again, which was what Toshinori had always feared. The former symbol of peace closed his eyes, his rage and despair more apparent than he would have liked to acknowledge, and he felt the weight of his co-workers' stares, Nezu, Torino, and Sasaki, who were equally shaken. No one could deny it now. The winner was All for One. With a tighter voice than usual, Mirai was the first to speak. With his fingers tapping nervously on the table, he stated, "We cannot afford to waste time. We must contact the Hero Public Safety Commission immediately. No delays, no bureaucracy. The World Hero Association must be asked for assistance by the Madam President. The governments of the world cannot overlook this. They will not overlook this." Surprised by the unusual urgency in his voice, Toshinori turned to face Mirai. He was a methodical, logical man who seldom allowed his feelings to control his words. With his arms folded and his eyes narrowed, Sorahiko said, "Mirai, we both know that the HPSC doesn't do anything unless its back is to the wall. Do you really believe that they will simply roll over and ask for assistance? They don't have a choice anymore." Everyone stopped when they heard how sharp Mirai's tone was. All for One is a global-level threat. He's not some small-time villain running a syndicate in Tokyo's back alleys, and he has a quirk that can take anything he wants, Mirai went on. He won't only be Japan's problem in a few months if we do nothing. The world will be troubled by him. America is aware of this. Why, in your opinion, hasn't he visited since Star and Stripe became well-known? Toshinori straightened at the name. Kathleen Bate, America's #1 hero, his sort of protege who defends the country in a manner akin to his own, with military assistance. Do you believe he fears her? Torino raised an eyebrow in question. Mirai grimly remarked, "Call it a hunch, but yes," adding that he had his hands in America's villain circles back when he had complete control of the underworld. However, ever since she entered the picture, quiet, there, whatever he had planned came to an end. Before it's too late, we in Japan need that kind of power. I've been speaking to the Madam President about requesting international aid for months. Long before this incident, he said, his expression unreadable as he tapped his claws against the desk. She made no promises then, but yesterday, she informed me that she had successfully convinced Singapore, Egypt, and Russia to send their top heroes to help. The weight in Toshinori's chest persisted even after he let out a sigh of relief. Nezu went on, "It makes sense that their leaders are worried because nobody wants to take the chance of their greatest heroes losing their quirks to All for One. However, there are active efforts to prevent that. Still, no word on America," he sighed, folding his paws in front of him. Mirai laughed and said, "Kathleen will arrive. If not in quirk, then in spirit, she is All Might's heir. She will not allow Japan to collapse." He needed to believe that, Toshinori thought, clenching his fists as he looked down at them, but then his mind wandered to Endeavor, to Enji Todoroki. Enji had been one of Japan's greatest heroes despite being a terrible man, a terrible husband and father, but Toshinori had hoped that by telling him he was going to retire, he would step up and get his act together. He had no idea what had driven him to show Enji the hollow, skeletal remains of All Might in his deflated form. Toshinori had realized that Endeavor was following a path based on delusion when Shoto had finally admitted to the teachers the true reason behind his refusal to use the left side of his quirk following Tenya's death. He had lost everything due to his obsession with outperforming All Might. Therefore, Toshinori had exposed that obsession and allowed Enji to see, really see, that the man he had dedicated his professional life to defeat was already dying, a man who was missing a stomach and a lung, clinging to life with all of his might. Enji was finally aware of his mistakes, the harm he had caused, and the family he had ruined. He ought to have been arrested and held accountable for his transgressions, but since All for One was still out there, it was decided to keep him a pro-hero, at least until the crisis was resolved. Now, though, his career was over, and he no longer had any family to console him, with the possible exception of his daughter Fuyumi. Endeavor is no longer alive, but he has lost everything that made him Endeavor. He wasted his life chasing a ghost, Toshinori muttered as he let out a deep breath and pressed his fingers to his temples. And now, there's nothing left. Mirai's phone buzzed before anyone could answer. He scowled as he looked at the caller ID before responding, "Bubble Girl." The woman on the other end paused, and Mirai's face grew serious as his fingers clenched around the phone. "I see. One more pause. I get it. I will be there shortly." The room fell silent as he turned to face the others and hung up. Mirio's running out of time. The breath caught in Toshinori's throat. Mirai shot him a glance that said more than words could. The first thing Torino said was, "You can't be serious, that's asinine." "I understand your reasoning, but you must realize how dangerous this could be," Nezu said, sighing and shaking his head. "Shiketsu will declare war on Mr. Midoriya if he even loses a hair." "I just want Midoriya and Tagata to meet," Mirai said, folding his arms. "We must accept the possibility of a miracle if it exists at all." After a long period of silence, Nezu finally nodded. "I'll allow it," he replied. "But under no circumstances is one for all to be mentioned to the young man." Exhaling, Toshinori felt some of the tension in his body release. Perhaps, just possibly, there was still hope. Izuku sat by himself in one of the UA cafeteria's booths during midday, enjoying his meal and the flavors created by the renowned cook hero, Lunch Rush. Despite the demanding morning schedule, this was his first real moment to breathe since coming to UA. It felt surreal, meeting and working with so many well-known heroes outside of Shiketsu's faculty. He'd been so busy analyzing the students' quirks, creating training plans, and attending back-to-back sessions that this meal felt like a rare luxury. The third-year students at UA were different from those in Class 1A or 1B. Their quirks weren't as ostentatious or complicated, but that wasn't the purpose of their education anymore. By this point, their focus had shifted to honing their skills, maximizing their abilities, and refining what already made them real heroes. Izuku admired that about them. They weren't fixated on reinventing themselves but rather perfecting their craft. After dinner, he had intended to take a 2-hour break to decompress and explore the expansive UA campus, which was an architectural wonder with innumerable environmental simulation areas that he had been eager to see for himself. Midoriya. When he looked up, he saw an excited Ochako leading a group of pupils from classes 1A and 1B. "I really hope we aren't interrupting anything, but most of us wanted to see you," Ochako said with a smile. "We've heard so much about you," Yaoyorozu said, smiling warmly as she sat down opposite him. "Yeah," Kendo, who was seated next to her, said. "Dean Nezu asking Shiketsu for a quirk analyst to strengthen our training. That is almost unheard of. I just hope my input is helpful," Izuku said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "You all already possess a great deal of potential. You were a huge help. Especially with me," Ochako smiled. "It makes perfect sense that my nausea is the result of me absorbing so much weight into myself. Additionally, Aizawa-sensei has a concept of his own for giving the high-gravity concept more substance." Izuku smiled and said, "I wish you the best. Remember to follow the anti-nausea diet. Bananas and crackers stabilize blood sugar and keep you from feeling queasy, peppermint soothes the stomach, and ginger lowers it. Magnesium and vitamin B6 work similarly. Additionally, electrolyte-rich beverages prevent dehydration from exercise or vomiting. And it's all very inexpensive. Better yet," Ochako cheered with joy. Her positive outlook won her a spot in 1A right away, making her a welcome change for her new peers who needed all the encouragement they could get. "All right," Yaoyorozu grinned and said, "your assistance is greatly appreciated, especially your suggestion that I examine everyone's quirks from the viewpoint of a villain, as Uraraka has stated so thoroughly." Izuku cocked his head and said, "Oh." Yaoyorozu clarified, "You know, treating my classmates as potential villains coming up with contingency plans and crafting tools to counteract their abilities on the fly is brilliant. She looked at Kendo and said, "The idea never even occurred to me until now. It forces me to develop situational awareness and adaptability. Kind of morbid, but hey, whatever it takes to win without any lethality," Kendo thought. "Remember, Yaoyorozu, to give yourself more credit. You're among UA's brightest, based on what I've heard," Izuku said. Kendo grinned, Uraraka pouted, and Yaoyorozu blushed a little at the compliment. The students kept talking to Izuku, asking questions, debating quirk theories, and exchanging insights. Seething with hatred and disgust, Katsuki Bakugo observed the scene from a considerable distance. This was not the way it was meant to be. He had imagined himself as the undisputed top dog at UA, where he would be respected and feared by the students, who would beg for his favor out of desperation, and the teachers would recognize his overwhelming superiority, granting him unrestricted control over the university like the demigod he was. He would be taken under All Might's wing and guided to his rightful place at the top. However, none of that took place. He was disappointed to find defiance instead. The teachers were even worse, nitpicking everything he did and putting him in detention like he was still in elementary school at the slightest provocation. He couldn't even snort at something without receiving a glare from one of them. The extras had the audacity to stare at him without fear, without awe, and some even made fun of him. It wasn't equitable. Aizawa had initially supported him, offering justifications and defenses for his actions, but that was before Bakugo's failure in the provisional license exam. The final straw had been that, and now Aizawa hardly gave him a glance with his one good eye. As if that weren't awful enough, there were rumors that teachers drank sake before dealing with him to get ready for the headache. He was the best hero in waiting. How dare they? It was all set up against him, and his hands balled into fists under the table. It was a joke, the provisional exam. Hero work was about fighting villains, not about pleading with ordinary people. If they had quirks, they should save themselves. Only the quirkless freaks needed to be saved, and they were going extinct, rightfully so why should he waste his time on them? Then, the biggest insult followed. The one person Bakugo detested more than anyone in the world was sitting there, eating, laughing, and surrounded by people who ought to have been his supporters. Deku, that worthless nobody. Bakugo had barely listened when his parents mentioned Auntie Inko was still in contact, but it didn't matter, Deku was gone. He had warned him not to come to this university, had said that someone like him could never be a hero, and it seemed at first that the freak had listened. He had left Aldera 10 months before the entrance exam, disappearing without a trace. As if things couldn't get worse, that little chimera had told him to avoid Midoriya or face expulsion. Instead, the damn nerd had been at Shiketsu all along. Worse, Dean Nezu had brought him here to assist. It was inexcusable, dehumanizing, and humiliating. The more he watched, the more the anger festered inside him, getting hotter and hotter until it filled his chest like a ticking time bomb, and his knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists beneath the table. They would all pay in one way or another. It was easy to see why UA consistently produced some of Japan's most famous heroes. The sheer variety of environmental simulations, training grounds, and research facilities was mind-boggling. There was an undeniable beauty to it all, one that might have captivated him in another life. But there were no regrets. His path had been set long ago, and he was more than content with where he stood. If anything, his future would be even brighter once the League of Villains was finally dealt with. Izuku was walking back to the Class 1C dormitory when he saw Toshinori and Mirai, the always intimidating Sir Night-Eye, standing close to the entrance. Their mere presence caused a flurry of thoughts in his head. The last time he had spoken to All Might, the encounter had been less than pleasant. There was unresolved tension there, but also an unshakable reverence. Toshinori had been his idol for as long as he could remember, and that hadn't changed, regardless of what had happened between them. "Oh, Midoriya, young." Toshinori greeted him with far more energy than before, his once waning confidence seemingly restored. His eyes held a spark Izuku hadn't seen in their first meeting. "Glad we caught you. I wanted to talk to you again." Izuku stopped in front of them, his face calm in spite of his inner thoughts. "Of course, All Might," he answered, keeping a professional demeanor and bowing respectfully. "What can I do for you?" This time, Sir Night-Eye responded, his piercing eyes fixed on Izuku. "We've seen the reports you've put together on the hero students," he said. "Your work is just as amazing as we were told." "I'm honored, but I'm almost done," Izuku said, tilting his head slightly in mild surprise. Given their affiliation with UA, He hadn't anticipated that they would listen to his analyses so intently, but it was inevitable. I'll be going back to Shikatsu shortly. That's exactly why we're here, Night Eye said, nodding. We would like you to examine one final student. Mirio Tagata. Izuku scowled a little and said, I've been meaning to inquire about him. While conversing with the third-year students, particularly Tamaki Imajiki and Nijire Hado, they continued to mention him. However, since coming here, I haven't seen him at all. The ensuing silence was brief but telling, and both Toshinori and Mirai took a moment to carefully consider what they were going to say, without hesitation. At last, Night Eye said in a calm but serious tone, Mirio experienced something beyond troubling during the battle against Overhaul. He's not in any immediate danger, but his condition has required close surveillance. Therefore, the only people who are permitted to know the specifics are his parents and the UA staff. The way they were talking about Tagata made it sound complicated, so Izuku scowled. Why tell me if it's so confidential? Putting a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, Toshinori sighed and said, You'll understand once you meet him. Izuku saw no issue with this and accepted the invitation to accompany him and Sir Night Eye to the Tokyo Central Hospital. Izuku was overcome with conflicting feelings because the retired symbol of peace didn't often ask for his assistance. Izuku told himself that it would be nice to see firsthand the man that people were now whispering about, the shining star, Mirio Tagata, a student who had inherited the impossible burden of becoming the new symbol of peace. This was especially true now that All for One's poisonous schemes had humiliated Endeavor on live television, ripping his quirk away for everyone to see. Heroes everywhere were faltering, and the people needed a new flame. Soon after, Izuku found himself sliding into the passenger seat of Yagi's car, an ominous, jet-black machine that resembled a panther crouching on four wheels rather than a typical vehicle, after Dean Nezu reluctantly approved of Izuku leaving UA's protection and traveling with Toshinori. Izuku grinned and cocked his head, saying, I must admit that I'm a little let down. A significant portion of me wishes I had the opportunity to ride the Allmobile at least once in my life. The classic, you know. With a low laugh that was full of nostalgia and exhaustion, the old hero said, Young Midoriya, I grieved that beauty long ago. Hercules and I are the only ones left. You mean Heracles, right? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. The Greek hero. No, Toshinori corrected, grinning smugly. Hercules, the Roman god of bravery and power. The Roman name is appropriate for this vehicle. Civility tempered with strength. Good, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Because I believe I would actually lose faith in you if you were one of those people who confused Hercules with Heracles. Toshinori gave a little, sincere laugh in return. Izuku had helped the UA students before, and he had earned a measure of trust, but between him and All Might, a chasm still lingered. The road continued. The city faded into muted colors outside the tinted windows, and for a while, silence filled the car, heavy, uncomfortable, as though the weight of unspoken truths pressed on both of them. Since you're retired now, and since your body is too damaged to use your quirk, doesn't this make it the best time to finally tell me the truth about it? Izuku finally broke the silence. His quirk had always been the most profound secret of his career, hidden beneath layers of myth, but the boy next to him was not only persistent but brilliant, a natural dissector of mysteries, and after all, the reason for this meeting was inextricably linked to that secret. The question was bold, almost brazen. Toshinori stiffened, shoulders twitching as if struck. Very well, he said, letting out a breath. Heracles is the name of my quirk. Izuku almost suffocated on his own saliva. You named your quirk after a demigod turned full deity. Toshinori said, watch your tone, young Midoriya, but his smile was amused. But the way it works is by stockpiling energy inside my body, slowly, over the years. I couldn't even activate it until I was 15. But once I could, he trailed off, his gaze wandering out the windshield as he recalled battles and broken villains. Well, you saw what I became. With his mind already racing, Izuku tapped his chin. An accumulation quirk. That explains so much. They're rare and incredibly powerful, but they could take years to build to their full potential. And if your body's this broken, no wonder you can't use it anymore. His fascinated eyes shone as he leaned forward in his chair. But that raises new questions. Which energy type is it stockpiling? Electrical, mechanical, maybe biochemical. Electric stimulation makes the most sense, but then, shouldn't you also have some kind of accelerated healing factor? Izuku began a thorough analysis before Toshinori could respond, his voice growing louder with each idea. See, Physical enhancement quirks are a conundrum. You can't just have super strength, or super speed, or super durability in isolation. They're all interconnected. If you're strong without durability, your body tears apart. If you're fast without durability, your bones snap. To endure, you must be strong. To be strong, you must be durable. And with enough strength and resilience, speed follows. It's a closed loop, which means, logically, every true physical enhancement quirk must come with a healing factor to help compensate the stress of such a delicate balance. But they never do for some reason. By now, most people would have moaned, pleaded with him to stop, or just stopped paying attention. Toshinori, however, did not. He nodded slightly as he leaned into each word, as if every piece of Izuku's meandering puzzle perfectly matched his own hidden knowledge. For the first time, the legend of All Might didn't just leave someone in awe. Someone was dismantling the myth, piece by piece, researching the foundation, and thinking about what had happened to Mirio since he got. With a heavy heart, Toshinori wondered, could it be? As the car turned toward the hospital, no one has ever seen as far as this boy does. And that insight brought with it both hope and fear. As Izuku was led to the hospital, his curiosity and apprehension only increased. Tagata's condition must have been worse than they were admitting if he had been hospitalized for weeks while being kept apart from his friends. Before they entered the room, Toshinori turned to him one last time as they passed through the hospital hallways. Don't worry too much, but brace yourself. Izuku's nerves were not eased by that. Izuku was startled by what he saw when the door slid open. A happy boy with blonde hair sat on the hospital bed, swinging his legs wildly. His bright, wide eyes radiated pure joy, and he appeared no older than 10. The boy exclaimed, "Hey, Teach." With a broad smile, "You're just in time. My mom brought me cake earlier, and it is tasty." Izuku's thoughts froze. His mouth parted slightly, but nothing came out. His thoughts raced to interpret what he was witnessing. Completely unfazed, Toshinori crossed his arms and laughed. "Glad to hear it, young Tagata. You're looking as lively as ever." Izuku gave a blink, then blinked once more. And then, at last, he found his voice. "Tagata." The little blonde boy laughed amusedly and cocked his head. "Who else would I be?" Izuku said nothing as the realization slowly came to him. Something terrible was what he had been anticipating. However, this was crazy. Toshinori just sighed and gave Izuku a sly glance. "As I said, brace yourself." Izuku stood motionless as his mind tried to comprehend how impossible what he was witnessing could be. 10-year-old Mirio Tagata, one of UA's most influential hero students, was just months away from becoming a top-tier hero and entering the workforce. A 10-year-old boy who retained the same upbeat, optimistic outlook as the man he once was. Izuku briefly considered the possibility that this was some kind of complex practical joke, but he soon brushed it off. He was told otherwise by the solemn looks on the faces of Sir Night-Eye and All Might. This actually happened. He then collected himself and turned to Yagi for an explanation, but Mirio eagerly took the lead in narrating his own strange story. The Shi Hasaikai raid was the beginning of it all. In addition to overthrowing Overhaul and destroying his criminal enterprise, the operation, led by Night-Eye, aimed to save a young girl named Eri who had been taken hostage by the villain's horrifying experiments. Despite some difficulties, Mirio had ultimately been able to save Eri after a fierce battle. Nobody had ever seen anything like the girl's quirk, Rewind. She could essentially regress any living thing she came into contact with to a previous state by using it to turn back time. Eri unintentionally de-aged Lemillion and Overhaul by 17 years during the chaos of the battle. Izuku was struck like a freight train by the weight of that information. Time-manipulating quirks were practically unheard of. A few cases were lost to history, but Izuku was well aware that the governments had kept all the details highly classified. There was a disastrous risk of abuse. And now he found himself directly in front of the outcome of that power. As he considered the ramifications, his mind raced, but something didn't feel quite right. As Izuku mentally recited Mirio's words, his attention was drawn to one obvious contradiction. He muttered, 17 years, and his eyes narrowed as he realized. Wait a second, if Eri reversed 17 years of your life, then shouldn't you be physically and biologically 4 years old? The room was filled with a thick silence. Mirio's smile did not fade, but his face became more contemplative. This time, Toshinori was the one to respond, his usually assured manner wavering a little. His voice was serious and worried as he said, "That's exactly why we brought you here, young Midoriya.
Mirio's body is aging up faster than normal, unlike Overhaul whose biological age is in a normal rate. Izuku's breath caught. That was nonsensical. Mirio should still be 4 years old and continue to age naturally if Aries' quirk merely rewound time on a person. However, that was untrue. More significantly, not everyone who was impacted was experiencing it. Whispering, "Overhaul," Izuku said. His analytical mind went into overdrive. Aries' quirk de-aged him too, but he's still a 10-year-old child in Tartarus. No signs of accelerated aging. This is only happening to Mirio. Izuku and Night Eye exchanged piercing looks. Exactly. That's where the problem lies. Izuku felt a chill go down his back. This was not an isolated incident. Mirio's case was distinct because of an unidentified second factor at work. Unknown factors did not appeal to him. They created danger. Toshinori hesitated at that point. For a moment only, Izuku caught it, barely noticeable. Toshinori Yagi, the former symbol of peace, was terrified of what he was going to say next, so when he saw it, something inside of him twisted. At last, Toshinori acknowledged, the cause is young Tagata's quirk. Izuku asked, his eyes widening. His quirk, with a somber expression, Toshinori nodded. It underwent an awakening. Mirio rubbed the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. Yeah, turns out, permeation isn't as simple as I thought. Izuku paid close attention to what they were saying. Mirio's quirk started to drastically change after the fight with Wolfram on Island. His reflexes were sharper at first, and his body occasionally felt heavier. Then, however, the pain began. His body was in excruciating pain, as if his cells were rupturing themselves. His skin developed stress fracture-like cracks, and his hair cells started to deteriorate at a startling rate. Recovery Girl was perplexed. She claimed that Mirio's body was simultaneously accelerating and degrading, and that if nothing was done, Mirio might not live. Izuku felt his blood chill. The situation's weight became like a stone in his chest. To say that it was powerful would be an understatement. Since learning of Mirio's disappearance, Izuku had been studying him. He was a unique individual who had come from nothing to become a formidable force. The Big Three of the UA, formerly studied under Vlad King in Class 1B. In the past, this quirk was viewed as feeble and nearly ineffective in combat. He had been questioned, mocked, and referred to as the most pitiful hero student in UA's history. Many thought he would completely withdraw from the hero course. However, he didn't. He practiced, he struggled, he persisted, and he had transformed permeation into a force that could compete with the greatest pro-heroes through sheer willpower and unwavering determination. His work-study with Night Eye followed, a watershed in his development. Mirio was the most talented student Ua had ever seen, having perfected his quirk under Night Eye's tutelage. However, his development did not stop there. Everything changed once more in his third year. Permeation's initial ability was unrelated to Mirio's sudden display of superhuman strength, speed, and durability. The justification: Night Eye had figured out how Mirio could reverse the effects of his quirk. He could now raise the density of his body rather than decrease it to zero. His strength and speed increased as a result of this unnatural durability. It had sounded miraculous, an innovation. However, Izuku was now unsure. There was a problem. Mirio experienced odd side effects from her new powers. Every time he used the high-density feature of permeation, people had reported seeing sparks of blue electricity crackling around his body. Some had even conjectured that Mirio had a completely different quirk. Izuku didn't want to acknowledge the sinister thought that had crept into his head. This was more than an awakening. Mirio Tagata was experiencing something. Whatever it was, it might continue. Izuku let out a breath and forced himself to concentrate, swallowing the lump in his throat. He needed to get to work. Despite the storm building inside of him, he finally said, "I understand," in a steady voice. "I'll do everything I can to help." Mirio smiled at him, the same unwavering optimism that had always been in his childlike face. All Izuku could hope was that would be sufficient. As Ua University's dean, Nezu regarded himself as a very lucky person, a belief that had only grown stronger over time. He had made it his goal to overcome his suffering ever since All Might had saved him from the evil grasp of the insane scientist who had turned his early years into an unending nightmare. He could see why people would want to experiment on an animal with a quirk from a coldly rational, if twisted, point of view. He was still a rarer creature than the quirkless. However, comprehension did not mean forgiveness, and if Nezu was a living example of anything, it was that some truths were better kept hidden.
Because some animals would not easily forgive once released, some cages should never be constructed. Nevertheless, Nezu had made the decision to give humanity another chance in spite of the atrocities of his past. He'd been able to enjoy endless days of happiness, challenge, and even the occasional indulgence of his inner demons since he'd become a teacher, without the hassle of deadly consequences for his students, other teachers, or even villains. He had long regarded his position as Dean of UA as his greatest achievement. But now, he was doubting everything. It had been a nightmare this year. For the very organization he had vowed to defend, not just for himself or his professors. The very people who once believed in UA had questioned its prestige, in addition to its detractors. In the first week of the semester, 3 students were killed. On holy ground, a villain launches an attack. The sports festival, which was supposed to be a showcase for the best of the best, had turned into a venue for humiliation. Shoto Todoroki's expulsion from the hero course had been a devastating blow, and Endeavor's wrath had descended upon them like a relentless storm. But even that, along with the death of Tenya Iida, was nothing compared to what had happened to Mirio Tagata. Tagata, a tragic anomaly, the brightest star in the sky of the United Arab Emirates, was destined to become the next symbol of peace. It's possible that Toshinori and Mirai had good reason to blame themselves. However, Nezu took on his fair share of that load. He had permitted it to occur. Sasaki had been allowed to lead Mirio to one for all. He had watched as that well-meaning idiot gently but successfully guided a good young man into becoming the next All Might instead of the hero Mirio had desired to be. He ought to have been aware. He ought to have foreseen the outcome. One for all was no exception to the rule that no great power came free. The monsters controlled by All for One should have been enough of a clue that the warning signs had always been present. Due to the power of his original quirk, only All for One is able to safely possess multiple quirks. 2 quirks is a death sentence for everyone else. However, regrets did little to alter the past, and hindsight was cruel. The worst times for UA were far from over. If the university failed, it would be more than just a lost institution, it would be the start of a much larger collapse. And now, of all things, a total stranger was in charge of Mirio Tagata's destiny. A young man who shouldn't have been involved in the never-ending conflict between All for One and One for All. Nezu had thought that, at least, until he witnessed the reality for himself. Nezu had been observing. He had listened in on Yagi and Midoriya's private conversation, and what he discovered had left him dumbfounded. Izuku Midoriya was aware of Toshinori's weakened form long before the rest of the world was, and the two had already met. Furthermore, what had Yagi done? Nothing. In a rare moment of indulgence, Nezu lit a cigarette and exhaled a wisp of smoke. Oh, Yagi, greatest hero you may have been, but nothing can shield you from the sad reality that you are, at the end of the day, a complete fool, he muttered. Not choosing that boy when you had the chance, not only was it hypocrisy, but it was a betrayal of everything you stood for. Had Midoriya been in Class 1A, had he been center stage when the League of Villains struck, perhaps so much heartache could have been avoided. However, the past could not be altered. What was done was done. A knock on his office door brought him back to the present before he could descend any deeper into that depressing vein of thought. Exactly on schedule. Come in, he said. Najire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki, 2 of the UA Big Three, entered through the open door. The reason they had come was immediately apparent. Najire, who is typically the epitome of boundless curiosity and energy, appeared nervous, her normal vigor sapped by the burden of unsaid concerns. Tamaki, on the other hand, who so frequently retreated within himself, now had a fire in his eyes that communicated to Nezu that he was willing to fight for what he desired. Nezu gave a kind smile. Ms. Hado, Mr. Amajiki. It's always a pleasure to see 2 of UA's finest. What can I do for you? Tamaki didn't waste any time. He said in a quiet but firm voice, please, just tell us the truth. We've waited long enough. The whole university has. We need to know what's happened to Mirio. Why won't you or Night Eye let us see him? This was what Nezu had anticipated. He had anticipated that the students would eventually grow impatient. Before the murmurs became yells. Due to the chaos that had engulfed Class 1A, the faculty had already let them down too many times. Sasaki would protest. Nezu was certain of that. However, Mirio's best friends were entitled to something. At least a piece of the truth was due to them. Very well, Nezu remarked, a mixture of resignation and melancholy shining in his tiny, beady eyes. Let's talk. The winged hero. Hawk stood over the kneeling flame villain, Dabi, in a dimly lit warehouse, out of sight. His golden eyes now had the icy intensity of a murderer, and 2 feathered blades dripped blood in his hands. Hawks growled, his voice piercing with controlled rage, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't end you right now." Dobby was unfazed by his situation. Despite the pain from the gashes on his body, he grinned. "2 reasons," he said calmly. 1, I could burn you alive before you even tried. And 2, you knew the consequences of bringing a high-profile pro-like endeavor into this. You were supposed to lure someone expendable. Hawks clamped down harder on his feather blades. "That battle was our plan," Dobby said. "You were supposed to let a Nomu take out someone respectable, Yukyu, Yoroi Musha, anyone but Endeavor. But no, you had to go overboard. So, I picked the strongest Nomu available. You went back on the deal first, and don't even get me started on those civilians you rescued." Hawks tightened his jaw. "I had to keep up appearances. If I didn't act the part, the commission would start asking questions. Endeavor was injured anyway, it wasn't a total loss. But you," Hawks wielded a blade and spoke in a deadly, "you didn't have to let All for One take his quirk. That was overkill." "Overkill," reverberated through the warehouse in a voice as silky as silk but tinged with menace. Hawks tensed up. His face was devoid of blood. "Oh, but Endeavor's life was ruined long before you ever met him. Before he saved you from your own father, Keigo Takami." The tone of the words was uncannily courteous. Hawks turned abruptly, only to find himself looking into All for One's abyssal presence. Standing right behind him, the symbol of evil's aura was oppressive, his very presence weighing Hawks down like a vice. How could he not have sensed him earlier? All for One sighed loudly, as if all of this was an unfortunate inconvenience. He put his hands together almost playfully and said, "I do apologize for what happened to your idol. I understand what Endeavor means to you. Truly, I do. Your guilt for indirectly causing his downfall must be unbearable. But let's not allow sentimentality to cloud your judgment." The presence of the League of Villains filled the room. Off to the side, Tamura Shigaraki stood, his red eyes flitting with laughter. Hamiko Toga, Kurogiri, Mustard, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Twice, Magna, and Muscular all observed, waited, and passed judgment. Hawks took a deep breath, letting go of his desire to kill as he realized his position. He pulled back his blades. Ever the arrogant jerk, Dobby grinned as he got back up and dismissed his injuries as minor annoyances. Beneath his mask, All for One grinned. "Good, you've proven yourself. Welcome to the League, Hawks. As a token of my goodwill, allow me to share our next endeavor." Dobby wanted to snort so badly, but for the moment he held back. All for One disclosed, "We will be forming an alliance with the Meta Liberation Army." Taken aback, Hawks blinked and said, "I thought Destro's movement died out years ago." With a deep, knowing laugh, All for One said, "Oh, my dear boy. Real evil never perishes. Destro's descendants are equally as dangerous and crafty as he was. They will soon be our allies." Hawks left the warehouse knowing he had made it through another test, but the pressure of his covert mission was greater than before as the room changed and he was soon dismissed. "You do know he's a double agent for the commission, right?" Magna said as the villains fell silent. "Of course he is, my dear," All for One said with a quiet laugh. "However, it doesn't matter. In due time, he will accomplish our goals." Standing beside his mentor, Shigaraki scowled and asked, "Are we going to locate this army now?" "Not yet," All for One replied in a firm, confident voice, "but first you have to be prepared. We all have to." Turning to face Kurogiri, he said, "Take us to our next location." The League was taken to a thick, remote forest, where the air was heavy with the smell of moss and earth, through a swirling portal of darkness. All for One took a step forward, surveying the area, and then his voice came out, strong and commanding. "Come forth, Gigantomachia." A monstrous behemoth roared through the forest, towering over them all, tears streaming down his enormous face as the earth shook and trees snapped like twigs. "Master," Gigantomachia's voice broke with unadulterated passion. "At last, you've returned to get me." Everyone grinned. "Yes, my faithful soldier. I've come back." Izuku should have returned to Shiketsu by now, but the situation with Tagata took a long time. He's not sure what Nezu said to persuade Sekino to allow Midoriya to stay a little longer, but it worked. The question now is whether any thesis Izuku develops will be sufficient to slow down Mirio's rapid aging, as Mirio aged by a year 2 days after he began analyzing the evolved permeation. Izuku would never turn down the opportunity to learn new quirks, and permeation is the most intriguing one yet, so even though this was more stressful than he had anticipated, he decided there was no going back now. Initially, Tagada's quirk only made it possible for him to become intangible, which allowed him to pass through any tangible material. He could phase through walls or the ground, as well as allow enemy attacks to pass through him without causing any harm. While intangible, he felt like he was falling because he still had mass. Additionally, everything passed through him, including light, sound, and air, so he was unable to see, hear, or breathe while his quirk was active. Since things with mass cannot overlap, this aspect of his ability also means that he must always have at least 1 foot solid while his quirk is active, or else he will fall to the ground. If Mirio returns to his solid state while phasing through something, his body will be repelled outward. He can control the direction from which he is repelled by changing the direction he is facing or the pose he is holding. Until Sir Night-Eye trained Mirio to develop his senses and time perception, permeation was one of the most dangerous and unfeasible quirks available. This ensured that permeation would only be useful when Mirio felt it was convenient. The new ability to increase his body's density by using permeation in reverse to make himself stronger, faster, and more durable comes next. This makes sense because some quirks have been known to work in the opposite direction, but it is cut short when you consider that Mirio's physical augmentations include red vein-like lines and blue electricity that resemble a type of tactile ergokinesis. Perhaps permeation's awakening instead transforms Mirio's body mass into the energy that creates the physical augmentation. If this were the case, Recovery Girl or Dean Nezu would have been able to spot this phenomenon with ease, and Yagi or Sasaki would have informed Midoriya before they approached him with this puzzle. They must have been aware of it. They are not gullible. That two aren't quirkists at all, and it's more likely that they deliberately kept it a secret from Midoriya, which was startling given that they expect him to assist. Now is not the time to complain about it. The question is whether this inner energy can be put to better use than just making him more resilient. The absence of therapeutic qualities is one issue Izuku has always had with physical enhancing quirks. As he explained to Toshinori, all physical enhancements go hand in hand, and improving the body's capacity for healing must be on the list. The main goal of them is to improve every physical characteristic of the human body, but the power is typically limited to strength or speed, which makes sense because a quirk can only do so much. However, quirks are supposed to have limitless potential, which is why heroes who rely more on support gears are despised. However, as All Might shows, limitless strength is useless if your body eventually breaks down, raising doubts about the true value of Tagada's new abilities. The more Midoriya considers it, the more he comes to the conclusion that the best way to save Mirio before he reaches his chronological age of 21 and begins to feel the agony from before is to find a way to manipulate this inner energy of his to create a healing factor for himself. Had it not been for little Aries' intervention, Mirio would have been killed by his own power, and stopping the Shi-Hasaikai would have been his last heroic act on this earth. However, how is the question? Has anyone ever done it before? Healing quirks are extremely uncommon, perhaps because only a few people, such as Recovery Girl or the person who had the super regeneration before All for One stole it for himself, can handle the energy required to quickly heal a living thing. I ought to have become interested in support gears. Izuku complained that this case might ruin his quirk analyst career before it even began. Maybe the promise of making things blow up better could have saved my friendship with Katsuki, he said. Momo Yaoyorozu was not born into an easy life, as wealth and status brought burdens that were far heavier than anyone realized. She loved her parents and they loved her back, but as she grew older, she realized how much they valued material success over personal relationships, which left her always wondering if they loved her for who she was or just because her quirk fit their goals. She was afraid of the repercussions of even the smallest disobedience, so she never dared to express these worries. At least her father wouldn't force her into a quirk marriage, so it wasn't like they were the kind of people who would openly violate the law. However, Momo was positive that her mother had considered it more than once. Momo's parents supported her decision to become a pro-hero, but only for the prestige it would bring to the Yaoyorozu name. For Momo, Ua University was meant to be a fresh start, a place where she could prove herself on her own terms. Becoming a pro-hero was supposed to be her act of independence, a way to carve out a future of her own choosing. Rather, it turned into a nightmare while awake. Momo found herself questioning everything, from a homeroom teacher who showed no empathy and expected them to be independent from day one to the loss of classmates because of the university's incompetence or their own careless decisions. The incorrect pro-heroine mentor, the ensuing mockery, the unfair blame their class was given for the League of Villains' actions. All of this added up to a weight that nearly brought her down.
And worst of all, she couldn't get rid of the terrible realization that many of the insults directed at her weren't completely incorrect. As the class representative, she ought to have recognized the warning signs in Todoroki and Iida and assisted them before tragedy struck, but she was as blind as the rest of the world. She ought to have taken Aizawa's threat of expulsion more seriously and assisted her classmates in getting ready. Tenya, drowning in grief after Stain attacked his brother, spiraled into reckless vengeance, and now he was dead. Shoto pushed his body to its limit, overusing his ice and permanently damaging his nerves because he refused to rely on his fire. She was consumed by her failures, which haunted her. She was so sick of it all. The heartbreak, the disappointments, the futile struggles, that by the time the midterm exams arrived, she hardly had the will to try. The worst part was putting up with Katsuki Bakugo's uncontrollable demeanor while listening to Eijiro Kirishima repeatedly assert that Bakugo was a real hero simply because he was manly and driven. Momo had already had enough of this kind of foolishness, and she couldn't stand another fool who was naively defending a walking catastrophe. The summer camp attack, however, was the necessary wake-up call. Instead of letting another failure define her, she seized the opportunity to take action, forcing Kirishima to abandon his reckless rescue plan, planting a tracking device on the chainsaw-wielding Nomu to ensure they could find Bakugo, and taking charge for the first time in a long time. Then, as if destiny had finally chosen to provide her with a lifeline, she met Izuku Midoriya, a student who not only encouraged her but also gave her the tools to become stronger. With newfound strength and a revitalized sense of purpose, she was prepared to test everything. Momo realized this was her chance as classes 1A and 1B assembled at Ground Gamma for the eagerly anticipated joint training battle. They would prove it today, and she would prove it today. UA had switched in new pupils, but Class 1A was still strong. When Class 1A and Class 1B students arrived at Ground Gamma, they were welcomed by their homeroom teachers, Eraserhead and Vlad King, as well as Midnight and the retired All Might. The atmosphere was tense, with a mixture of expectation and doubt pervading the group of students. It wasn't just another training session today. With his piercing eyes scanning both classes, Aizawa said, "Listen up, this is one of the most important exercises you'll undergo this year." With his arms folded across his chest, Vlad King moved forward and said, "We're calling it the Joint Training Battle, a test to measure your progress. This will also act as an evaluation to determine how far you still need to go before you can truly call yourselves heroes, as unanticipated events resulted in your obtaining your provisional hero licenses earlier than anticipated." An all too familiar voice broke the silence before the full impact of those words could set in. When some of us are already ahead, what good is it to test both classes? With his arms spread wide in mock arrogance, Nito Monoma of Class 1B grinned and said, "Or, rather, when only one of us failed. Really, what a humiliating experience. The only failure in our ranks is being made fun of by the public. A shame, really, what sort of?" Bakugo's explosions flared in his palm with a sharp boom, his whole body trembling with suppressed rage, his voice low and dark instead of the usual manic grin. "Continue speaking, copycat. Once I'm done with you, you'll be pleading for forgiveness." Vlad King's cough relieved the tension, and Monoma simply laughed at Bakugo's threat. "Right, before any of you go trying to kill each other, let's get to the real point of this exercise." After shifting uneasily, the Blood Hero turned to face Eraserhead and said, "This time, the name, Joint Training Battle, will be a little more literal. Classes 1A and 1B will cooperate as two distinct hero agencies against a malevolent force rather than competing against one another." The pupils fell into stunned silence. They had heard from upperclassmen that the joint training battle was supposed to be a competition between the two classes to determine who had become stronger, so this was not what they had anticipated. Now, they were expected to cooperate. "Things have changed," Aizawa said, narrowing his one visible eye as he observed their reactions. "There has never been more violence in the world. The time when heroes vied for notoriety and honor. At the very least, they are put on hold until the actual enemy is defeated. You don't deserve to be heroes if you can't put aside small grudges and fight together when the League of Villains or even All for One attack UA." The students were chilled by the name, All for One. The fear was all too real for those who had witnessed the devastation he left behind, but for many others, he remained merely a legend, a boogeyman whispered about in shadowy corners of hero society. Even Bakugo, who had been under All for One's control, stiffened a little, but his eyes burned with defiance instead of fear. As the group began to feel uneasy, All Might moved forward. "I know this is not what you expected," he said with a solemn yet determined expression in place of his usual enthusiastic smile. But you have to realize that one villain has caused Japan to lose two #1 heroes in an unimaginably short period of time. Our nation will not have a future if the pro-heroes do not band together and if the next generation does not learn how to cooperate. Egos and rivalries won't shield the defenseless. What you want is no longer relevant here. This is a matter of survival. The words had a profound effect. The weight of All Might's sacrifice, the fall of Endeavor, the ever-increasing threat of villainy, all of these things were real, and they wouldn't stop for their petty arguments. Many of them had become so engrossed in proving themselves, in wanting to demonstrate which class was superior, that they had lost sight of what really mattered. They understood, but they didn't like it. At last, their class representative, Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B, said, "All right, so how does this work?" Vlad King nodded. "This is the scenario that is used in the training simulation. A strong villain has taken up residence in Ground Gamma and is assembling a criminal army in order to take over a city. Numerous hero agencies have united to eliminate him before his forces have a chance to gather. You two, Yaoyorozu and Kendo, as class representatives, will serve as the co-captains of this joint hero alliance," Midnight added, her typically lighthearted tone replaced with authority. Kendo and Momo looked at each other. They had previously been in charge of their own classes, but this time it was different because they had to oversee every student, not just their own. "All right," Kendo said, cracking her knuckles. "Who is the bad guy?" "That is classified," Midnight smirked in response. "Categorized." Momo scowled. "You won't even identify the person." "Nope," Midnight laughed. "Your foe has been in hiding for a while and has wisely kept everything about him closely guarded. But they're a pro-hero designed to put all of us to the test, right?" Hiroshima was the next to speak. "You'll discover that when you confront them." Aizawa continued, "Something every pro has to endure, and trust me, it sucks to face the unknown, and this time he demonstrates sincere pity." Kaminari whispered to himself, "Dude, this is going to be difficult." Ochako muttered, "Oh boy, this is nerve-wracking," still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to everything because she was still self-conscious about her inability to enroll in the hero course during the entrance exam. Momo inhaled deeply, bracing herself. This was their opportunity, to develop, to prove themselves, to come together as heroes, regardless of who they faced. With a resolute fire in her eyes, Kendo cracked her knuckles. "All right then," she replied. "Let's do this." That marked the official start of the joint training battle. According to the exercise's rules, classes 1A and 1B had precisely 40 minutes to plan their course of action before the 30-minute countdown started. If they were unable to apprehend their assigned villain in that time, the exercise would be considered a failure. Nobody wished to fail. The students immediately split up into groups under the direction of Kendo and Yaoyorozu, each of whom had a distinct function to perform during the operation. Reconnaissance, locating the enemy before taking action, was the top priority. To explore the enormous industrial maze that was Ground Gamma, Momo and Kendo put together a scout team of students with stealth-based quirks. Toru Hagakuri would be able to pass unnoticed because of her invisibility. Tsuyu Asui could blend in with her surroundings by using her camouflage skills. Because of his ability to communicate with animals, Koji Koda was able to obtain information from birds and small animals. With his black, Shihai Kuwaro would move covertly by utilizing the black painted surroundings and shadows. As mobile surveillance, Setsuna Tokage could send her eyes and ears ahead thanks to her ability to split and control her body parts. With their improved hearing, Kyoka Jiro and Mezzo Shoji would serve as auditory sensors in the back, keeping an ear out for any unusual noises, such as voices, motions, or anything that didn't fit their patterns of coordination. In the meantime, the remaining pupils would encircle Ground Gamma from every direction, making sure that the antagonist, whoever they were, would have no obvious way out once they were located. Nito Monoma, who is always critical, mocked the exercise's standard communicators during planning. "Don't we need to be preparing for actual threats? What if one of us is captured and overheard by the villain? We need something better, something they can't exploit," he said in a challenge. Intrigued by his logic, Momo developed specialized comm links using her quirk, a sophisticated prototype Monoma had previously heard of. Instead of using external microphones, these devices used the electromagnetic field of the body as a power source and worked by vibrating the jaw. A student only needed to cup their ear to activate them, and even a whisper would be clearly transmitted to the rest of the team. In addition, if one was captured,
the villain would not be able to listen in on their communications using conventional methods. The students enthusiastically armed themselves with their new tools after the idea was swiftly approved. The test began when Vlad King spoke into a microphone at the 40-minute mark. Begin. The scout team immediately slipped into ground gamma, making their way through the labyrinth of pipes, catwalks, and tall industrial buildings with quiet precision. Everything went without a hitch for the first 10 minutes. In order to avoid traps or dubious places where the villain might be hiding, the reconnaissance team meticulously planned out the areas. But not everyone was playing the waiting game well in the interim. The more violent of the two classes, including Togaru Kamakiri, Tetsu, Katsuki Bakugo, and even Juzo Honanuki, were already becoming impatient on the outer rim. Especially Katsuki was fuming. He wanted a fight, and he wanted it now. He hadn't come here to watch others play hide and seek. TCH. He frowned, sparks crackling in his palms. This is a waste of time. They needed constant reminders from Momo and Kendo to stay put and not endanger the mission as a whole. Regretfully, Bakugo was not interested in obeying commands. Kuwaro finally appeared on the communications at the 15th minute. Using the earpieces, he said, "Target spotted, southeast warehouse." Waiting while seated, a tall man, black attire. Bakugo's eyes narrowed instantly. He was one of the students assigned to the southeast sector and knew exactly which warehouse Kuwaro was referring to. This was his moment. Katsuki disregarded all orders and shot into the air, heading straight for the warehouse. "Get down, Bakugo." Momo's voice broke through the communications. "Wait, Bakugo." It was too late when Kendo began, Kuwaro's still. Bakugo was unconcerned. This was his battle, in his mind. He saw the silhouetted figure inside the warehouse as soon as he charged in. The figure was tall, dressed in black, had a relaxed posture, and was waiting in a plastic chair. Bakugo smiled. "You foolish villain fucker, I found you." He intended to put an immediate end to the battle with both grenadier bracers locked and loaded. However, as he pulled the trigger, the antagonist shifted. The man jumped up, phasing through the ceiling in a flash before Bakugo could fire. What? Bakugo's vision blurred as his body crashed to the ground, completely unconscious, and the villain landed gracefully, stepping forward while dragging Bakugo's defeated form behind him. It was a devastating blow, with a fist driving into his stomach with incredible force, locking up his entire body, deactivating his grenadier bracers, and stealing his breath all in one move. At last, they saw their opponent as the other students closed in. Strong, tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a black version of his well-known Lemillion costume with yellow accents, he wore a mask that looked almost comically out of place on Bakugo. Mirio Tagata, who had not been seen since the Shihasaikai raid, was back and, as before, untouchable. Mirio grinned teasingly as he held Bakugo's lifeless body in front of him. "You're still so careless, wow. Bakugo, you need to learn how to collaborate with others. I'm going to assume you haven't thought of a codename yet either," he said, laughing before letting him fall to the ground like a discarded toy. In addition to defeating Bakugo in a matter of seconds, Mirio was now making fun of them in the most cartoonish villain voice imaginable, leaving the students stunned. "Mwahaha, you idiots, would you dare take on Lemillion, the powerful villain? Before my army arrives to destroy this pitiful world, he would enslave 1,000,000 people." The students were sweating. It was absurd, but it was also frightening because UA's strongest student, whom even All Might thought might be his successor, was standing in front of them and he was their enemy. Toshinori Yagi looked on from the sidelines, proud but wary. "Welcome back, Tagata," he whispered. Flashback. Deep in UA's main conference room, weeks before the joint training battle, a very important meeting was underway. Some of UA's most brilliant minds were seated around a long table covered in piles of reports, data charts, and hastily scrawled equations, all of them carrying the weight of an impossible choice. Recovery girl Chiho Shuzenji, who, despite her gentle manner, had no patience for foolish optimism. Toshinori, whose weary face carried both hope and guilt. Nezu, the brilliant dean, with his ever-present eerie grin, masking the sheer weight of their discussion. Mirai, staring at the documents with an expression unreadable, caught between bitter skepticism and an ember of hope he refused to acknowledge. A collection of analytical papers, the product of one young man's brain and written in a hasty yet careful script, stood at the heart of it all. They provided a level of insight that none of them had anticipated into the nature of Mirio Tagata's development. Midoriya Izuku, The analysis started with a theory based on one of physics' most basic equations, E equals mc. The principle was straightforward but horrifying in its implications. His work was brilliant, too brilliant. The more they read, the more unnerving it became. Midoriya claims that Mirio's evolved permeation transforms mass into energy in a biologically self-sustaining manner. As Mirio phases through matter, his body enters a zero-mass state, eliminating all resistance, friction, and outside forces, enabling him to move with perfect fluidity. The true oddity, however, is not only that he can become intangible, but also the way his body responds when he returns to a solid state. Rather than merely regaining mass, Mirio's body turns some of that lost mass into raw energy, which strengthens his muscles, durability, and speed. His body isn't simply reassembling itself, it's strengthening itself. This explains the blue electrical discharge that now accompanies his movements. At first look, it appeared to be a strong adaptation, an unparalleled development of permeation that gave Mirio strength that was far beyond anyone's expectations. The danger in reality, however, was much greater. The price of power. Mass doesn't simply disappear, it doesn't replenish indefinitely. Every time Mirio transforms mass into energy, he depletes his body's natural resources at a horrifying rate. His cells regenerate quickly, but at a terrible cost. The telomeres in his DNA drastically shorten. Telomeres are the protective caps on chromosomes that control cellular aging. When they shorten too much, aging accelerates. When they completely disappear, the body shuts down. Izuku had a clear theory. Mirio's quirk isn't just making him stronger, it's consuming him. Every time he exerts himself more, his body ages more quickly. In terms of chronology, he was 21 years old, but in terms of biology, his cells could already be as damaged as those of a person in their late 30s or early 40s. At this rate, Mirio wasn't just dealing with weariness and exhaustion, but also with biological collapse. As the seriousness of Midoriya's words set in, the room fell silent, and Nezu, ever the philosopher, couldn't help but laugh quietly. The intellect of that boy is truly terrifying, he thought. He wasn't even given the full picture, and yet, here we are, looking at his findings like desperate men grasping for a lifeline. Toshinori remained silent, clenching his fist as he considered the ramifications. Sasaki could no longer take his eyes off the notes, which he had begun to read with icy skepticism. This is impossible. Shiho, the sole healthcare provider present, was much less amused. With a sharp sigh, she set the documents down, her face tight with frustration. "Tell me something," she said calmly, turning to face the table. "If you weren't going to tell that boy the whole truth, why did you even ask him for help?" No one responded. Izuku had been working under the presumption that permeation alone was the source of Mirio's suffering. He had been left in the dark about One for All and the real source of the power Mirio now possessed. At last, Sasaki's voice was dry with sour laughter. "We weren't looking for an answer," he said. "We were looking for a miracle." Nevertheless, Midoriya succeeded. Despite not fully understanding the situation, Izuku had not only identified the issue but also offered a solution that verged on scientific madness. He thought it might be possible to make permeation's mass energy conversion work as a healing factor, a biological workaround that would slow down the rapid cellular decay by using the very energy stored in Mirio's body to rebuild rather than destroy. Shiho turned it off right away. "No physical enhancement quirk has ever come with regenerative properties," she stated. Frustrating as it is. Even though she expressed her doubts, Toshinori hesitated because, deep down, he knew that none of them had ever fully grasped One for All. Its power was boundless, and the energy inside had been waiting for release since Mirio first activated it, as if it had been imprisoned for too long. "Midoriya," Toshinori muttered to himself. If they had no other choice, then perhaps, just possibly, Izuku understood One for All better than Toshinori ever could, as if it were destined for him. The room fell into profound silence once more. Midoriya was Mirio's only hope, not just his best. When Nezu finally spoke, it was with his customary dark humor. "What are we still at risk of losing?" With a slow smile on his face, he reflected, "We had previously given Mirio the death penalty. Why not teach him one final lesson before the end if he and One for All are going to die anyhow?" With sparkling eyes, he leaned back in his chair and said, "Let's teach him how to heal." Thus, Mirio Tagada's destiny was once again sealed with an insane gamble, a last lesson, and the fervent hope that a young child with a heroic heart could still change destiny. The risk was taken, but there was no assurance that it would succeed, no evidence, no precedent, no safety net, just a theory conceived by a young man whose faith in heroes would not falter. Nevertheless, the result, one could only characterize the result as a gift from God. As directed by Izuku and aided by Nezu's strategic improvements, the Circle of Trust began their desperate attempt to save Mirio Tagata and protect One for All by putting him through a tortuous ordeal in which they trained his mind and body in a fast-paced crash course, teaching him how to use One for All's stored energy for more than just a superhuman body. Mirio could undoubtedly learn to duplicate the effect by directing One for All's energy within himself if Recovery Girl's healing quirk could promote cellular regeneration. That was the hope, anyway. The reality was terribly slow. By the time they had a firm grip on it, Mirio's cellular deterioration appeared to be reversed, and his biological age started to reverse. However, the side effects soon returned with a vengeance. His once bright skin cracked, spiderweb-like fractures forming across his body, as if his very essence were breaking from within. Mirio's blonde hair dulled, strands turning a lifeless gray as his hair cells died out. Seeing the boy he had trusted with his power deteriorate in front of his eyes made Toshinori feel sick. It was like reliving a nightmare. It wasn't just him. The only thing Mirai could do was stand there and watch helplessly as the boy he had once seen as All Might's second coming crumbled, painfully, inch by painful inch. Mirai had once molded Mirio into a worthy successor. However, they resisted giving up. Not just yet. And the miracle they prayed for came at the last minute, just like All Might in the last moments before hope is lost. At one point, Mirio was collapsing, on the edge of total disintegration. Then, in a matter of minutes, Mirio's body snapped back into position, his once ashen hair flashed back into golden brilliance, the cracks sealed shut, and the dead cells revived. Alive, brighter, and stronger. Mirio felt incredibly alive, and his body didn't feel like it was betraying him. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief or comprehend the victory. Darkness. Mirio hardly had time to notice the change before he realized where he was as a familiar emptiness engulfed all light and feeling in front of him. Even though he had only visited the Vestige world once, he could feel its weight. A tiny lump appeared in his throat as he saw the fabled figures who had carried One for All before him and Toshinori. "Mrs. Shimura," he muttered, with her arms folded. Nana Shimura smiled mischievously at him. "Hey, punk," she said. "I know I'm technically as old as Sorihiko and Chio, but it's still pretty dickish of you to make a lady feel old." "Sorry," Mirio said, rubbing the back of his head as he laughed clumsily. Another figure moved forward before he could say anything more. Yoichi Shigaraki, the first bearer of One for All, had a calm authority, the quiet presence of someone who had fought a lifelong war he had never requested, and a relieved expression on his face. "Midoriya's thesis worked," Yoichi said. "The side effect of sharing One for All with another quirk, the thing that was killing you, is being undone." Mirio gasped and said, "You mean?" When Yoichi told him, "You're going to live." The day he found out that One for All was killing him had been one of the worst days of his life, second only to the day he made the irreversible error of allowing Eri to be taken by Overhaul. Mirio had never acknowledged it to anyone, not even to Toshinori or Mirai. At the time, he had come to terms with his fate, believing that if he was going to die, at least his last heroic deed would be worthwhile. Rescuing Eri had been sufficient, and that was meant to be his last stand, but Eri saved him, rewinding his life force just enough to buy him more time. All Might and Sir Night-Eye refused to waste time, and it was during this time that they discovered Izuku Midoriya, who could be Mirio's hero. The nightmare had finally ended, and he was living his own life once more. Of course, he still had the nightmare of facing All for One one-on-one at some point, but that was a crisis for another time. For now, there was only relief, but not everything was resolved. Yoichi's face darkened. "Mirio, we need you to be on guard. This is the first time that One for All has been used for healing. Even though you made it through this time, we still need to make sure it doesn't happen again. It's time for you to access One for All's full power," Nana said, nodding. "This entails discovering how to utilize your other 6 quirks." Toshitsugu Kudo, the second bearer, sighed reluctantly before opening his mouth to say, "I suppose it can't be helped, but the best way to ensure this new regeneration is foolproof is through the use of my gearshift." And my Fa Jin, the third bearer, Bruce Lee, added. Because of their negative worldviews from living under All for One's early rule, neither of them believes Mirio is truly deserving of One for All. However, the young man's salvation, who was probably the better candidate to be the 9th, forced them to acknowledge that they must assist Mirio, and they will. Mirio swallowed, but he nodded,
knowing that there was still more to learn. He vowed, I won't waste this second chance. He was back when Mirio opened his eyes. His mentors only had to hear his joke, good to be back in the world of the living, to know he would live on. He allowed himself to be vulnerable, and as soon as he became aware of his surroundings, Mirai Sasaki's bone-crushing embrace almost knocked him off his feet. Arms trembling, Mirai clung to Mirio like a drowning man, crying uncontrollably. His voice trailed off, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He had suppressed the shame of treating Mirio as nothing more than All Might's replacement and the guilt of what he had done to him for so long. He had never intended to harm Mirio, but he had, and he would never be able to forgive himself for it. Without hesitation, Mirio put his arms around his mentor and held him tightly, and they both sobbed. At that moment, all the anguish, regret, and sadness finally started to go away. With sparkling eyes, Toshinori stood next to them. He had never forgiven himself for turning down Midoriya in the past, but now. He was thankful now. He was thankful that Mirio had been saved by the young man he had once considered unworthy, and that this prevented the world from losing the war against the symbol of evil. Mirio was back. Not just physically, not just spiritually, but truly, fully, and completely, and he made up for lost time without wasting any time. He was in UA's training grounds, wearing his Lemillion gear, his body full of power, and prepared to do what he loved most. But before fighting, training, growing, and protecting, there was something much more crucial to attend to. They had been forced to watch from the sidelines as their best friend withered, struggled, and fought for his life, and Mirio knew it because he had witnessed the way Tamaki's shoulders tensed with unease every time his name was mentioned, and the way Nijire's normally boundless enthusiasm dimmed ever so slightly when he wasn't around. That wasn't fair to them, so he found them both in the dorm lounge of Class 3A and gave them the biggest, tightest, most unbreakable bear hug he could before entering any sort of battle simulation. Nijire let out a startled squeal and promptly tackled him in return. Mirio, you're all right. Red-faced and rigid as ever, Tamaki muttered something about personal space, but she wouldn't let go. I apologize, guys, Mirio said, ruffling Tamaki's hair as she laughed. I understand how difficult that must have been for you, but I'm doing much better now. I swear. Nijire punched his arm and sighed, saying, you better be. Otherwise, we'll alternate punching you until you understand how much you've harmed us. With a playful wince, Mirio said, I mean, that's fair. Finally, in a hushed but no less earnest tone, Tamaki said, you scared us, Mirio. I know, Mirio said, softening his smile. I'll soon tell you all about it. I have some issues that need to be resolved right now. And if he could, he would never again allow them to experience such fear. End of flashback. Now that that was resolved, it was time to resume his activities. Mirio experienced the rush, the excitement of battle, and the delight of pushing himself to the limit, trying his limits, and discovering his limits as soon as he set foot on the training field. While he was trapped in a child's body and pretending not to be afraid of dying, he had missed it terribly. But no more. He was whole, strong, and prepared once more. What better way to commemorate that? Beating the living hell out of his lesser classmates. Mirio was unstoppable from the beginning, phasing through attacks, slicing through their formations like a ghost, and effortlessly countering their best efforts. Classes 1A and 1B had undoubtedly improved since he last saw them, growing, adapting, and developing new strategies that even the pros found impressive. However, no amount of training could change the inevitable outcome. They hurled everything in his direction. Tokiyami's dark shadow, Monoma's imitated quirks, Shoji's multi-angle attacks, Kamakiri's razor-sharp blades, Kendo's enormous fists, none of it worked. Then, Gran Torino's flight lessons had been an absolute blast, and now, as he soared through the air, Mirio couldn't help but laugh with excitement. He took to the skies, unleashing Shimura's float, a power he had only recently unlocked, and an ability that made him even harder to hit than before. This is the greatest. I ought to have mastered flying sooner. Nevertheless, Class 1A and 1B were obstinate, tenacious, and astute, and they would not give up. The everything hero, Kriti, presented the true challenge. Momo had created a new power, one that was enhanced by support gear made from her own quirk and crafted through Midoriya's analysis. She unveiled her electromagnetism manipulation while wearing vambraces and greaves, and all of the metal in ground gamma shuddered. Oh, Mirio said, blinking. It's novel. He was caught off guard and barely had time to activate permeation before the battlefield abruptly changed, with steel structures, iron beams, and loose debris lifted into the air and thrown directly at him. A crash. One for all had him covered, but was he stunned when a mountain of rubble fell on him? It didn't hurt. He had hardly time to respond before. I apologize, Senpai. We're not finished yet, though. What was even more startling was that permeation failed, trapping Mirio in his solid form because his molecules refused to rearrange. A bolt of 2 million volts surged straight through him, causing him to grit his teeth, not from pain, but from the sheer force of the attack. Momo grinned and said, "Intangibility is a change in molecules. Your molecules can be forced to remain in place by electricity if it is applied precisely." Mirio muttered to himself, "OSHT, I wasn't ready for someone to really make permeation useless." Now, Lemillion struggled against their combined efforts despite his overwhelming strength as the entire class lunged at him, piling on with a coordinated takedown. It was so much fun, and he was so proud, but just as he was about to turn the tables, through the confusion came a voice that Mirio would never ignore. "Young Tagata, I'm hoping you're not holding back." As strange as it is for him to be in the midst of this battle simulation, he answered All Might's question without hesitation. "I would never hesitate to confront my juniors." Suddenly, his thoughts vanished. Hitoshi Shinso appeared, grinning behind his mask. Gotcha. Brainwashing took effect, and Kendo quickly wrapped capture tape around Mirio, immobilizing him. Class 1A and 1B1. It was over in an instant. Once more, Mirio was in the vestige world. Just this once. The previous users weren't pleased. "You failed to apply danger sense." Nana let out a sigh. "Do you think I'm a joke?" Unamused, Hikage Shinomori, the fourth bearer, complained. "I got caught up in the fun," Mirio said with a sheepish laugh. The sixth bearer, En Taiutai, shook his head and said, "We're doomed." In the real world, Mirio stood with the teachers and students, beaming with pride. "You guys were incredible," he said. This was a win for Hero Society's future as a whole, not just for the students, and the teachers nodded in agreement. The faculty was at their wits' end with that blonde idiot, but Bakugo once again fell short of expectations due to his childish, useless pride. Drastic measures had to be taken or he would be effectively removed from the hero course, or UA altogether. The moment had arrived. By training their students, helping them refine their quirks, and making sure that at least 3 made it to the hero course, Izuku had served his purpose at UA. It was time to go now. His duffel bag slung over his shoulder as he stood at the door of his makeshift dorm, and the students of Class 1C gathered around him, expressing their sincere gratitude. Some thanked him for his leadership, others for his generosity, and some even watched with teary eyes, knowing that they could not have progressed this far without him. The majority of 1A and 1B also arrived to bid him farewell, with Ochako giving him a firm embrace and staying longer than was necessary. "Good luck back at Shiketsu," she murmured. Izuku gave her a comforting squeeze in return. "Thank you. I sincerely hope the high-gravity recommendation is successful." "It will. Dean Nezu's approved of all your suggestions after all." He waved one last time and went to the main entrance, where a familiar face was waiting for him. Dean Nezu stood patiently, his beady eyes sparkling with a mixture of amusement and wisdom, and Izuku held out his hand, which Nezu firmly shook with his little paw. "You've done excellent work here, Midoriya," Nezu stated. "Shiketsu hit the jackpot having you as a student." Izuku grinned and said, "Sir, it was a privilege to be here. Do not hesitate to ask for my assistance if you ever need it again." "I might take you up on that," Nezu said with a laugh. "Oh, and," he said softly, "All Might wanted to say goodbye to you, but he had to go." His advice on a fresh lead involving All for One was needed by the police force. Izuku was not shocked. Toshinori Yagi remained the world's leading authority on the Demon King of the Underworld even after he retired. "That's all right," he replied. "I've done my part and now we're squared." Nezu nodded knowingly. Izuku then pivoted on his heel and left, heading for the train station. With his arms folded behind his head and his gaze fixed on the shifting cityscape, Izuku sat back in his seat as the train headed toward Shiketsu, feeling satisfied that he had finally put UA behind him and that it was time to return to his true path. He had a career plan in place, and if he worked hard enough and established a solid reputation, one of the top 10 pro heroes would personally hire him as an analyst after he graduated. He might even be able to go farther. He smiled to himself. He shouldn't be greedy, but hey, a guy could dream. An independent analyst for all of them. Little Eri, the girl who has the ability to rewind the time of any living thing, was the one person he was never able to analyze.
He wished he could have done so, but Izuku can see why Dean Nezu wanted to keep her away from strangers because she feels most at ease with the heroes who saved her from the Shihasaikai. The primary difference between Rewind and its ramifications, as Izuku begins to write, is that it is an accumulation-type quirk, which means that its immense power requires a great deal of time before it can become useful, storing energy of some sort. Which energy, though, is the true question. Something All Might was unable to address regarding his quirk. Perhaps Rewind isn't actually accumulating energy, but something else entirely, something quantum. Which atoms or particles, if any, are involved? Izuku whispered to himself, "You mean antiparticles. I do remember learning about the Feynman." Izuku Midoriya would never again analyze anything with good intentions because his new aspirations would be dashed just as brutally as his old ones. The train was rocked by a loud explosion, and Izuku barely had time to react before the front 3 railcars were destroyed, ripped apart by something enormous. The devastation was instantaneous, a terrible impact that killed dozens in an instant. The world turned into a blur of metal, screams, and pain as the remaining railcars, including the one Izuku was in, violently derailed and crashed into the streets below. Chaos, shock, and pain. People around Izuku wailed, staggered, and fled for their lives. Some were too hurt to move, others just froze in fear, their eyes fixed on something above them. Izuku hit the floor hard, his breath leaving him in a ragged gasp. His body screamed in protest, but somehow, miraculously, he was still in one piece. Izuku forced himself to look up, dazed and shaking. Then his heart stopped. A shadow loomed over the wreckage, a dark figure whose mere presence choked the air. The Demon King of Japan's criminal underworld, All for One. His mask was new, with a sleeker skull design and a wider, more commanding collar. The crowd became statues at his sight, terrified by a fear that was ancient and primordial. No one breathed, no one moved, and silence fell for a moment before being broken by a voice as silky as a serpent's. Izuku Midoriya. Hearing his own name come out of that monster's mouth was like being pulled into a nightmare from which he was unable to awaken, and Izuku's lungs seized. "I heard about your good work at UA. It's really amazing how you helped the person who was supposed to take All Might's place as my biggest challenge." Izuku's eyes swam and his mouth was dry. What, was all he could manage to say. All Might's mortal enemy was here, and worse, he was here for him. He couldn't believe it. The tone of All for One stayed composed, even amused. "It was only by sheer luck that I learned of the unfortunate side effects of One for All, and of your role in undoing them." He cocked his head slightly. "You have my gratitude in preserving my property and buying me precious time to retrieve it." Izuku's breath caught. That said, slowly, All for One descended, his presence heavy with impending disaster. "You were an unexpected outlier. I can't afford to ignore this annoyance." Izuku wanted to run, to scream, to move, but his body, his whole being, was immobilized. "I ought to murder you. But I'm afraid I cannot allow such a brilliant, analytical mind to go to waste, much less allow you to fight for the side of the heroes," All for One said in an almost gentle voice. "Make it quick and painless as a reward for your troubles." The villain reached out to touch him. "Furthermore," he said, "I can't risk All Might deciding to go back on his word and attempt to make you the 10th bearer." Izuku jerked violently, horror gripping every inch of him as his hand fell on his neck and he lifted the defenseless young man into the air. "You can hate and fear me all you want, but the truth is that All Might did this to you for bringing you into our conflict." As the black mass that is Kurogiri's warp gate started to appear behind him, All for One taunted, "And let me guess, he didn't even tell you about One for All, only that Mirio Tagata was dying because of his new abilities." Typical All Might. Despite his constant efforts to save everyone, he consistently destroys the few and casts them into the pits of hell, leaving me to shape them however I see fit. "And it's your turn now." Izuku loses all hope after saying those last words because he is engulfed by the darkness. He never understands the full extent of why this happened, only that there is no longer any hope for him. Izuku Midoriya was not fortunate at birth. She was one of the few people who had nothing in a world where 80% of people were born with supernatural abilities, quirks that defied reason, shaped fate, and determined worth. The quirkless, the defective. The people society feigned sympathy for but secretly hated. Being quirkless used to only mean bad luck, but now it meant extinction. It felt at times like she was the last of her kind, the last human in a world of gods, and the thought of that alone was enough to pull her down, into a familiar and frigid abyss. Izuka had never met another quirkless soul in person for the first 17 years of her life, not in her city, not in her schools, and not anywhere she dared to look. The only place she didn't feel like a mistake in nature was a tiny corner of the internet, a dying server where the quirkless gathered anonymously, sharing grief and shards of hope, and she clung to it like a lifeline, a thin thread that bound her to others who still breathed the same unwanted air. Because Izuka actually had no one. She grew up in an orphanage that smelled of mold and indifference, where children treated her like a virus. Unevolved, they would hiss. Deku. Her parents abandoned her when she was 4 years old, the moment the doctor's diagnosis confirmed her quirklessness. They called it a tragedy, but Izuka later realized it was relief. They didn't want the burden. When she first heard it, she had no idea what it meant. However, she discovered that Deku meant useless, broken, and something to step on, after her only friend, Katsuki Bakugo, used it as a joke before pushing her face into the ground. She had already stopped expecting kindness by the time she was old enough to leave the orphanage, but for a little while, she was given a room to rent by a quirkless rights volunteer, a retired nurse, and a sympathetic shopkeeper. It wasn't much, but it kept her alive. She avoided eye contact with the world that wanted her gone, saved every yen, and worked at pointless jobs. By junior high, the torment had become a daily ritual, with Bakugo leading it with a smile, others following with laughter, and teachers turning away. School was a battlefield from which she was unable to flee. The cruelty of adolescence was sharper than any blade. However, she finally broke on the first day of high school. Her homeroom teacher, a man who publicly flashed a hero's smile, made the decision to educate her in private, saying, "Quirkless freaks should at least be put to good use." His words stung her like acid. A lot of people believed it was a crime that she could breathe air for free like everyone else, but no pervert she dealt with had ever carried out their lecherous threats. In other words, he was going to rape her. He wasn't the first man to treat her like a plaything for other people's pleasure. The key word is, would've. That devil in disguise as an educator most definitely would have. Shock took control of her mind before the horror could, and she never recalled what happened next. The man never had a chance to attack her. His body was discovered behind the school, punched and crushed beyond recognition. Someone had saved her from him. When she awoke, the man was dead and her body was unharmed. There were no witnesses, so the police declared it a mystery. However, Izuka had a suspicion that they had discovered the murderer but had decided to hide his identity. It was most likely a rising star in the school with a somewhat moral compass whose potential as a hero was too great to be marred by that one incident that demonstrated they had the right kind of mindset for a hero. She only knew that her last thread of normalcy had been cut off. She had no idea if her rescue was an act of mercy or if the murderer sought revenge for another of that teacher's victims. Her apartment turned into both a prison and a haven. She would spend hours staring at her reflection in the glass, questioning whether the person in the glass was still human. She persuaded the school to switch her to online classes, and from that day on, she only went outside for necessities. Because no one had ever saved her, she once dreamed of becoming a pro-hero, the kind who saved others, and trained covertly, analyzing weaknesses and counters, taking notes about quirks, and copying martial artists from videos to demonstrate that courage could shine even in the absence of power. However, the world also dashed that dream. No teacher would train her, no gym would accept her, heroes turned a blind eye, and society mocked her. Her only dream now was to flee, perhaps to a different nation where the weak were still protected by the law, but dreams cost money, and she was barely eating. Her ultimate objective was straightforward. Graduate, enroll in UA University's General Studies program, and earn a better life, not to be a hero, but to survive. She reasoned that an academy run by heroes would be secure and that they wouldn't harm her. Of course, but Izuka Midoriya's fate wasn't over. She had hardly time to scream before it engulfed her in light and the world turned black. It happened on a lonely night in her small apartment 10 months before the UA entrance exams. A blur of fang and shadow smashed through her door. How long she had been unconscious was unknown to Izuka. Her eyelids fluttered open to a world of sterile light. A blinding white lamp hung above her, humming like an irate insect, bathing her in a cone of brilliance while the room's edges drowned in shadow. When awareness finally returned, it was like drowning in cold syrup, thick, slow, suffocating. The air smelled of rust and antiseptic, and machines whispered somewhere out of sight, their beeps synchronizing with her heartbeat. Her ankles and wrists hurt, and she was unable to move when invisible restraints held her to a cold surface that was neither plastic nor metal. Her skin pricked beneath the blanket that covered her body, and she realized with horror that she was naked underneath the cloth. She breathed quickly and shallowly. This was not a medical facility. She was waiting to die in this morgue. She had experienced fear before, the kind that came with being a target, the cold stares of strangers, the mocking faces of classmates, and the indifference of teachers, but this was something worse, something more primal, instinct screaming she is prey. Panic clawed its way up her throat. Her thoughts raced through implausible possibilities. Was this some insane organ harvesting ring? Was she sold off by accident? Was she abducted by a villain? No, none of that was important because Izuka knew in her heart that no one was coming for her, despite what the world had been telling her for 17 years. There would be no point in wasting time on a futile endeavor, so if a hero did discover her, they would immediately change their tone upon seeing her quirkless registry, apologize, and depart with a look of disgust on their lips. She clenched her throat and said, "I don't want to die." It was raw and shaky, like a confession. "Please, not like this." The far end door hissed open. A huge object came into view. Its face was a prehistoric snarl of teeth and horned ridges, its eyes glowing sulfur yellow, and its chest was bare, its muscles like coiled cables beneath reptilian skin. Izuka initially thought it was a man in some hideous costume, but as it approached, her hope died screaming. Scales, thick and crimson, caught the light. A dinosaur, a humanoid T-Rex from some old nightmare. The creature disregarded her cries and turned to a desk laden with tools, scalpels, syringes, metal clamps, and vials filled with a dark, shimmering fluid that might have been blood, and towered over her, the floor trembling with each step. Page, please, let me go, Izuka said, her voice breaking. I can't give you anything you desire. I am nothing. With a snarl deep enough to shake the lights, the creature leaned down and brought its hideous face just inches from hers. Hot breath, heavy with the stench of decay, swept over her, and she turned her head away, her heart rate rising and tears welling up. Yes, it snarled, its words guttural but unsettlingly clear. You are nothing. Therefore, even if I fail, you stand to gain nothing. The world was blurred by her tears. Fail. Without a response, the monster returned to its instruments, lifting one of the vials with its liquid pulsating faintly, as if it were alive, its claws clicking against metal. The creature inserted it into a cylindrical device that was attached to an antiquated computer. The screen flickered, displaying data in a language she couldn't comprehend, and the numbers danced faster and faster, like heartbeat monitors. It was more than just a beast, it was a sentient being. Izuka swallowed hard, her curiosity, that odd, unyielding spark inside her that always wanted to know, fighting with her fear. What is that? Beneath the growl, the creature's tone changed, smooth and measured, like the cadence of a scientist. Almost in awe, it uttered the words, smart atoms, a self-aware atomic structure, tiny creatures with independent minds. They ponder, they adjust, they make it through. More than any threat, the words chilled her. Every atom remembers, he went on, sounding like he was giving a lecture in a classroom. It learns from its surroundings and maintains the state of its body. They have the power to change the behavior of molecules. Don't tear the muscles that should. The air that ought to disperse holds. They get their energy from the vacuum itself, which is the universe's pulse and background radiation. Those infused with smart atoms evolve, the dinosaur said, turning with eyes that shone like twin suns. Months, maybe even days, of adaptation compressed into a million years. Though they aren't flawless, the few samples I have will do. Izuka's heartbeat quickened. Enough, for what? He grinned, or at least his teeth did. To implant inside you. The words were more powerful than any blow. Her muscles screamed against the unseen restraints as her breath caught. And no, please, don't. He moved more quickly than her eyes could follow, pressing a mask over her mouth with a massive clawed hand and filling her ears with a sharp hiss of chemical vapor that was numbing, sweet, and suffocating. The ceiling broke into light, blurring her vision. His voice came to her through the mist, deep, solemn, almost mournful. Everything you went through was a prelude to something bigger. However, I will steal that fate for my own plan. My atonement for the world I destroyed is you, Izuka Midoriya. The world tilted, and her eyes fluttered. His hideous silhouette, framed against sterile light, was the last thing she saw of him, a scientist who was playing the role of a god of extinction. Then she was once more taken by darkness. Izuka's dreams were never pleasant. Sleep had always been brittle, a glass shell between her and the horrors of memory. When she fell asleep, she would see the old classrooms, the deserted alleys, the hands that pushed, pulled, and struck. She would hear voices whispering, "Deku, worthless Deku." Sometimes, her dreams would replay the faces of people who had crushed her spirit, the adults who turned away, the children who used her as a practice target for quirk, and Bakugo, always, always. Since Katsuki was the one who started the fire and persuaded everyone that she deserved to burn, his face haunted her more than even her potential rapist. Tonight, however, was different. Her dream scared her tonight, but it didn't hurt. A planet breathed red and violet beneath her, beautiful and unwary, and then the sky tore open. She was floating, disembodied, somewhere in the emptiness of space, where stars stretched across an endless darkness like molten veins. They delivered something worse than angels or demons. Humanoid shapes descended in columns of white flame. Their uniforms were immaculately clean, the same sterile color as hospital walls, with a gray streak across the chest for those of higher rank. The mark of dominion was a strange, geometric logo, a 3x3 lattice of intersecting lines encased in a circle. They were all perfect, symmetrical, and uncannily alike. The men all had neatly trimmed mustaches, so clean that they looked as though they were artificial rather than natural, and the eyes of both men and women were proud, steely, and cold, showing absolutely no emotion. Like a plague, they descended upon the world. Humanoids moved with mechanical precision, killing everything that lived, not out of malice, but out of duty, and the air filled with the roar of collapsing towers and the screams of those below. One man crashed into a city with enough force to break mountains, and others followed, striking with strength that rivaled All Might at his best. Systematic genocide, she thought to herself. They tore through armies like insects. Their hands tore through steel like paper. Their powerful claps released air pressure that burned entire blocks. They moved faster than they could have imagined. They spoke only to give orders or render judgments. Those who resisted were erased. Those who surrendered were shackled. Their brutality was cloaked in the appearance of order, conquest masquerading as righteousness. And yet they continued to descend from the heavens in waves. Izuka's body refused to move, forcing her to see, as if her consciousness were imprisoned within the memory of another being, a silent witness to an unfathomable atrocity. Families huddled together, children clutching the remains of their homes, and the invaders did not pause or even consider stopping as the victims, strange, alien, but heartbreakingly human in their suffering, pleaded for mercy. Every kill was effective and clean. Every death is pointless. Izuka was reminded of the darkest parts of her own world, such as the grotesque rituals of the creature rejection clan and the way mobs used to hunt people with heteromorphic quirks. However, this was more than that. It was cruelty on a cosmic scale, a species so advanced they had forgotten what it meant to feel. Naturally, they defended it, and she could hear them say, for purity, over the chaos, for excellence, for the sake of peace. Falsehoods. It's all falsehoods. Izuka shuddered, crying in a dream from which she was unable to awaken. What's the reason behind this? She wanted to scream. Open your eyes. Do you not realize how hollow you are? She could feel the hopelessness of 1,000 worlds, all destroyed by these same pale conquerors, as the dream started to loop, with civilization after civilization crushed beneath their boots and time losing its significance. Then, in the middle of the commotion, a faint, distorted whisper slipped through her head. Evolution demands a price. The world broke like glass, and she gasped. Choking on air, she woke up in the dark. Her body shook as she sat up, her head thumping as if she had been struck by a hammer. The first thing she saw was concrete, cracked, wet, and familiar. A tunnel, the one by Aldera Junior High. The taste of metal stuck to her tongue as her breath frothed in the cool air. Was it merely a dream? Her whole body hurt. She pressed a trembling hand against her stomach, squinting at the pain that came from her waist, but it wasn't severe, rather, it felt like something had happened there. Her fingers moved over smooth skin. There were no cuts or bandages. The lab, the dinosaur, was any of it authentic? No amount of reasoning could take away the vividness of what she'd seen, the sound of his voice, the smell of antiseptic. Her heartbeat quickened. Her mind tried to make sense of it. Perhaps it was delirium, a nightmare pieced together by trauma and exhaustion. Perhaps she had simply passed out in this tunnel, imagining it all. The pledge. You are my atonement. Izuka took a deep breath, looked down at herself, and stood shakily, holding on to the wall for support. She was dressed in a uniform, not her old clothes or the hospital gown, and her breath caught in her throat. The same pattern as the creatures in her dream. A white uniform, flawless, skin tight, and spotless, with a gray panel running down the chest. Her knees almost gave way. Izuka looked down at herself, trembling, realization dawning like a cold dawn on a battlefield. The same symbol was etched across the fabric, glowing faintly where the light touched it, that same 3x3 lattice. The dream had been a memory, not a dream, and now, in some way, it belonged to her. The smart atoms, Izuka muttered. The thought of the dinosaur's lecture crept back into her consciousness, and before she knew it, the words had left her mouth. Microscopic animals. Living atoms. Minds of their own. She stared at her shaking hands, which were pale against the sterile white fabric sticking to her skin, while her stomach twisted. Her voice broke as she whispered, "He put them inside me, and I just saw their memories." He really did it, she said. She wanted to rip her skin off and claw them out at the mere thought, but what if that was what they wanted? Breathe, she told herself, you know how to breathe through this. Izuka pressed her palms against her head, trying to smother the storm of panic rising in her skull. Her heart was beating too hard, too quickly, and she could hear it drumming against her ribs. She closed her eyes and inhaled slowly through her nose, counting to 4, holding it, exhaling through her mouth, counting to 8, and repeating. This was the same breathing pattern she had learned online, the kind advised for people who have experienced trauma or anxiety. It was hardly helpful. She had to hold on and pretend to be calm, even though the world still felt wrong, too bright, too sharp, every sound scratching at her senses. Perhaps this time, she truly needed a therapist, someone who would listen to her and not make fun of her when she said, "I think I was abducted by a dinosaur and injected with sentient atoms." Her pulse finally stabilized after what seemed like an eternity, 18 minutes, as far as she could tell, and she opened her eyes to see sunlight leaking dimly through the cracks in the tunnel. It was late afternoon, perhaps, and she couldn't have been unconscious for more than a day, could she? However, she didn't feel thirsty, hungry, or even the need to use the restroom. For what duration was I absent? She rubbed her arms and shivered, her skin prickling as if in response to something invisible, even though the air wasn't cold. She whispered, "If it's still there at all, I have to go home." It had to be real, the injection, the dinosaur's lair, and if it was, her apartment was likely ruined, possibly even infested with bugs, but it was all she had. Izuka began to walk through the tunnel, attempting to follow the well-known path toward her neighborhood. The sound of her shoes hitting the concrete was almost reassuring, but before she had taken 10 steps, something clanged behind her. Before crashing into the wall, a manhole cover exploded upward and spun like a coin. She whirled around. A creature of pulsing, dripping sludge emerged from the shadows below. Its body was a mass of greenish muck, bubbling with every movement. Its head was formless, and 2 bulbous yellow eyes blinked from it. When it smiled, rows of jagged teeth rippled into view. "So, what are we in possession of?" it said, its voice wet and oily. "A hero. No, I'm too afraid. Civilian, EH. The creature oozed forward, its shape changing constantly, and Izuka froze. "You know what, my love? You just offered to be my new meatsuit," it said with a laugh that swelled from deep in its throat. The sludge villain lunged, his liquid form rushing toward her, encircling her arms, waist, and neck, cold slime pressing against her mouth and nose, choking her, seeping into every opening in her defenses. Her breath caught, and for a split second, she felt relief. It wasn't the dinosaur. Her fingers moved pointlessly through his fluid body as she clawed at him. The creature growled in her ear, "Don't bother, you can't fight me, my body is pure liquid. Just unwind, this will end soon." She tried to scream, but the sound was lost in the suffocating muck. Panic overcame her, and memories of Bakugo, the teacher, the laughter, and the alleyway rushed through her head like tidal waves. She was determined not to die this way or be left defenseless ever again. Something broke. Her muscles tensed, veins burning with an inexplicable heat, and her fear didn't go away, rather, it inverted. An explosion of rage tore through her chest like a detonating heart. The world shook after that. The air thickened, Izuka's eyes popped open, and for a moment, they glowed, and the sludge villain's laughter was interrupted by a low hum that developed inside her body. Invisible at first, then visible as the air itself distorted, vibrating with pressure, a pulse exploded from her in all directions. The sludge villain let out a scream. His body splattered against the tunnel walls, pieces of green muck vaporized into mist, and the concrete cracked, fissure spider webbing outward as another pulse, this one stronger and rawer, erupted. The shockwave tore him apart like paper soaked in acid. The ceiling of the tunnel collapsed. Then the world blew up. The air rippled outward in concentric waves, breaking nearby windows and triggering car alarms as the ground above shattered like glass and dust and debris blasted into the street. As the dust settled, Izuka was standing by herself in the wreckage, her white uniform glowing dimly, untouched by the devastation. The smart atoms remembered, and they had just taught her how to fight back. Her hands shuddered, her chest heaved, and she could still feel the energy flowing beneath her skin, the pulse of the smart atoms, reacting to her will, her anger, her need to survive. Izuka's mind was crumbling under the weight of everything, the kidnapping, the experiment, the attack, the unexplainable destruction, and she kept whispering to herself as she strolled down the cracked street, wanting nothing more than to return home, not to sleep, not even to rest, but to be in a familiar place where she could pretend she still had control over her life. Just get home, please. However, destiny would not permit it. Remain in place. In the midst of the broken concrete and twisted metal remnants of the collapsed tunnel, 7 pro heroes had formed a tight perimeter around her. The voice was sharp and commanding, and she turned, and froze. Among them were Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Airjet, and Toy Toy. All of them had the composed, collected faces of skilled responders who had witnessed everything, aside from her. Her hands were shaking, her face was pale, and the uniform was white, dirt-stained, and dimly glowing in the sunlight. They all made the same assumption. She's the one, Kamui Woods declared, extending a barking arm. She's the one who caused all of this property damage. Villain, probably. Take a look at that attire. Not so fast, said Airjet, scowling. I don't think she is a villain. She's scared, just look at her face. Death Arms stepped forward and said, young lady, please come quietly, in a firm but level voice. Nobody needs to suffer harm. She heard the words, no one has to get hurt, like gunfire. Hurt, once more, it's always her fault, her error, her suffering. Izuka's vision became blurry, the world seemed to close in, and she was unable to breathe. Her pulse pounded in her skull, and her lungs would not take in air. They believe I'm dangerous. They believe I did this. Perhaps she was. The heroes exchanged nervous looks as her hands started to shake violently and her breath came in broken gasps. She's panicking, Airjet whispered. The tone hardened as Kamui Woods said, then we restrain her before she lashes out. Hold on, said Toy Toy abruptly, in a softer voice, look at her. She is not engaging in combat. She is extremely afraid. Instead of making the situation worse, let's have a conversation with her. Unfortunately, Izuka's thoughts were slipping through her fingers like sand, a hand of mercy that arrived too late. With a sigh, Kamui Woods held out his arm and said, I'll handle it. In a swift, practiced motion, his wooden tendrils shot forward and wrapped around her arms and torso, but as soon as they came into contact with her, they snapped. Izuka felt the urge to run, but she didn't even realize what was happening as the wood splintered beneath her pulse like brittle glass. Before the heroes could respond, a figure shot upward from below, followed by a burst of dust and air from the nearby manhole's debris. A tall, familiar silhouette. Have any of you ever seen a villain composed only of sludge? The voice was loud, happy, and unmistakable. Every might, as if it were any other day, the symbol of peace stood there with a bag of groceries, his bright smile illuminating the mayhem. He fled into the sewers, but he looked around the devastation and said, it appears that I missed a lot of the fight. But Izuka felt her heart break when she saw her like this, in the wreckage, wearing that uniform, while the heroes stepped back or saluted in respect. He would be aware, and like everyone else, he would denounce her. I can't do anything if I have a criminal record, much less find a new place to sleep. I'm running on rations as a quirkless enough as it is. If I go to jail, it's all over. No university will enroll me. No job will hire me. Her chest ached, her lungs locked once more, and panic struck this time. Then she ran, her scream a high, raw, desperate sound that ripped at her throat and reverberated like a siren throughout the city. Her body moved instinctively, driven by sheer terror. She didn't think or feel, and the pavement cracked as her feet slammed into it. Like a cannonball, she blasted forward. Kamui Woods didn't even have time to react before she blurred past them, breaking more glass and bursting through cars like paper, and the other heroes yelled, diving aside. Death Arms shouted something about chasing, but All Might had already left, matching her speed. Hold on. Above the wind, his voice roared, please, young lady, stop. Someone will be harmed by you. She was running blind through the city, her tears blown away by the wind, each step exploding like a tiny explosion, and she couldn't hear him, could only hear the roar in her head. All Might caught up, jumped ahead of her, and landed so forcefully that the street cracked. "You have to relax. With your strength, you could," he yelled. She didn't stop, though, and leapt straight over him out of instinct and desperation. All Might moved faster than she could see, grabbing her by the leg in midair. "I got you. That was a good jump," he remarked, grinning amid the mayhem. They were still rising when his smile wavered. The grocery bag tore open, scattering apples across the sky as the wind whipped around them and the city shrank beneath them, becoming a blur of clouds and rooftops. All Might's eyes widened and he said, "Wait, we're still rising. We're taking off." The smart atoms inside Izuka pulsed like a second heartbeat, pushing her higher, faster, out of the atmosphere itself, but she was unable to hear him because her panic was still under control and her power was reacting to emotion rather than will. "Cease." All Might grabbed her more tightly and yelled, "Going higher. You'll suffocate." Reflex took over and Izuka twisted, kicked with her free leg, and hit his arm as she flinched at the contact. There was a sound like a cannon firing from the impact. The symbol of peace fell, a streak of red and gold against the blue, and All Might's face flashed with pain as his hold broke. "She's faster than me and doesn't know what she's doing," he realized, his mind racing even faster than his fall as the wind roared past him. "She can't control her quirk." He barely noticed as he forced himself to land, slamming into the ground so forcefully that it cratered the asphalt. He raised his gaze and searched the clouds for any sign of her, but found none. "She's still going." His heart sank as his words were swept away by the wind. "If something isn't done," All Might muttered, wiping the blood from his lip, "she'll fly all the way into space and die." Right now, Izuka's mind only slowed down enough for thought to catch up with instinct now that she was so far from the city she grew up in and never left. She was still living. She had a steady pulse. Her body was no longer hurting. Clarity, disbelief, and wonder had replaced the roaring panic that had made her tear through the city. The sensation of cold, sharp, but painless air rushing past her face. The patchwork of Japan started to recede beneath her like a painted map, and her clothing fluttered against her skin as she rose higher and higher. Then she realized, she escaped the clutches of the sludge villain. She broke the tunnel. She demolished the arbor of Kamui Woods. She got away from All Might. And now, she was in the air, avoiding falling. Not being hurled. Taking off. She let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. She whispered, I'm not quirkless anymore, as the wind carried her words into the waning air. "I have powers, I actually have powers." Giddy disbelief filled her chest. Did the dinosaur harm her in this way? The implantation of those tiny, smart atoms. Had that crazy experiment really succeeded?
She asked out loud, Did he give me a quirk? Is that what this is?" Like a spiral galaxy, the thought twisted in her mind. Theories clashed and changed course. Organ-like quirks were biological. Organ transplantation is another possibility. Why not this, then? A scalpel came to mind. A beating heart. A surgeon swapping out the essence of one soul for another. Her stomach turned at the moral ramifications. A quirk was a person's identity, individuality, and humanity. It was like stealing someone's soul to take one away. Nevertheless, it has given her a new life. Her lips curved into a grim smile. Guess ethics don't mean much when you're the corpse they'd have buried. The dinosaur's description of microscopic animals that can think for themselves, sentient atoms, desperate to survive, adapt, and evolve, returned to her thoughts. If they were real, they must have recognized that she was a weak vessel as soon as they entered her bloodstream. Brittle. Undernourished. Incapable of surviving. They therefore rewrote her. Everything, not just her bones and muscles. Her genetic makeup was rearranged down to the subatomic level, transforming her into someone else. Something fresh. The sound of her laughter reverberated through the thin air. Guess survival's mutual then, huh? You make me stronger, and I keep you alive. Deal. When she realized how high she had gotten, her laughter stopped. She didn't shiver even though the air was now freezing. Far below her, the clouds rolled like white oceans under an endless blue. She was still not slowing down. Her voice broke as she said, "Oh no. Oh no, no, no." She flailed, waving her arms as though her ascent could be undone by swimming through the air. As the island of Japan continued to shrink until it appeared to be small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, her hair whipped wildly around her face and her heart pounded. "I can fly,
but I can't control where I'm going," she cried, futilely spinning and kicking. Her body shot upward, cutting like a comet through the atmosphere. The possibilities rushed through her mind. No one with a flight quirk was allowed to travel abroad without a license due to stringent monitoring measures put in place by the World Hero Association. She had to be seen by someone. Satellites, sensors, radar, anything. She whispered, "Someone's gotta notice me, right?" Nobody did. Nobody could get to her in time. Above her, the blue grew darker. The air became completely thin. As the oxygen left her, her screams turned into whispers. She was now rising above the edge of the sky, above the barrier of human reach. Her throat tightened with breath. The clouds parted. The horizon was curved. Then there was quiet. The wind vanished. The world beneath her was a blue marble floating in the emptiness, glowing weakly. She was still alive, too. Weightless, her body floated to a halt, suspended. "I should be dead," she muttered to herself. Anticipating the excruciating pain of decompression, the anguish of a human body exposed to a vacuum, her hand touched her throat. However, she experienced no pain, no rupture, and no scorching cold. Slowly, her chest rose. She had no trouble holding her breath. "Before I left the atmosphere, did I take a breath?" She frowned as she thought. "I did, but it shouldn't have been sufficient. I shouldn't be holding it this long." Her heart slowed. Every beat felt stronger, more purposeful, and more serene. Her lungs felt satisfied rather than aching for air. "Has my respiratory system changed over time?" she pondered. "Is this how I'm supposed to live? With just one breath and background energy?" The voice of the dinosaur recalled. "They draw energy from the vacuum itself, background radiation, the heartbeat of the universe." Energy from a vacuum, the universe's beating heart. She sensed it despite the idea's mockery of thermodynamics and mockery of entropy itself. The sound beneath her skin. Her atoms are woven with the rhythm of creation. Unless, he was talking about zero-point energy, Izuka's analytical mind, which she had spent years honing to compensate for her lack of a quirk, started to race for answers. There is nothing in the universe that is really empty. Whether you can see them or not, particles and energy exist even in the vacuum of space. Ironically, 0 point, the lowest form of energy, is the most plausible for infinite energy since it exists everywhere, including within absolute zero, and society is still unable to destroy it. Is that the food source for the smart atoms? Is that enough to sustain me, along with the small amount of oxygen in my lungs? Indefinitely. Her eyes were wide with starlight reflection as she whispered. Earth glowed beneath her like a cradle of blue fire. Infinity stretched endlessly above her. The stars burned, raw, close, and alive, and they ceased to twinkle. She turned slowly, moving in a graceful, leisurely manner. Her fear was submerged under the weight of cosmic silence, and her panic had vanished. The emptiness was alive, not empty. She sensed it, the faint tremor of life itself, the pulse of each atom linked in an enormous, unfathomable web. Her mouth quivered with amazement rather than fear. "I have never witnessed anything so exquisite." Eternity swallowed the little voice she had inside. With shaking fingers, she extended her hand as though she could actually touch the stars. "I thought the world hated me all this time," she thought as tears trickled from her eyes and turned into glittering droplets that drifted like tiny planets. "That I was not welcome. That I didn't exist." The dim sunlight glinted on her tears. "However, it's possible that I was never intended to remain there." The empty space surrounded her indefinitely, accepting and judgment-free. "Is this it?" she muttered. "Have I at last discovered my purpose in life? One pulse among billions," her heartbeat sounded faintly. "Is this the end of the nightmare? The universe could be so quiet, it was odd." As Izuka continued to float above the world, she began to realize that silence had a pulse, one that matched the rhythm of her held breath and throbbed through her bones, or what remained of it. It could have been hours or days. When the earth rotated like a marble below and the sun rose every 90 minutes, time didn't really matter. She initially floated over Japan, its city lights sparkling like stardust. Then she was traveling across the Pacific, blinking. She could see the Earth's curvature as America rolled past, followed by Africa's endless orange deserts and the far northern European glacial shimmer. It was lovely, horrible, endless. She was also completely alone. She could sense that the smart atoms kept her alive. Her lungs were able to stretch the remaining oxygen as they throbbed in her chest like a second heart. Her skin didn't freeze, her muscles didn't hurt, and even though she knew she should have choked long ago, she didn't. Rather, A strange, numb calm replaced her fear as it gradually subsided. Perhaps this was the meaning of ascent, to soar so high above the world that all its clamor, cruelty, and expectations were reduced to a faint haze. Izuka was no longer terrified of the future for the first time in her life. The stars glowed unconcerned by her presence, and the sun and moon had long since lost their pattern in her eyes. With her arms encircling her legs, she curled into a tiny sphere and floated in the cosmic sea like a sleeping seed. She could not find a more comfortable position. Her eyelids were heavy as she gave a faint smile. Perhaps I'll just take a short nap, she pondered. Then, clonk, something metallic struck her head. It was a harsh awakening, but not painful. Izuka turned around, blinking blearily, but her heart stopped. The International Space Station MKX, a marvel of engineering that resembled a city of silver bones sewn together with solar wings, towered before her, bathed in reflected sunlight. Unlike the old one she had read about in childhood documentaries, it was not stationary. When necessary, this one could move, navigate through orbit, and even venture outside of low Earth orbit. Shining like a lighthouse among the stars, it is a floating stronghold of human ambition. Not everyone had missed her collision. In a matter of seconds, a circle of drones, 8 in all, sleek and predatory, with cobalt blue lenses, rose from concealed hatches. Grids of light were beaming across her body as they scanned her from head to toe. Izuka gave one of them a shy wave. A green light blinked as the closest drone whirred and its aperture widened. 2 of the machines magnetically attached themselves to her arms and started to pull before she could respond. She cursed, but she did not fight because she saw this as good news. "Oh, this can only go so well before I have another panic attack," she said. They pulled her across the hull in the direction of a circular docking hatch that opened like an iris made of metal. Izuka's lungs finally failed as soon as she entered the interior and sensed the atmosphere hissing all around her. The air rushed in like a waterfall as she gasped. It was painful, it was pleasant, she was able to breathe without conscious thought after so many hours, if not more. She collapsed to her knees, trembling and giggling simultaneously. She muttered, "Oh, thank God," in between breaths. Air, real, air. The clang of boots reverberated down the metal hallway a moment later. In the docking bay, actual humans emerged wearing a variety of modern zero-G suits bearing national insignia. 20 of them must have been there, staring at the strange green-haired girl their drones had just brought in from space with wide eyes. One of the Americans blurted out, "Are you an alien?" in a hopeful, almost begging voice, as though he wanted the answer to be yes. Izuka froze. The accent was familiar to her. Since she had practiced the language years prior to her dream escape from Japan, moving to America, English came naturally to her. "And no," she stumbled, alternating between languages. "I'm Japanese." The man's gaze expanded. "You're what?" From behind came the sound of another, thicker, Russian voice. "Impossible. No space suit, no oxygen tank, uniform like an alien cadet. What the hell is a Japanese girl doing floating around in outer space?" Amazingly, the human race was still vulnerable to the unknown even after Earth became a superhuman world nearly 200 years ago, with powers of all kinds rampant. Even with quirks that increase lung capacity, the vacuum of space remains a challenge without the proper equipment. Izuka has become more of an outlier. With a tired sigh, she wiped a hand down her face. Why indeed, it's been one long day. With disbelief on every face, the group murmured as the medics rushed forward with scanners. One person aimed a camera at her, while another attempted to give her a thermal blanket. "How is she alive?" said another in a whisper. "Her vitals are normal." Izuka just sat there, taking deep breaths, gazing out the observation window behind them, where the earth turned calmly beneath them. She had stopped running. She wasn't yelling. The first girl to survive the void, she was suspended between heaven and humanity, safe, at least for the moment. Her disappearance had not gone unnoticed, despite what Izuka thought as she drifted peacefully above the world. The hideous creature of science and conceit that had abducted her, the dinosaur, had not exactly been subdued. It ripped through a hallway of her apartment building like a hurricane. Her floor collapsed, causing 6 others to lose their homes. Notebooks, charts, and diagrams documenting her obsession with quirks were found strewn throughout the debris. The media adored that section. The quirkless girl, they declared, trying to understand the world that rejected her. She then reappeared in her birth city a week later, but she had changed, and she later ran away into space. Satellite drone footage showed her silhouetted against the planet's curve, her arms extended as though she were supporting the entire planet. The news went crazy. Quirkless loner flies beyond the sky. Girl escapes All Might's grasp. Who is she? Miracle or threat? Japan's quirkless wonder returns from space. It was the type of publicity that people dreaded. The International Space Station MKX commander's voice faltered as he reported to the World Hero Association. "We found a girl in orbit. Breathing. Conscious. No suit. Japanese origin. She claims her name is Izuka Midoriya." The result was a deluge of encrypted phone conversations, emergency procedures, and cross-continental legal disputes. Izuka Midoriya became a walking violation of at least 20 international treaties in less than 12 hours. Every country desired a piece of her, or more accurately, to ensure that no one else did. While officials considered their options, she was detained on the station for 3 days. The astronauts were as fascinated as they were unnerved, despite their best efforts to show her kindness by bringing meals, asking her questions, and offering clothing. Izuka made an effort to assist when she could, using wiring adjustments or cleaning as a diversion. She had found serenity in space, but being handled like a specimen brought back too many memories of the nightmare in the lab that began it all. She didn't protest when she eventually received clearance. All she wanted to do now was go home, whatever that meant. The sound and vibration of the descent were blurry. Izuka hardly flinched as the shuttle rattled violently as it pierced the atmosphere, plasma fire licking its surface. She didn't wear a pressure suit because it wasn't necessary. Her heartbeat didn't falter, and her body didn't bruise under the strain. The crew gazed silently in wonder. The press was already present when they touched down in Japan, but they were kept at bay by hero patrols and police lines. The smell of kerosene and salt filled the air. 3 men in dark suits were standing at the bottom of the landing pad, waiting for her. 2 appeared to have stepped out of a spy thriller. They were expressionless, mirrored sunglasses, and well-groomed. The third didn't. His eyes were heavy with fatigue, his tie was loose, and his whole demeanor shouted, "Overworked civil servant." With his clipboard in hand, he moved forward. "Izuka Midoriya." She gave a cautious nod. He let out a sigh of relief. "Good. I'm Yokumiru Mera, Hero Public Safety Commission Liaison. You'll be coming with us." She crossed her arms and questioned, "Do I have a choice?" "Not really," Mera said as he looked over his notes. "Your reappearance has caused, let's say, a global headache. The Madam President's not thrilled, and neither are the international hero boards. Congratulations, you've made Japan the center of the world's attention." Izuka raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Japan already on the map? I mean, the world's most famous hero lives here. Mera laughed dryly. "You'd think, but after All Might lost sight of you and you escaped into space, his reputation took a hit. So right now, you're the face of Japan." He sighed. "Enjoy your few minutes of fame, but trust me, it's the worst kind of attention." Before they reached a government facility that was situated halfway between a prison and a laboratory, they led her through a tangle of security checkpoints. The air smelled slightly of antiseptic, the halls were clean, and the guards were silent. At least it didn't spin or float, but Izuka had seen enough metal walls lately to last a lifetime. Mera took her inside to a tiny conference room with a pot of unbrewed coffee, 2 chairs, and a table. He gestured for her to enter. "Someone wants to talk to you," he said. A man whose calm voice carried quiet authority was sitting there, reading over a thick file, his eyes soft behind weary glasses. "Naomasa Tsukauchi," he said, standing up and nodding courteously. "I'm with the police. Don't worry, this isn't an interrogation." He was seated across from Izuka. "Could have fooled me." With a slight smile, he put the file down. "You've had quite a week, Miss Midoriya. I'd like to understand it, from your perspective. You vanished after an alleged kidnapping, then reappeared in a tunnel on Musudafu, displaying strength and flight capabilities beyond current quirk capabilities. Can you tell me what happened?" Izuka glanced down at her hands, which were still slightly shaking. "You wouldn't believe me if I did." "Try me," said Tsukauchi softly. "You'd be surprised what I've already believed today." After hesitating, Izuka let out a nasal sigh. Flatly, "The beginning's boring," she said. "But okay." She explained to him that it began like any other day. A peaceful apartment filled with the groceries she had purchased 2 days prior. She never went outside unless she had to, so there were no plans to go. She had completed her weekly assignments, nothing noteworthy or past due remained. She then lost herself in video games, cross-referencing information for her notebooks while scrolling through HeroNet feeds about up-and-coming celebrities like Kamui Woods. She recognized the irony of it all, a quirkless girl writing about individuals who were born unique. She then went to sleep that night, anticipating the same uneventful tomorrow. But as it happened, destiny had other ideas. Izuka said, "I woke up because the whole building was shaking," while holding her hands together on the table. "At first, I thought it was an earthquake, but then my walls broke apart." Her voice wavered. Someone, tore straight through my apartment like paper. It was a dinosaur. Half man, half T-Rex. His arms were wrong, his teeth too real. He grabbed me before I could even scream. Tsukauchi did not write anything at this time. He just observed. There was a faint hum in his quirk, that low, inward hum that alerted him when someone was lying. This place had none. Her words were filled with terrifying reality. "I don't know how long I was unconscious," she continued, "but when I woke up, I was in a dark room. It smelled like metal, bleach, and antiseptic. The walls were lined with broken machines and bones. I was tied down, couldn't move, and that thing, the dinosaur man, was standing over me." When she remembered the next part, her voice broke. "He experimented on me, to turn me into something new by implanting things in me called smart atoms. Microscopic animals that could think for themselves and feed on vacuum energy, which is actually zero-point energy. They strive to survive by any means necessary, including but not limited to forcing their host body to evolve rapidly until everything inside me was superhuman." There was a cold, heavy silence in the room. At last, Tsukauchi's pen scuffed the paper once more. Her eyes lowered as she said, "He put a mask over my face." Gas. There was nothing I could do. She gently pulled at the fabric, the same one she still wore, a sterile, strange object that appeared almost ceremonial. Then I woke up again. Different place. I was alone, lying in an old drainage tunnel I used to walk through back in middle school. Wearing this Viltrumite uniform. Not sure what a Viltrumite is, but then things got worse. The tremor in her voice changed from fear to anger, and her face darkened. "Something attacked me, a villain made of sludge. It tried to crawl inside my body, to take me over. I couldn't breathe. I thought I was going to die." She clenched her hands. "But then I just snapped. I pushed him out. My body moved. No, changed. And suddenly, the sludge was everywhere. Splattered all over the tunnel walls before everything was destroyed." Tsukauchi sat in still silence as she let out a shaky exhale, the hum of fluorescent light permeating their shared space. Every word, every detail, every chill in her voice, all of it was true. Izuka was unaware that three figures were listening intently behind the mirrored glass next to her. The crafty dean of UA University, Nezu, has quiet agitation in his ears. Erasure hero Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, his normally composed demeanor breaking just enough to mutter, "Son of a bitch." And Toshinori Yagi was standing next to them, weak, gaunt, and shaky. The man known as All Might. Nezu whispered, "My goodness," with his paws clasped behind his back. "As someone who's endured experimentation myself, I can't imagine the terror. What kind of monster would call this science?" Aizawa's arms were tightly crossed. Madmen, always thinking they can play God. For a long time, Toshinori remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the girl's image in the glass, a shaky young lady who had witnessed more horror in one night than most people would in a lifetime. His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. "When I found her," he finally whispered, "I thought she was the villain. That uniform gave me bad vibes. But her face told me the truth. She was terrified, so scared she didn't even trust heroes to help her. That's unforgivable." Something primordial was stirred by the emotion in his voice. Then, without thinking, he stood tall, his body growing larger, his muscles exploding under his shirt, until All Might, the symbol of peace shrouded in rage, stood where Toshinori had once stood. Tsukauchi leaned forward and returned to the room. Quietly, "This dinosaur," he said. "Did he say anything before he put you under?" Izuka scowled as she considered. The recollection was as faint as a water echo. Then, word for word, it returned. "Everything you went through was a prelude to something bigger," he said. "However, I will steal that fate for my own plan. Izuka Midoriya, you are my makeup. For the world I ruined. That's all," she said, lowering her voice. I have no idea what he meant. Tsukauchi closed his notebook and nodded slowly, his lie-detecting quirk whispering one last truth in his mind. she believed every word. This meant that somewhere out there, a monster with a madman's mind had not only altered her life, but it might have even rewritten destiny. Izuka anticipated being sent home when the interrogation finally came to an end. If the small, water-stained apartment she had been living in for the previous 5 years could even be called a home, then 2 officers led her down a lengthy hallway and into another room, which was quiet and softly lit, almost opulent in comparison to the concrete box in which she had been questioned. It felt unreal to a girl accustomed to living off of instant noodles and used furniture, too clean, too expensive, too kind. The floor was carpeted, the air had a subtle jasmine scent, and the couch was so clean that she hesitated before sitting down. Kindness was unfamiliar to her. The door then opened. "Hello," came a voice both cheerful and curious, accompanied by the sound of soft, deliberate footsteps. "Am I a dog, a bear, a mouse, a natural mystery? The only thing that counts is that I'm Nezu." With a smile that was half amusement, half intelligence, and half something deeper, the dean of UA University entered the room and hopped lightly onto a chair across from her, his eyes bright with curiosity and his paws neatly clasped. Izuka blinked. The Chimera hero, dean of Japan's most prestigious academy, was someone she had seen on TV a dozen times, but seeing him in person was a whole other story. She had previously stood close to pro heroes, brushed shoulders with them at signing events, and even received a few autographs, but none of them had ever spoken to her and they had never really seen her. She was now seated across from the fabled Nezu, the animal whose IQ was reputed to be unmatched. It's an honor, sir," she said, her heart pounding. "Dean, I mean, Mr. Nezu. Sir, Dean Nezu, that is." Her nervousness was evident in her mouth. He chuckled softly and said, "Calm down, sweetheart. It's been quite the evening, isn't it? You're remarkably composed for someone who's endured abduction, experimentation, and national attention all in less than a week," he said, tilting his head slightly and narrowing his eyes slightly as he studied and analyzed her. "No need for formalities." With a feeble smile, Izuka said, "Really? I believe I'm too exhausted to freak out." "That's a survival trait," Nezu remarked kindly, "and one I find rather admirable." Before his tone softened, there was a beat of silence. "Let's talk plainly. You are at the center of national attention because of the path your life has taken, which was not your choice. The entire world is already observing." Izuka's heart fell when she saw the posts made online following the incident, which included shaky footage, blurry images, and wild speculation about a quirkless girl who appeared out of nowhere in a white suit, was mistaken for a villain, and escaped from All Might himself. Some referred to her as an alien, while others claimed she was a government experiment. Everyone wanted a piece of her, but nobody knew the truth. She looked down at her hands and confessed, "I saw the videos. Everyone is talking about me. Regarding who I am, none of this is what I requested." "I know," Nezu remarked softly, "and to be honest, even for me, this is unfamiliar ground. You don't have a late-blooming quirk like that. You are a completely different thing." His tone darkened as he said, "And that fact, Miss Midoriya, is going to cause a great deal of trouble. The subject of an artificial transformation that has never been seen before. Even as we speak, the Hero Public Safety Commission is holding emergency meetings," he said, pacing slowly while his tail swayed behind him. "They're arguing about how to deal with your existence without revealing the truth to the world. Your apartment is now little more than rubble after you were discovered alive and transformed. They won't let you vanish once more. So, what happens to me?" Izuka asked, looking up with a sudden sense of caution. "I'd like to offer you sanctuary for the time being," Nezu said with another calm, tactful smile. "The safest university in the nation is UA University. We have the staff and technology to keep you safe from people who might try to take advantage of you. Our walls would be the safest place for you to be." Uncertain if she had heard correctly, she blinked. "You want me to live at UA?" "Well," Nezu said, his eyes sparkling with amusement, "didn't you apply for our general course last month? Think of this as an early admission." Her jaw dropped, and she momentarily lost her ability to breathe. She had planned to leave Japan after graduation and start over somewhere quiet, but the prospect of attending the best university in the country had always been a glimmer in the darkness. UA had been her dream, her ultimate goal, a place where she could learn, fit in, and maybe, just maybe, stop being afraid. And now she was receiving that light. She muttered, I don't know what to say." Izuka didn't really have a say in the matter. She has visited the darknet, witnessed and heard the genuine emotions of the criminal element and disillusioned citizens. She is aware that hero society was founded on a rotten foundation of corpses and tears. The government will never allow her to roam freely because of her new abilities. The commission will want to shape her, train her under their supervision, and possibly even turn her into one of their assets. They have done this before, and they will do it again. There was nothing she could do. She nodded at last. All right, I'll go with it. Good, the dean said, his smile growing warmer and more confident. Then, Miss Midoriya, welcome to UA, where even miracles are supposed to work for their degrees. Despite herself, Izuka laughed quietly. Figures. Nothing worthwhile in life is free. That's right, Nezu said as he turned to go, but maybe those strings could lead you to something better for once. After a lengthy, tense, and veiled threat-filled negotiation with the Madam President of the Hero Public Safety Commission 2 days prior, Dean Nezu had managed to secure one stipulation of mercy. Izuka Midoriya would remain on the campus of UA University under close supervision and private observation, and the commission would require weekly progress reports in exchange for not taking the girl out of their custody for the time being. Izuka was given a modest yet lovely home on the east wing of campus thanks to Smintas's architectural skill and quirk. It was an elegant, solar-powered home with reinforced glass, hybrid cement walls, and peaceful greenery surrounding it. It was the nicest place she had ever set foot in. The room smelled slightly of pine and paper. Like new beginnings, she hardly remembered her parents' house, only the weight of being unwelcome and the chilly silences. The hero faculty left her to rest after showing her around, and as soon as the door clicked shut, the girl fell to her knees and sobbed herself to sleep on the polished floor, not out of fear, but out of an unbearable sense of security. There was a rare meeting going on in UA's main faculty hall, and all of the hero instructors were there. The headline, Midoriya Incident Update, classified, blinked in red on the screen at the front, while powerhouse heroes, veterans of every battlefield imaginable, sat in uneasy silence at the long, mahogany table that shone in the warm light. Sitting at the head, Nezu took a sip of his tea. Thank you all for coming, he said in his typically upbeat but solemn tone. Miss Izuka Midoriya, our guest, is now officially living under UA protection. The commission has kindly consented to let us manage her progress, provided that we keep them updated. With half-lidded but sharp eyes, Aizawa muttered, generously, huh. More like they're keeping a leash on her through us. Present Mike crossed his arms and spoke in a less light-hearted tone than usual. Can't blame them. From what I've seen, this girl's situation sounds straight out of sci-fi. A power that doesn't come from a quirk. That's alien. Nezu whispered, quite literally, perhaps, with an unwavering smile. But yes, Miss Midoriya's case is unique. She was forcibly injected with an experimental atomic structure, something sentient, self-replicating, and responsive to cognitive stimulus. Her physiology evolved in ways that defy conventional quirk biology. Smintas's stone-gray fingers tapped together. You're saying, it thinks. We have yet to truly test her capabilities, so nothing I say can be considered concrete, Nezu responded. For the moment, she seems to be in control of them without issue. The words lingered in the atmosphere. Leaning back, Aizawa remembered the moment clearly. I tested my quirk on her, he stated bluntly. She lifted a fire truck with one hand. Erasure did nothing. No loss of strength, no visible effect. If she had a quirk, it would have shut down. But it didn't. Everyone was uneasy about that revelation. It was nearly heretical to think that power could exist outside of the quirk system, which was the cornerstone of their society. Midnight scowled. If she's not a mutant type or emitter type, then what the hell is she? Softly, something new, Nezu said. And something dangerous, if mismanaged. Present Mike turned to Aizawa, and the conversation changed. By the way, Shota, why were you involved in her case in the first place? The report said you joined the search for the new listener. Aizawa took out a little pile of battered notebooks with the following titles written in meticulous handwriting on the covers. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 1 through 13. The room fell silent as he placed them on the table. Because of these, he clarified, they had discovered them in her dilapidated apartment. Every book includes research on dozens of pro-heroes, including their strengths, weaknesses, patterns, and potential defenses. She did a surgical analysis. She mapped the anatomy of ideal heroism itself, dissecting and reconstructing each hero in those pages. Even he was unnerved by the accuracy. She wrote these while living alone, Aizawa added. Parents gone. Neighbors ignored her. Abused by classmates until downgraded to online classes only. She turned isolation into a lab and herself into a researcher. Obsession with quirks kept her alive. She wanted to understand heroes, not to hurt them, but to find a way to belong. Snipe gave a low whistle. Hell of a hobby for a kid. Aizawa continued, except her laptop was running darknet software, and placed a picture on the table. She wasn't just curious, she was connected. She had data. Real data. On villains, pro-hero scandals, even leaked commission reports. Whispers filled the room. Vlad King's jaw tightened. That's beyond curiosity. That's espionage. Power Loader surmised, so she at least has a desirable hacking skill for an underground hero. Seems that way, Shota said with a shrug. Nezu calmly but firmly lifted a paw. Detective Tsukauchi already questioned her. She denied any connection to villains, and his quirk verified that she spoke the truth. She's not malicious, just inquisitive. Inquisitive, asinine disguised as courage is the better word, said Snipe. I can't rebuke that, Nezu said with a somber face, especially when I believe this curiosity may have been what drew the creature to her. This, dinosaur man, the being who experimented on her. If she stumbled too deep into a villain network, she may have seen something she wasn't meant to. Aizawa whispered, and now, she's carrying the proof in her veins. The ensuing silence was oppressive. Nezu's diminutive figure seemed to loom over everyone at the table as he glanced around it. She is not a threat, he concluded. But she could become one if handled poorly. The commission would cage her in a heartbeat if she slips even once. We won't allow that, not again. We've all seen what happens when power is treated like a beast to be broken. Dark and intent, his eyes shone. We'll teach her control, we'll give her purpose, and most importantly, he covered his chest with a paw. We'll remind her that she's human, before the world convinces her otherwise. After 10 months, no one had ever referred to Katsuki Bakugo as a king. Only by himself. He felt like a king, though, so it didn't matter. He knew he was destined to rule ever since his quirk appeared. It was truth, not arrogance. The universe itself had crowned him from the first time sparks danced across his palms. The feeble bowed, the powerful were envious. He was praised until the teachers' throats dried up. The prodigy was him, the future, the one who would stand alone at the pinnacle of heroism, surpassing all might. He used to make jokes about the hero king, but King Explosion Murder sounds much more fitting. For Katsuki, it fits like a throne made of smoke and fire, but most people think it's absurd. Life was a coronation from kindergarten through high school. He was revered by his classmates. The teachers accommodated his abilities. Katsuki allowed them to. For what reason shouldn't he? Being great required acknowledgement. Only those who could handle the heat of their own brilliance were eligible for the spotlight. Even so, a thought had begun to bother him in recent years. It was minor, unwanted, but persistent. Is this how a hero thinks? Or a villain? Because only evildoers enjoyed destroying the weak. When they reminded others of their helplessness, only villains grinned. Nevertheless, he had consistently done that. Particularly to her. Deku, the girl with nothing who dared to dream. His eyes flashed with resolve as he brushed the thought aside and adjusted his collar. He was the focus of today, not the ghosts of the past. The magnificent temple of heroes is Ua University. The place where legends are tested. And soon his realm. The entrance exam's written section was challenging. In a refreshing way, under his exploding temper, few recognized Katsuki's pride in his intelligence. However, Yue's questions forced him to reflect. 11 months prior, the practice exam he had taken had been a farce. This particular one, his blood pounded. A smile split his face by the time he turned in his paper. And lastly, a challenge. However, he was aware that the practical would be the most enjoyable part. A strength test. Of instinct. Of power. With hundreds of aspiring heroes clutching notebooks and dreams too fragile for a world like this, he boarded the exam bus surrounded by anxious faces. Their fear was palpable to Katsuki. It smelled of cheap deodorant and insecurity. The bus rumbled through UA's gates, revealing an expansive campus that could have passed for a city-state. They were surrounded by 5 artificial urban sectors, which included parks, streets, and even mock power grids, but were not as large as skyscrapers. Just for training, 5 entire cities. Talk about overkill, he said, grinning broadly. Guess they really wanna see what happens when I blow up the competition. Literally, tiny explosions crackled in his palms like impatient thunder as he flexed his hands. A few examinees yelled, retreated, and muttered to themselves. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Pathetic. You flinch at sparks and call yourselves future heroes. A tall, bespectacled man a few paces away, with his arms crossed and his posture rigid, noticed his outburst. The man gave him a disillusioned principal's glare. Some sort of wealthy child, Katsuki thought. Excellent posture, lacking personality. The air between them felt like it was about to blow up for a brief moment as their eyes locked. Then a voice broke through the throng before either could say anything. "Whoa, it's you." Just as Katsuki turned, a black-haired examinee gestured to a hooded girl standing close to the rear. She was obviously attempting to blend in with the crowd by donning a bulky jacket and sunglasses. However, everyone began whispering as soon as they looked at her, so she might as well have walked onto a stage. "Hey, you're the space girl," exclaimed a girl with pink skin, overly excited and with antennae. "You're Midoriya, right? The one from the ISS thing." Katsuki stopped. Midoriya. The name struck him in the chest like shrapnel. Whispers spread like wildfire around him. "That's her. The girl who went into orbit. Didn't she escape from All Might or something? No way she's human. Think she's dangerous." The girl who disappeared into the stars and reappeared as a national mystery is Izuka Midoriya. The name that dominated conspiracy forums and headlines was the so-called Space Girl. And here she was, dwindling under the pressure of all those eyes, standing only 20 meters away. Katsuki was gasping for air. His grip was not one of anger. Not the old annoyance he felt whenever she was around. Something heavier was involved. His heart screamed as something pressed against his ribs. That day, her voice breaking, the alley behind the school, and the smell of dirt and blood flashed before his eyes like a scene captured in firelight. Her wrists are in the man's grasp. Her expression of fear. He had red paint on his hands. He couldn't recall making the decision to murder. All he could recall was the silence that followed, the world holding its breath as the man's body fell to the ground. Naturally, the school covered it up. Silently, effectively. The papers referred to it as an accident for the benefit of the future #1 hero. The cops turned a blind eye. Katsuki, too, allowed them. He assured himself that he had made the right decision. Saved a life. Shielded the vulnerable. However, he occasionally still felt the man's throat beneath his palms in the middle of the night. You can still see the fear in her eyes. Years later, she was once more in front of him, strong, alive, and completely inaccessible. In a single sentence, he both saved and destroyed the girl. She muttered something under her breath, slipping her hood a little. Katsuki only managed to catch fragments of the statement. "I told the dean I should have stayed in orbit until the exam started." Her mouth's corners quivered not from fear but from exhaustion. She had changed. Something ethereal, fragile but untouchable, had taken the place of the timid, shaky girl he had once tormented. The practical began when the exam doors opened with a hydraulic hiss. However, Katsuki remained motionless. The blood, the shame, the unspoken bond that bound him to the one person he could never apologize to, he was too mired in the past. "Begin," boomed Present Mike's voice. Examinees charged forward, and explosions reverberated throughout the mock cities. As she vanished into the confusion, Katsuki stood motionless and stared after her. The Hero King remained atop his throne. It felt like a cage, though, for once. Beneath Tenya Iida's legs, engines roared like caged thunder. His calves' turbines flared mechanically as he ran through the city simulation, each step timed and measured. He vaguely remembered his brother saying, "Control your acceleration, Tenya. Speed is useless without restraint." Too many times as a child, he had slammed into walls while attempting to imitate his brother's valiant grace, so he had learned that lesson the hard way. But he moved with accuracy here, in the steel and asphalt mock city. Each turn and pause was a disciplined work of art. Insectoid, tank-like, and humanoid villain bots swarmed through the fictitious streets, all of which were made to resemble chaos. Tenya kicked them with whiplash, tearing them apart one after the other, the force of each blow echoing through the air like cannonballs. His engines periodically cooled to prevent overheating, and within minutes he had amassed 45 villain points. There were still 6 minutes on the clock. He was about to resume his patrol when he noticed a flicker of movement. Ahead, as though gravity itself had betrayed her, a brunette levitated a group of robots into the air. Until she threw the metal carcasses down with seismic force, crushing them against the pavement, her control was impressive, focused, deliberate. Before disappearing into smoke, the explosions flared like a series of fireworks. But it wasn't her that caught his eye the most. She was the one. Midoriya Izuka, She was unmistakable even with her jacket zipped high and her hood up. For almost a year, her name had been mingled throughout the nation, the quirkless girl who fell from the stars. And now, there she was, tearing across the battlefield like a storm in human form. Steel was folded by her blows. At the edge of view, her movements became hazy. As she flew, driven by sheer will and force of motion rather than apparent energy, the air around her bowed slightly. Curiosity pricked at the edge of Tenya's self-control as he tried to concentrate. Weeks ago, he recalled, he had asked his brother about her. All Tensai had done was shrug. Even the pros don't know much, Tenya. She's under UA's care now. Keep your distance. She's not like the others. As Tenya hurried on, the words lingered, not like the others. It was awe rather than fear that made him uneasy as he watched her. Neither training nor quirk mechanics were the source of her strength. It was unadulterated evolution, as if her biology had been altered by nature itself. Nevertheless, she moved like someone attempting to disappear in spite of her notoriety. Tenya noticed that her face was shadowed under her hood and that she was avoiding eye contact when she briefly landed next to him. He questioned whether being famous could ever feel like being alone in public. It seemed to for her. He didn't have much time to think about it. The world roared after the ground trembled once and twice. The sunlight was blotted out by a shadow that appeared from the edge of the city simulation. A titanic villain bot that towered over the tallest building and sent tremors through the earth with every step, unlike any machine the examinees had ever encountered. Its face was a furnace of artificial fury, its chest glowed with revolving energy cores. "That's the executor," a voice cried out. "Run." And they did. Numerous people dispersed, their aspirations for bravery giving way to a survival instinct. Tenya also turned to run, reason triumphing over courage, until he saw something. Midoriya did not run, she was running over to the machine. Assuming she was reckless enough to try the impossible, Tenya almost yelled for her to stop, but he could see why. The brunette from earlier was pinned under rubble beneath a collapsed building, her leg wedged beneath a concrete slab. Izuka swiftly knelt down and skidded to a stop next to her. She said, "Don't move," in a firm yet kind voice. She lifted the whole pile of debris with effortless strength and threw it aside like scrap paper. Then, without thinking, she picked up the wounded girl and flew away. Before Tenya could react, Izuka appeared at his side, her green eyes resolute. "Take her," she stipulated. She pushed the girl into his arms mid-run before he could question her. "Get her to safety." Tenya faltered under the unexpected weight, but there was no arguing with her authoritative tone. Izuka was gone by the time he straightened out, a line of movement aimed directly at the imposing monster. What came next was incomprehensible. As a comet of human energy, she accelerated in midair and struck. The sound of the impact was like thunder. Molten steel dripped like liquid fire through the robot's chest, creating a hole the size of a building. The city's windows were blasted by the shockwave. The speed caused her jacket to rip apart, exposing a fitted white uniform, a mark of bravery for which she was not yet licensed. Izuka Midoriya briefly appeared as the embodiment of courage itself in the blazing sunlight. However, another explosion, hotter, angrier, more feral, exploded before the dust could even settle. Katsuki Bakugo came down like a meteor from above, his palms exploding. His rage materialized as he slammed into the robot's face and delivered a last blast so strong that the machine's head was erased and its frame collapsed. Buildings collapsed like dominoes in the aftershock as the city simulation trembled under the force. Then there was silence. Feedback crackled even on the control room monitors. Examinees, instructors, and students could only stare. Two figures, one surrounded by rising smoke and the other by white light, stood amid the debris as the dust started to clear. Across the battlefield, their gazes locked. Izuka uttered, "Bakugo," in a tiny voice amidst the confusion. Katsuki remained silent. He was more affected by the name, the memory, and that face than by any explosion. His face wavered. The battlefield felt heavier than gravity itself for a split second. The faculty at UA watched each trial with hawk-like accuracy from the observation deck that overlooked the mock city. Images of students fighting valiantly and those who froze, stumbled, or stood helpless in the midst of the chaos were displayed on screens that flickered across the dimly lit room. Only a few would be able to influence the future, but every hopeful had a story to tell. Three types of examinees stood out to the teachers among them. The talented, who gleamed with incalculable promise. The typical individual, who could blossom given enough time and pressure. And the despondent, who appeared destined to fail, unless they disproved everyone. Seldom did that final category produce unexpected results. But this year, it did. Toru Hagakure was an invisible girl who did what few could. She found the switches that the villain bots were hiding off. She had come to understand that the exam was a simulation of awareness and choice rather than a mindless fight. The faculty paused at that small gesture. With cunning alone, even those without destructive quirks could make a name for themselves in hero history. However, as soon as Izuka Midoriya appeared on the screens, even her silent victory vanished. When she moved, the room froze. Every teacher was captivated, even those who made an effort to ignore it. Her power wasn't ostentatious, rather, it was poised chaos. The force, speed, and air pressure distortion that followed each of her blows were all unbelievable. Her growth rate borders on the impossible, Power Loader whispered. She's like a biological reactor in motion. Nobody was in disagreement. After 10 months of training, Izuka had evolved into something unimaginable. Like a genius born to control the universe itself, she had adapted to the smart atoms, the impossibly complex system that now pulsed inside her cells. Her every action and breath appeared to be honed by unrelenting self-control and instinct. She had all of All Might's signature powers, including unbelievable speed, durability that defied logic, and monstrous strength. The real wonder, though, was not how strong she had grown, but rather how effortlessly she carried it. There was no conceit or desire for attention. Just a silent resolve that was both divine and tragic. Recovery Girl reported that she was able to go a week without eating or drinking and did not exhibit signs of exhaustion. Her heartbeat controlled itself with meditative precision, and her muscles recycled oxygen effectively. Izuka had been hit by a blow that would have broken mountains during a fight with All Might. Her tooth broke and her lip split, but both had healed by the end of the day. She's reckless, sighed the nurse. Just like you, Toshinori. Maybe more, acknowledged All Might. However, his voice was filled with pride. Nevertheless, every miracle has a flaw. And Izuka's ears turned out to be an unexpected weakness. It was found through sparring with Present Mike and Smentos that her hypersensitive inner ear balancing mechanisms were responsible for her ability to control her own gravity. Her flight, which became smooth and elegant after much training inside Ua, was the result of gravitational balance rather than energy manipulation. She lost her balance when she disturbed it. Izuka fell in midair, clutching her head as blood trickled from her nose as Present Mike let out his sonic scream. She was helpless for almost a minute. Following that discovery, the Institute became silent. A perfect reminder that the smallest sound could still undo the strongest. Fortunately, UA was the first to learn about it. She listed and protected her weaknesses. However, she later laughed about it, much to the staff's silent surprise. Even the stars have blind spots, she had remarked, grinning despite her vertigo. And that line, simple and honest, reminded everyone that she was still human, even with her terrifying power. Izuka had gone above and beyond what was required of any applicant during the entrance exam. She saved lives while others chased points. Izuka freed examinees who were frozen, crushed, or trapped by fear while destroying enough villain bots to score 80 villain points. She acted out of compassion rather than showmanship. Even the cynic Aizawa acknowledged that she had the heart of a real hero. What class do we put her in? Was the next question that changed the mood of the room. Aizawa responded right away, not mine. Problem child, ridiculed Midnight. Problem, galaxy, he muttered. I don't want an orbital level accident to set my sleeping bag on fire. With a laugh, Vlad King held up his hand and said, I'll gladly take her. I am able to deal with overachievers. Did anyone notice the look she gave Bakugo after the executor was destroyed? Midnight said, observing something strange amid the light-hearted banter. It was more like recognition than rage. No records indicate they were close, Nezu said, tapping his paw against the desk with curiosity. However, since kindergarten, they have attended the same schools. 13 scowled reflectively. It appeared to be sadness. Perhaps they were once friends. She once told me no one ever loved her, All Might said, looking away with her arms crossed. If those two have a past together, it's a traumatic one. Once more, the room became silent. Inside, the teachers observed a girl who had defied death, space, and despair, now standing at the threshold of the world she once believed had forgotten her. Outside, the world shone like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The silence was finally broken by Nezu, who said, one thing is certain, whatever she becomes. Hero Society's future has just become much more intriguing. As the faculty started their reports and the monitors went down, one thing became clear to everyone. Izuka Midoriya, the girl who touched the stars, was at last at home. I want to break up. Izuku Midoriya was so shocked by what he heard that he took a step toward her in an attempt to grab her hands, but she moved away, causing his heart to break. What, however, why? Ochako looked at him disinterestedly. You've become a burden to me. His eyes began to well up with tears as those words broke him. Why? What went wrong? Ochako, you are loved. In my whole life, you were the best thing ever. You have no quirks, and they discuss that. It's a miracle in and of itself that you were accepted into the hero course. But no one talks to me anymore because I would rather spend my time with you during and after classes, and on the weekends, she said, staring him down. That, despite all the odds, you won the sports festival, making it to first place. You want to leave me because I don't have any peculiarities, don't you? Give me another chance, please, he said, choking back his tears. Ochako, I will stop at nothing to show you how much I love you. Please. Stop referring to me by my first name, Midoriya. We're just classmates from now on. Not lovers. Therefore, think about it. He fell to his knees. She looks down at him with a tilt of her head. Oh, and your hero name, Deku, rather silly to keep calling yourself useless. Her classmates and those from Class B were using the classroom for a Christmas party, so Ochako turned around and began to leave, his cries piercing her heart, but she remained calm and composed as she put more distance between herself and the eccentric boy. Izuku, on the other hand, eventually got up and fled, running all the way back to the dorms. He didn't want to see anyone from either class because he knew that they hardly tolerated him being in the hero course, lacking a quirk, but now that he was without Ochako Uraraka in his life, without her kindness and brightness, and without the horrible nickname she changed, returning to meaning worthless, his world had once again turned dark. As the brunette went to get a soda cup from the serving table, Tsuyu noticed Ochako. Where is Midoriya? I dumped him, she said calmly and simply. Tsuyu gave her a look. I understand, Ribbit, it will ultimately benefit you. The frog girl remarked, perhaps you can find someone better than him. Ochako nodded before a glimpse of his red eyes and blonde hair caught her wandering gaze. Maybe, I already have. She recalled how the boy had stopped referring to her as an extra after her match with Katsuki Bakugo at the sports festival, even though he had given her the nickname Pink Cheeks. When Ochako approached Katsuki, he blinked. Huh, Deku, where are you? With a hint of hatred in his voice, he asked. I broke up with him. He has turned into a burden for me, she remarked. I understand. It's about time you noticed it, Katsuki said with a slow smile. Yeah, she was given a hand by Katsuki. Do you want to dance? The party was still going strong, and only half an hour had passed since it started. Ochako grinned broadly, and she took his hand, being careful to keep her pinky finger up. Throughout the rest of the evening, everyone saw Ochako and Katsuki growing closer, and there was no sign of Izuku. Although no one gave a damn about Izuku, they did whisper sweet things about Ochako and Katsuki. Where is Midoriya? After the party, half the day had passed. At lunchtime, everyone went back to the Class 1A Heights Alliance dorm, where Eijiro Kirishima actually called attention to his quirkless classmate. Probably in his room sulking about losing his girlfriend, Katsuki boasted. Other than curling up more against the ash blonde, Ochako remained silent. I'm only asking because Aizawa. Before it happened, Kirishima could only say that. It came suddenly, when the first sound, a tone too sharp for thunder and too brilliant to be man-made, split the sky. The day was still, even peaceful, and then the light appeared. The earth trembled beneath the impact, windows liquefied, steel twisted like clay, and stone turned to vapor as the blast devoured everything in a sun-bright storm. It wasn't lightning, it wasn't fire, it was purity itself, burning white, like the rage of a newborn star. Witnesses from miles away claimed that the sun had descended upon Japan. The skyline of Musudafu was illuminated by an unnatural day, and the locals, overcome with both terror and awe, simultaneously yelled curses and prayers. The roaring luminescence quickly engulfed the rest of Heights Alliance, including the dorms of Class 1B and then 1C. However, by some cruel cosmic precision, 1A was at the center of the destruction. Silence took back the ruins when the light eventually went out. The teachers were the first to show up. The dormitory that had once stood proud and bustling was now a husk, its frame half melted, its walls groaning under invisible pressure,
and only the back right corner clung stubbornly to existence, though even that swayed, moments away from collapsing. Among them was Aizawa, his scarf still smoldering from running through the streets littered with rubble. Present Mike and Snipe smothered the flames with Smentos and ectoplasm. Get moving. Start digging. Aizawa growled in a raspy voice. Find out how many students there are. The first person he discovered was Kirishima, half buried beneath fallen ceiling panels, his hardened skin cracked and charred. Shoji stirred feebly beside him, one of his duplicate arms charred to ash. Aizawa knelt and checked their pulses, both steady but faint. They're alive, he sighed. Medic. Here, I need a medic. Every breath burned as tiny transpo bots whirred to life, crawling over the debris to free the injured. The air was heavy with dust and the acrid odor of ozone. The dorms of Class 1B and 1C were scorched but largely intact. Their students were shaken, bruised, but breathing, and as the teachers searched the wreckage, it became evident that not a single student was dead. That in and of itself felt miraculous. Then Midnight's shaky but piercing voice broke through the mist. Where's Midoriya? Everyone was frozen in place by the question. They kept checking. Through the lists, through the survivors, through every nook and cranny of the former common room, but they couldn't find him, not even his phone, not a single item. He couldn't have been vaporized, Midnight muttered to herself. Not while Mineta is still alive. Aizawa's jaw tightened as he took out his phone and dialed. The ringtone sounded hollowly in the midst of the confusion. 1 ring, 2, 3, voicemail. His thumb lingered over the screen for a second before lowering it, saying, damn it. He always answers my calls. Izuku Midoriya lay half-conscious next to a dumpster under a bruised midnight sky far from Ua University. The alley smelled of rotten rainwater, the kind of place where the unwanted went to blend into the background of society. The world swam in a fog, real and imagined, a haze that dulled color and thought alike. His limbs trembled, but not because he was weak. His body felt perfect. Paradoxically, warm, strong, and healthy, but his mind was splintered and his soul hurt. Only pieces drifted in his skull. Laughter, a slammed door, a name whispered in regret, and then the light, that blinding, divine light that wiped everything out. He had no memory of falling here, of walking. There was silence now, and suffering. This was not the kind of pain that came from wounds or heartbreak, even though he had experienced both. It was deeper, primal, and it redefined what pain was meant to be. It twisted through his veins like molten glass, burning with the memory of betrayal so vast that it went beyond human pettiness. Rage coiled beneath it, patient but alive, the kind of rage that didn't roar but whispered and promised. It was accompanied by hatred, thick as venom and black and sickly, but somehow it wasn't directed at his teachers, classmates, or the girl who left him for someone louder. Rather, it was ancient and alien, directed at something much older than human cruelty. He only knew that it deserved him, but he had no idea who or what it was intended for. He sat up, his muscles screaming but fully responsive, the soreness fading as soon as he realized it, and slowly he climbed to his feet. Minutes or hours passed. Time had no structure here. Eventually, his thoughts started to clear, the fog receding like smoke. He detested being close to trash, and the irony was not lost on him. Those he had once loved had compared him to that at least once. However, as he stood next to rusted metal and the smell of decay, he came to the realization that he didn't belong here, not among the trash, not among anything human. He was unique. No one knew the boy who walked among them. His green eyes dulled to the color of wet glass, but the city was alive with noise when he finally ventured out into the neon-lit streets of downtown Musudafu, where cars honked, ads flickered, and people laughed carelessly. He started the long walk back toward Ua, each step feeling robotic and detached, until he heard a shout. Hi, you. A soda bottle flew toward the back of Izuku's head as the voice sliced through the crowd like a blade. Without thinking, Izuku's hand shot up and caught it in midair, causing the bottle to crumple in his grasp. A man, perhaps in his 20s, and an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, came toward him, their faces contorted with a mixture of vindication and disgust. Izuku Midoriya, is you? It was a charge rather than a question when the man barked. With a flat, almost bored tone, Izuku said, who wants to know? Why did my younger brother not enroll in the hero course while you, a quirkless freak, did? With a slow blink, he said, I don't know, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Maybe because I rock. The man's face flushed. You were unfaithful. That speaks more about UA's ineptitude than it does about me, Izuku said, tilting his head. Perhaps your brother was not destined for greatness.
That was the match. The crowd paused to watch, with no one intervening, as the man's quirk, telekinesis, lashed out, throwing Izuku backward and hitting the pavement with force, air rushing from his lungs. Look, the man yelled, you're not a hero. You're weak. You're replacing someone who has the potential to truly save lives. You are a disgrace, the elderly woman yelled, pointing at him with a shaky cane. Izuku let out a sigh that was more weary than angry. Look, he said as he brushed the dust off his sleeves, I've had a busy week. I'm ready to put this behind me. Simply leave. Until you give up, or better yet, just die. She hissed. We don't need worthless quirkless garbage posing as heroes. Once, those words would have broken him. Once they would have made him cry. Once they would have caused him to recklessly destroy himself. However, this Izuku was no longer depressed. The echo of humanity had vanished, to be replaced by something vast, icy, and boundless. He stood up slowly and calmly, staring at the man who was puffed up with misplaced confidence. Izuku then held up his hand. He then snapped his fingers. It was a tiny sound. The outcome was catastrophic. A cloud of blood and bone dust sprayed across the pavement as the man imploded in a heartbeat, his skin rippling and folding inward as if his body rejected itself, the air cracking from the sudden vacuum. However, Izuku was unaffected by any of it. The blood turned away from him, repulsed as if the cosmos itself refused to discolor him. Screams built in throats but would not come out as the crowd froze. The old woman's cane fell, and her knees shook when she realized what she had just seen, a gesture that obliterated her grandson. Izuku gave her a blank look as he looked down. He whispered, "Don't be sad, much worse is on the horizon for you." Dawn was creeping across the sky by the time the 1A students were taken to the enlarged infirmary. No one had yet ventured to speak out loud what they all feared, that something strange had happened here, while Recovery Girl and her assistants worked in silence, tending to burns, stabilizing vitals, and changing IV bags as quickly as possible, while the teachers took turns watching over the unconscious survivors. 3 hours later, the silence was broken by a low moan. Ochako Uraraka woke up, her eyes fluttering open. Her arms were covered in thick bandages, and her skin was hurting underneath. Midnight hurried to her side, relief flooding her face. "Can you hear me, Ochako?" Although speaking felt like dragging glass from her throat, the girl gave a faint nod. "Why yeah, I think so." "Don't move too much," Midnight said, forcing a smile. "You're secure now." Midnight asked, "Do you remember what happened before the light hit?" It took several minutes for Ochako's breathing to stabilize. The question caused Ochako's eyes to narrow in perplexity before slowly opening up in fear. "Everyone was in the living room," Ochako said. Her voice grew softer. "We were just hanging out, celebrating our licenses." Kirishima inquired about Midoriya's whereabouts. Something about Aizawa-sensei's desire to see him. With a furrowed brow, Midnight said, "You haven't seen him since." Ochako paused, embarrassed rather than uncertain. "No, since I dumped him and chose to be with Katsuki," she said, her eyes dropping. "I haven't seen him since yesterday." Like ash, the words hung in the air. For a brief moment, Midnight's expression changed, but it was clear that her concern had given way to something colder and more difficult to describe, like disappointment or disgust. She then composed herself and put a gentle hand on Ochako's forehead. "Rest," she whispered. "We'll locate him. We'll investigate whatever occurred tonight." Ochako opened her mouth to ask a question, but she was too tired to do so. Momentarily, Midnight thought she saw something behind her, a shadow darker than the others, standing just beyond the light, watching, as her reflection caught in the infirmary glass as she turned away. And it was gone when she blinked. Though she had too much on her mind to become jittery, a part of her wanted to interpret it as a bad omen. She had no idea that she ought to have paid attention to her mounting fear of what lay ahead. Within the main faculty chamber of UA University, the television screens flickered in a chaotic rhythm, broadcasting horror upon horror, with headlines screaming across every channel, including the downtown massacre, an unspeakable tragedy that was taking place an hour after Heights Alliance was consumed by the mysterious light. What? All Might, who was no longer the imposing symbol of peace but rather a man trembling in the face of the world's deterioration, was the source of the cry. Toshinori Yagi's voice broke as the images replayed in front of him, showing bodies twisted and torn apart, dangling in midair like puppets without strings. The footage was raw, leaked from the phones of terrified citizens before being scrubbed from every corner of the internet. Too late, of course, the damage was done, the world had seen it. The victims floated, suspended, while invisible forces unmade them like fragile clay. The screams filled every speaker in the room, haunting echoes of agony that no mute button could silence. 23 dead, none at peace, their limbs torn apart in motions too precise for claws, too clean for blades. It had all been filmed by the villain. With his arms folded and his jaw clenched, Shota Aizawa appeared to be torn between anger and hopelessness. There were no witnesses, he said angrily. No one saw the assailant. Everyone in the vicinity claims they were unaware of the bodies until it was over, despite the fact that they were left in an open street during the day. That's not possible, All Might said, his hands shaking. Something, anything, must have been seen by someone. We live in a time when even food stalls have surveillance drones, how can no one have footage? He said, leaning forward, dumbfounded by the ridiculousness of it. His tone carried a quiet gravity, a scholar's curiosity tinged with fear. His paw clicked the remote, pausing on a single still frame, one of the victims midair, skin stretched by unseen forces, eyes frozen in silent terror. Because whoever did this didn't want witnesses. Nezu interrupted softly, and whoever didn't see it, was made not to. This was deliberate, surgical. Present Mike leaned forward, his demeanor unusually solemn. You believe it's related, this freak show downtown and the light that struck Heights Alliance? Possibly, Nezu answered, but conjecture without evidence only causes fear. He turned to face Toshinori and said, All Might, I'll need you to contact Detective Tsukauchi. Until we have evidence, we operate with caution. His quirk and credibility will be crucial in distinguishing between madness and truth. Toshinori gave a slight nod. He's still working with Gran Torino on the hunt for the League of Villains, but, I'll reach out. Only when one of Ectoplasm's clones phased through the door did the strained silence in the room break. Dean Nezu stated, Izuku Midoriya has returned to campus. Immediately, the air changed. What is he? Aizawa insisted. He was discovered entering via the main gate. He was picked up 10 minutes ago by security drones. There are no obvious wounds. As we speak, he is being escorted here. Izuku Midoriya was there when the door opened a few moments later. His appearance was flawless, which was wrong in and of itself. His uniform was spotless, his hair was disheveled, but it didn't appear to have been affected by soot or debris. However, his expression, which was flat, unreadable, and nearly hollow, unnerved every teacher in the room. His eyes, which had once been bright and inquisitive, now had the dull glow of someone who had seen too much. Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said first. To see you unharmed is a relief. After the incident at your dorm, we were afraid of the worst. So that's what that was, Izuku said, glancing briefly in his direction but not staying. The dorms are gone, according to Ectoplasm. Yes, Nezu said, his ears perking up a little. Class 1A suffered serious injuries but no casualties. You were not found. Could you please tell me where you were? Midoriya, Aizawa said in a sharp but kind voice before Izuku could reply. You weren't on campus. How? Didn't you hear the good news? Uraraka finally came to her senses and dumped the quirkless freak, and Izuku laughed softly and without humor. She is currently with Bakugo. I suppose she understood what everyone else already knew. His venomous tone and his casual mockery caused the room to fall silent. The teachers looked at each other uneasily. The breakup was confirmed by Midnight's earlier report, but they weren't prepared for the weight of hearing the boy say it out loud. After scowling, Aizawa said, that doesn't explain how you got past security. Before UA, I used to play around with computers, Izuku shrugged. An old habit. The security grid was compromised by me. You what? Half shouting, half incredulous, Present Mike stammered. That's a felony, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said with a quiet sigh, but his piercing gaze remained fixed. After the current crisis has been resolved, you will be subject to disciplinary action. Izuku just stared out the window, as if the conversation were happening far away, without responding, without apologizing, without explaining. Until we can rebuild Heights Alliance, you'll be moved to one of Class 1B's dorm rooms, Nezu said, finally dismissing him. That's the safest course of action given your situation. Ectoplasm will take care of that. The young man nodded slightly, turned, and walked away without saying anything more. There was a heavy silence as the door closed behind him. With a sigh, Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, there's a problem. He was unshaken. He was nothing at all. Nezu's gaze sparkled. Yes, and I suspect that, whatever struck our campus and slaughtered downtown Musudafu, it left more than rubble in its wake. The sky over Musudafu darkened early, with heavy clouds sweeping across the city like bruises on the sky. Days went by, and the damage done to Ua University started to heal, but nothing really did. Heights Alliance's wreckage had been removed, and the campus was once again in its peaceful, orderly rhythm, but there was an unspoken tension in every hallway. Class 1A students were still confined to Recovery Girls' expanded infirmary, their bodies healing but their spirits shattered. Every discussion revolved around the same unresolved question: who attacked them, and why? They were angry that they were grounded during the upcoming hero work studies, that no culprit had been found, and that they had been made victims in what was supposed to be the safest academy in Japan. Despite attending foundational heroic studies as a honorary member of Class 1B, Izuku was not allowed to participate in any work-study placements, and his previous contact, the Shield Hero Crust, had been forced to decline because of an ongoing case that required his full attention. After the sports festival, when Izuku had fought his way to the semifinals using only his own intelligence and willpower, Crust had been the only pro-hero willing to give a quirkless student a chance. Izuku found himself without direction because there was also Mirko, the rabbit hero, who had once expressed interest in the boy's perseverance but who operated independently. No agency, no sidekicks, no charity, and who would sooner die than allow sympathy to guide her decisions. But he seemed unconcerned. In combat drills, he fought with frightening efficiency, hitting harder and moving faster than anyone remembered. At first, it was subtle, a quicker step, a tighter form, but soon, even the skeptical began to whisper. He drifted through his days as if half asleep, eyes vacant, posture loose, movements oddly mechanical. When addressed, his replies came slowly, often delayed, as if he were listening to a voice from miles away. He had changed in some way. Despite not having a quirk, Izuku was a very strong man, but now he was able to withstand punches that would have previously floored him. His fists bruised more resilient students like Jirota Shishida and Togaru Kamakiri, and even Tetsu acknowledged that Izuku's blows hurt more than he had anticipated. It wasn't superhuman strength, but it was unnatural. As the rumors started to circulate, some speculated that his quirk had woken up late, while others suggested more sinister possibilities. Naturally curious, Nito Monoma chose to test the theory by tapping Izuku's arm during a sparring session one afternoon and using his copy quirk. Nothing. Monoma took a step back, uneasy, but there was no echo of power, no transferable ability. He has nothing. He doesn't have any quirk. I am unable to replicate anything. However, he said in a low voice, his eyes narrowing, something's there. I sense it. Even when he didn't say anything, people noticed that Izuku's footsteps never made a sound, his breathing was too steady, and when he looked at you, it felt more like observation than eye contact. That was enough to make the rest of Class 1B keep their distance. They tolerated Izuku's presence. Unlike Class 1A, they didn't openly despise him, but a quiet uneasiness followed him like a shadow. Bakugo, meanwhile, raged. The pride had long since rotted away, replaced by the dull ache of his own burns, the humiliation of helplessness, and the victory of taking Ochako from Bakugo, which had once given him a twisted sense of satisfaction, now tasted bitter. He had heard the rumors that Deku was stronger now, faster, calmer, and harder to break. Along with Todoroki, Iida, Sato, and Shoji, Bakugo was among the first members of Class 1A to recover enough to walk, while the others continued to suffer or sleep through treatments. The doctors claimed that they were recovering quickly, unusually quickly, but nobody really questioned it because, well, who wanted to acknowledge that whatever had struck them might still be inside of them? Then the realization struck, and the ward fell silent. The invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, had vanished from view. Even Bakugo, hardened as he was, had to acknowledge the truth. She was too beautiful, almost unnaturally so, as if perfection itself had been sculpted into human form. Her body shimmered faintly as she regained consciousness, and then she appeared. Her skin, hair, and eyes all took shape in a single radiant instant, as if light itself had decided to remember her existence. However, there is always a price for miracles. Fumikage Tokiyami's condition was much worse. His quirk, Dark Shadow, was gone, silent for days, unresponsive to any stimuli. Recovery Girl confirmed that his quirk factor was intact, but Dark Shadow's sentience had disappeared. It seemed as if that radiant blast had erased a piece of Tokiyami's soul. Not everyone had been equally spared by the light. Dark Shadow has always been sensitive to illumination, but this was something beyond light, Recovery Girl said solemnly. The light overpowered him. It pierced his very being. The students were devastated because Dark Shadow was more than just a quirk, he was a friend and a partner, and losing him meant losing half of Tokiyami. And through it all, Izuku Midoriya stayed the same. Pain and injury did not alter him. Bakugo yelled it in anger, while the others whispered it in terror. Why was he the only one left unharmed? A violent certainty twisted in Bakugo's chest. He didn't know what had happened at Heights Alliance, but he would find out, and if that quirkless bastard was involved in any way, he would make sure Izuku Midoriya wished he had burned with the rest of them. With the exception of the faint hiss of oil and the rhythmic scrape of metal against metal as Izuku stirred the pan, the kitchen of 1B dormitory was silent that evening. The fluorescent light above flickered once, briefly washing the room in ghostly pulses of white before steadying again, but Izuku didn't react. He never did. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost mechanical, every movement calibrated to conserve effort. He could hear them, though, the voices from the common room drifting through the open doorway. His classmates in Class 1B were never especially cruel to him, but they weren't kind either. They talked about him frequently, in low tones, assuming he couldn't hear. Izuku always did, but he no longer gave a damn. But tonight, Kosei Saburaba was talking animatedly, his words tinged with a nervous laugh, and something in their conversation drew him in. I swear, man, it was weird. These suited individuals are distributing books like candies. Claimed that it was an autobiography titled, Meta Liberation War, or something similar. Informed me that it was free. A pause was followed by the scraping of a chair in the tense, uncertain voice of Narengeki Shota. Wait, you actually took one of those. Are you crazy, Saburaba? What? It's merely a book. No, it's more than a book. That's Destro's manifesto, Shota said in a tremulous, half-panicked tone. 100 years ago, he was the leader of the Meta Liberation Army. Remember when quirks were known as meta abilities? He said that metahumans were being oppressed by society. He advocated for freedom, but in reality, he was just another villain who was unable to deal with the law that restricted his authority. The room fell silent, and even Izuku stopped cooking, his spoon hovering over the pan. He killed himself in prison after writing that book, Shota said, his voice becoming almost whispery. It is prohibited. All copies were meant to have been destroyed. You will face severe consequences if the faculty discovers that you have one. Simply throw it out. If at all possible, burn it. Yeah, Saburaba said as he picked up the old paperback and threw it in the kitchen trash can next to Izuku's feet. No one protested. No issue. I didn't intend to read it anyhow. Conversation shifted to lighter subjects, dismissing the issue, but Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the trash can, where the book's ripped spine showed through crumpled napkins and discarded wrappers, a forbidden relic that hummed faintly with a history of blood and madness. Silently, he finished his meal, washed his dishes, and waited. Izuku went back to the trash after the lights had gone down and the dorm had fallen asleep peacefully. His fingers brushed the spine of the cover, which was covered in sauce and grease, but he could still make out the title in faded ink. The Meta Liberation War. He carried it to his chamber. Hours went by. The pages of the book were fragile, their edges peeling like withered leaves, but the words blazed in his brain like new ink, and he read every word, every sermon, every defense, every cry of a man who felt the world had betrayed him. It was the rants of a zealot, a villain who believed himself divine, and Destro wrote of oppression, of liberation, of a world where morality was determined by power. What troubled Izuku, however, was not the fanaticism, but rather the familiarity of the tone. Izuku laughed as the final page turned. His reflection in the windowpane seemed to laugh with him, its eyes slightly too dark, but it began as a small, sincere chuckle that quickly turned into something harsher, mocking, venomous, almost hysterical. The porky guy was right, he muttered in between giggles. This Destro loser is truly pitiful. A human-shaped tantrum. All that talk of freedom because his mother was hanged for being a whore before she could provide him with enough breast milk. His hollow, mirthless laughter reverberated throughout the tiny space. Then suddenly, flame erupted from his hand. Izuku should have been burned by the heat, but instead he merely watched as the words of a dead madman turned to black smoke and disappeared. The book ignited instantly, but instead of spreading, the fire coiled inward, feeding hungrily upon the pages. Izuku's cool, collected smirk reappeared as the final ember died. So, the Meta Liberation Army lives on, he said. Or at least its decaying corpse does. That man-child must be attempting to complete the task that the Hearts and Minds Party began. A war, then, he said, getting up from his chair with half-lidded, amused eyes. Maybe I'll stop by and see what they're planning. he said with a slight tilt of his head. A true war for a quirk-obsessed world that traded virtue for vanity. Perhaps I'll destroy it all. Something behind his eyes glowed faintly red, like the dying coal of a forge that never cooled, and he walked to the mirror and stared at himself. His reflection stared back, but the face in the glass seemed older, harder. Well, he said quietly, almost to himself, I did mention that I wanted to cut loose on more people. Maybe this Koku Hanabata guy will have something interesting to say before I rip his head off, he said, his smile widening and his lips quivering with delight. That fun little bloodbath downtown just wasn't enough to cheer me up. Izuku left the dorm at dawn, packing sparingly because there would be no classes over the weekend and no one would notice him for hours. He slipped through the dorm without anyone noticing and started his silent journey toward Musudafu. But a voice called out as he passed the courtyard. Hey, Midoriya, he turned, and his face immediately became sour. 5 familiar faces stood behind him. Asui, Kaminari, Shiro, Ashido, and Mineta. Based on appearances, Mineta had called his name first, with the others following more out of duty than curiosity. Izuku remained silent for a moment before his lips twitched slightly upward. Maybe I can have some sweets before dinner, he muttered to himself in a voice so low that only the wind could hear. Everyone at Ua University knew that Bakugo detested Midoriya with all of his heart, but if anyone could contend for second place in that unspoken competition of hatred, it was Minoru Mineta, whose resentment was not based on rivalry or moral contempt, but rather on something pettier and more repulsive. He could still clearly recall the weeks following the USJ incident, when rumors circulated that Uraraka had begun dating Midoriya. The idea that Deku, that shaky green nobody, had somehow gotten close to a girl as radiant as her made Mineta's stomach turn with jealousy. The relationship had ended, and Uraraka had dumped him shortly after, but the thought that he had ever been picked over everyone else still burned in Mineta's mind like acid. All of those old feelings returned to Mineta when she saw Midoriya outside the 1B dorms. He wanted to remind everyone that Izuku Midoriya was still the same pitiful loser he had always been, to gloat, to make fun of him. However, Mineta's words were cut off before they could form when Midoriya turned to face them. He had changed in some way. His eyes, which had once been bright and nervous, were now dull green glass, and beneath that dead calm was something that made the skin crawl, malice. There was no tension in his body, no awkwardness in his posture, just stillness, as if every muscle had given way to a single, unified calm. It was in the air itself, thick and oppressive, like it is before lightning splits the sky, rather than in his tone or expression. Even Ashido's warmth waned, her pink skin paler as if color itself were being drained from her, and Asui's hand twitched toward her hip, instinctively reaching for a defensive stance she didn't realize she'd taken. Shiro's usual grin faltered. Kaminari was the only one who missed it. Hey, Midoriya, I didn't think I'd see you out here, he said, approaching with the same foolish assurance that always got him into trouble. You would be in Recovery Girl's office for, what, the second time this semester if you hadn't been present when that light went off earlier. Unaware that no one else shared his laughter, he laughed at his own joke. Dude, Recovery Girl is the only woman who is interested in you these days, huh? Your dad and mom are currently in America, correct? And, Uraraka's. Mineta concluded with a sarcastic chuckle, better off with Bakugo. I guess everyone moves up eventually. This is getting boring, Asui said with a wince. Yes, Ashido said, silently shaking her head. Right now, let's not. Now, however, Izuku was grinning, a tiny, sardonic grin that stopped short of his eyes. You make this too easy for me. Kaminari blinked, half laughing, half confused, ready to ask what he meant, but the moment passed like the air before a lightning strike, charged and deadly, and everyone watching knew deep down that something terrible was about to happen. The words were simple, but the tone behind them was wrong, empty of all emotion, yet brimming with something that wasn't human. The other students were taken aback when Midoriya suddenly sucker-punched Kaminari so hard that he fell to the ground. Midoriya had never been the type to strike back, no matter how many times he was humiliated and insulted, he handled everything like a pro. But not anymore. Denki was not only punched, but his jaw was so severely broken that it was brutally torn from his face and left on the grass. This was just the tip of the dark iceberg. The UA students had never witnessed such violence, not even from the League of Villains, and they were now paralyzed by fear unlike anything they had ever experienced. How on earth could Midoriya have done that? Izuku didn't stop there. Before Kaminari's body and mind could comprehend what had been lost, Izuku proceeded with the violence by stepping on his right arm so violently that it was also savagely torn from his body. The true pain started there. When Shiro and Asui viciously attacked Midoriya, Shiro using both arms of his tape and Asui using her tongue, the others were startled out of their reverie. Izuku skillfully deflected both blows with his hands, but what shocked them even more was what transpired next. Two things happened, as if Shoto had really attacked them. 1. Honta was burned alive in a matter of seconds after Shiro's tapes caught fire and quickly spread. 2. The frog girl was now in a vulnerable position as a mass of ice held her tongue on the ground after Izuku slammed the tip of Tsuyu's long tongue into the ground and froze it. Midoriya would thwart this in yet another brutal manner when he used telekinesis to drag Mineta in front of him. Mina was the next to attack, more out of fear than anger, launching a full stream of corrosive acid at Izuku. The only thing that could be identified about Minoru was his screams as the full front of the acid melted his skin. Terrified by what she had done to her classmate, Mina fell to the ground. Izuku wasn't finished. He went over to Asui and took her by the neck. As he began pulling her a few feet, the frog girl's heart began to swell with despair, and they continued walking until her long tongue, still embedded in the ice, could go no farther than 20 meters, any farther, and Izuku would pull it off, further adding to Asui's fear. Tell me, did you both notice? We're not in the UA campus anymore, Izuku asked the terrified girls who were still standing. Mina is unable to respond, but Tsuyu can when she realizes that he is correct. How come they are in a swamp far from Musudafu and not in Ua anymore, not even in the wooded area? Izuku said, glaring viciously at the girl he was defending, you still thought I was nothing after I rescued you from the villain who attempted to rape you in the USJ's conflagration zone. Do you still think I'm worthless? Izu, please. Tsuyu sobbed as she pleaded for forgiveness and mercy. This was not taking place. She never intended to provoke him in this way. You said you wanted to be a he. He hushed her with his words, too late for validations, little froggy, you think that one's power is a measure of their individuality. Since your power literally changed your repulsive existence, I never held it against you. In any case, I will no longer put up with you. It was pointless for Tsuyu and Mina to scream because no one would listen to them or come to their aid. By morning, UA was in a panic. Asui, Ashido, Shiro, Kaminari, and Mineta were 5 students from Class 1A who had not been seen since the night before. At first, their absence at breakfast went unnoticed, but by the second hour of roll call, anxiety had grown, and by noon, anxiety had turned into hysteria. Search teams were stationed throughout the campus, searching every dorm, training field, and hallway on UA's expansive grounds. Dean Nezu himself gave the go-ahead for expanded searches into the nearby forests, cautioning them to proceed with caution. He said grimly, fall back and alert the pro-heroes if the trail leads outside of campus. Kanoko Komori joined him, her mushroom spreading through the undergrowth, tracing paths only she could follow. Jirota Shishida volunteered right away. His sense of smell was unparalleled among students, and if there were clues to be found, he would find them. There was nothing for hours, and then Shishida froze, his nose twitching. He said, I smell something, but his face was hazy with confusion. It's faint, but wrong. As if it's simultaneously present and absent. Scowling, Kanoko said, what do you mean? He whispered, it's like the scent itself is hiding, concealing something. However, I am still able to follow it. They did. Jirota stopped breathing for a few seconds as the trail came to an end in a clearing after passing through a ring of twisted roots and dense woods. When Kanoko saw what he saw, he let out a scream. Before she could look again, Shishida grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her away, but it was too late. Her cry broke the silence, raw and sharp, the sound of innocence dying, and she fell backward, stumbling on her hands and knees and sobbing hysterically. They already had the pictures etched in their brains. He remained motionless as the pro-heroes pushed him away and sealed off the perimeter, but Jirota could still smell the blood, heavy, metallic, soaked deep into the dirt, the smell of death clinging to the trees like a second bark. When they questioned him later, he would only describe fragments of what he saw, 5 bodies arranged in a purposeful, almost artistic manner, with faces that were unrecognizable and limbs arranged in strange symmetry, as though someone had studied anatomy for the purpose of desecrating it. Even though there were no footprints leading away or indications of a struggle, each corpse had subtle traces of something inhuman, including burn marks that resembled fingerprints, some cuts that were too clean to have been caused by metal, and a slight odor of ash,
static, and ozone. The faculty made an effort to calm the panic, but rumors quickly spread that the downtown massacre had reappeared and that the murderer who had disappeared weeks earlier had returned, this time attacking Ua. 5 ghosts were buried under a gray sky. Cameras hovered beyond the hedges, and the world watched as Ua University attempted and failed to swallow its shame whole. The chapel was too small for the crowd, but it was packed nonetheless, with faces crammed together like a town trying to keep heat in the cold and mourners pressing tissues into raw cheeks. All Might's voice broke on the third sentence, and no one pretended that a symbol's frailty could heal the wound. Teachers meant well, and their words floated between the pews like appeals for reason. Every sob, every tremor of grief, played across newscasts and social media feeds as if sorrow itself needed amplification. Parents sobbed so loudly they could not hear Dean Nezu's steady, peculiar cadence. With headlines like, 5 slain on campus, and, Hero Academia under siege, the Hero Public Safety Commission clenched its teeth, lawyers inked letters with icy fingers, and the university that had once been a promise and an ideal now smelled of ash and lawsuits. Protests started at the gates, with voices calling for accountability, parents removing their children, and foundations rethinking their donations. The cultural festival was cancelled, the gates were locked, the remaining students were placed on indefinite lockdown, and counselors were dispatched to the dorm rooms like people patching a levee against floodwater that had already passed. While Mirio Tagada's victory over the Shi Hasaikai was broadcast in the background of the funeral, his flawless heroics were unable to push the headlines into a gentler corner. The campus appeared smaller now, and the banners appeared flayed. Chairmen whispered about an investigation that could bring the university to its knees, families pulled their children out, some withdrew scholarship offers, and fear and rumors fueled one another until the administration felt as though it was operating on borrowed confidence. People called it maturity, his presence a sign that he understood what loss demanded of a hero and the importance of supporting his best friend and now girlfriend. Katsuki Bakugo sat in the front row between Ochako and Eijiro, and he did not throw himself against the casket or cry theatrically. His face was a hard mask, and his fists were clenched into broken nails. Since Ochako and Eijiro were the closest to Tsuyu and Mina, respectively, they were just as broken as their families and needed all the support. The truth was disappointing. Katsuki never liked the 5 who died. They were unimpressive and annoying, and they were only useful to rally against Deku, like any other lackey he's ever met. Some thought that Bakugo was finally growing into a true hero because he had not publicly wept, hiding his own sorrow and remaining strong for his 2 loved ones. An absence created its own noise in a world full of spectacle. Midoriya Izuku was not present. Only after they had lowered the final soil did the fact hit with the weight of a rock thrown through stained glass. At first, no one noticed he was missing. It was easier to pretend he might be lost in grief somewhere else. The shocking realization came later. Accustomed to pretending he didn't exist, they had expected him to disappear, but when the one appearance they'd wanted him to make was not made, the omission screamed in the quiet moments between prayers. Like everything else, that omission had repercussions. The CEO of Detonate, Rikiya Yatsubashi, listened to his secretary with one neat, controlled breath in a glass tower that reflected the funeral in broken, dying shards far from the orderly chaos of UA's campus. The office smelled of polished wood, expensive coffee, and the iron tang of someone very practiced at not being surprised. The Detonate brand was 1,000 smiles on billboards. Beneath the smiles, fewer people knew the one name they whispered in secret: Redestro. The leader of the Hearts and Mind Party, Koku Hanabata, one of his closest confidants, vanished the day before the funeral of the 5 UA students, and the secret leader of the contemporary Meta Liberation Army does not believe in coincidences, so he was now dealing with his own issues. When he crossed the threshold today, his meta ability, a thing of business charts and measured terror, transformed stress into raw energy, sculpted his anger into a living, rippled power that changed his physiology. Yatsubashi did not inquire as to who had found it. Instead, he simply signed for it with a tight hand, his eyes never leaving the courier's face, while an assistant with pale, red-rimmed eyes arrived with a small, sealed package and an envelope stamped with the kind of handwriting that knew how to make an important argument, sharp and indifferent. He set the package down like a bomb. He used a blade of practiced calm to cut the flap of the letter, which was addressed to him, and read it. Redestro, I'm coming for you. Your little trumpet told me everything about you in Deka City. We'll talk in person when I get there. I agree that this disgusting society needs to be torn apart and rebuilt from the ashes, but I do not support a new world order headed by the heir to a swine like Oedipus Jr. The office cooled. Words on paper were things people used to claim virtue.
In this case, the paper was a rope around his throat, and for a split second, a private panic fluttered through him like a small animal trying to flee. The assistant then clumsily wheeled the package in his direction, as though the greater distance would absolve the person who carried it. He opened the package. There was a head inside, wrapped in stained tissue. Hanabata's head. The tidy smile beneath which subterranean things had silently grown, eyes glassy and blind, hair matted, mouth half open as if in the middle of a dispute, floral arrangements suddenly meaningless. Rikia let out a sound akin to a wire breaking. His meta-ability erupted. The assistant screamed, half in horror, half in reflex, because a man was changing into something made to be angry. His body had learned the old trick. Turn stress into muscle, into armor, into monstrous adaptation. Tendons swelled to rope, veins darkened like bruises, and his skin uncoiled into geometric plates and hardened like someone had poured concrete under his skin. Rikia simply closed the letter and held the head as though someone had handed him a chess piece with a thread attached, but he did not scream or cry. He looked very small inside a very large body, and somewhere in his chest his stress meter ticked higher and higher until it hit 100%, and the air tasted metallic. Though he had prepared for civil unrest and built businesses on contingency, he had not prepared for a letter that smelled of someone else's teeth. He thought of the funeral, the leaks, the headlines, the students, the buildings, and the collapsing cameras. As the world grew colder and the city lights turned the glass into 1,000 broken eyes, the head in the box inside made a new kind of promise. The judges were being judged by their own hands, not just by the decay. The Class 1A dormitory stood rebuilt, gleaming and polished as if tragedy could be erased with a coat of paint. The blood that had once stained the carpet, the burned halls, and the broken walls were all gone, but no amount of polish could bring back the spirit of what had been lost. There were only 12 students left, and the silence in the dorm was louder than any scream. Tokiyami, still without dark shadow, was moved to the general course, stripped of his heroics, mocked by the same students who once resented 1A's fame. The cruel irony was not lost on anyone. The boy without his quirk had become the scapegoat, while the actually quirkless student, the one they used to sneer at, remained standing. Hagakure and Kota had been the first to leave, dragged away by parents who had had enough of the corpses of heroism. Many students objected, claiming that whoever is in charge is clearly targeting the current 1A and won't train to become heroes until the crisis has passed. The teachers wanted to move swiftly to fill the 8 available seats with new members from the general course. Sadly, the faculty cannot be angry with the general students because, while their suspicions may be justified this time, they have no clues as to who the murderer is. At best, 1A will remain at 12 students for their second year. At worst, they will all perish. Izuku walked into the new dorm like a ghost walking through his own grave, and he didn't expect anyone to greet him or even look in his direction. The others, who were no longer students but survivors clinging to a sinking ship and hoping for an unattainable rescue, sat dispersed throughout the common area, pretending to study and converse. The air became heavy when Izuku came down the stairs and poured himself a glass of water. His silence was eerie. It wasn't grief, it was indifference. He didn't cry with them, didn't partake in their collective guilt or grief. He just existed, as if cut off from the world that had so eagerly rejected him. Finally breaking the silence was Tenya Iida, who always tries to be the moral compass of the class. He spoke softly, as if he were speaking to a savage animal. "Midoriya, we didn't see you at the funeral." After taking a sip, Izuku said in a flat tone, "That's because I didn't go." Iida blinked. "You never went. Why would you? Why would you treat them with such disrespect?" Izuku put down his cup and remarked, "Funerals are for saying your final goodbye to those you had either empathy for, or held close to your heart. Those 5 never had any empathy or love for me, so why should I act like I'm sad for them?" They all understood why Izuku felt that way, but hearing it out loud and hearing the disdain in his voice caused something primal to stir in the room. It wasn't just bitterness anymore, it was something colder, something hollow. Bakugo even froze, caught between confusion and rage. Todoroki's hand tensed slightly, as if unsure whether to intervene or watch. Ochako lost his composure. "That doesn't give you permission to behave in this manner. No matter how much you despise me now, you can't just spit on Suyu and the others' memories like this," she exclaimed, moving forward with a trembling voice. "Deku, you've always shown your affection for others." He stopped in the middle of his turn at the name, that name, and turned back to her with a look that was not one of anger but one of cold, unyielding disbelief, the kind of look that only hypocrites and ghosts can have. 15,000 or 7,000. Calmly, He inquired. What? She blinked. I remember your reasoning. That it could mean someone who can do anything, he said in a low but sharp voice. You told me I should stop using Deku as my hero name, yet here you are calling me that again, he added. However, you only mentioned things that enhanced your appearance. Sentimentality wrapped around greed. I also remember your true motivation, avarice disguised as family duty, he said, his lips curling into something between a sneer and a smirk. Your real calling is the currency of pro-heroic. Stain would be inspired to skin you alive by that kind of filth. What if I gave you a daily payment to stop using that name? Does 7 or 15,000 yen seem reasonable? Ochako lost the ability to breathe. She can't deny that she deserves to be insulted in this way after what she did to him, leaving him because of other people's negative opinions and settling with the man who has been torturing him since he was a child. In the end, she chose self-preservation despite their months-long genuine love. Instead, she should have been ready to face his contempt. Instead, she feels like a helpless little girl trapped in a forest fire with no way out and at the mercy of a monster she created by herself. She opened her mouth to reply, but there was only the damp shimmer of tears. Bakugo's eyes were burning and his teeth were clenched. He had heard enough. You don't get to talk to her like that. He sprang forward, his fists blazing. You piece of... Without even flinching, Izuku merely tipped his water bottle, causing its contents to spill onto the floor. The liquid rippled strangely, almost unnaturally, as Bakugo's foot touched the floor. His balance disappeared, the ground itself appeared to change, and he threw forward, his mouth hitting a table's sharp edge. The sound of breaking teeth reverberated throughout the dorm, followed by Bakugo's agonized grunt. Kirishima leapt to assist his friend as the class erupted in shock and chaos, but he froze when Izuku's icy voice interrupted the chaos. He said, before you do anything stupid, remember Dean Nezu installed more cameras, as he passed them. So no matter how you spin it, he glanced at Bakugo's bloodied face and said, I'm the victim. No one dared to stop him, so he left without saying anything more. His footsteps were deliberate but soft, fading up the stairs as the others attended to the fallen. Fear, not grief, was the reason for the silence in the dorm. And don't return. As she waved Bakugo and Kirishima out of the infirmary, Recovery Girl's high-pitched voice pierced the sterile air, conveying the weariness of someone who had long since lost patience with youth. I swear, this generation is going to drive me into my grave. The door slammed behind them, and the youthful heroine sighed and rubbed her temples. Healing the same careless students repeatedly felt more like punishment than medical care, and each time she saw one of Aizawa's children stumble in, broken or bloody, she questioned whether UA had really turned into a war zone that preyed on its own children or if it had become a hero university. As he and Kirishima trudged back toward the dorms, Bakugo spat a trace of red into a handkerchief, his gums still burning, every pulse in his mouth throbbing with humiliation, and when they finally arrived at the common area, he grunted and dropped onto the couch, covering his eyes with an arm. Ochako and Kirishima sat nearby, both hesitant, their presence dripping with misplaced sympathy. Without even glancing at them, Katsuki muttered, I said don't treat me like I'm weak. His voice lacked the fire that usually accompanied it, but the emptiness that accompanied it was even worse. Ochako wanted to say something consoling, but the words died before they could be spoken. What could she say after everything that had happened? It was no longer just grief, but the corrosiveness of trust. Their class, once the lighthouse of potential and camaraderie, had become a cage of strangers unable to look each other in the eye, and no one dared to speak above a whisper anymore, as if they were afraid of what their words might evoke. Izuku Midoriya's quiet indifference had been the last straw. He wasn't angry, wasn't sad, he had just detached, and somehow that hurt more than hatred. They had always quarreled, always fought, but this time something poisonous had taken root, and they all felt it, even though none would acknowledge it. The boy who had once attempted to bring them together had chosen to live without them, living his life in defiance, refusing to look back. He used to fight back, not with fists or shouts, but with kindness, with that unending, infuriating hope that someday everyone could understand one another, and they mocked him for it. Now that hope was dead, and in its place was something colder. The only sound in the room was the quiet hum of the dorm heater, which was interrupted by Katsuki's voice. Deku is the killer. The others stared at him in disbelief as the words hung there, final and acidic. What just did you say? At last, with a tone that wavered between incredulity and disgust, Sato inquired. You heard me, Bakugo said, slowly sitting up, his eyes devoid of humor. It's him. Deku is the one responsible for everything. Every remaining student just stared, pale and wide-eyed, while Mina, who would have once laughed and called him paranoid, was gone. Yaoyorozu shook her head and whispered, "That's absurd. Midoriya would never. How could he possibly be quirkless?" The empty glasses rattled as Bakugo slammed his hand down on the table. "That's exactly it. Damn, Deku is no longer the same person. He stopped acting," he said, his voice breaking not out of rage but out of something deeper, fear. "Stopped giving a damn. He doesn't care about anyone, doesn't examine quirks, and doesn't discuss All Might even though he acknowledged him after saving Iida from his foolish scheme to confront Stain. He acknowledged that he was not welcome here. That's something else, not Midoriya." The room fell silent once more because no one wanted to believe him or agree with him. However, they all recalled his earlier appearance, including how vacant his eyes were, how easily he had degraded Bakugo, and how strange it was that water had moved on the floor. Then, with a trembling voice, Jiro said, "There's something else." She paused, swallowed, and said, "I forgot about this fact when everything happened, but now I remember," as everyone turned to face her. "After the party on the day of the light attack, we returned to the dorms, and I heard him sobbing in his room. He was clearly upset about his relationship with Ochako ending." Shoji sighed. "But we were told that Midoriya was not in Ua when the light appeared." "Exactly," Jiro muttered. "He claimed to be gone, but he wasn't. 23 people were discovered dead in downtown Musudafu after the attack." The weight of her words made even Bakugo's earlier accusations seem reasonable as the implications slowly seeped in, like rot seeping into wood. He didn't leave the dorm at all. So how did he end up downtown? Iida murmured, his face pale behind his spectacles. Nobody could respond. If he never left, then what exactly returned? The air grew colder, and each flickering shadow seemed to slant closer, whispering the question that none of them wanted to ask out loud. With her fingernails digging into her palms, Uraraka clenched her hands together. The whisper she made was, "It can't be him." The denial in her voice, however, crumbled under its own weight as she recalled the way he had stared at her earlier. Those dead eyes, that vicious smirk that didn't belong to the boy she had once loved. After that, nobody said anything more because the silence was sufficient. Thunder rolled across the city in the distance, seemingly mocking their realization. The person who wore Izuku Midoriya's face was no longer one of them. Something else was involved, an unholy thing. Deku was eaten by the night. From a distance, the mountain city shimmered like a fallen constellation, steel and glass catching industrial light, orderly and immaculate, a vision of progress carved into stone. It appeared serene and peaceful, a city that thought it was righteous, but that illusion was only visible from a distance. Beneath the glow was a hive of zealotry, an empire founded on conviction sharpened into dogma rather than freedom. Deka had become the sacred territory of the Meta Liberation Army. Deka was not a city, rather, it was a sermon poured into concrete, delivered day and night by 80,000 sincere believers who believed that history would remember them as liberators rather than tyrants. Every streetlight served as a sentinel, every camera as an eye, and every whisper in every alley as a confession just waiting to be heard. When Rikiya Yatsubashi received the package, that certainty vanished. It came out of nowhere and contained the severed head of Koku Hanabata, trumpet, with his eyes still wide and his mouth frozen in a look of utter terror. The illusion of secrecy broke in that moment, revealing the fortress as brittle glass. Deka entered complete lockdown. Overnight, checkpoints increased, streets were closed, and patrols filled the skies. 90% of the population, heroes in name only, soldiers of liberation in reality, were mobilized, while the remaining 10%, civilians who were considered liabilities, were discreetly removed. Faith silenced them. 80,000 were ready for battle. They assumed that if an adversary was brave enough to confront them, he would come forward. He didn't. There was only pressure, an invisible weight pressing down on the city like a god's hand. No alarm went off. No sentry cried out. No radar blipped. No camera caught a silhouette. Dogs howled. Glass vibrated in its frames, humming like tuning forks struck by an invisible mallet. The air itself felt strange, as though reality had taken a breath and forgotten how to release it. Deka then let out a scream. Instead of starting, the attack broke out. Water mains exploded, flooding districts in a matter of seconds, only for the water to boil, steam screaming upward as flesh dissolved within. Buildings burst from within as if the wind had grown claws, tearing concrete apart with surgical cruelty. Shockwaves rippled through streets, pulverizing cars and bodies alike. and flames burst from sewer grates, roaring skyward and morphing into living skyscrapers. There was no front line, no facing direction. They screamed prayers to gods they had ridiculed, pleaded for mercy from a world they sought to reshape through violence, and ran as liberation soldiers fired into empty air and shouted orders that disintegrated into panic. Ideology crumbled under instinct. Deku turned into a mass grave in less than half an hour. Those who ran away were apprehended. They were taken by pain, which was literal and physical rather than symbolic or ideological, and which filled their veins like magma, nerves igniting as bodies betrayed them in breathtaking agony. Those who attempted to fight, who clung frantically to the hope that strength could save them, were crushed by one harsh truth. No matter how far humanity has come, when confronted with real power, it remains little more than intelligent apes. Some, however, resisted. Jiden, the cold prodigy of the Liberation Army, stood among the smoldering fires and crumbling towers, his light blue parka ripped and scorched, ice forming and reforming around his shaking hands as he collected what little water was left in the ruined city, his breath coming in ragged gasps, each one crystallizing in the hellish heat. He lived here. His city, his holy ground, was being destroyed, and his comrades lay broken beneath the debris. Jiden let loose all he had with a scream torn from his soul. A gigantic dragon rose above Deku, its body winding through the skyline, its jaws wide enough to swallow skyscrapers, and the sculpture roared, a sound born not of ice but of grief. Water tore free from broken pipes and flooded streets, freezing instantly, and ice surged upward, compacting, shaping, and obeying his fury. "I'll murder you. Did you hear me?" Jiden yelled into the flaming night. "I'll murder you." The dragon sprang into action. It was never important. The ice vanished with a flick of an invisible wrist. Not broken, not cracked. Melted. Like a sunbeam on ice, a telekinetic force swept across the construct, causing the dragon to collapse in less than a heartbeat into water and steam, sending Jiden helplessly into the air with the shockwave that followed. He drifted. Below him, Deku burned, his people reduced to ash and shrieking echoes, while above him, suspended above the destroyed city, arms and legs limp, ice slipping uselessly from his grasp. There was a movement. For 2 seconds, Jiden held on to anger, his eyes burning with hatred, his teeth bared as the adversary drew closer, invisible but unavoidable, the pressure growing with each meter. Then fear prevailed. The reality etched itself into his consciousness as the distance shrank. This was not a rival, an enemy, or even a monster. The intent was extinction level. Betrayed by his body, Jiden's scream turned to sobs, his defiance crumbled and folded inward, leaving only a trembling child hanging above the corpse of his ideology. I don't want to die," he choked, his tears freezing on his cheeks before vanishing in the heat. The enemy got closer. When Jiden's body faded, so did his screams. They reverberated. As a funeral bell rang repeatedly, his dying cries echoed across Deku, through smoldering streets and collapsed tunnels, through the very heart of the city itself, and those screams signaled the end of resistance, not because everyone heard them, but because everyone understood what they meant. When the sound reached Chito's Kazuki, she was still alive. Just barely. Her camera was gone, her right arm was gone, torn clean from the shoulder, the wound cruelly cauterized by heat and pressure, and blood dripped from her sleeve in a dotted trail that marked her retreat like a child's chalk drawing, leading nowhere, and she staggered through the wreckage with a single-minded desperation, her boots slipping in blood and ash, her breath coming in short, broken gasps. There was never any pain. Her brain wouldn't let it. This isn't real. This isn't happening. This isn't. She was a journalist, a narrator, and this was something that happened to other people. The thought kept repeating itself, skipping and starting like a broken record, because reality could not break through denial quickly enough to be processed. Desperately believing that escape was still possible, she and the remaining members of her subordinates stumbled toward the northern checkpoint. No, it wasn't. He openly followed her. As though strolling through a park, the adversary walked down the ruined avenue with relaxed posture and unhurried steps. He inhaled, and as he exhaled, the air turned into ammunition, and invisible bullets screamed forward, punching through bodies, tearing limbs away, and tearing open abdomens like wet paper. The injuries were computed, not deadly. He was followed like a choir of screams. His silhouette was painted in emerald and scarlet light, a hideous parody of heroism, and Curious turned, her remaining eye widening as she saw him clearly for the first time, illuminated by the burning skyline behind him, moonlight broken by smoke and ash. He didn't sprint or exert himself. Bone cracked softly beneath his boots, which crushed skulls with the same carelessness one might give gravel. Izuku Midoriya, the UA student, was a boy who used to shake his hands and apologize excessively. He had vanished. His freckles were hidden by blood, his uniform was drenched in red and black, and darkness engulfed the whites of his eyes, his irises glowing a virulent green, too bright, too alive, as though something inside him was staring out instead of the other way around. He had a heavy object in his left hand. With every step, it swung softly. Eyes glassy and empty, hair matted, Destro's severed head dripping steadily. Izuku grinned. "Well," he said with a cheerful tone that reverberated down the broken street, "at least I can say the trip was worth it." As though thinking about it, he cocked his head slightly. "But shame. You didn't last as long as I had anticipated. Quite depressing." With a quiet laugh, he said, "Really? I haven't had this much fun since I woke up." Curious stopped. She tried to crawl backward, dragging herself with one arm, fingernails scraping against broken concrete, every movement leaving another smear of blood. Her body cried out for her to run, but her left leg was ruined, twisted and useless from the air bullets. She wheezed, "Mercy, please stop." Izuku's laugh was soft, not loud or manic, and it chilled the scorching air. With a final, wet thud, he knelt next to her and placed Destro's head between them, staring up at the sky with its mouth hanging open in perpetual astonishment. Izuku spoke in a conversational tone, "Quirks, meta-abilities, changes. Whatever you want to call them, they're fascinating," he said, tilting his head. "I never imagined that humankind would advance this far." His grin became more intense. "You are still worthless apes," he continued. He looked at her face for a moment before saying, "Especially the ones who look like apes." Leaning in, he said, "Don't be afraid." Her entire body trembled. "You wanted to write about liberation," Izuku said. "Think of this as an exclusive." She attempted to scream. The air twisted. The atmosphere itself turned into a vice, squeezing her body uniformly and relentlessly as pressure pressed in from all sides. Not a blow, not an impact, but a complete enclosure. Bones moaned, organs failed, and sound disappeared before it could exist. She was taken without ceremony by darkness. As though irritated by the mess, Izuku stood and used the back of his hand to wipe blood from his cheek. "Well," he murmured, looking up, "nice warm-up." The sky responded above him. The moon disappeared, the stars were ingested, the clouds twisted strangely, spiraling inward, folding over themselves like wounded flesh, and winds howled through the ruins, screaming with voices that did not belong to the living. The heavens were split by red lightning. The city was repeatedly struck by bolts, each impact causing fire, each fire causing ruin. The storm did not move across Deku, but instead grew, consuming everything that was in its path. The concrete grew softer and flowing, the steel screamed as it warped and collapsed, the mountains moaned, the old stone protesting the violence upon it. In the middle of everything was Izuku, not moving. An unholy figure against an apocalypse of his own making, framed by crimson lightning. Deku City had vanished by daybreak. Voices were gone, buildings were memory, and streets were ash. 80,000 lives were reduced to quiet. Izuku Midoriya grinned in the midst of that quiet, his eyes reflecting the sun's rise, the first light to reach a cemetery that would never be openly discussed again. It would be referred to as a tragedy worldwide. He would describe it as essential. The morning following Deku's destruction was surprisingly quiet. A flicker of light passed across his body. Blood, soot, and human ash dissolved into nothing, and Izuku reappeared in his dorm room at UA through a quiet distortion in the air, the last embers of Deku's destruction still burning in his eyes. The screams of the city were now only ghosts in his mind, and he found himself once more in the sterile silence of Heights Alliance, surrounded by innocent people who believed that monsters only existed outside their walls. A week had gone by since his last massacre, and he slipped away to Deku while everyone else slept, even though it was hardly necessary anymore. People had become suspicious of him, their instincts verging on reality. Evolution had given them a dim intuition, a nervous awareness that something among them was no longer human. They didn't understand it, but they felt it. A surveillance camera, discreetly placed near the ceiling, caught Izuku's attention right away. He grinned, for human paranoia always materialized through technology, and technology was his to control. A whisper of current, a pulse of thought, and the feed was fabricated. For the next few nights, the monitors would depict a boy sleeping soundly while the outside world collapsed. Even so, he was certain that they would arrive. The only question was when, not if. The dawn brought the solution. Izuku sensed more outside. Pro-heroes stationed across the dorm grounds, ready to strike if he so much as blinked wrong. The atmosphere thickened as he descended the stairs toward the kitchen, pressing against his skin like humidity before a storm, and 4 figures waited for him. Aizawa Shota, Dean Nezu, the retired All Might, and a man in a tan overcoat and matching hat, Naomasa Tsukauchi, the country's most trusted detective. Half amused, half annoyed, he pondered, they're almost as persistent as the damn hunters. I won't make the same stupid blunders with them. Nezu greeted him with false politeness. I hope you had a good night's sleep, Mr. Midoriya, and his tail twitched, revealing tension beneath the politeness. Yes, Izuku said with a slight smile. Thank you for asking. I had a nice evening. Would you like to share with the rest of us? Aizawa asked in a voice as cold as stone. Oh, how long have you been intrigued by my dreams? You've spent months tearing them apart just to make room for your pitiful apprentice, Izuku said, his tone poisonous. Toshinori started to say, young Midoriya, but Izuku quickly silenced him by raising a hand. With his tone snapping into surgical precision, he said, let's skip the melodrama. You're not here for conversation, so let's speak the truth. Calm and unfazed, he walked past them to the kitchen counter, reached into the refrigerator, and took out one of the beers that Kaminari had once smuggled into the dorms, popping it open with a hiss and taking a casual sip. Then he admitted it. First of all, he said, I'm not Izuku Midoriya. Outside, people listening through earpieces froze, and even Aizawa's normally unflappable face twitched as the words hit harder than any quirk could. 2 minds, 1 vessel. I'm just the one wearing his skin, he added in a light, conversational voice. It is an asset. That must be simple to comprehend. With a frown, Tsukauchi said, a second consciousness. You're a sentient quirk, are you? Izuku uttered a low, poisonous laugh. Not even in Izuku's most irrational dreams. I destroyed his quirk as soon as we were united. It was stronger than your species could handle. This world might have been destroyed by it. So yes, I'm the reason his life was hell, he said, taking another drink. That made it inconvenient. You're very welcome. Aizawa's scarf twitched around his shoulders, aching to strike, and All Might's hands clenched, shaking with suppressed emotion. But you didn't really come for that, did you? Izuku tilted his head. Fine, and I killed my 5 classmates. He said, his eyes glowing a faint red. I killed those 23 people downtown. Every muscle in Aizawa's body responded as the air became brittle, and his scarf lashed forward like a powerful snake. It came to a stop in midair. Tsukauchi's gun slipped from his holster, hovering weightless before falling harmlessly to the floor, and the capture weapon froze, suspended by an invisible hand. Aizawa's eyes widened as he felt pressure lock his joints, and the others were caught by the same telekinetic grip all around him. Izuku leaned closer, his tone gleefully cruel, and said, be careful, sensei, his smile growing. This little trick gives me flashbacks to Zero when I turned him into fried chicken. He even tasted like chicken. Have you ever wondered why parts of him were absent? Aizawa used his quirk on Izuku to depower him, but nothing happened. Instead, fear gathered in the room's corners like spilled ink, creating an absolute silence. Izuku mockingly said, your little trick with those eyes that release M radiation is useless against me. After all, what can a tiny mutation of mortal potential do against magic? Deku. The walls trembled with the roar. With his grenadier bracers primed and his boots leaving scorch marks on the tile, Bakugo stormed into the common area like a human explosion given shape. His fury filled the air before his presence even registered, but beneath that rage, buried deep, was horror. Horror at what he'd heard, horror that perhaps, somehow, it was all true. Hey there, Kachan, Izuku said, turning languidly toward him while still holding his beer in one hand. He held up the can in a fictitious toast, saying, I'm so happy you could come celebrate my big debut. Would you like a drink? In Dunce Face's honor. I'm going to kill you, you fucking imposter. Bakugo said, his lip curling as each word penetrated a wound he was unable to identify. Always so dedicated to making my life hell, Izuku said, tilting his head and letting out a sigh that seemed genuine. You still don't think it's enough that you took my girl and beat her up before I could? That you didn't record it and send it to me as torture astounds me. Or did Uraraka reject your attempt? She probably didn't want to be embarrassed. Quit talking like you are him. Bakugo's voice tore through the atmosphere as he screamed. Teachers shouted for discipline. No, young Bakugo. The sound was too late, but All Might begged. The air burst as Izuku's fingers snapped. The room was silent for a moment, too stunned to process what they had witnessed, but then the realization came, raw, cold, paralyzing. Katsuki's explosions fired half-formed from his palms as his own arms ignited, molecular disassembly bursting through his flesh before he even realized what had happened. He hit the ground face first, a charred puppet, his weapons clattering beside him. Quirkless was Katsuki Bakugo, the young explosion expert and future offensive icon. The familiar spark, the hum of nitroglycerin in his veins, was gone, like a limb of the soul amputated, and his eyes, wide with disbelief, lifted toward his enemy. At first, he didn't feel pain, instead, he felt absence. Izuku remarked, and now we're both a burden to Ochako, with a poisonous smile that nearly seemed calm. However, arrogance tends to draw chaos. Izuku was shocked to discover that he was actually caught off guard by these pitiful vermin, and his telekinetic hold failed, releasing the heroes surrounding him from his invisible prison. A villain bot placed below the dorm for security clamped down hard. A sudden tremor shook the dorm, and a huge metal claw exploded through the floor, capturing Izuku in its grasp. Fire came into the room at that point. As the door broke inward, a pillar of flame burst forth, and Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, stalked through the fire, his enormous body glowing with his own fury. Crushing the robot's arm until it exploded into scrap, Izuku joked, "Oh, look, it's everyone's favorite dad. I always knew you'd bring nothing but trouble to my son's future," he said in an unusually serious tone, "but I never could have foreseen such horrors from you, Midoriya." Endeavor's flames flared higher. "Spare me the disappointed dad speech," Izuku said with a dark laugh. Even after Izuku saved Turbo Boy from Stain and won Crust's admiration, none of you had faith in him. "You're all responsible for this," he said, taking a step forward with crimson light leaking through his skin. "You crushed his spirit until there was nothing left to hope for, no obstacle to prevent me from escaping. Enough with your bullshit." With a roar, Endeavor unleashed a flaming torrent. He was never touched by the fire. With a single earth-shattering punch to the gut, Izuku moved faster than sight, disappearing and reappearing before Endeavor. The impact sent Japan's #1 hero flying across the dorm, his skeleton cracking as he crashed through two walls. Izuku said softly and solemnly, "You're right, this has gone on long enough." He threw open his arms, and a blast of energy burst forth, destroying the whole 1A dorm, scattering rubble and smashing windows all over the campus, and when the dust had settled, Izuku was floating above the ruins, unharmed, unfazed, his eyes burning with a divine red glow. From his back, majestic, glowing wings spread out, white and incredibly bright, their light slightly tinged with the crimson glow of bloodlust. He smiled cruelly and radiantly, saying, "I truly am far from home," adding, "I never thought my wings would manifest in a form visible to the filthy eyes of men." The students of classes 1A and 1B, who had disobeyed orders to see the truth for themselves, gathered beneath him as pro-heroes from Musudafu gathered, staring up in shock and disbelief at the angelic silhouette hovering over the wreckage. Izuku then held up one hand. The sky darkened, clouds twisted into bleeding spirals, thunder cracked with a sound like screaming metal, and a pulse of crimson light spread from his body, a ripple that warped the air. "Let me show you the delicious despair you wrought that set me free," he whispered. Unlike any earthly flame, fire engulfed the campus and swallowed Ua in a baptism of hellfire as the red burst exploded outward, a storm of pure destructive will. Izuku Midoriya, no longer a man and no longer a hero, watched his world burn above it all like a fallen god. How long she had been unconscious was unknown to Ochako. She was only aware of waves of pain that screamed through her veins and pulsed through her bones, bringing her back to the world that she hardly recognized. The air was thick, choking with smoke and ash, and when her eyes opened, the light that greeted her was not sunlight but the sickly orange of fire. She lay among debris, her head swimming, her ears ringing, her body screaming in protest as she forced herself to stand. The once proud Ua campus had vanished. A black sky stretched endlessly above her, covered in clouds that ate the sun, and the only light came from the flames devouring what was left of the academy, a flickering, dying light that danced over the corpses of heroes. Every dorm, every training facility, every monument of hope and progress, all of it was reduced to ruin. Ochako tried to speak, but the air was too thin to breathe, much less speak, and every breath she took cut her throat with ashen heat. Despite the trembling in her legs, she forced herself to move because she had to see, to find someone, anyone who was still alive. Then she heard it, screaming. Ochako recognized the voices of her classmates and teachers, voices she had once laughed with, trained beside, and believed in.
as they blended into a single chorus of horror, not battle cries, not war chants, but screams of agony and despair that echoed from every direction. Now, they cried for help that would never come. Her heart was weak and filled with guilt, but she had to see this through. She had to get to him, no matter what he had become, whatever monster wore the face she once loved. Her instincts told her to run, to turn around, to hide. She staggered through the smoke and tears, her vision hazy, and then she saw him. Woods Kamui. The voice, once calm and authoritative, was now a shrill cry of torment that sliced through the roaring inferno until it faded into silence as the arbor hero flailed helplessly, his wooden limbs engulfed in fire, and the air was filled with the smell of burning flesh and sap. Ochako froze after taking another step. Ahead of her, Death Arms was crawling across the ground, crawling because he had lost his legs. All that was left of his lower torso was a trail of his own blood and organs falling off him. His uniform was ripped, his skin burned, and he dragged himself through the dirt by his hands, as if he had a chance to escape this nightmare and live to tell the tale. His eyes briefly met Ochako's for a haunting moment before he fell, motionless. Mount Lady, who was still enormous, was beheaded, with half of her face melted and the majority of her skull exposed. One eyeball was removed and used to crush Vlad King, while the other eye dangled from the socket, barely supported by the optic nerve. A sword of ice impaled Endeavor against a wall, and the same sword left on his bare stomach cleaved his upper torso vertically in two. Heroes were dying everywhere she looked. Pro-heroes who had dedicated their entire lives to training, who had once stood as representations of justice and hope, were now reduced to broken shells. Years of training and decades of effort were insignificant in comparison to the overwhelming power that had fallen upon them. The harsh irony of it all was that Izuku Midoriya had been denied power, which was the reason he had endured hardship, ridicule, and lack of love. Now that he had it, his power was unbounded, and he used it to exact revenge rather than to find salvation. Ochako gasped and staggered backward, heart pounding, prepared to confront it, when something grabbed her ankle. However, it wasn't him. All Might was involved. A shadow of his former glory, the man who once towered over everyone as the symbol of peace lay in the dirt, his skeletal frame trembling with each breath, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he gazed up at her. The boy we knew, the boy we both wrongfully rejected, is no more. You have to, he rasped, each word a death sentence. There was silence for the remainder. The hero who never broke, the man who carried the world on his shoulders, Toshinori Yagi, was gone. His eyes dimmed and his body went limp as the last of the peace died with him. Ochako's heart broke, and the tears she had been holding back finally came out, leaving scorching marks on her cheeks. She turned in time to see two figures clashing above the ruins, one glowing with divine light and the other with sheer human will, as a sudden shockwave split the air. As he surveyed the apocalypse he had created, Izuku hovered high above, his white wings spread wide, his form haloed by fire and shadow, his eyes burning with unholy brilliance, and a new light rose opposite him, Mirio Tagata, Lemillion, the last pillar still standing. He appeared to Ochako to be the embodiment of hope, burning boldly in a world that was engulfed in darkness. With a sound that was simultaneously sorrowful and determined to exact revenge on Yue and his friends, Tamaki and Najire, whom Izuku had dismembered in front of him, Mirio let out his battle cry. He sped up, tearing through the clouds like a comet, his fist burning brighter than the sun as every ounce of One for All surged through him, the raw force of Gearshift, Fa Jin, and Black Whip combining into a single blow. The heavens were broken by the impact. After hours of terror, the black clouds parted, and sunlight emerged, bathing the ruins in gold as it passed over the damned, the dying, and the dead. There was hope for 5 glorious seconds. Izuku stood motionless, with only a slight bruise on the left side of his face, and slowly turned to face his opponent as the light faded and the dark clouds sealed the wound in the sky, swallowing the dawn whole. Mirio gazed, astonishment turning to fear. Izuku gently remarked, "In the end, you are merely human after all," as he caught the boy's shaking fist. Then Izuku pulled him close, their foreheads nearly touching, and his voice fell to a poisonous whisper as he crushed Mirio's arm in his grasp, shattering the bones and tearing the flesh. A scream ripped through the sky. "Damn usurper!" Lemillion was sent hurtling toward the ground by Izuku's vicious headbutt, and the hero of light crashed into the ruins of Ua, broken but alive, his spark flickering in the ashes of what was once the greatest hero academy in the world. Izuku looked down and saw Ochako, the trembling girl who had once been the light of Midoriya's frail heart, standing amid the devastation, her costume ripped, her skin smeared with blood and soot, her wide brown eyes shaking with shock.
She was not the face Izuku expected to see standing, but he found it amusing that she persevered. "Hey there, darling," he greeted with mock affection, wings unfolding as black smoke spiraled from his back. He smiled faintly, though it carried no warmth, only cruelty. "Good to see you didn't go too far. I'm not fond of the chase." Ochako raised her shaking hands. "Izuku, please, stop this," she begged, her voice barely rising above the wind that howled across the ruins. "This isn't you. You've never let anyone's cruelty bring you down. I know there's still good in you." Again with this, Izuku interrupted, his tone laced with disgust. His emerald eyes burned with the flickering red of embers. "You people and your empty praises. Always professing faith only when your prey becomes the predator." He held up a hand to the sky, and from the whirling clouds above came movement. Ochako froze as several silhouettes emerged from the shadows, becoming more distinct as they descended, figures impaled and inverted, crucified upon wooden crosses, upside down, bound in barbed wire and rusted nails. Her classmates, her friends, her teachers. Bakugo's crucifix was different. Since he had no arms, Izuku had bound him by the throat and ankles with chains adorned with tiny spikes that sank deep but did not kill. His face was a portrait of pain and despair. His crimson eyes were wide but empty. Aizawa's body hung limply, his scarf tattered. Class 1B dangled beside them, their faces pale and broken. Abara Shiozaki hung closest to the ground, muttering desperate prayers that had lost their meaning. "They learned their lesson," Izuku said proudly, admiring his handiwork. His wings twitched as he smiled at the girl below. "Every last one of them understands humility now." Ochako fell to her knees. The weight of the scene crushed what little courage remained in her chest. The air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh and iron. "Who are you?" she whispered, tears cutting clean paths down her ash-streaked face. Izuku's smile widened, splitting into something too sharp, too wide to belong to a human. The green of his eyes drowned beneath an overwhelming red glow that burned like molten iron. "Who am I?" he repeated, voice echoing with layered tones, both divine and monstrous. "I'm Lucifer." At the utterance, the flames across Ua erupted into pillars of infernal light. The ground cracked, the air trembled, and the crimson glow reflected in Ochako's eyes like an unholy dawn. Chains rattled above, the spikes around Bakugo's throat loosened, and his body fell from the crucifix. Ochako instinctively ran to him, her limbs trembling. To her shock, he was still breathing, shallow, rasping, but alive. She knelt beside him, clutching his shoulder. Behind her, Lucifer stepped forward, his movements impossibly silent despite the rubble beneath his feet. "And I don't mean that metaphorically, or rhetorically, or poetically, or theoretically, or any other fancy way," he continued, voice deepening to a growl that reverberated through the air. "I'm the devil, straight up." The words alone chilled everyone who could still hear. Even the dying trembled, even the air seemed to recoil from the ultimate, painful truth. "But why?" Ochako whimpered. "Why Izuku? Why possess him?" Lucifer sighed theatrically, dragging a bloodied hand through Izuku's green hair, now darkened by soot and shadows. "You know, I'm not a comic book person, especially the notion of heroes and villains," he began, pacing around her and Bakugo like a lion circling its prey. "Too childish, especially those ridiculous costumes. But even I find the idea of superherodom reduced to a paying profession absurd." His tone dropped, and the voice that came out of Midoriya's throat no longer sounded human. It was deep and abyssal, like the echo of thunder within a tomb. "And this self-proclaimed god of victory," Lucifer said, pointing a clawed finger at Bakugo, "embodied everything wrong with that pitiful system. You worshipped strength and spectacle, and cast away compassion. And yet, you dared to call him, the boy I wear, the weak one. He even told Izuku to take a swan dive and pray he be born with a quirk in the next life, and despite that, you'd still consider him a savior. No. That can't." Ochako stopped herself from defending Katsuki. Who was she kidding? Telling Izuku to kill himself is exactly the kind of thing he would do. Bakugo tried to speak, but only blood left his mouth. Even if he could shout, there was no fight left in him. The devil destroyed his very nature in mere moments. Lucifer crouched, his crimson eyes glowing like embers beneath the ruined skyline. "And as for why him?" he repeated, smiling again. "Because I've been inside this boy since birth." Ochako froze, her breath caught in her throat. "This is admittedly new territory for me, for my consciousness and grace to merge with a human soul, as though we've become Nephilim. Being an angel in the purest sense comes with restrictions on possession, unlike with demons. However, once I'm inside a human, my dominance is absolute. Although some humans with strong enough willpower can push back against angels and demons. And to my humiliation, Midoriya is special. He may be weak by this world's standards, but to heaven and hell, he's perfect. His optimism was a prison. Hope, love, faith, all those nauseating things, kept me chained within him, gagged and helpless for 19 miserable years. He rose to his full height again, spreading his wings that were never tainted until they blotted out the ruined university. Until he came here, until Ua stripped him of everything. Every mockery, every betrayal, every denial of friendship, it all chipped away at his hope, link by link, until my chains shattered. Lucifer's tone sharpened, his gaze fell upon Ochako. And then you, he said softly, venom in his words made her flinch, but she could not look away. You broke his heart and opened your legs for this living TNT, don't think your moans didn't go unheard after you both recovered. That was the final blow. The last spark of hope extinguished. And with it, my freedom. He can't remember everything. He doesn't have amnesia or anything close to human afflictions, but his mind has been foggy for a while, likely a side effect of being somehow reborn inside a human child and trapped inside for almost 2 decades. But his ancient mind does recall plenty of who he is. Who he was. He was given the name Lucifer by his creator and father, God. Or Chuck, as the bastard preferred to be called last time he spoke with him. He also remembered his siblings. He had millions of siblings, but only 3 of them ever truly mattered to Lucifer. Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel. His fellow archangels, his family. Those were happy times, when he was the brightest star in the universe Chuck created. The favorite son, even though Michael was Chuck's most dutiful soldier. There were also bad times, and in the beginning, it was because of Lucifer's repugnant aunt, Amara. She wasn't called Amara back in the day, she was only known as the Darkness. The Darkness resented the fact that God wanted to fill the void she and her brother were born into with energy and matter. Worlds, gases, stars, all of it was preferable to the empty, the void of absolute nothingness. The Darkness saw things differently and wanted everything to be all hers, and so God and his archangels decided that they had had enough of her nonsense and hatched a plan to get rid of her and make way for the universe. It was a painful battle, and the archangels almost died, but the trap worked, and the Darkness was sealed away for good. All was finally right, and creation could be born. But nothing was ever so simple. To ensure the Darkness would never be freed, God created a powerful seal in the form of a mark to be the lock, but the mark needed a vessel strong enough to ensure the prison holds, and that someone was Lucifer. He accepted the honor, of course, even though, in hindsight, it should have been Michael to contain the mark since he was the closest to matching God's power besides that creepy reaper named Death, who kept his distance from heaven. Some say it was the Darkness, power through the mark that corrupted Lucifer, or maybe it was how much God spoiled him. Either way, Lucifer became too prideful. Too vain. Too convinced he was owed everything because of the way he was designed. And then came humanity, God's new favorite creations. God asked the angels to bow before humanity, not because they were to be slaves, but because he blessed humanity with great potential, and he wanted the angels to shepherd their growth. Lucifer, in his arrogance, misinterpreted God's words as slavery and felt betrayed by his father, and so, the morning star disobeyed the Holy Father, beginning the tales told in the Bible. The mother of humanity tricked into eating the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the corruption of Lilith, the birth of demonkind, and many more tragedies occurred as a result of Lucifer's war with God. Lucifer would convince himself that he alone was the victim of his decisions all the way to his dying moments, and he did die in what should have been his final battle on Earth against the 2 humans he hated most, Sam and Dean. Of all the humans who dedicated themselves to fighting the supernatural forces dead set on the extinction of their race, the Winchesters were the most stubborn and successful. Worst yet, they managed to turn Lucifer's own son against him. Jack Klein was supposed to be Lucifer's new beginning, his Nephilim son was supposed to be at his side and help him change the universe for the better. Maybe, for once, Lucifer could find happiness again after God, Michael, the whole world, even his own demon army, eventually, chose to rip him apart and leave him to suffer alone in hell. The Winchesters took that hope away, and Jack held only hatred for his unholy father. The last thing Lucifer remembered after Dean had killed him was his most reliable vessel, Nick, resurrected and completely broken after so long as his puppet, trying to resurrect him and pull him out of the empty. Nick nearly succeeded, but Jack stopped him and pushed him back into oblivion. Or at least, that's what should have happened. Jack, for whatever reason, had changed for the worse. He lost his human soul, becoming irrational beyond reason, and though he stopped Lucifer's resurrection, he pushed too hard, and Lucifer ended up being blown deeper and deeper into the empty, far from all the angels and demons sleeping for eternity, and before the fallen angel knew it, he crashed into another universe, one untouched by Chuck's divinity. When Lucifer awoke from the shock, he found himself inside the body of a newborn human named Izuku Midoriya, the first person he clashed with once he arrived here, and they've been stuck together ever since. For 19 years, Lucifer saw this new human world, the same in every way that justified his hatred of humanity, but different enough to be more intriguing. These humans bore real power, but because of this power, they became more corrupt and broken than the humans he swore to destroy. And Izuku, having no power because Lucifer accidentally destroyed his quirk during the involuntary merger, received the full hate of this disgusting world. Sure, his parents still loved him, but Lucifer finds it convenient that his father spent most of his time in America while his wife and quirkless son were stuck in Japan, and once Izuku came of age, his mother also left for America. Typical. Despite everything, Izuku persevered with hope so foolish, it was toxic to Lucifer, literally. This childish hope gave Izuku so much willpower that Lucifer was unsuccessful in possessing his body. Not even Sam and Dean were this optimistic. This was so humiliating. Lucifer would rather be thrown back in his cage. But then, Izuku met his god. Well, first, Izuku was attacked by a sludge villain the same day his former friend, Katsuki, told him to kill himself. Lucifer benefited from Izuku's death, as it would free him from his body as a disembodied spirit, but it was not to be, as Izuku was saved by All Might. All Might, the self-proclaimed symbol of peace, which is just a subtle way to call yourself a god, who preached about heroics as though it were a holy duty from heaven, how everyone had the potential to be heroes, and everyone should strive to do good and try their best. Lucifer wanted to gag every time Izuku brought up All Might, and it was satisfying when the two met and All Might proved to be a fraud after all. A quirkist, he believes, is the new name for prejudice, telling Izuku that he can't be a hero without a quirk. That was the first time Izuku's hope began to crack, and Lucifer's strength returned. But Izuku refused to surrender to his fate and pushed himself to the limits of human potential, all to prove that courage makes the hero, not power, and proved it he did when he was accepted into UA University due to performing better than most in the entrance exam. That was the beginning of the end. UA was a den of hypocrites and vipers. Every day was pure agony for Izuku as his hope broke down bit by bit. It would have been merciful if Aizawa had just expelled him on day one, but as long as Izuku kept doing better than the majority of 1A, he was begrudgingly allowed to stay, even though society and the HPSC kept breathing down UA's necks about getting rid of him. That greedy woman, Ochako Uraraka, was Izuku's final shred of happiness for his dream, his loving light in the darkness. But she, too, betrayed him, unable to handle being ridiculed for loving a freak, and as Izuku barricaded himself in his room, hearing how Ochako was already in a relationship with a better man, Katsuki, the one who showed Izuku more hatred and cruelty than anyone else, the final seal was broken, and Lucifer was freed once more. But when he did, he found himself more confused. Izuku's body could contain his holy presence without difficulty and not suffer under the strain of his low-tier omnipotence, just like Sam Winchester. Sure, Lucifer can't access his full power yet, but that's because Izuku has yet to reach the maturity of his spiritual potential. It was fine, there is no need for it anyway. What was stranger was the revelation that there are other universes that weren't created by Chuck. Does that mean that even God has doppelgangers? And this universe is more bizarre, as Lucifer is sure that he can reveal his true form to these humans, and they wouldn't fall into insanity just by seeing it. The fact that he can manifest his beautiful wings and everyone can see them will take some getting used to. Another conundrum was heaven and hell. Lucifer tried to enter both of them, but it was fruitless. Not because they don't exist here, but because the barrier that separates mortal life and the afterlife is stronger. No angel or demon from this universe has set foot on this earth for eons, not since the time of Adam and Eve. Maybe longer than that. Then there was his power set. While the majority is accessible, Lucifer is incapable of moving through time and space. He can't vibrate the fabric of creation like he used to or bend antiparticles to move backwards. He can teleport, sure, but it's severely limited. It's not that he lost the ability, but that he can't, at least not through the same method that angels can do it. Curious. If Chuck really has doppelgangers, then this god actually gives a crap about humanity, at least not to leave them at the mercy of demons, which is always a worse fate than them destroying each other. Lucifer will put that to the test as he ravages this world now that he's freed of Izuku's chains. Despite his end goal, however, Lucifer has to admit, he kind of cares for Izuku a little. Both understand what it's like to be betrayed by the world that owed them everything and gave them nothing but pain in return. If only he could feel this way about Jack. Empathy and hatred on someone's behalf. The devil was so confused until he remembered his pride. Humanity wronged us both, Izuku. So sleep now, sleep and dream forevermore. Dream of a new world inside my grace where you are showered with unconditional love and pleasure while I take the wheel on our body. I will carry out your vengeance. I will make them pay. Ochako's mind fractured beneath the weight of revelation. Her thoughts were no longer coherent, just fragments of disbelief and despair crashing into one another like broken glass. The devil, the great adversary of all creation, the serpent of Genesis, the fallen archangel of light, Lucifer himself, had been living inside Izuku Midoriya since the day he was born. The truth clawed through her heart. It wasn't just possession, it was symbiosis. Every dream Izuku ever spoke of, every ounce of faith he held in the ideal of heroism, was the lock that kept Lucifer buried. His stubborn defiance, his impossible hope that even a quirkless boy could stand among legends, had forged chains no exorcist or priest could replicate. Every smile, every selfless act, it was all part of a desperate, unknowing battle to keep the devil in the dark. But those chains had broken. It wasn't one blow that shattered them, but years of cruelty. The world had chipped away at Izuku's light, laughing at his ambition, mocking his weakness, calling him worthless. And when Ua, the place meant to give him hope, began to tear him apart with indifference and ridicule, the final barrier crumbled. Then came her. Ochako's hands shook as she stared at the boy's twisted body, the boy she loved and abandoned. She wanted to scream that this wasn't real, that no amount of divine irony could justify this apocalypse. It isn't fair, her mind howled. None of them deserved this. Yes, they had been cruel. Yes, they had mocked him. But that's how they were raised, to believe that quirks defined worth, that without one, a person had no purpose. They told themselves they were right, that it was kindness to push Izuku toward reality, to make him accept what the world had already decided for him. The faculty at UA hadn't admitted him out of faith or compassion, they'd done it out of pity, hoping he would eventually quit on his own and spare them the moral burden. Now the weight of that hypocrisy burned in Ochako's soul. She loved him, she truly did. His awkward smile, his endless muttering, the way he believed in her even when she didn't believe in herself, those things had made her heart flutter long before she could understand why. She kept reminding herself of her true priorities: money for her parents, stability for her family, a secure future. Heroism for profit, not for purity. But Izuku had seen goodness in her even when she couldn't. He'd told her her dreams were noble. She hadn't believed him then, and she hated herself for it now. She wasn't the only one. The other girls of Class 1A had felt the same flicker of affection, that subtle pull toward the boy who never stopped trying. But they'd all looked away, afraid of what it said about them. Ochako had done worse. She'd sought comfort in Katsuki's strength, thinking it might erase her guilt. His power was intoxicating, his arrogance distracting, and for a brief while, she thought it might drown the memory of Izuku's pleading green eyes. But pleasure fades, guilt doesn't. And now, as the devil himself was looking down at her, wearing the face of the boy she should have never let go, that guilt screamed louder than ever. Lucifer's steps were soft, deliberate, echoing across the rubble like whispers from a cathedral's crypt. Ochako remained beside the limbless Bakugo, wrapping her arms around him as if her embrace could shield them from divine wrath of the most wicked. This isn't happening, she muttered to herself. It can't be real. But it was. The air burned, the sky wept ash, the world was ending, and all because power made humanity forget what it really means to love each other. And without love, without hope, evil is forever. Panicked voices filled the air as the alarms echoed through the halls of the Hero Association headquarters. A terrifying scenario was shown on the screens. An aberrant had attacked a nuclear power plant in I-City, draining its energy and leaving a huge crack in the plant's core. A possible nuclear meltdown hung like a threatening cloud over the city, and the damage was severe. The dispatcher yelled into the microphone, "Get me every available S-class hero." In a tense, urgent tone. "We don't have much time before this turns into a full-blown catastrophe." There was a lot of activity in the room as operators rushed to get to the S-class heroes. Every second mattered in this dire situation. However, the answers were bleak. The majority of the S-class heroes were either too far away, fighting off their own dangers, or just out of reach. Except for one, that is. A composed voice said, Ultima, responding, over the communications. I'm on my way, ETA. Under 1 minute. The room was filled with a collective sigh of relief. Ultima, the greatest hero in the world, was investigating. At his fastest speed, Izuku streaked across the horizon as a green blur, soaring through the sky. As he pushed himself to the limit, the urgency of the situation driving him forward, the scenery below flashed by in a blur of color. He was getting close to I-City when he saw the tall nuclear power plant with thick smoke rising from its damaged core. Even from outside the building, he could sense the extreme heat, the air surrounding him glimmering with the hazardous radiation that escaped from the plant. Izuku dropped quickly and without hesitation, reaching the plant's entrance. His senses were on high alert as he entered, barely flinching from the overwhelming heat. Inside, the scene was chaotic as hazmat-suited workers frantically and clumsily moved to contain the damage. The crack caused by the aberrant's attack was slowly but surely spreading, and the plant's walls moaned under the strain. Izuku focused one for all on his hearing and started to detect even the smallest sounds in the clamor. A single voice broke through the cacophony of the workers' frightened murmurs. Started with a large crack, we couldn't contain it, the heat's too much, we're running out of time. Izuku narrowed his eyes resolutely. Before things got out of control, he had to find that crack and fix it. He inhaled deeply and turned on his fluoroscopy, his vision cutting through the layers of metal, smoke, and mist that blocked his view. He concentrated, examining the building inch by inch as the surroundings turned into a translucent haze. There it was, a huge fissure that ran the length of the core and glowed a menacing red as the heat threatened to break through the containment unit. Izuku was aware that the entire city could be destroyed by the ensuing explosion if the core wasn't stabilized. He didn't waste any time. Izuku hovered in midair, twin beams of energy shooting out, aimed straight at the crack, and his eyes began to glow a bright red. He knew it was insufficient, but the heat from his vision clashed with the energy of the core, fusing the metal and sealing the crack. Any abrupt change could cause a meltdown because the core was still dangerously hot. Izuku had to quickly cool it down. Full Cowling's green bioelectricity started to emanate from his body, and as a byproduct of his electricity, his body started to produce heat. Izuku started, Full Cowling, Scalding Samaritan, preparing a super move to halt the meltdown. Frozone. Izuku began to absorb all of the radiation and draw in all of the power plant's tremendous heat through Full Cowling. The temperature gradually started to decrease. Izuku's power caused the once molten metal to solidify, turning the red glow into a chilly blue. Pushing harder, he drew in more heat until the core cooled to almost nothing. The plant trembled as all of its systems shut down, preventing a meltdown at last. Despite the enormous task he had just completed, Izuku landed softly on the ground, breathing steadily. The workers were staring at him with relief and wonder, and the room around him was eerily quiet. He had succeeded in averting a catastrophe that might have resulted in the death of countless people. Repair crews swarmed the site, working feverishly to repair the damage caused by the earlier crisis, and the air outside the power plant was still heavy with tension. Knowing that every second was crucial to averting another catastrophe, the workers moved with a sense of urgency. The atmosphere was still heavy with the weight of what might have been, even though the danger had passed. Izuku remained vigilant, hovering just above the ground while using his full senses to scan the area. Those who had been closest to the power plant, the I-City heroes, were also on high alert, keeping an eye out for any indications of potential trouble. Although the city had not been destroyed, they were still very much aware that another attack might occur. As the repairs went on, Izuku couldn't get rid of a question that had been bothering him ever since he got there. No one had told him what had caused the meltdown in the first place, but it had been narrowly avoided. He decided it was time to get some answers because he was both curious and worried. The hero's expressions were a mix of relief and tiredness as he walked up to them. His tone was firm but gentle as he asked, "Hey, does anyone know what actually caused the meltdown?" The heroes looked at each other uneasily as the question lingered in the air. Their expressions became awkward, as though they were embarrassed, and none of them appeared eager to respond. Izuku's gaze swept over their faces, attempting to determine what they were concealing. At last, the only hero who had the courage to speak up came forward. She said, it was an aberrant, in a steady voice despite the stress. It looked like an overgrown worm leech. It stormed in from underground, right into the power plant. The damn thing came to feed on nuclear energy. Izuku scowled while paying close attention to what she had to say. We killed it, but we weren't careful enough, she said, her voice trailing off. All the A-class heroes in I-City gathered to stop it. In its last moments, the aberrant tried to escape, and that's when it made the crack in the core. We didn't realize how much damage it had done until it was too late. Like a heavy cloak, the weight of her words descended upon Izuku. He had underestimated how dangerous the situation had been. As he took in what she had said, his mind raced, and worry started to seep in. Not only about the negligence that had almost resulted in catastrophe, but also about the possible consequences, both real and imagined. He was aware of how harsh the public could be. It was all too easy for people to place the blame on the heroes who had been on the scene, even though the aberrant had been the real cause of the meltdown. The very defenders who had prevented a catastrophe might be made fun of for it. They all had to deal with the fact that it wasn't fair. With their shoulders hunched over from their error, Izuku turned to face the heroes. It was obvious that they were afraid of what might happen next. He could see the nervousness in their eyes, the fear of public criticism and backlash. Above all, though, he witnessed a team of individuals who had given it their all in an unfeasible circumstance. Listen, Izuku said to them in a comforting and kind voice. You did the best you could. It's easy for people to judge from the outside, but they don't understand what it's like to be in the middle of a crisis like that. Instead of being bitter about it, take this as a lesson. Next time, be more cautious, more thorough. But don't beat yourselves up. You saved lives today, and that's what matters. The heroes gave him a startled and appreciative look. They had anticipated criticism, perhaps even contempt, but Izuku had instead given them support and understanding. It was an unexpected act of kindness that lifted their spirits in a way they were unaware they needed. The hero who had raised her voice said, "Thank you, Ultima," with sincere gratitude in her voice. As they took in what he had said, the others' faces softened and they nodded in agreement. However, one set of eyes watched Izuku from the sidelines as he turned to go, prepared to take on his next task. Standing apart from the group was Death Gatlin, a stern-looking hero known for being tough and uncompromising. His face was unreadable, and he remained silent. Though there was a resentment simmering beneath the surface, Death Gatlin probably respected Ultima more than anyone else in the room. He was angry at the Hero Association because they viewed A-class heroes like him as disposable and inferior to S-class heroes. It was a long simmering frustration, and although he respected Ultima's fortitude and generosity, it didn't take away from his resentment of the system that had disadvantaged him. As he got ready to take off, Izuku grinned broadly and bid the group farewell. His words lifted the heroes' spirits, and they waved back. Death Gatlin, however, stayed silent and kept watching with his arms folded across his chest. Death Gatlin finally sighed as Izuku lifted off, making his way to his next mission. He respected Izuku because he was aware of his good intentions. But there would always be a part of him that found it difficult to accept the kindness and admiration of an S-class hero as long as the system stayed in place. As Izuku flew toward A-City, the glittering metropolis that was home to the Hero Association headquarters and, more significantly to him, the Hero Academia, the sun was high in the sky. His vision and resolve were demonstrated by the cityscape that unfolded beneath him, a tapestry of tall skyscrapers, busy streets, and the distinctive outline of the Academy's expansive campus. Izuku's primary criticism of the association's formation was its lack of structure, which was not surprising considering how slowly this world always seemed to react to aberrant attacks. The hero entrance exam lacked the rigorousness and direction required to shape genuinely competent protectors, making it at best a crude filter. Izuku suggested the creation of hero academies in order to methodically raise and train the next generation of heroes, drawing on his experiences on EARTH-1. Reactions to the proposal had been conflicting. While some saw the possibility of developing a more competent and resilient workforce of heroes, others questioned the necessity and viability of such an institution in a field that was still in its infancy. Izuku was not discouraged by the skepticism. He was aware that the hero profession would lack the foundation necessary to flourish and adjust to the constantly changing threats if appropriate training and mentoring were not provided. Construction on the first Hero Academia started after 2 years of planning, discussion, and unrelenting advocacy. Its cutting-edge facilities were on par with those of the Hero Association itself, and its architectural design was both commanding and inspirational. The campus covered a large area and included training grounds, lecture halls, residence halls, and specialized labs for developing a range of skills. Izuku's complete management of the academy was one of the requirements for its establishment. His already impressive resume was enhanced by the addition of the title of headmaster, which he accepted with the same fervor that he gave to his heroics. Izuku was incredibly dedicated, even though juggling his responsibilities as headmaster and number one hero was no easy task. The familiar buzz of activity welcomed him as he made his way down toward the academy grounds. With their faces glowing with excitement and purpose, students in their characteristic uniforms rushed between classes. Izuku felt a great sense of pride at the sight. These young people were a symbol of the generation that would bravely confront the future of heroism. He landed softly in the middle courtyard, where a group of freshmen were practicing combat skills. When Rapid Fist, their experienced A-class hero instructor, saw that Izuku had arrived, he stopped the lesson. Rapid Fist yelled, "Headmaster Midoriya," with a tone of admiration and enthusiasm. When they saw the fabled hero, the students all turned at once, their eyes enlarging. Izuku said, "Good afternoon, everyone," with a kind and welcoming smile. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Response: "Not at all, sir," said Rapid Fist. "We were just wrapping up a sparring session." Izuku looked at the students and nodded. "How's the training going? Are you all finding the curriculum challenging?" A young woman with flaming red hair came forward, her eyes bright with resolve. "Absolutely, Headmaster. The training is intense, but we're learning an incredible amount. I can already feel myself getting stronger." "That's great to hear," Izuku said with genuine satisfaction. "Remember, the path of a hero is one of constant growth. Never stop pushing your limits." With the respect befitting a legend, the students eagerly nodded and took in what he had to say. Izuku continued to give counsel and support for a short while before excusing himself to take care of administrative tasks. Izuku was welcomed by the familiar sight of busy employees and enormous piles of paperwork as he entered the academy's administrative wing. He had learned to value the more subdued but no less significant duties of managing the organization, even though the excitement of combat and the fulfillment of saving lives were unmatched. Headmaster Midoriya, his conscientious secretary, Ms. Harada, yelled as she came over holding a clipboard. "You have several reports awaiting your review, and the board has scheduled a meeting this afternoon to discuss the upcoming entrance exams." Instead of letting out a sigh, Izuku gave her a grateful smile. "Thank you, Ms. Harada. I'll get started on those reports right away." He walked into his office, a large space filled with pictures, awards, and souvenirs from his valiant career. Izuku took a seat behind his desk and started going through the papers, his thoughts switching from the rush of adventure to the methodical nature of management. Occasionally, as he worked, his mind strayed to the difficulties that lay ahead. There was pressure on the first group of students, who are in their last year, to make sure they were prepared to become professional heroes. The stakes were higher than ever because the curriculum needed to be continuously evaluated, the instructors needed assistance, and aberrant attacks were a constant threat. Nevertheless, Izuku experienced a deep sense of fulfillment in spite of the burden of these obligations. His dream of founding Hero Academia was based on his convictions and experiences, and it was now a flourishing reality. Every student who passed through its corridors stood for hope, a lighthouse against the gloom that threatened their world. He was startled out of his reverie by a knock on the door. "Come in," yelled Izuku. When the door opened, Ms. Harada was there with a folder full of papers. "The latest reports from the instructors," she said, setting the folder down on his desk. "They're quite impressed with the progress of the third-year students." Izuku said, "That's great to hear," as he turned the pages. The reports included information on the students' performance in a number of areas, including crisis management, teamwork, and combat skills. Seeing the next generation step up to the plate was heartening. "They're eager to make a difference," Ms. Harada added. "And I think they're ready for more advanced training." Izuku nodded, ideas already rushing through his head. "We'll need to prepare them for the real world. The threats out there are relentless, and they need to be ready for anything." "Agreed," Ms. Harada replied. "I'll make the necessary arrangements." Izuku reclined in his chair as she walked out of the office, giving himself time to think. The Hero Academia was a legacy and a link between the past and the future of bravery, not just an organization. And leading it was Izuku Midoriya, a beacon of progress and hope in a world in dire need of both. The day ended calmly at the Hero Academia as the sun sank below the horizon, bathing A city in a warm orange glow. The campus grounds were gradually empty, the students had left, and the lively energy of the day had given way to a peaceful stillness. Izuku sat down with the instructors in the main conference room to talk about the academy's future and the next steps in their curriculum. Ideas for advanced lessons catered to third-year students were generated during the fruitful meeting. There were plans for crisis simulations, more intense combat training, and even a possible internship program with professional heroes. Izuku paid close attention while sharing his thoughts and urging the teachers to keep raising the bar for what their pupils could accomplish. Everything was going well until the conversation was interrupted by Izuku's phone buzzing. He looked at the screen and saw the caller ID, a board member of the Hero Association. He sighed, adjourned the meeting, and went out into the corridor to answer the phone. "Midoriya here," he replied. The brisk voice on the other end said, "Ultima, we have a situation," barely disguising the underlying urgency. "There's a basilisk-level threat in the ocean. A cruiser heading for one of the island resorts is under attack." Izuku furrowed his brow. "What kind of aberrant are we dealing with?" "Initial reports suggest a giant octopus. It's already caused significant damage to the ship. One of our major sponsors is on board, so the board insists on sending an S-class hero. Given your availability." Izuku couldn't help but become irritated. He never approved of the association's prioritization of a sponsor over the lives of common people, even though it wasn't the first time. He said sharply, "I'll handle it," with no hint of irritation in his voice. The board member's voice was one of relief. "Thank you, Ultima, we're counting on you." Izuku hung up and inhaled deeply to regain his composure. Lives were at risk, so the Hero Academia could wait. Before leaving, he turned back to the conference room and told the teachers that he had an urgent task to complete. He felt a sudden surge of energy and launched himself into the air, speeding toward the ocean. As he flew, the vast, dark expanse of the ocean swiftly replaced the cityscape below. Izuku's eyes scanned the horizon as he concentrated on the association's coordinates, eventually spotting the distressed cruiser. It was thrashing violently as it tried to drag the ship under, its hull encased in the enormous tentacles of a monstrous octopus, listing heavily to one side. The Seafolk clan, an ancient race of clever aberrants known to live in the ocean's depths, immediately came to Izuku's mind. Although they were generally peaceful, they had their own laws and territories, and if provoked, they could become fiercely territorial. But as he got closer, it was obvious that this creature was acting on its own initiative because there were no clues that it belonged to the Seafolk. Izuku dove toward the cruiser, determined to stop any more damage. With a loud crash, he hit the deck, attracting the aberrant's attention at once. The enormous octopus's tentacles tightened around the ship in an aggressive gesture as its beady eyes stared at him. "Let go," Izuku yelled, his commanding presence amplifying his voice. In response, the creature screamed in rage and swung its tentacles at him. After years of unrelenting training, Izuku's body moved with the grace and speed that allowed him to easily dodge the attack. He had to defeat the aberrant without endangering the ship or the passengers. Izuku used his strength to strike the tentacles holding the cruiser with a series of forceful blows. Each blow landed precisely, causing the monstrous limbs to loosen their grip. The octopus retreated in agony with a last, powerful blow, its hold releasing enough to allow the ship to stabilize. The aberrant attempted to flee as it saw its prey slipping away, its enormous form swaying as it started to plunge back into the ocean's depths. Izuku, though, was not going to let it get away. He sped ahead, closing the gap with unparalleled speed. He inhaled deeply and released a burst of his hyperbreath, a move he had honed over innumerable battles. The ocean's surface was immediately crystallized by the freezing wind, which also encased the escaping octopus in a huge iceberg. Now that the aberrant was immobilized, Izuku went down to the ice-covered building and raised it out of the ocean, his strength more than sufficient to support its weight. He raised the iceberg so the cruiser's occupants could see that the danger had been eliminated. Then he threw the frozen aberrant with great force, far out into the ocean, far from the shipping lanes and any human settlements. Before crashing into the far-off waters and vanishing beneath the waves, the iceberg glided through the air. Izuku watched as the passengers regained their composure while hovering in the air with the now stable cruiser. Although the fight with the enormous octopus had been quick, the ship was clearly damaged. Some of the lifeboats had been ripped loose, and the hull had deep indentations where the tentacles of the creature had squeezed. The ship was in no condition to proceed on its own, even though the immediate threat had been eliminated. Izuku made up his mind after a brief assessment. He used his communicator to get in touch with the ship's captain. "Captain, your ship has sustained significant damage. I suggest I transport the cruiser to the island resort myself." The offer surprised the captain at first, but he soon accepted. That would be most appreciated, Ultima. We're in your hands. Izuku went down to the bottom of the ship with permission from the captain. He carefully positioned himself, reaching his arms under the hull. Using his enormous power reserves, he extended his bioelectric aura and infused it throughout the ship's entire structure. The energy moved through the vessel, creating a barrier that would shield it from harm, even from the tremendous pressure he was going to exert. Izuku took a deep breath and started to rise. He was able to propel the ship into the air with ease, even though it would normally have been too heavy for even the strongest heroes. In order to prevent any area of the hull from being overstressed, he took care to distribute the force evenly. Izuku flew the cruiser toward the island resort while it hovered over the ocean with water dripping from its sides. The island soon came into view after a smooth and uneventful flight. The earlier distress signals had alerted a crowd to the resort's pier, which Izuku could see. He lowered the ship to the dock with the same dexterity and care, making sure it was firmly moored. Izuku was overwhelmed with gratitude as the passengers disembarked. Grateful to be safe, families gave their kids tight hugs. Both visitors and crew members expressed gratitude, with some even making an effort to shake Ultima's hand or request autographs. Izuku accepted their compliments with his customary humility, grinning and nodding. However, the sponsor, a middle-aged, well-dressed man with a sense of self-importance, quickly caught his attention. Condescension oozed from the man's voice as he walked toward Izuku. "Well, Ultima, I suppose I should thank you for getting us here in one piece. Though I must say, I would have preferred a less dramatic rescue." Izuku suppressed his emotions and forced a courteous smile. "It was not my intent, sir, but fights with giants can't ever be subtle." As the sponsor went on, Izuku's thoughts drifted. On the inside, he was counting down the minutes until he could leave, but he kept his cool and responded politely when necessary. Izuku was annoyed by the man's haughty demeanor, but he knew better than to show it. He owed it to the Hero Association to treat everyone with respect, regardless of how annoying they were. The sponsor eventually excused himself after what seemed like an eternity, allowing Izuku to take his leave. His communicator buzzed once more as he was ready to leave. When he answered, he heard Busho, a coordinator for the Hero Association, speak. Busho reported, "Izuku, we've got a situation in Z City," in a somber tone. "A large swarm of mosquitoes has been sighted, and it's causing significant concern. The remains of farm animals have been found, completely drained of blood. We're advising people to stay indoors, but we need someone on the ground. And given that it's your hometown." Izuku's heart fell. He had made his life in this world in Z City, a place he held in the highest regard. He always felt a sense of urgency when it was under attack. He said, "I'm on my way," without hesitation. Izuku wasted no time in launching himself into the air again, returning to Z City at full speed. As he exerted more effort and concentrated on the task at hand, the serene island resort soon vanished from view. The Hero Association had issued a warning to all Z City residents to leave the city immediately due to a swarm of mosquitoes attacking anything and everyone alive. While some residents have chosen to take advantage of the situation by pillaging the now empty city, the majority have fled to safety. A thief laughed as he left a house he had just broken into. "Ha ha ha, thanks to that warning, they're all empty," he said. He smirked to himself and then turned to his big bag of loot. "Like someone's going to die from a mosquito bite," he said. "What's losing a little blood if I can walk away with all of this?" The thief was taken aback when a sudden gust of wind blew his hat off his head. The thief looked back to see his hat being blown high into the air and wondered, bewildered, was that the wind? The thief was facing away, so it wasn't until it was too late that he noticed the swarm of mosquitoes flying in his direction. The thief exclaimed, what the?" as he was surrounded by thousands of mosquitoes. In a panic, the thief attempted to use his crowbar to ward off the mosquitoes, but it was ineffective as they began sucking his blood. In the middle of the deserted city, the thief could only scream as tens of thousands of mosquitoes feasted on his valuable blood. The now dead thief was left in the middle of the road like a dried-up corpse when the blood-stained mosquitoes fled a few seconds later. To give their queen the collected blood, the swarm of mosquitoes went back to her. Mosquito Girl, the queen of the mosquitoes, let out a disappointed sigh. She groaned almost sexually, "Come on, that wasn't enough blood to satisfy my needs," and then turned to her servants who were mosquitoes. "Now, go get some more for me. Target has been acquired." The flying mosquito girl was suddenly hit by a stream of flames, which she batted away before examining the attacker. The cyborg, Genos, a dashing young man with spiked blonde hair and pierced ears, was the one to blame. The cyborg's eyes, with their yellow irises and black sclera, were his most distinctive features. As Genos looked at the billions of mosquitoes swarming behind the aberrant, ready to move at her command, he wondered, I see. You make the mosquitoes suck the blood and then take it all for yourself. You must be controlling each one by using some sort of signal. That would explain the mysterious behavior. So if I were to get rid of you, their leader, would the swarm disperse as well? Mosquito Girl gave Genos a sly smile. She commanded, go drain that fool dry. Our next meal is here. Despite the terrible situation, the cyborg remained calm and unflinching as millions of mosquitoes swiftly gathered on him. One would think Genos was done for, buried under all the mosquitoes. Incinerate. Mosquito Girl was shocked when the millions of mosquitoes that were encircling the cyborg suddenly burst into flames. Genos had raised his right arm to demonstrate that he had used the incineration cannon in his palm to kill the swarm of mosquitoes with intense heat. I will eliminate you. Stay right where you are. Mosquito Girl was shocked that the man was not killed by her mosquitoes, but her conceit soon returned. You think you can get rid of me? The aberrant laughed, then her face went crazy. Then go on and try. Accepting the challenge, Genos ran up the wall of a nearby building to leap at Mosquito Girl, who managed to avoid the cyborg's punch and strike him with her claw without seriously harming his sturdy metal body. Genos used his right arm to block the aberrant's other claw swing. The monster and cyborg struggle to defeat each other, but they are unable to do so. Genos, realizing that he was not moving forward, exploded a blast of heat from a port on his arm, sending him flying away from the aberrant. When the cyborg landed on the side of a building after backflipping in midair, he leapt off in Mosquito Girl's direction and punched her. Rather than dodging as she had done previously, Mosquito Girl delivered a punch of her own, negating Genos' attack. The cyborg was then smashed to the ground by the aberrant using her free arm, but Genos used his thrusters to slow his descent and made a safe landing on the ground. After landing safely, he targeted Mosquito Girl with his right incineration cannon. With a sudden burst of speed, Mosquito Girl avoided the powerful burst of flames that appeared to be headed straight for the monster. Surprised, Genos kept shooting flames at the monster, who kept dodging as it drew nearer to the cyborg. Mosquito Girl flew past the cyborg in a blur, then used her enlarged horn to pierce Genos' right arm, ripping it off. With a smug look on her face, the monster turned back to face the cyborg. Mosquito Girl laughed and said, maybe a leg next time, only then realizing that something was wrong with her. The aberrant asked anyone who noticed that she was now missing both of her legs, What happened to my legs? At the same moment that Mosquito Girl took his arm, Genos tore her legs off the monster and threw them away. Mosquito Girl tried to run away after realizing the cyborg was more resilient than she had anticipated. Genos launched an explosive ball of concentrated flames at the running monster with his remaining incineration cannon because he was unwilling to let it escape. However, a wall of mosquitoes formed around their queen and prevented the attack at the expense of their own lives. Genos yelled, "You won't escape," and pursued, "What the hell is that guy? He'll get me if I don't come up with something," Mosquito Girl muttered, a little upset. Her lips were licked. The townspeople may be hiding, but there are plenty of animals around to feed on. In order to feed on the animals in the nearby forests, the aberrant had released more of her mosquitoes. As she commanded her blood-stained mosquitoes to return to her, the monster shot high into the air. Mosquito Girl exclaimed, "That's it. Come here, little ones, empty all of the delicious juices you carry into me." Before being encircled by a huge dome composed of trillions of her mosquitoes, each of which transferred the blood they collected into her. So many. Blood may be more than just a simple food source for her if she has been gathering it from the entire town and the surrounding area, Genos reasoned as he turned on his incinerator cannon. "I'll stop this as soon as I can." With all the energy he could muster, the cyborg aimed his incinerator cannon at the enormous swarm of mosquitoes and fired a strong, focused beam of fire at them. The beam struck the mosquito dome, causing a massive explosion that illuminated the sky for miles in all directions. No mosquito remained alive after the explosion subsided, and their queen was nowhere to be found. Even though it was unlikely that the monster had survived, Genos used his scanners to look for it. Looking for me, Genos swiftly leapt away to create space between himself and Mosquito Girl, startled that she was still alive and that she had somehow gotten behind him without being detected by his sensors. Then Genos glanced at the aberrant, observing how her appearance had changed. Her skin had changed from being a mixture of black and white to pink and dark red, probably as a result of all the blood she had ingested from her mosquitoes. Mosquito Girl's short white hair, which was now pinkish red in color and flowing languidly against the wind, had grown longer. In addition, she had regenerated new legs to replace the ones Genos had stolen. The changed Mosquito Girl dismissed the loss of her mosquitoes and said, "You idiot, I no longer need my tiny little helpers." I mean, the creature swung a single claw at the structure to her right. The tall building and the buildings behind it were totally destroyed by the swing's immense power. "Just look at how strong I've become," she exclaimed, laughing, and then returned her attention to the cyborg in shock. Mosquito Girl materialized behind him before Genos could react, and with a casual swing of her claw, she sliced through the left side of his body. Before, Mosquito Girl needed to use all of her strength to harm Genos' mechanical body, but now she could almost effortlessly rip through him. Genos gritted his teeth and spun around to punch the monster, but Mosquito Girl batted him into the air with no effort at all, so Genos never got a chance to do so, even though his left side was torn to shreds. Mosquito Girl flew after the cyborg in the air, laughing hysterically. Genos' body was about to be affected by gravity when the monster blurred across the sky, striking the cyborg each time she went by and keeping him suspended in midair. Mosquito Girl laughed and sliced up the cyborg's body further, mockingly asking, "Can't your macho punches kill a little mosquito?" She sneered, halting her attacks to idly hover in midair. What a weakling. Gravity took over, and Genos' body began to descend as Mosquito Girl stopped thrashing him around in midair. Now I understand. Not that it mattered now, but Genos realized that the more blood she can drink, the more powerful she gets. Even if he were in perfect condition, he would still lose to the monster because his mechanical body is too badly damaged. She changed, becoming too strong and swift for him to defeat. Mosquito Girl hummed to herself as she idly hovered over Genos, then abruptly charged at his falling body. The aberrant raised her right arm back to sever Genos' head, yelling in sadistic delight, "I think I'll have your head next." I dropped my defenses, Genos thought. I have no chance of winning, as he started his self-destruct sequence in an attempt to at least defeat the monster. I have no choice but to destroy myself. Doctor, please pardon me. Mosquito Girl was about to kill Genos when she was struck in the side, causing the monster to scream in pain and be flung into a nearby building that collapsed on top of her, burying it in a heap of debris. Genos stopped his self-destruct sequence, shocked to see the strong monster so easily knocked aside. "Are you all right?" With one healthy eye left, the wounded but still alive cyborg looked up at his rescuer. Given that he was wearing a primarily green costume with an authoritative and regal design, the man who saved him had to be a hero. Then Genos noticed that the hero's eyes and hair were almost emerald, in addition to the costume. Nevertheless, the man's gentle smile was, for some reason, his most remarkable quality. Who are you? Who am I?" Ultima managed to conceal his astonishment at the cyborg's inquiry. Being the S-Class Rank 1 hero brought him international recognition and praise whether he wanted it or not. Izuku was not conceited. He became a hero to save lives, not to gain popularity. It was strange and somewhat refreshing to have someone not recognize him. Before Izuku could reply, a pink figure, Mosquito Girl, flew out of the pile of rubble with such ferocity that it exploded outward. The aberrant, apparently unaware of the blood seeping from Ultima's mouth, scowled down at her from a great height. She pointed a wobbly claw at Ultima and yelled, "Be bastard. Just for that, I'll gut you slowly so I can feed you your own entrails." Mosquito Girl was so consumed by pain and anger that she failed to notice the fist-shaped indentation on the left side of her abdomen, even though she was definitely feeling it, or how much damage Ultima's punch had caused her. Izuku said, "You survived that fairly well. That makes you a demon," a little taken aback by the aberrant's resilience. Since he believed she wouldn't be able to take much damage, he hardly used one for all when he hit her. It didn't take a doctor to see that the aberrant was seriously injured, but she was tougher than her body gave the impression. Mosquito Girl scoffed, angry at the throbbing pain in her side and at the obnoxious hero who didn't seem to see her as a threat. She vanished in a flash, launching herself directly at the hero and aiming her claw at his throat. Die! Ultima moved faster and slapped Mosquito Girl in the face, turning her into a bloody smear along a building to the hero's left. Despite Mosquito Girl's speed, especially after undergoing her transformation, she was unable to comprehend what happened next. However, a close examination of the sky would reveal a red dot that might indicate a body that was blown away. Not that he cared, but the shockwave from the hero's punch threw Gino's mangled body back a few feet. He was too preoccupied to think about what he had just seen, having been astounded by the green-haired man's incredible strength both literally and figuratively. The aberrant had been playing with him during their fight before the hero stepped in, and if she had tried first, she would have killed him. He was certain that she posed a threat on a dragon level, but the hero claimed that she was only a demon, and his savior vanquished her with the ease of swatting a common mosquito from the sky. Ultima focused entirely on the wounded cyborg now that the aberrant had been eliminated. Ultima said, "Hey, you need any help? You're kind of all broken up," in a slightly uncomfortable tone. Izuku always wanted to exercise caution around cyborgs to avoid misusing his electromagnetism on them and breaking anything. The wounded cyborg begged, "Please, tell me your name," disregarding Izuku's concern for his health. Ultima gazed at the cyborg and wondered if his wounds had also affected his mental state. "I'm Ultima. Please, take me as your disciple." "What?" Izuku's next week at Hero Academia goes by somewhat normally, but normal in his life now means something different. Izuku ensures that Genos is taken to Dr. Kusuno's lab for repairs following the fight with Mosquito Girl. Ultima had offered to have Genos rebuilt at the Hero Academia workshop, but Genos had insisted on using Dr. Kusuno, a robotic specialist Izuku knew from his days as a vigilante. Izuku's attention returns to managing the school as headmaster, a title that seems more appropriate given the association's liking for dramatic flair. One of Hero Academia's many distinctive features is the way it treats its students. The majority of them rely on martial arts and support items instead of the potent meta abilities found in Earth-1 hero schools. Izuku supports this strategy because he has personal experience with how crucial flexibility is in the industry. The Sidekick program is one of the initiatives Izuku is currently in charge of. He is helping a teacher explain the program to a class today. The program's goal is to teach students the ropes of hero work while they work alongside A-class heroes and patrol cities. But if the students come across an aberrant or villain, they are not allowed to fight. Their main responsibility is to help with evacuations and let the registered heroes handle the fighting. Izuku emphasizes the value of exercising caution, despite acknowledging how tempting it can be to prove oneself, particularly at one's age. He has witnessed far too many bright young heroes destroyed too soon because of careless actions. A teacher rushes into the classroom as the lesson is coming to an end to alert Izuku to a disturbance at the academia entrance. A young man who appears to be robotic is standing there, immobile until he spots Ultima. Ms. Harada and other faculty members have attempted to persuade him to leave, but he is uncompromising. Izuku recognizes the description right away, it's Genos. The cyborg vigilante appears to be genuinely interested in learning from him. Izuku chooses to handle things himself because he is aware that if they are not handled properly, they could get worse. Before going to the entrance to meet Genos, he gives the class instructions to continue their lesson. Izuku finds Genos standing stiffly with a determined expression on his face when he gets there. Genos is obviously not going to be easily persuaded. Izuku calmly walks up to him, already getting ready for the discussion. Izuku will need to figure out how to juggle this new duty with his responsibilities as headmaster if Genos insists on becoming his disciple. He must, however, defuse the situation for the time being. "Genos," Izuku said in a firm but polite tone. "If you want to talk, let's do it inside. This isn't the place for a standoff." With a neutral expression, Genos nods and trails Izuku into the school. They both understand that this discussion is only the start of something much bigger. Izuku brings Genos to his office so they can speak privately and undisturbed. "Glad none of the students saw that. The last thing I need is for them to panic about us being invaded. The security is still new and at best is only good for keeping away goblin and basilisk-level aberrants," Izuku said as he settled into his chair. "So, you were serious about being one of my students?" "Yes, sir," he said in a robotic manner, as was to be expected, but Izuku was aware that the cyborg was more sensitive than he revealed. "Well, I would say you've come to the right place, though this is the first time a cyborg has come seeking lessons," Izuku thought. "Don't get me wrong, one of the teachers working here has cybernetic prosthetic legs that he uses to jump really high and kick really hard, so a cyborg student shouldn't be an issue." Genos vowed, "Thank you, master. I promise I won't fail you," before beginning to tell the #1 hero about his life. Izuku was usually a patient man. Dealing with the insanity of this world requires patience, but Genos' lengthy and intricate life story tested his patience to the breaking point. The cyborg's explanation took 20 minutes total, but because it was so thorough, it seemed like an hour. Izuku forced himself not to sigh in relief when Genos finally completed telling his life story. Izuku ultimately felt pity for Genos. The cyborg wanted to destroy the insane cyborg who killed his family in order to exact revenge. Genos immediately gained Izuku's favor when he battled criminals and monsters he encountered during his search. However, this came at the expense of being extremely alone. Although Genos is very knowledgeable, he appears to be unaware of other aspects of the wider world, such as the existence of metahumans and the fact that Izuku is mistaken for a superior cyborg. To his credit, there aren't many metahumans, so many people mistake them for aberrants in disguise. However, Izuku's appearance has made it easier for kids and adults who have been hiding their gifts out of fear of prejudice to feel safe enough to go outside without being attacked, though most of them still applied for asylum in academia after it was established. Since many heroes went unnoticed by Genos in his quest for vengeance, it is evident how narrow-minded he has become that he is unaware that Izuku is the #1 hero when they first meet. If he had encountered Atomic Samurai or Tornado Terror first, that might have gotten him into trouble. Before he arrived, Izuku had had a chance to watch the footage from Z-City's numerous security cameras to see how the cyborg fared against Mosquito Girl. Izuku was impressed by the cyborg's skill based on the fight footage. Genos had faced off against the demon-level aberrant, and the cyborg would have probably prevailed if Mosquito Girl hadn't changed into a more powerful form. Izuku, however, had never before taken a real student. He occasionally filled in for teachers at the Hero Academy when they became ill or hurt while battling monsters, but teaching young teenagers in a classroom was not the same as accepting someone as an official student. Since the cyborg didn't require muscle training, he wasn't even certain what he could teach him. And then a thought occurred to me. Tell me, Genos, have you applied to the Hero Registry? Genos gave a headshake. Not yet, but I have been planning to do so for the next time the exam opens. Thus, he is currently a vigilante. As Izuku considered what to do with Genos, he thought, good thing Orihime isn't here listening to this, or she'll have a field day. I feel like his time here would be a waste, but I really shouldn't do this. I suppose I'll be taking a risk. Normally, I'd insist one becomes an official student in my academia first and study for the next 3 years before becoming a registered hero, but I can tell you're a special case, he said. Okay, the next entrance exam will be taking place 2 weeks from now, so I will give you a challenge. If you pass the hero certification exam with flying colors, I will take you under my wing officially as a sidekick. When I am called to action, I'll take you along for you to see the actions and occasionally engage with me. He offered to make Genos happy. Genos yelled, I won't let you down, sir. Izuku grinned, finding inspiration in the cyborg's tenacity. Hero and cyborg abruptly turned to face the left of Izuku's office. Sensei, I sense targets approaching fast, said Genos, who squatted down to be ready to act at any time. Feeling insulted by the situation, Izuku said, not even a decade old and already I have a USJ incident, and moved in at full speed, being cautious not to set off a sonic boom. He moved outside just in time to catch the intruder as he was about to smash through several walls and head for his office. The intruder is an aberrant that resembles a mutated praying mantis, but its brain is visible through the transparent top of its head. Izuku's warning, don't even think about it, shocked the creature, who couldn't believe he had already been apprehended, and by the very person he had been sent to apprehend. The creature from Mantis mumbled in surprise, you really are the perfect specimen. State your business, and maybe we can settle this without breaking any limbs and organs, Izuku said. Awfully soft for someone who's supposed to be the ultimate life form, the aberrant remarked, regaining some of his self-assurance. The aberrant rubbed his scythe-like forelegs together and licked his lips, clearly hoping Ultima would refuse so he would have a reason to act violently. I am Kamakuri from the House of Evolution. I kindly ask that you come with me, Ultima. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to cut off your legs and carry you back to our headquarters. House of Evolution, Izuku repeated, knowing exactly what he meant. Are you related to Zombie Man? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You're the only hero Dr. Genus is interested in, replied Kamakuri. Izuku rubbed his forehead impatiently and asked, so now I am to be an experiment? Buddy, you are lucky I'm not Principal Nezu. The hell's a Nezu? Alright, Genos. Consider this your first test as my student and sidekick. Take out the trash before any of my students pick up on the school invasion, Izuku said. Who's Genos? Kamakuri inquired,
once more oblivious to the presence of a murderous person next to him. Exterminate. Beast King's muscular body tensed with anticipation as he paced restlessly at the edge of the Hero Academia campus. His eyes narrowed toward the school, and his lion-like mane bristled as he clenched his claws. The others had decided to wait and watch in the shadows, but Beast King was not a patient person. Beast King snarled, "We should have gone in together," in a low rumble of annoyance. "This place is a joke. I'll tear it apart, starting with that hero who thinks he's untouchable." Armored Gorilla's robotic voice said, "Calm yourself," as his red visor flashed in the low light. Standing with his arms folded, the massive cyborg gave off an air of icy calculation. "Kamakuri was a fool to charge in alone, and you're a bigger fool if you think destroying this place will go unnoticed. We're already risking too much." Sluggers continued, "We're supposed to bring Ultima back to Dr. Genus, not start a war with every hero in the world," as his voice reverberated throughout his enormous, slug-like frame. He concentrated his telepathy, looking for any sign of their comrade, and his slimy appendages shifted uneasily. His face grew serious. "I can't sense Kamakuri anymore. He's gone." The implications of Slugger's remarks hung heavy in the air as the group fell silent. One of their more vicious members, Kamakuri, had been vanquished. No, probably killed. This implied that their target was even riskier than they had thought. Beast King bared his fangs in shock and growled, "He's dead." "By whose hand? That green-haired hero, or the cyborg wannabe?" With an even tone, Armored Gorilla shot back, "Does it matter? What's important is that we don't underestimate them. We've been tasked with capturing Ultima, not dying for some misguided sense of pride." The idea of retreating wounded Beast King's pride, and he glared at the cyborg. However, even he acknowledged the delicate nature of their mission. Their target was no typical hero, and the Hero Academia was no typical location. Beast King finally muttered, "This is ridiculous," but his voice was not as angry as it had been. "But if we're going to do this, we do it my way, straightforward, no games." Before anyone could react, they heard a slight sound, the distinct sound of footsteps approaching. Armored Gorilla held up a hand, signaling for silence as Beast King stiffened, about to lunge. Izuku Midoriya stepped out of the shadows, his face composed but intent, Genos beside him, his mechanized body shining in the low light. In order to prevent any students from being caught in the crossfire, the two purposefully stood apart from the group. "So," Izuku said in an authoritative tone, "this Dr. Genus is more persistent than I thought. But I won't let you turn my school into a battlefield." With a growl, Beast King stepped forward and exposed his fangs. "You're just a boy playing at being a king. You have no idea what you're up against." "I never asked to be a king," Izuku replied in a calm voice. "I just want to be a hero. Nowadays, I'm also a headmaster, and you're trespassing on my property, so unless you want to be brought in burned like your friend, I suggest you come in quietly." Sluggers shifted uncomfortably, looking around at his friends. This definitely won't be easy. Izuku's gaze darted among the House of Evolution members, evaluating each one separately. He could feel the anxiety and tension beneath their arrogance. They don't intend to return home as failures. This was about survival, not just about catching him. Genos, who had been quiet up until this point, spoke at last in a firm, determined voice. "Prepare yourselves. This will be your only warning." Tension was high as the members of the House of Evolution held their ground. Izuku was aware that a fight was unavoidable, but he also understood that it had to be over as soon as possible. It was essential to the students' safety. "Very well," Izuku firmly stated. "Let's get this over with." With his claws outstretched and his eyes blazing with murderous intent, Beast King launched himself at Izuku, his roar resonating throughout the majority of the Hero Academia campus. Even though his charge caused the ground to tremble, Izuku stayed composed and narrowed his eyes. Izuku yelled, "Genos," his voice piercing the confusion. "Leave the big one to me. You take care of the others. And watch your step. One of them is underground." Genos nodded, a determined look on his face. He sensed that Beast King was a threat, and although he wanted to help because he was a hero, he knew better than to doubt Ultima's judgment. The impact of the battle between Beast King and Izuku sent shockwaves through the ground, making the other members of the House of Evolution brace. "Scatter," ordered Armored Gorilla in a cold, robotic voice. "Engage the cyborg. Do not let him interfere with Beast King's fight." As his telepathic voice reverberated in his allies' thoughts, Sluggers oozed forward, his enormous form dragging across the ground. "Frog Man, take the left. Ground Dragon,
Get into position underground. Armored Gorilla, back me up. Quick and nimble, Frog Man's amphibious body darted to the left, his long tongue slashing out for a chance to attack. With a rumbling growl, Ground Dragon, meanwhile, sank into the ground, his underground movements obscured by the tremors from the ongoing conflict between Beast King and Izuku. All of these movements were picked up by Geno's sensors, and his eyes flashed as he evaluated the situation. The odds were against him, but he had been outnumbered before. He launched himself into the air with a sudden vigor, dodging Slugger's slow approach and Frog Man's slashing tongue. Geno's muttered to himself, one at a time, as he planned his next move. He shifted his attention to Armored Gorilla, who was standing far away, lifting his massive arms to fire a torrent of bullets. Geno's held out his arms, a ferocious blue light illuminating his palms. Incinerate. Geno's palms burst into a torrent of flames, growing hotter as he aimed them at Armored Gorilla. The cyborg gorilla's sophisticated plating absorbed the heat, and even though his armor shone in the fire, he was unharmed. As he rushed forward, his heavy footsteps causing the pavement beneath him to crack, Armored Gorilla taunted, "You'll need more than that to take me down," his mechanical voice unflinching. He held up one arm, preparing to attack, but Geno's was already moving. Geno's dove down with lightning speed, dodged Armored Gorilla's blow, and kicked hard at his opponent's chest, sending the cyborg reeling back. However, the ground beneath Geno's abruptly changed as he touched down. Ground Dragon roared, "Got you," as he sprang up out of the ground and snapped his jaws at Geno's legs. However, Geno's foresaw the assault and jumped back just in time to escape the aberrant's strong jaws. Geno's stated, "I knew you'd try that," in a cool but irritated tone. He quickly adjusted his strategy. Although it was impossible to ignore the threat posed by Ground Dragon, the others were rapidly gaining ground. Frog Man took advantage of the distraction by extending his tongue once more, encircling Geno's arm this time. With an unexpected strength, the amphibian mutant pulled Geno's toward him while grinning. "Gotcha." Geno's free hand crackled with energy as he gritted his teeth. Not quite. With a hiss, he sent a concentrated blast of heat through Frog Man's tongue. The mutant screamed in agony and let go as he stumbled backward, holding on to the charred remains of his tongue. Sluggerous and Armored Gorilla moved together before Geno's could take advantage of Frog Man's vulnerability. Armored Gorilla fired a volley of bullets in an attempt to overwhelm Geno's with sheer firepower, while Slugger's telepathic voice filled Geno's mind in an attempt to confuse him. "You cannot defeat all of us," Slugger said in a cold, sneaky whisper. "You are alone, outnumbered, and your friend is preoccupied. Surrender, and your destruction will be swift." Shaking his head, Geno's dismissed the telepathic intrusion from his thoughts. He wouldn't be duped like that. He dodged and rerouted Armored Gorilla's bullets with deft movements, his hands moving in a blur as he did so. "Doesn't matter if I'm alone," Geno's stated firmly as he prepared his next blow. "I don't surrender." Geno's charged his core to full capacity and let loose a powerful blast that ripped through the earth, sending a shockwave that knocked Frog Man and Ground Dragon back while forcing Armored Gorilla to brace himself against the force. Energy crackled in the air, and Sluggerous, aware of the force of the assault, tried to back away, his lethargic body moving as fast as it could. However, Geno's persisted. He sprinted ahead, bringing himself within a split second of Sluggerous. The mutant's telepathic voice was reduced to a pained, incoherent murmur as he sent him crashing into the ground with a single, devastating punch. Geno's whispered, "One down," and returned his focus to the others. Realizing that Geno's firepower was greater than his tongue and speed, Frog Man was already backing away. Now exposed above ground, the Ground Dragon snarled in annoyance as it attempted to reorganize with the Armored Gorilla. However, Geno's would not allow them that opportunity. As he prepared to end the battle, he thrust himself forward, his arms turning into formidable cannons. Incinerate. Once again, the flames roared to life, engulfing Ground Dragon and Frog Man and pushing them back as they futilely attempted to fend off the assault. Determined to defeat Geno's with a last, desperate attack, Armored Gorilla charged through the flames, his armor blackened but unbroken. Geno's, however, was prepared. The ground trembled as he struck Armored Gorilla squarely in the face, their fists slamming into each other. They appeared to be evenly matched for a brief period of time, but Geno's tenacity and superior weaponry started to tip the scales. Geno's used a last burst of energy to overwhelm Armored Gorilla, sending him tumbling to the ground in a pile of circuitry and smoking metal. With the exception of the distant noises of Izuku and Beast King's ongoing battle, the battlefield went quiet. Standing amid his enemy's wreckage, Genos' sensors searched for any threats that might still exist. However, it appeared that the battle was over. Examining the area, Genos discovers that the armored gorilla is the only one of his opponents still alive. He lies where he was blasted, helpless but still very much alive, his helmet removed to reveal a regular gorilla's head. Genos approaches the aberrants and aims one of his incinerator cannons at him, seeing this as a good chance to gather information. Genos threatened to answer the question, or you're going to be eliminated. Your choice. It is you who will be eliminated, you fool. I am the third most powerful fighter in the House of Evolution. At your power level, you will never beat the Beast King, the second most powerful fighter. You will be destroyed, Armored Gorilla uttered in a robotic, emotionless voice. Izuku threw Beast King to the ground as he approached from behind Genos. Izuku was forced to beat the Lion Man to within an inch of his life, and he is out for the count. He appears to be still alive, but his injuries are terrible because he was unrelenting in his attack and nearly destroyed a large portion of the Academia's campus. Izuku yelled, "Show's over. Time for you to tell us everything you know." For a brief moment, it appeared as though Armored Gorilla would die with his secrets. At least until he comically began to perspire and shake his head in terror. Look, I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." The aberrant begged, his robotic voice fading. Izuku blinked, startled. "Wait, what happened to your robot voice?" "Sorry about that, I was just trying to sound cool," Armored Gorilla said. Armored Gorilla described the House of Evolution's beginnings and its creator, Dr. Genos. Since no one in the scientific community would assist him, Dr. Genos pursued his life's ambition of artificially evolving humanity as a species on his own. The scientist didn't get the desired results until he was in his 70s. With these outcomes, he was able to regain his youth, build an army of clones based on himself, and perform numerous experiments on humans and animals, resulting in the creation of mutant monsters like Beast King and Armored Gorilla. Izuku also learned that Dr. Genos was the creator of Mosquito Girl. "Master, we should go after this Dr. Genos and put a stop to the House of Evolution once and for all. We cannot allow any more monsters to be created," Genos insisted with a sense of urgency. "I know, but let's not be too hasty just yet. My main concern for now is ensuring my school is secured," Izuku responded. "I got to make a few calls." Izuku inhaled deeply as he looked around the battlefield as the dust settled and the last of the House of Evolution mutants were defeated. Izuku views the campus damage as a minor blessing because it wasn't severe enough for all of the students to notice. He couldn't leave the academy exposed without him, but he knew they had to fight Dr. Genos. He brought the faculty together in the conference room to talk about the next course of action while keeping that in mind. Tension ran through the room as the staff and teachers gathered. Izuku's assistant, Ms. Harada, was the first to express her worries. Orihime Harada was an industrious and careful woman who was well known for her keen intellect and commitment to the students. But her face was etched with worry at the moment. "Headmaster," she said in a formal but nervous tone, "are you sure about this? The House of Evolution is not to be taken lightly. If they send another demon-level threat like Beast King, the school might not be so fortunate next time." The other staff members murmured their agreement. Even the more seasoned heroes in attendance appeared cautious about the dangers. Izuku understood their worries and nodded. "I've thought about that, Ms. Harada, and I wouldn't be suggesting this course of action if I weren't confident in our preparations. That's why I've already taken steps to ensure the safety of the school while I'm away." The employees looked at each other, intrigued. An older hero with graying hair, one of the teachers, leaned forward. "You mean Silver Fang, right? He's been away helping his brother, but I assume he'll return to take over." With a faint smile on his lips, Izuku shook his head. "Actually, no. While Silver Fang would be an excellent choice, another S-class hero responded to my request first. She's already on her way." The conference room doors slid open before anyone could ask any more questions, and a woman with dark, flowing hair and a confident gait appeared to enter with a cool breeze. A group of equally poised people, all exuding competence and authority, trailed behind her. Hellish Blizzard, the heroine, and her Blizzard group came into the room. She stepped forward with a commanding presence, her green eyes searching the room. Izuku nodded and said, "Blizzard," but his voice carried a hint of tension. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." Though there was a hint of something more in her eyes, Fubuki grinned. You made a compelling case, Ultima. And besides, I couldn't just let you handle everything on your own, could I? Despite their best efforts to keep a professional appearance, there was an obvious awkward tension between them. The other faculty members observed, exchanging sly glances but remaining silent. You all know Hellish Blizzard and her team of B-class heroes, Izuku said as she walked into the room. She and her team will be acting as the temporary custodians of academia while Genos and I confront Dr. Genus. They'll ensure the safety of the students and faculty in my absence. Orihime regarded Fubuki with a mix of respect and skepticism. Ms. Blizzard, we appreciate your assistance, but are you certain you're prepared for this responsibility? The safety of the students is paramount. Orihime's gaze was evenly met by Fubuki. I assure you, my team and I are more than capable. We've dealt with threats like these before. Besides, she said, grinning slightly as she looked at Izuku, I owe Ultima for past encounters. Consider this my way of paying him back. Izuku felt the need to advance the discussion, so he cleared his throat. With Fubuki and her team here, I'm confident the school is in good hands. Genos and I will handle the House of Evolution, and with any luck, this will be the last time they target academia. The presence of Fubuki and Izuku's plan seemed to calm the staff. Even Ms. Harada appeared to accept the circumstances, though she occasionally gave Fubuki a suspicious look. Very well, Ms. Harada remarked as she adjusted her spectacles. We'll do everything we can to support you from here, Midoriya-sensei. Please, be careful. Izuku gave a grateful nod. Thank you, Orihime. We'll be in touch as soon as we have any updates. Izuku and Genos were relieved that the academy was in good hands as they prepared to depart after the meeting. Izuku hesitated when Fubuki grabbed his arm as they were leaving. She said, Don't worry, Ultima, in a quiet voice that had lost some of its bluster. We'll take care of things here. Just make sure you come back in one piece, all right? The tension between them eased a little as Izuku grinned. I will. Thanks, Fubuki. Izuku and Genos then departed the campus, prepared to face the House of Evolution and put an end to the threat. As they did so, they left behind a school protected by a group of hardworking heroes who made sure that Hero Academia's staff and students would be safe no matter what happened. Dr. Genus was concealed in the House of Evolution and kept an eye on everything that transpired in academia via a big monitor. The scientist's fists clenched in anger as he saw his forces defeated. Impossible. Our elite force, formed for the extermination of these obsolete humans, was wiped out. Beast King, who was his second strongest fighter, lost without a fight. Dr. Genus was surrounded by his little army of clones, all of whom were exactly like him except for the plain white shirts and pants that were printed with different numbers to show which clone was which. Clone number 33 raised his voice. According to Armored Gorilla's report, the two responsible for doing so are on their way here. An image of Ultima and the unidentified cyborg was displayed on the monitor from Armored Gorilla's perspective. When Dr. Genus saw the picture of the number one hero without a smile, he gritted his teeth and felt a chill go down his spine. Even though he was supposed to be the strongest of the Hero Association, the scientist wasn't prepared for the hero to put up such a fight. Even though Ultima was still an outdated human who ought to have succumbed to his inventions, he has shown himself to be far more resilient than expected. If they manage to make it to the lab, all of our research, everything that we have been working on, could be destroyed. We're in serious trouble, said clone number 78. As if embarrassed to have to make this choice, Dr. Genus clenched his fists and looked down, realizing that he had few other options. He said, We're forced to use our trump card, which caused the clones to gasp in shock. Begin preparations for the release of Carnage Kabuto. The disbelieving and frightened cries of all his clones greeted Dr. Genus's command. What? No, not him. That's crazy. He'll finally be released. He's right. That might be the only way. It's too dangerous. I have a bad feeling about this. Dr. Genus said, Quiet down. He'll be our very last resort, and his clones were silenced. Clone number 33 swallowed uneasily. But, sir, Dr. Genus said, we'll start by activating all of our traps from the first floor to the 8th. If we're lucky, they will take care of the intruders. I'm aware of what would happen to us if we fail, especially to me, understanding that he would suffer one of two consequences if the traps failed. Carnage Kabuto will either kill them all or Ultima will arrest him. He'll just have to wait and see because it's still too early to predict what will happen. Ultima held Genos beneath his left arm as he flew across the sky at a speed that was faster than the human eye could see. Every time he broke the sound barrier, there would occasionally be shockwaves. Genos exclaimed, "Incredible, I knew you could fly, but not as fast as this, Master," as the wind blew past him violently. A typical human's skin would have been ripped off by the strong winds, but Genos' skin was composed of a durable synthetic substance. "Yeah, electrostatic levitation is pretty great. I'd go a little faster, but I don't think you can keep up with my top speed," Izuku said, stating the truth without being arrogant. Even though Genos was quick, he couldn't have kept up with Ultima. Genos would only harm his mechanical body if he tried. They arrived at their destination quickly. Izuku noticed the tall structure that Armored Gorilla had mentioned to them. Izuku let himself fall back to the ground in front of the building due to gravity. The ground exploded in a shower of rock and dirt as Izuku's body touched down. As the dust settled, Izuku was seen crouching in a crater, having made a flawless landing with Genos still beneath his arm and no harm to himself. "We're here," Ultima said as she dropped Genos, who stood up to gaze up at the tower that housed the House of Evolution's headquarters. Looking around, Izuku could understand why Dr. Genos had chosen this location for the headquarters. The headquarters was situated in a forest near a sizable cliff that obscured the tall structure from one side. If Armored Gorilla's claim that Dr. Genos had discovered a scientific way to maintain his youth was accurate, then both the building and the scientist might be close to a century old. The building itself appeared old and weathered, with moss growing along its sides. That did explain the building's weathered look. You probably wouldn't find it unless you were specifically searching for it in the middle of the forest. Looks like there are 8 floors to it, so we should start from the top and make our way to TH. Boom. Genos proceeded to demolish the structure using both of his incinerator cannons, causing the ancient and worn headquarters of the House of Evolution to be instantly destroyed in a powerful explosion. Genos. "Yes, Sensei. Why did you just blow up the building?" The cyborg bluntly replied, "In the interest of efficiency, I thought it would be best to destroy them all in one fell swoop." Izuku had already forgotten that, despite being 19 years old, Genos was quite naive and had not yet learned how to be a good hero because of how mature he sounded. True, that was efficient, but next time, don't just destroy everything. When dealing with criminals, our job as heroes is to apprehend them while also gathering evidence and saving possible hostages. We only kill humans if we have no other choice in the matter. If we are so quick to kill humans, then we become no better than the monsters we fight. We are just lucky this time that there was no one in the building since I could not pinpoint or hear the location of anyone before you blew it all up. Genos recognized a great deal of wisdom in his words as he gazed at his sensei. Genos quickly pulled out his notebook and started recording Izuku's sage advice. "So inspiring. No wonder you are the #1 hero. Strong in both body and mind," the cyborg exclaimed as he recorded everything. Unaware of the hypocrisy of his question, Izuku muttered, "Where were you keeping that notebook?" He had long since forgotten his obsession with learning as much as he could about other people's meta-abilities and always kept a notebook of his own. Ultima shook his head at the cyborg's antics and went to investigate what was left of the House of Evolution. Ultima discovered a metal door in the floor that led to a basement after scanning the debris. Ultima approached it, grabbed a corner of the heavy-duty door, and easily peeled it open. Looks like there's a basement. So maybe the building itself was also a part of the disguise to hide themselves better. Good on them. One of the rooms in the House of Evolution's underground facility was filled with gunfire and screams. One of Dr. Genos' clones was firing an assault rifle at a massive monster in the room. The monster was a huge creature that dwarfed the shooting clone and had a humanoid appearance, but it shared many traits with a beetle, such as a thick exoskeleton, elytra-encased wings, and a large horn on its head. It had big spikes along its heavy arms and legs. Carnage Kabuto, the House of Evolution's most formidable fighter, was the monster. As he continued to shoot Carnage Kabuto with his automatic rifle, the clone screamed in fear, "Stop it. Just stay away," but the monster was unaffected. Carnage Kabuto was unable to feel the bullets striking him because of how thick his exoskeleton was. Carnage Kabuto quickly silenced the clone's cries by throwing a lazy punch at him. The punch's power caused the clone to explode in a shower of gore, turning into a bloody smear across the floor. Dr. Genos walked into the spacious room behind Carnage Kabuto, his hands in his pockets so he could act as though they weren't trembling with terror. "Hey, Carnage Kabuto," the perspiring Dr. Genos said, attempting to remain composed in front of his most powerful creation. The scientist said, "Tell me, are you feeling all right?" It seems like you killed a bunch of my clones again, pointing to the bloodstains and pieces of white cloth that were once some of his clones who had the regrettable task of freeing Carnage Kabuto from his bonds. Are you satisfied? The monster was irritated and said, "You fool. Why would I be satisfied, huh?" Carnage Kabuto yelled, "I've been kept up deep under the earth. I'm the strongest warrior in the entire House of Evolution." As he tore off the heavy metal brace around his neck, releasing him from the final shackles that had imprisoned him for so long. "We couldn't control you. There was no choice on the matter," Dr. Genus replied, glaring at his most powerful creation. "You were imprisoned because you're mentally unstable." Carnage Kabuto chuckled, "You couldn't control me." As Carnage Kabuto stepped into Dr. Genus' face, he said, "Moron. I'm the ultimate culmination of the new human you guys have sought for so long. My intelligence and physical strength are incomparable to your own. The way I see it, you and your clones should be the ones obeying me." To make matters worse, the monster mockingly protruded his tongue. Carnage Kabuto was Dr. Genus's greatest failure, and he thought, "No, you're a failure. You do perform at unprecedented levels, but you lack empathy and self-control." Dr. Genus said, "Go ahead and kill me. Plenty of clones could take my place." Acknowledging his fate, there would be nothing they could do to stop Carnage Kabuto from killing him and all of his clones if he so desired. Carnage Kabuto would simply kill all of their other creations, including Beast King and Mosquito Girl, even if they were still alive. He was just that powerful. Carnage Kabuto asked inquisitively, "Oh." The scientist went on, "But I have a favor to ask," as a holographic screen with a photograph of Ultima and Genos appeared next to them. "There's a specimen I must have. He's proven to be extremely strong, said to be the strongest man on the planet. I want you to catch him for me." Carnage Kabuto grinned excitedly as he gazed at the screen. Dead or alive, Ultima and Genos have spent the last 5 minutes strolling down a straight hallway after discovering the underground hatch, but they have not seen any indications that anyone is still alive inside the subterranean facility. Izuku said, "Stay on your guard, Genos," with a serious smile. Genos nodded and walked beside Ultima, who abruptly stopped, causing the cyborg to stop too. "I will, Master," he said. "Something's coming." After finding 2 living signatures from his sensors, Genos stiffened up and looked at his sensei in bewilderment. "Even though my sensors were unable to detect them, Sensei was able to sense their approach." Even more astounded by his master, Genos pondered. The more he discovered about Ultima, the more he saw that the man was worthy of the title of #1 hero. They could see lights being destroyed in the distance, thanks to Carnage Kabuto, who was sprinting in their direction while carrying an injured Dr. Genus in his right hand. The monster questioned, "Which one is it?" "The one on the right," Dr. Genus replied, fighting to stay conscious from the agony of being roughly handled by Carnage Kabuto. Carnage Kabuto yelled, "In that case, you don't need the one on the left." As he dropped Dr. Genus to the ground and backhanded Genos into the wall. Izuku exclaimed, "Genos." Upon witnessing the cyborg now embedded in the wall, Izuku turned to face Carnage Kabuto as he materialized behind him. "We've got a combat experimentation room back this way," Carnage Kabuto indicated with a thumb gesture behind him. "My name is Carnage Kabuto. Let's throw down in there." Izuku maintained his smile while giving Carnage Kabuto a glare. "This beast is powerful. More powerful than Beast King. Definitely a dragon. One deserving of Tatsumaki's time," he acknowledged. "Fine then, let's fight." Carnage Kabuto led Ultima into the combat experimentation room, a spacious space with enormous white tiles covering the ceiling, walls, and floor, while grinning. As Ultima and Carnage Kabuto faced each other, he remarked, "Pretty big, huh?" The monster grinned excitedly and said, "It's the largest room in this facility. This is where we fight to test our combat ability, which means there's plenty of room here to kick your ass. Let's start the killing." Suddenly, fierce flames engulfed Carnage Kabuto. After the flames subsided, Carnage Kabuto, who had been unharmed by the extreme heat, curiously turned to face the source of the flames. "Huh, still alive, are you?" he questioned after realizing that the cyborg from earlier had attacked him. Izuku was also taken aback by Genos' unexpected attack, but he still made an effort to stop him because he didn't anticipate that Genos would recover so quickly after the monster punched him into the wall. Genos was not strong enough to defeat Carnage Kabuto, and he was certainly not strong enough to battle Beast King earlier today. Izuku said, "Genos, stand down. You have no chance of defeating him," understanding that although Genos possessed a lot of firepower, it would be useless against Carnage Kabuto's formidable shell. Even though he was still in pain from the previous blow, Genos straightened up and concentrated on the monster. "No need to worry about me, sensei. I will handle him," Genos said, charging at the monster despite Izuku's command. This was his chance to show that he was worthy of being sensei's pupil, and he would not fail him. Energy starts to pulse through Genos' cybernetic body as he lowers himself into a battle stance, the servos in his limbs whirring. As the heat from his core intensifies, his arm cannons shoot out, filling the surrounding area with dazzling blue light. The sheer power accumulating at his fingertips causes the air to shimmer. A trail of burning light follows Genos as he leaps forward with a thunderous boom and incredible speed. He launches an unrelenting assault on Carnage Kabuto with explosive force from his fists and feet. Shockwaves travel through the ground as each blow combines with the power of artillery shells. Carnage Kabuto, however, is largely unconcerned. Like a mountain against the wind, his muscular body takes the blows. He smiles with his teeth. The word, boring, he growls. Kabuto counters with a strong backhand in a single, lightning-fast motion, sending Genos hurtling into a wall with a devastating crash. Genos is in excruciating pain, but he doesn't want to stay down. With precise energy blasts from his hands and chest, he launches himself back into the battle using his rocket thrusters. With each detonation, the ensuing explosions tremble the ground and illuminate the battlefield like fireworks. Every muscle twitch is tracked by Genos' sensors, which lock onto Kabuto's movements. He changes strategies, swerving around the monster like a lightning bolt and utilizing his speed to avoid direct conflict. He targets Kabuto's eyes, joints, and the openings in his armored hide, but it seems pointless every time. Kabuto is able to read Genos' every move thanks to his dynamic visual acuity. With terrifying accuracy, he foresees the cyborg's attacks and avoids or blocks each crucial blow. Carnage Kabuto finally charges at Genos with a speed that belies his enormous size as he becomes more and more agitated. As he moves, his fists swinging like wrecking balls, the ground shatters beneath him. Genos tries to flee, but he is caught off guard by Kabuto's speed. A huge fist strikes Genos' chest, sending the cyborg hurtling into the air with sparks and smoke trailing from his wounds. Kabuto grins bloodthirstily as he sneers. He teased, "Is this all you've got, Metal Man? Pathetic." He jumps into the air, prepared to strike Genos with the last, devastating blow. As the massive beast's fist descends, time seems to slow down, and Genos, still in the air, prepares for impact. He is aware that he cannot endure this. However, a green blur crosses the battlefield just before the strike lands. Ultima was incredibly fast. Just in time, he seizes Genos in midair and pulls him away from Kabuto's lethal blow. Both heroes are thrown to the ground by the force of the rescue, barely escaping the devastation caused by Kabuto's blow. Where Genos had just been, the monster's fist slams into the ground, creating a huge crater. The cyborg, exhausted and bruised, but thankful, looks up at Ultima. Ultima stands between Genos and the hideous Carnage Kabuto, his face hardened with determination. His voice carried an authority that even Kabuto couldn't deny. "Enough," he said firmly. As one for all burns through his veins, his aura flares and crackles with energy. Izuku puts Genos down gently as he moans in agony close to the combat room's entrance. "Stay here, I'll handle this," he told him. Carnage Kabuto emerges from the shadows and gives him a menacing smile as he moves into the middle of the room, his eyes narrowing. "You waste your time tending to that useless weakling. A true hero would have finished this fight by now," Carnage Kabuto said, making fun of Ultima for acting like a weakling. Izuku ignores the taunt and clenches his fists. "Pathetic. I'll crush you both." Izuku, however, leaps into action before Carnage Kabuto can finish. With his muscles pulsating with strength, Izuku launches himself towards Carnage Kabuto in an instant. As he rears his fist back, energy radiates from his body. Detroit Smash. Carnage Kabuto raises his forearm to block the blow after it collides with it. Debris shoots across the room as the shockwave fractures the floor beneath them. Kabuto's arm trembles a little from the force, and he grunts in shock. "Not bad. That one actually hurt a little," Kabuto says with a sly smile while flexing his arms. He digs his feet into the earth, his muscles bulging grotesquely. "Let's see how you handle a real monster." As he charges, Kabuto's body hazes, and his fist, a blur of death, is pointed straight at Izuku's chest. However, Izuku can see the attack in slow motion thanks to his full sight, which has been refined through innumerable battles. With a loud whoosh of displaced air, Kabuto's fist grazes his ribs as he shifts his weight and sidesteps narrowly. A crater is created when Kabuto's punch lands on the ground. Izuku responds with a swift stab that loudly cracks Kabuto's jaw. Izuku ducks low, feeling the wind of the punch rush over his hair, but Kabuto hardly bats an eye and swings his arm in a vicious arc towards Izuku's head. Izuku weaves, blocks, and strikes with precise force as Kabuto's fists tear through the air in their ongoing barrage of blows. Every exchange sends shivers down the spine of the room because their movements are so quick that only a fighter with Geno's sharp eyes could keep up. Izuku twists on his heel and propels himself forward with explosive force as he ducks under another wild punch. As he charges, his right hand flattens into a blade. Missouri smash. Keeping low, he sprang forward and delivered a reverse karate chop upward. The aberrant's knees give way under the force as the blow strikes the top of Carnage Kabuto's skull, producing a loud crack. Kabuto stumbles for a second, his vision flickering. His hideous body wobbles perilously. Izuku thought, that should have knocked him out cold. However, Kabuto suddenly feels a surge of bloodlust. With an animalistic roar, he pushes himself back to his feet, shaking off the blow, his eyes burning with rage. That actually hurt. As his speed increases, his muscles swell even more, making it nearly impossible for the eye to keep up. Izuku's intuition takes over. He sees Kabuto vanish in a blur and then reappear behind him, anticipating his next move just in time. A huge blur of strength and fury, Kabuto's arm swings downward, intended to crush Izuku from above. At the last moment, Izuku spins around, his fist spinning quickly and directing wind pressure into a whirling vortex. Nebraska smash. A fierce tornado of wind erupts from the impact point as the punch strikes Carnage Kabuto square in the chest, sending him staggering back. As the storm envelops them, the air itself howls, the pressure threatening to shatter the room. However, Kabuto roars in defiance as he pushes through, pushing against the vortex, blood streaming from his mouth. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaps through the tornado and lands on Izuku with the force of a freight train after using his monstrous strength to close the distance. Izuku is driven into the ground with such force that a crater forms beneath them as Carnage Kabuto's enormous hand slams into his chest. Kabuto starts throwing lightning-fast punches right away, his fists blurring as they pound Izuku's body with unrelenting force. Every blow causes the ground to shatter even more, and the room trembles violently. Chunks of debris fall around the walls and ceiling, which are cracked. As he endures the assault, Izuku grits his teeth and strains every muscle in his body. He knows he can't take much more of this punishment at his current level, so he raises his arms in a guard, barely taking in the force of Kabuto's blows. Izuku's eyes flash with resolve all of a sudden. He feels the electric power of One for All pulsing through his veins as he focuses the energy within himself. Izuku's body suddenly erupts into a huge arc of lightning that crackles with intense energy. Carnage Kabuto is caught off guard by the blast, which lands him squarely in the chest before sending him flying backward with a roar of agony. With a thunderous crash, he slams into the distant wall, creating a deep indentation. For a brief moment, both fighters stand and breathe heavily. Flickering lights and broken concrete make up the room's ruin. "You won't take me down that easily," Izuku said, dismissing the majority of his discomfort. His body crackled with bioelectricity. The majority of the damage was absorbed by the aura enveloping his body, so his costume is largely undamaged. However, some blows were able to penetrate, as seen by the bruises on his face and blood oozing from his mouth. However, this is insignificant because Izuku has experienced worse pain in the past. Carnage Kabuto snarls softly and uses the back of his hand to wipe blood from his mouth. With his grin as wild as ever, the monster's massive form looms in the room's dim light. His muscles swell hideously with every breath as his body trembles with a barely contained fury. Kabuto scoffed and said, "You think a few flashy tricks are going to stop me? This is only the beginning." Kabuto charges once more, but this time he does so more quickly, his enormous legs pumping ferociously. In an instant, he is getting closer to Izuku, and the ground beneath him trembles with every booming step. Izuku, however, is prepared. A fierce light shines in his eyes, and he braces himself by planting his feet firmly on the cracked floor. As he gets ready to face Kabuto, the strength of One for All rushes through him. When the two collide, the room trembles. Izuku is struck by Kabuto's enormous fist, but Ultima dodges low and kicks back viciously upward, his foot enveloping itself in a crackling energy. The huge aberrant is sent reeling back, his head snapping up from the impact as the blow lands exactly on Kabuto's chin. Izuku responds with a series of lightning-fast blows, his feet and fists moving in perfect unison. He screamed, "Manchester Smash!" and kicked Kabuto's side with a strong axe. Kabuto's ribs crack under the impact, and the beast roars in agony and fury. In retaliation, Kabuto swings wildly, his fists tearing through the air with enough force to crush concrete. Izuku dodges, moving quickly and precisely as he weaves through the confusion. Twisting his body, he launches a projectile into the air. Izuku yelled, "Delaware Smash!" and released a focused burst of air pressure from his fingertips. Kabuto skids backwards as the strong shockwave strikes his chest. The shockwave rattles the room, shattering glass and bending steel as dust and debris swirl around them. Ultima appears to be in control for a brief moment. Carnage Kabuto, however, will not be defeated. Kabuto stops his backward momentum by digging his claws into the ground with a vicious roar. His body changes, becoming bigger and more hideous as his muscles protrude to nearly grotesque proportions, and his eyes flash with a blood-red glow. Izuku's eyes enlarge with astonishment. "You're definitely a dragon." Kabuto roared, his voice booming and distorted, "This is my true form." As he entered his carnage mode, his reflexes, speed, and power all tenfold increased, making him even more dangerous than before. Kabuto disappears from Izuku's view in a flash, traveling at a pace that is impossible for most people to keep up with. Kabuto reappears behind Izuku and throws a devastating punch at his back before he can even react. Just in time, however, Izuku's instincts take over. He barely avoids the blow as he launches himself high into the air, channeling one for all into his legs. With a loud crash, Kabuto's punch lands, and the ground beneath him erupts in a geyser of broken stone. Izuku twists his body in midair, concentrating all of his energy on his next move. Gathering all of his strength, he raises his arm high above his head, the electricity surrounding him growing stronger. He yelled, "Texas Smash!" and struck Kabuto with his fist like a hammer. It has an earth-shattering effect. The ground beneath Kabuto is completely destroyed by the shockwave that emanates from the point of contact, and the walls and ceiling are pocked with spiderweb cracks. Kabuto is driven deep into the ground by the force of the blow as he is slammed into it. There is silence for a moment. Izuku lands, his knees giving way a little under the impact of his blow, but he stays upright. His heart thumping in his chest, he watches the dust settle. He is aware that the battle is far from over. He's correct, too. Blood drips from the corners of Carnage Kabuto's mouth as he pushes himself up from the debris with a guttural growl. Even though his body is bruised and battered, his eyes are still blazing with hate and fury. With a venomous voice, he roared, "I will not be beaten by the likes of you." Izuku wipes the blood from his lip and narrows his eyes. Genos's eyes were wide with incredulity as he watched in stunned silence. He was out of breath from the sheer display of power. He was aware that Ultima was far superior to any other hero, but seeing it with his own eyes made it seem more plausible and astounding. He became fervently determined to train under Ultima in order to develop that unstoppable strength. Dr. Genos, behind him, struggled to stand up in spite of the agony coursing through his wounded body. He limped forward to look through the broken doorframe at the battle. His thoughts whirled with incredulity. His final creation, Carnage Kabuto, was meant to be unbeatable. Carnage Kabuto should have been unbeatable because it was made to outperform all heroes and aberrants. Nevertheless, Ultima was standing there, bruised but unflinching, delivering blow after blow to his most powerful creation. This went against everything Dr. Genos held to be true. He had believed that humanity was fundamentally inferior to his genetic creations and that artificial evolution was the ultimate form of strength. However, that conviction was now disintegrating right in front of him. Through the mist of his insane state, even Carnage Kabuto started to comprehend. His eyes narrowed as realization set in, and he gritted his teeth. He was not up to par. This hero, this human, had been holding back all along. He straightened, still crackling with leftover energy, and Ultima's eyes softened a little. He gave Kabuto a modest smile as a sign of deference. "You're strong," acknowledged Ultima. "The strongest aberrant I've faced so far. If it were anyone else, the other S-class heroes would be fighting for their lives. Except maybe Blast, Atlas, and Tornado." The mention of those names made Kabuto growl, but the reality was undeniable. Ultima's voice was genuinely respectful. Ultima took a deep breath, and the air around him changed as his expression hardened. He has only been forced to use one for all at 100% by one person since he entered this world, everyone else used less than 30%. He rarely had to battle dragon-level aberrants, and even then, they weren't very difficult, but Carnage Kabuto is an exception. But, in the big picture, not by much. The room's temperature appeared to drop as Izuku's body started to pulsate with a powerful surge. The ground shook beneath his feet as arcs of green energy spiraled outward as lightning crackled violently all around him. In a way, I am grateful to you, Ultima said coolly. You're the first aberrant to give me something akin to a challenge. So I'll hit you with 50% of my power. Carnage Kabuto's eyes grew wide as his instincts cried out for him to run away, but his monstrous pride would not let him. He roared angrily and charged forward, using all of his strength in one last, desperate attack. Izuku maintained his position while keeping a sharp, focused gaze on Kabuto's approach. The air itself cracked under the force of Kabuto's fists as they crashed down toward him in a blur of motion. However, Ultima slipped past the attacks with such grace and accuracy that it seemed as though Kabuto was moving slowly. The energy that surrounded Ultima burst forth, engulfing him in a tornado of power. In an instant, his body rushed forward with blinding speed, bringing him closer to Kabuto. Before the aberrant could even react, Ultima's electrifying power-charged fist slammed down toward him. Detroit, SMAAAASH. The world appeared to freeze for a moment as the punch struck Carnage Kabuto squarely in the chest. Then everything in its path was destroyed by a shockwave that erupted from the impact with a deafening boom. Like a rag doll, Kabuto was flung backward by the force of the blow, crashing through the room's far wall and through multiple layers of reinforced concrete before finally stopping. A trail of devastation was left behind as lightning crackled around the room. Under Izuku's feet, the ground was broken and cracked, and debris briefly floated weightlessly before crashing back down to the ground. Carnage Kabuto lay still in the debris. His body quivered a little, but it was obvious that he was finished. Even his monstrous durability was insufficient to withstand Ultima's full power. Izuku stood erect, panting as the electric aura gradually dissipated around him. Despite its wear and tear, his costume remained sturdy. His healing factor and adrenaline kept him upright despite the pain in his body. It's over, Ultima stated in a composed yet firm tone. With a mix of respect and sorrow, he gazed down at the vanquished aberrant. Though still in disbelief, Genos took a step forward with renewed determination. He believed that Izuku's fist had the power of multiple atomic bombs. Despite his pride, Dr. Genos was left speechless, his hopes of artificial evolution dashed. Ultima, who was a little perspiring, gazed at the wasteland that had once been mountains and forests before turning to face the fist that had caused such devastation. The hero realized that he might have gone a little too far in vanquishing the monster and muttered, "Maybe I should have held back to 80. Izuku Midoriya turned away from the enormous hole he had created, which was intended to withstand strong blows from the House of Evolution's inventions, and glanced at the wounded scientist who had started this whole mess. Dr. Genos, I am placing you under arrest for illegal experimentation, destruction of property, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. Please don't resist, or I'll be forced to detain you, he said with a grin on his face. Dr. Genos shook his head and sniffed. I won't resist, not to you. You have taught me a valuable lesson today. Izuku heard that, and his smile grew a little. He enjoyed saving more than just innocent people. Oh, and what lesson is that? You showed me that it isn't humanity that needs to change. Instead, I realize that I am the one who needs to change. Zombie Man's creator, Fubuki inquired, her emerald eyes sparkling with disbelief and curiosity. As she and Izuku walked side by side, her heels made a gentle echoing sound through Hero Academia's deserted hallways. After their brief encounter, Izuku was now anticipating Genos' return to continue his mentorship with Ultima because he is someone who needs to be kept close. Genos went back to Dr. Kusuno for additional repairs. Hours had passed since classes ended. The laughter of the students had long since faded into the din of the city. The Hero King's Academy's great marble corridors would soon be empty except for the two of them and the teachers. It didn't bother Fubuki. She actually liked it that way. There was only her and him, no spectators, no fanfare, just the quiet and the dim glow of twilight coming through the glass ceiling. Her Blizzard group was finishing up its security detail outside. Their time as Guardians of Academia was coming to an end, but they had made the most of it. A-City was already aware that Ultima trusted Hellish Blizzard, the S-Class rank 18 hero, to protect his school when he left to confront a new threat. Izuku concluded his account of what had happened inside the House of Evolution's ruins as they were walking. Fubuki's expression wavered between admiration and discomfort as she took in every word. "So you're telling me that one of our own, Zombie Man, is an aberrant?" Izuku nodded quietly. "Technically speaking, yes, but not in the traditional sense we're accustomed to. He's still human. He was just designed differently." Fubuki folded her arms and repeated, "Designed. Created artificially," Izuku explained. "He was groomed in Dr. Genus's laboratory among many other artificial lifeforms. The goal was to produce the first true immortal human. And, well, he succeeded. Zombie Man's living proof. Rank 7 in the S-class isn't something you stumble into by luck." With a curious tone, Fubuki cocked her head. "And yet he turned on his creator." "Exactly." Izuku gave a small smile. "He rejected what made him and chose his own path. That says more about his humanity than most people give him credit for." She gave a quiet laugh. "Then I suppose the only question left is how he'll react when he finds out you burned his home to the ground." Izuku stopped in the middle of his step. "I didn't burn it, I dismantled it." She teased, semantics, while gesturing with her hand. "I'd imagine Zombie Man will be more annoyed he didn't finish the job himself," Izuku thought. He laughed quietly at that, the kind of laugh that seemed to come from a deep and uncommon place. They climbed to Hero Academia's roof together. As the sun started to set over A City, the city opened up in front of them, its skyline bathed in molten gold. In the distance, the tower of the Hero Association gleamed like a blade. Izuku crossed his arms and leaned against the rail, the warm light highlighting the faint scars on his knuckles. He said, "Thank you," after a brief pause, "for watching over the school while I was gone. Even though there were no more attacks, it's good to know a fellow S-class was holding the fort for me." Fubuki brushed a lock of dark hair behind her ear and grinned. "As if I'd ever decline a request from my hero king. Even if it's just business." Rubbing the back of his neck, he let out a sigh. She couldn't tell if it was embarrassment or just plain unease at the title. Ultima will never enjoy being referred to as king. To him, being a hero was a duty rather than a rule. She changed the subject, choosing to spare him the awkwardness. "So," she said, "what's your plan for the school's security now? After the attack, I doubt you're planning to leave it as it is." Izuku's gaze strayed to the city. "I've been thinking about it. Silver Fang's already helping with martial arts training, but he's part-time. His dojo comes first, and not many aberrants risk stepping foot in A City, since it's practically the Hero Association's backyard. The House of Evolution attacked because of arrogance, not strategy. Genus was a genius, but he obsessed over one solution instead of exploring many." Fubuki gave a nod. "And you don't plan to repeat that mistake?" "Exactly." The strategist behind his serene eyes flickered awake as his tone hardened. "I could ask Metal Knight for assistance. He'd reinforce the entire campus overnight if I asked, but you don't trust him," Fubuki explained to him. Izuku smiled, reluctantly, a little. "It's not that simple. Beaufoy is brilliant, but Drive Knight's accusations against him, they're too persistent to ignore. I won't risk academia becoming a pawn in an S-class Cold War. And I trust the association's administrators even less." Fubuki let out a sharp breath. "And here I thought joining the S-class would mean standing among legends. Instead, I'm surrounded by lunatics with god complexes." And he laughed again at that, affirming, "You're not wrong." Her grin grew softer. "Still, you'll find a way. You always do. And until you do, the Blizzard Group's moving to A City. Consider it an official relocation. We'll help protect the school and the city." Izuku raised his eyebrows as he turned to face her. "That's generous, but what about your duties in Y City? I don't want you abandoning your own territory because of me." She took a step forward and spoke in a cunning, personal tone. "Then perhaps we can discuss it later, at your place, tonight." She couldn't tell if he was shy or surprised, but his breath caught a little. A single teasing invitation brought down the great hero king. The flash of red on his cheeks made her smile. However, a storm was simmering in her mind behind her playfulness. Her desire to relocate the Blizzard Group was motivated by more than just affection or loyalty. She was drawn to someone new and dangerous. Someone, in her opinion, should never again approach Ultima or any hero. And it's okay if she had to trick the Hero King himself in order to discreetly address that threat. Standing side by side over a world that constantly hovers between chaos and salvation,
The King of Heroes and the Queen of Blizzard were painted in violet and gold as the sun sank below the horizon.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.